My brother uninvited me from Christmas, saying, "You look like a loser." So I canceled his kid's tuition and his wife's Range Rover. My name is Liam, 33. 3 days after I nearly died on a frigid operating table, my older brother excluded me from our family Christmas dinner because I didn't suit his high-end business image. Caleb called to tell me that my presence would ruin his networking event disguised as a holiday gathering while I was lying on my living room sofa, pale, weak, and wrapped in heavy wool blankets recovering from an emergency gallbladder removal with life-threatening complications. He spoke the terrible words to me. He added, "It is no place for losers, Liam. You will just embarrass yourself and ruin the vibe." He laughed dismissively before hanging off. Caleb and my toxic family ignored one big, earth-shattering thing in their frenzied pursuit of social climbing. They didn't realize the quiet, modest guy they treated like a peasant was the cornerstone of their lavish existence. They had no idea I made 7 figures ghostwriting Silicon Valley tech CEOs. Most importantly, they forgot that my bank account funded his kid's premium private school and his wife's new Range Rover Sport. As they rush and beg as their pristine plastic world burns down, they are now discovering the true cost of their arrogance. My phone notification sound that afternoon seemed like a head blow. My skull was throbbing like a jackhammer. I was laying fetal on my sofa, surrounded by a fortress of dirty tissues, empty mugs of tepid herbal tea, and a plastic bottle of powerful prescription medications that hardly relieved my abdominal burning. The operation was brutal. My rehabilitation felt like walking my bare stomach across miles of shattered glass due to a slight inside infection and a delayed healing process. My weakness was extreme. My hand trembled as I went for the phone on the coffee table, exhausted from moving a single muscle. It read Caleb on the shining screen. A pitiful relief wave swept over me. Finally, my older brother checked on me. I texted him, and his wife Vanessa before anesthesia. Another cold, thoughtless thumbs up from Vanessa and radio silence from Caleb greeted me as I returned to my silent abode, but now he called. I foolishly assumed he cared. Clearing my dry, scratchy throat, I answered the phone. I informed him I was home and that the last several days had been terrible. Caleb interrupted me before I could finish telling him about the hazardous virus. He had a sharp, enthusiastic voice without a care in the world. He sounded like he was rushing through an office. He loudly proclaimed that he and Vanessa were completing the Christmas Eve dinner list and had costly caterers arriving in an hour for a mandated tasting menu. My brain was too slow to register his significant tone change due to severe painkillers. He asked me what I could bring this year since standing by a hot stove was too hot for my fresh stitches, but I proudly said I had already bought Vanessa's favorite pricey vintage wines for the family gift exchange. The line paused. Heavy, pregnant quiet seemed sharper than my stomach cut. Caleb exhaled loudly and theatrically. He constantly made a phony sympathetic noise before doing something selfish and calculated. He informed me the guest list will vary drastically this year. He promised a luxurious, exclusive atmosphere. Vanessa brought Beatrice, the vice president of her large real estate firm, and Caleb was bringing in 2 affluent angel investors for his new startup. I adjusted my legs on the sofa, wincing at the stinging, burning tug in my side, and told him it seemed like a really intense evening. I vowed to sit quietly in the corner. I promised to stay out of his VIP guest's way. I told him I needed to be with my family since being alone in a quiet house after a big surgery was affecting my mental health. Caleb sighed louder. It was an agitated, frustrated sound that showed I was a huge burden. He claimed I wasn't listening. This was no family potluck, he claimed. This was a crucial networking event disguised as a Christmas party, and corporations valued looks. He admitted that my recent appearance did not fit the exclusive aesthetic they were establishing. In my throat, my breath jerked. My stomach discomfort disappeared, replaced by a frigid shock. I inquired about his meaning. He adopted that condescending, lecturing tone I detested since childhood. He noticed I work from home. He noticed I wear cheap sweatpants and drive a beat-up 10-year-old Toyota Corolla. He stated I was fine with my mediocrity, but his house guests were sharks. They won. He stated Vanessa was anxious about creating a good impression, and having her brother-in-law sitting in the corner looking like a sick ghost who hadn't brushed his hair in a week was not the image they wanted to create. The final hit was devastating. "A sluggish loser," he said. He instructed me to stay home, take my medicines, and they could send over any cold leftovers. The line stopped altogether. My call was disconnected. Blindly, I stared at my phone's black screen. A pale, exhausted man with large circles under his eyes appeared in the dark reflection. I dropped the phone on the carpet and closed my eyes. My greatest efforts to stop hot tears failed. It wasn't simply my brother's icy rejection. It was the hubris, blindness, and cruelty of kicking a bleeding guy on his couch. We must go back to the beginning to understand why his vicious comments struck so deeply into my soul and why that beautiful Range Rover was about to be towed in front of his wealthy pals. We must examine the tremendous poisonous debt I silently carried for him for years. Caleb and I were divided from the start in our suburban home by thick permanent marker. Caleb was unquestioned golden child. He was the high school quarterback with the captivating $1 million smile who could persuade a rigorous instructor to improve a failing grade by asking about her weekend plans. I was the silent bookworm who built bespoke computers and wrote long stories in his small bedroom while everyone else watched football. He was loved by David and Helen, our parents. He looked like a Fortune 500 CEO bound for glory and wealth. They saw me as a pleasant afterthought, a backup plan they never intended to utilize. When college started, the obvious favoritism was unsettling. My parents surreptitiously liquidated a large portion of their retirement assets and took out a risky second mortgage on our childhood home to send Caleb to a costly out-of-state private university. They claimed Caleb needed exclusive network access. When I applied for schools, my father gave me a cheap glossy brochure for the local community college and told me that hard work and student debt create character. I didn't tantrum. I worked long nights in a dirty diner to pay for my tuition in cash. No one heard me complain. Simply put, I studied late at night and worked. Caleb meticulously used up every advantage he was given throughout the next decade. He founded a luxury watch brand that collapsed in 14 months. He tried to build a big tech startup incubator without coding. My parents rescued him every time the barriers closed. They sold a gorgeous lakeside land my grandfather left for us to pay Caleb's hollow business aspirations. I quietly established a prosperous career from my home room. I became a popular ghostwriter. I turned brilliant but inarticulate startup founders' raw, messy, disorganized thoughts into gigantic best-selling books and polished Forbes pieces. My hourly fees skyrocketed, but my lifestyle was inconspicuous. I acquired a small, well-insulated, paid-off house in a quiet neighborhood. I aggressively maxed out my 401k in investments. I drove a reliable 10-year-old automobile. I could tell time without a Rolex. 3 years ago, Caleb's artificial reality collapsed dramatically. A cold November Tuesday night brought heavy rain. I heard a panicked knock on my door. I opened it to see Caleb completely saturated. Sore, red eyes from sobbing. He appeared. Afraid. He stopped in my hallway, fell against the wall, and broke down. The awful reality he withheld from our parents was revealed. His credit cards were maxed out. He was 3 months behind on his large, inflated mortgage payments, and Vanessa, his gorgeous, shallow wife who had grown up with a silver spoon, was packing her fancy suitcase. She threatened a messy divorce and planned to take Noah and Mia back to her affluent parents' mansion. Caleb double-grasped my shirt. He wailed, pleading for financial help. He promised a huge success with a new business, but he needed time to raise investor funding. He stared me in the face and said I was the only person he could trust with his life. I saw my older brother, who had everything, now a sad puddle of water and tears on my wooden floor. I thought about my 8-year-old nephew Noah, who struggled with math. I remembered my 6-year-old niece Mia, who loved to doodle. I couldn't let those innocent kids lose their home and suffer a terrible divorce. Against my better judgment, I signed a strict financial contract with him. I refused to give Caleb a blank check or deposit money directly into his account because I knew it would disappear into expensive business lunches and dubious investments. Instead, I promised him I would cover the fundamentals to keep Vanessa from leaving. I automated bank transactions to Noah and Mia's upscale private school. I took up Vanessa's huge monthly lease on her new Range Rover Sport to protect her fragile public image so she could drive to her high-end real estate showings. I did it for love. I did that because families should protect each other during storms. However, I soon discovered that thankfulness is short-lived. As anxious months grew into years, Caleb never found a regular employment. He claimed freelance consultant status. He never returned $1 of my blood money. Worse, the family dynamic changed radically. Suddenly, his desperate humility on my floor that rainy night was replaced by a corrosive, insufferable attitude of entitlement. After paying the bills, they stopped thanking. They stopped inviting me to dinner unless they needed free computer help or someone to keep the kids while they attended pricey charity galas. The breaking point became apparent around the holidays. We had a huge Thanksgiving dinner at my parents' house last year. I paid for Vanessa's huge organic turkey and pricey international wine, but no one addressed it at the dinner. My father, David, admired Caleb in the dining room. Caleb is really scaling up his operations this quarter. My dad enthusiastically told the room. That new LLC is going to change everything for the family. My father glanced at me. He smiled tightly and politely. And Liam, are you still doing that typing thing? Writing those little blogs for people on the internet? I held my heavy silver fork under the table till my knuckles grew white. Vanessa laughed condescendingly from across the table as I took a big breath, nodded calmly, and replied, yes. I am still writing to pay the bills. It is honestly cute that you have a little hobby to keep you busy, Liam. But you really should let Caleb give you some real business advice soon. You simply cannot drive that terrible old Toyota forever. It literally brings down the property value of the entire neighborhood when you park it in our driveway during visits. My parents actually laughed. Caleb arrogantly sipped my fine wine, which I had paid for. I sat silently. I bit my tongue viciously because I loved the kids too much to fight. 2 nights a week, I tutored Noah in math via Zoom. Mia got pricey professional art supplies every month from me. I kept telling myself I was saving them from poverty. I had no idea I was sponsoring a gigantic delusion. I paid top price for the bullets they boldly shot into my back. Update 1. Caleb shot me and expelled me from the family when I was recovering from major abdominal surgery on my couch. A cold, hollow agony surged fast across my chest, overshadowing the blazing pain in my surgical wounds. As the fresh stitches tugged tight against my skin, I sat up on the sofa, cringing angrily. Deep within me, a dangerous seething fire began. No post-op fever was involved. Rage was pure. It was pure, unrelenting rage. He knew I was entirely alone in this place. He recognized my physical and mental pain. And he threw me aside like expired rubbish because my comfortable clothes didn't fit his faux wealthy style. I picked up my phone off the carpet and accessed Instagram. Vanessa posted a new story 20 minutes ago at the top of my timeline. Tap the glowing circle. The slow panning footage showed their big, decorated living room. The room I prevented the bank from foreclosing. It had thousands of dollars in unique gold and white ornamentation. A huge, elaborately adorned Christmas tree reached the arched ceiling. Comforting, expensive classical music played in the background. Vanessa wrote, "Prepping for the biggest night of the year. Exclusive VIP guest list only. High life success. No negativity allowed." At the bottom of the screen, I silently watched the short video loop 3 times. No negativity allowed. I understood. Their new code word for me. Zoomed in on the video with 2 fingers. I noticed the beautiful Italian leather sofa I helped them choose and partly paid for. Little Noah ran gleefully by the camera in his pricey custom-tailored private school winter outfit. My thumb threatened the flashing screen. Caleb on the phone called me a loser. He called me stale. He boldly claimed I did not belong with global champs. I quit Instagram and created my secure banking portal. I bypassed my normal inspection. I swiftly scrolled over my enormous diversified investment portfolios and high-yield savings accounts. The numbers were too big for Caleb to comprehend, even in his most desperate dreams. I firmly selected scheduled recurring transfers and settings. 3 luminous life support units kept his phony plastic world alive. Monthly automatic transfer, $3,500. Private tuition for Noah and Mia. Monthly auto transfer, $1,300. Vanessa leases Range Rover Sport. A $600 monthly automatic transfer. Emergency family support foods. I powered their arrogant triumph silently for 3 excruciating years. I whispered his nasty words to the empty living room. Stagnant loser. Ice cold, menacing smile. Not a joyful smile. A master demolitionist smiling at a doomed building before pushing the detonator. Caleb longed for a winner-only Christmas. Perfect style was his goal. Okay, I'll do what he wants. He utterly ignored the high society cardinal rule. Real winners pay huge bills. My thumb lingered over the private school tuition red cancel button. My body was flooded with a weird, tremendous wave of peace, erasing the sorrow, betrayal, and shame. Tap the glass screen. The banking app warned me strongly. Are you absolutely sure you want to permanently cancel this recurring transfer? This critical action cannot be undone. Yes. Cancelled transfer. Permanent $3,500 monthly loss. The next huge payment was due to the school in 3 days. I quickly descended the digital list. Luxury Range Rover lease, $1,300, month, due 15th, cancel. They spent grocery support on extravagant sushi dinners. Cancel. My back rested on the couch cushions. With 3 thumb taps, I had eliminated over $5,400 of my brother's monthly tax-free income. If I stopped paying the bills, people would notice when the school administration phoned or the burly repo man showed up in the driveway. I knew. I wanted to explain why the money well had dried up. Waiting was short. My phone flashed. At 10 a.m. 2 days later, on time, Caleb called. Let the phone ring and go to voicemail. It rang again instantly. A frenzied, uppercase text followed. Call me now, Liam. Emergency. 10 minutes passed. I cautiously walked to the kitchen, poured a long glass of cold water, took a deep breath, and called him back. The moment the phone line connected, Caleb yelled, "What did you do?" He didn't greet. I was not asked about my stomach's mending. He panicked completely. His voice shattered with hysteria. The school administration just called me. Mr. Harrison said the massive payment bounced hard. He said you completely removed your credit card from the parent portal. Good morning to you too, Caleb, I responded, sounding cool and emotionless. How is the exclusive Christmas prep going? He shouted, do not play your sick games with me, Liam. I am in the middle of a critical meeting. Harrison said if the tuition balance is not paid in full by 5 p.m. today, both kids are permanently unenrolled for the upcoming spring semester. What the hell is going on? Did your stupid bank screw up the transfer? No, I answered quietly, sipping water slowly. I canceled it. It was deafeningly quiet on the other end. All I heard was his raspy, terrified breathing in the receiver for 5 blissful seconds. You what? Why? Why in God's name would you do that to us? Why? Because, I said, with every drop of ice in me, I am a loser. Remember? You proudly told me 2 days ago on the phone, this family is no place for losers. And losers do not pay for elite private schools, Caleb. Real winners do. And since you are such a massive successful winner now with your high-end corporate friends and your exclusive aesthetic party, I figured you did not need my stagnant loser money anymore. You petty, vindictive piece of trash. He screamed, struggling for words. You are doing this right now, right before Christmas Eve? You are intentionally punishing Noah and Mia because I accidentally hurt your fragile feelings? I am absolutely not punishing anyone. I clarified, cutting through his trickery. I am simply stepping back. You clearly stated I bring the energy down. You said I embarrass you and Vanessa. Well, neither does my money. You absolutely cannot have it both ways, Caleb. You cannot treat me like garbage in private and use me as a free ATM in public. It is $3,500, Liam, he shouted into an empty office stairway. I do not have that kind of liquid cash sitting around right now. I am heavily tying up capital for the new business launch. Then maybe you should not be hosting a heavily catered party with expensive wine, I mused. Or better yet, ask your 2 new angel investors. I am sure they would love backing a winner like you who cannot afford his kids' education. He yelled, you are completely ruining our lives. Vanessa is going to have a massive nervous breakdown. Do you have any idea how much pressure she is under to make this VIP party perfect? Actually, I do, I said, turning the knife slightly. Which is exactly why I also permanently canceled the lease payment on her Range Rover Sport. It is due on the 15th. You might want to give her a heads up so she does not drive it to the country club and get stranded. He screamed a lengthy, horrifying curse at me. He said the pricey car was registered in her name, therefore I couldn't do it. I informed him that the money was coming from my account and that the bank of Liam was closed forever. I hung up. I could feel my heart pounding my ribs. My hands shook. I hated hearing my brother cry, but God, it felt great to stand up for myself. The desperate response was quick and pitiful. My phone received the family flying monkeys promptly. My cell phone rang again 2 hours later. My mother, Helen, and Aunt Brenda were on a 3-way conference call. They did not inquire about my surgery recovery. Liam, what is horribly wrong with you? My mother screamed, her voice shaking with forced sadness. Caleb is practically in tears. He says you cruelly cut off the children's education out of sheer petty jealousy over his success. I laughed cruelly into the phone. He told you I was jealous? Did he happen to tell you he completely uninvited me to Christmas dinner because I am not high class enough for his new friends? He is under massive corporate pressure, Aunt Brenda said, perfecting the manipulator part. He is building a lasting family legacy. You have a little house and 0 responsibilities. You have plenty of extra money sitting around. You are being incredibly selfish and cruel. Family always helps family, Liam. Family respects family. I retorted immediately. If his legacy is so incredibly strong, he can pay his own bills. I suspended both numbers, but Caleb continued. A dangerously desperate man. My premium credit card company sent me an urgent red flashing fraud alert the next morning. In a metropolitan high-end designer catering business, someone tried to charge $5,200. Cold blood raced through me. I gave Caleb an emergency backup card 2 years ago when his old car broke down in the middle of nowhere. I instructed him to quickly destroy the plastic card. I immediately contacted the bank's fraud department. The security guard confirmed the card was absent. One person manually inputted the numbers online. Caleb tried to steal from me to buy expensive gifts and food for his party. I told the bank it was big fraud. I reported and permanently canceled the card. My guilt vanished at that instant. This was no longer a sibling rivalry. This was planned financial abuse. That was felony theft. I would burn his phony facade. My rage quickly turned into strategic focus. If Caleb wanted to aggressively play a high society tycoon who had no boss, I would treat him like a defaulting corporate business partner. I called Silas, my best college friend, right away. Senior corporate litigator Silas works downtown, a bright, dangerous shark in a tailored suit who will not accept foolishness. I meticulously described the complicated issue to him over the phone. I detailed the canceled school tuition, lease, crazy Christmas party, and shocking credit card fraud from that morning. Silas remained silent until I concluded my narrative. Silas remarked, "You have been blindly giving him how much money?" In a deadly serious tone. "Yes, I have a highly detailed spreadsheet," I said. I opened my laptop and retrieved my detailed tax-related financial data. Every tuition payment, luxury car lease payment, emergency financial loan he swore he would repay, even Vanessa's purebred dog's pricey vet costs. It totals out to exactly $180,000 over the last 3 years. Silas whistled a quiet approval over the phone. Did he ever put in writing that these transfers were loans and not gifts? Yes, Absolutely, I said quickly, pulling up my 3-year-old cloud-stored text messages. Quote, I will pay you back every single cent, Liam. I just need time to scale, and I have dozens of other messages over the years explicitly acknowledging the mounting debt. Perfect, Silas whispered, and I could almost hear his predatory smirk. We are drafting a formal legal demand for complete repayment. I want all $180,000 fully accounted for in the document. It obviously won't force him to write a massive check today, but it legally freezes him in place if he tries to quietly sell the house or take out another line of credit to survive. This demand letter will act as a massive immovable roadblock. When exactly do you want it delivered to his house? Christmas Eve. I answered without hesitation. He specifically wants an exclusive, high-end Christmas party for his VIP guests. Absolutely nothing says high society quite like a uniformed legal courier showing up at your front door during appetizers. Silas immediately began preparing the devastating legal strike, while I saw Caleb's pristine plastic world suddenly disintegrate. Without my continuous income, financial pressure crushed them fast. The private school explicitly gave them a little time to raise funding. Toxic whispers were spreading quickly among rich parents. I was sure since a mutual acquaintance provided me a screenshot. I signed on to a burner Facebook account for neighborhood watch updates. My first stop was the gated community's members-only group page. Vanessa posted a desperate listing an hour ago, selling lease takeover for 2023 Range Rover Sport, immaculate condition. We simply need to upgrade to a much larger vehicle for our growing family. Please DM for details. Serious inquiries only. Must move fast. I focused on the brilliant computer screen. A growing family. The deception was pitiful and obvious. She fought for survival. The hefty lease payment was due in 2 days. She desperately tried to pawn the hazardous debt on a wealthy neighbor before the towing firm located the fancy car as the repo man circled their neighborhood. Their huge lies were choking them violently. They used inexpensive duct tape to keep the gleaming facade together long enough to wow their VIP guests as it cracked into a million pieces. Another business contact told me who those VIP guests were. Vanessa brought her direct supervisor, Beatrice, a powerful commercial real estate vice president. Caleb aggressively invited Harrison and Grant, 2 major angel investors, to fund his empty LLC. Caleb and Vanessa were unknown to these privileged folks. Only the meticulously made mask was known. The costly imported wine, professionally catered dinner, and shining Range Rover in the driveway were all they knew. I checked my desk digital calendar. Christmas Eve was 4 days away on December 20th. My surgery incision was healing well. My intellect was clearer than in years. I had lived my adult life in the shadows, letting my family use me as a stepping stone. I mistakenly believed the toxic narrative that I was the quiet, dull younger brother who was only useful when the huge expenses were due. I shut down my laptop and watched the snow fall from the living room window. I would attend the Christmas party. I wouldn't stay or eat their pricey catered cuisine, but I would give them a wonderful gift they'd never forget. I thought the worst of the betrayal was over. I believed my parents blindly backing Caleb was the worst knife stab. I was terribly mistaken. The frightening reality about my family's financial loyalty was waiting at that party. It would alter my entire understanding of my blood. Update 2. Christmas Eve arrived in our city, bringing a bitter winter wind that seemed to cut through my car windows. I silently parked my 10-year-old, fully paid off Toyota Corolla down the street from Caleb's massive, sprawling suburban house, or at least the house the bank owned for a few more weeks until harsh reality caught up with his massive financial lies. I sat alone in the driver's seat, my old car's heater fighting to prevent the temperature from freezing, watching the heavy, wet snow swiftly gather on my car's bonnet. I was not invited to this elite holiday party. I knew my older brother had made it painfully plain when he called me when I was bleeding on my couch to say I would ruin his corporate aesthetic. But 2 small gifts wrapped in plain brown paper were carefully placed in my car's backseat. My bright little nephew Noah received a highly specialized, pricey coding kit. The other was a professional watercolor set for my niece Mia. I wouldn't let my older brother's enormous, fragile ego deprive his innocent children of Christmas with their uncle. They should not be penalized for their greedy parents. For the frigid evening, my strategy was really simple. I would silently stroll up the long driveway, drop the 2 wrapped gifts at the front door, hand over Silas's enormous legal papers, and leave before my poisonous family insulted, degraded, or humiliated me again. I surveyed the immaculate street. Every grand house on the wealthy block followed the pricey, dazzling holiday design. While I watched the peaceful street through the snow, a sleek black corporate town car quietly rolled up to Caleb's house. A sharp, stylish woman in an emerald green wool coat entered the cold night. Vanessa boldly displayed her professional corporate profile images to our family, so I knew her face. The commercial real estate firm Vanessa worked for had a powerful vice president, Beatrice. Vanessa badly wanted Beatrice to give her a huge promotion and salary boost next year. A new electric Tesla stopped softly at the curb behind the corporate town car. Two elderly guys in costly custom-tailored suits walked on the snowy pavement. Caleb was aggressively pursuing Harrison and Grant, two wealthy angel investors, to get big investment for his empty business endeavor. Caleb's house appeared to gleam in the winter sky. Every enormous bay window was filled with beautiful golden light. I saw dark silhouettes of wealthy people moving effortlessly within the living room, clutching fine crystal wine glasses and laughing loudly at jokes I couldn't hear. From the outside, it looked perfect. It looked pricey. It resembled a gigantic, well-constructed, frail lie. I took a deep breath, grabbed the two wrapped gifts and the thick manila legal envelope from the back seat, and exited my car into the bitter winter cold. Walking purposefully up the long twisting driveway, my heavy winter boots crunched noisily on the frozen pavement. As I approached the enormous three-car garage, I saw something pitiful and revealing about their position. Vanessa's white Range Rover Sport wasn't parked in the driveway for VIP business guests to admire. Instead, the fancy car was aggressively jammed into a dark, tiny area on the far side of the home, partially obscured by thick evergreen plants. She deliberately hid the pricey car from the street. She was afraid of losing her ultimate status symbol before the VIP party because she heard the repo man was scanning license plates in her zip code tonight. I knocked on the enormous wood front door with my gloved hand. Before my knuckles touched the black polished wood, the massive door rapidly slid open from inside. There was Caleb. His outrageous rich burgundy velvet tuxedo jacket probably cost more than my first year of college. His right hand clutched a large crystal glass of pricey imported whiskey and his hair was nicely slicked back. His dazzling, phony, charismatic smile evaporated the moment his eyes met mine. His face went absolutely white, turning a sickly, scary pale gray. He appeared to have seen a ghost on his doorstep. "What in the hell are you doing here?" Caleb yelled, stepping outside into the cold and partially closing the big front door to obscure the bright, warm celebration inside. "Merry Christmas to you, too, Caleb," I murmured gently, despite the adrenaline rush pounding my ribs. "I am just dropping off these gifts for Noah and Mia. I am absolutely not staying to ruin your exclusive corporate aesthetic. Just take the boxes so I can go home." I shoved the brown paper bundles at his chest. Caleb did not take the boxes. He stared at me in disgust. Dark denim trousers, a thick wool winter coat, and a knitted scarf were my comfy outfit. I looked like an ordinary, hard-working man who had just come from the cold. No wealthy socialite discussing a big real estate portfolio over expensive caviar. Angered, Caleb murmured, "I explicitly told you to stay away from my house tonight," scanning the street in dread for anyone watching us. "I am actively securing my entire financial future right now. Harrison and Grant are inside drinking the vintage wine right now. You absolutely cannot be seen standing on my porch looking like a homeless person. Give me the damn boxes and get off my property right now before I call the neighborhood security patrol to aggressively escort you out." A crisp, demanding woman's voice screamed out from the warm entryway behind him before I could respond to his wild, cruel threat. "Who is at the door, Caleb? It is absolutely freezing out there. Tell them to come inside and shut the door before you let all the heat out, Beatrice." Caleb panicked deeply, his eyes widened in abject dread. He could not make a loud, confrontational scene on his front porch in front of his wife's firm's vice president. He carefully opened the hefty wood door with a tense, unnatural grimace. "It is just Liam, my younger brother," Caleb called back inside the home, shivering with tension. He brutally pushed me over the threshold into the bright foyer, gripping my arm like a vice. "Drop the stupid boxes on the table and immediately leave through the kitchen," he murmured into my ear, scotch and real dread on his breath. "Do not you dare embarrass me in front of these people tonight." The big house's heat instantly warmed my chilled face. It smelt like fresh pine needles, pricey cinnamon candles, and gourmet roasted turkey. The huge entrance led to the large living room, where 15 well-dressed people were casually mingling. Noisy chatter in the room halted. Every eye slowly turned to me, awkwardly standing by the front door with two brown paper bundles and a hefty manila envelope. "Liam." Vanessa emerged from the big designer kitchen with a silver platter of intricate canapes. Her nicely manicured face turned into a horrific mask. She looked at my damp cold boots, then panicked at her sparkling, pricey white imported rug. "We absolutely were not expecting you tonight. Caleb told everyone you were violently ill and highly contagious." "I am leaving right now?" I murmured, staring into Vanessa's fearful eyes. "I am just dropping these gifts off for my niece and nephew. I absolutely do not want to interrupt your high-end corporate networking." As I turned to put the two boxes on the foyer table, I spotted my parents, David and Helen, relaxing on the costly leather sofa near the fireplace. My mother's face was tense with disdain. My father got up and pointed an aggressive finger at me from across the room. "Liam, your brother explicitly told you this was a closed corporate event," my father said, meaning to chastise me like a rebellious child in front of the wealthy strangers. "You have zero business being here tonight. Have some basic respect for Caleb's important career and leave right now. You are entirely ruining the mood." Since childhood, My father had emphasized Caleb's artificial success over my life. The man who was sitting in a property I saved from foreclosure, confidently drinking excellent wine I bought with my own money, aggressively told me I didn't belong in the room my money had paid for. The situation's audacity was intoxicating. The tall woman in the gorgeous emerald green coat entered the foyer before I could turn around and leave the front door into the frigid weather. It was Beatrice. She held a crystal champagne glass, looking glamorous and frightening. She disregarded Caleb, Vanessa, and my outraged parents. She looked at me with sharp, analytical eyes, tilting her head like a puzzle solver. "Wait just one moment," Beatrice remarked, her strong voice breaking the tense, unpleasant silence of the huge living room. She took 2 deliberate steps toward me. Liam the ghostwriter? The man who structurally edited and rewrote the Horizon Tech CEO memoir last spring. Complete silence filled the living room. A pin dropping on the costly hardwood floor could have been heard. The sudden interaction puzzled and derailed Caleb, who forcefully blinked. His high-pitched, anxious laugh resembled a dry choke. "What? No, Beatrice. There must be a massive misunderstanding," Caleb sputtered. "This is just my little brother, Liam. He just writes silly little blogs on the internet from his couch. He is currently in between real jobs right now, struggling a bit financially. You know how the economy is right now. We kindly try to help him out with family charity where we can." He did it again in front of me in a room full of corporate VIPs. His goal was to make me look like a charity case to boost his bogus prestige. Beatrice ignored Caleb's anxious talk. She approached me and extended her hand with professional reverence. She shouted, "You are the absolute best structural editor and ghostwriter on the entire East Coast." To make sure every affluent investor heard her, "My chief executive officer actively tried to hire you on a massive retainer contract last year. You cost an absolute fortune. Your corporate lawyer told us your private waiting list for new clients was over 6 months long, and you firmly rejected our massive salary offer without a second thought because you were fully booked with Silicon Valley billionaires." My smile was tiny but sincere, and I boldly shook her hand. "It is actually an 8-month waiting list now, Beatrice. It is incredibly nice to finally meet you in person. Your CEO runs a brilliant operation, but my schedule was simply too full to take on another massive project at the time." Caleb's face lost all color instantly. He appeared ready to vomit on the white rug. His shaking hands were ripping apart the years-long lie he had created. Caleb said, "I really think you are horribly mistaken, Beatrice," trying to reclaim control of the room. "Liam heavily relies on us for money. He drives a rusted 10-year-old Toyota. He does not have corporate clients." I said, "I think we should entirely stop pretending right now, Caleb," loudly and clearly in the quiet, attentive room. Vanessa shouted, "Liam, please do not do this right now," from the kitchen doorway, panicking. Her hands were shaking so much that the silver appetizer tray rattled against her rings. "Do not do what exactly, Vanessa?" I inquired gently, carefully turning to face her. "Do not tell your wealthy corporate guests that I paid the massive cash deposit for the expensive catering they are currently eating? Do not tell them I bought the vintage wine they are drinking from my personal checking account? He is highly medicated," Caleb yelled, his voice booming off the vaulted ceiling. "He just had major abdominal surgery. He is suffering from intense post-surgery delirium. He absolutely does not know what he is saying. Please, everyone just ignore him." "I am absolutely not confused, Caleb," I said, holding the large manila envelope I brought inside. "Definitely not a Christmas gift." My aggressive lawyer, Silas, had formally drafted the terrible legal brief, and I am absolutely not a stagnant loser. Losers do not completely fund your fake luxury lifestyle for 3 full years while you pretend to be a wealthy corporate tycoon to your friends. I deliberately strolled to the costly glass side table next to Harrison and Grant, the 2 enormous angel investors, who were in astonishment. I firmly laid the large legal envelope on the glass with a pleasant thud. "That document is a formal, legally binding demand for the immediate repayment of the $180,000 I have personally loaned you since 2021, I told the VIP guests, staring at my older brother. "That massive sum officially includes the expensive private school tuition for your children that you lied and told everyone you paid with your corporate bonuses. It also strictly includes the massive monthly lease on the white Range Rover Sport parked outside." "You are completely lying," Caleb shouted, lunging for the glass table to grab the package. Harrison, the taller of the 2 wealthy businessmen, immediately led Caleb with his hand raised like a traffic cop. Harrison coldly remarked, "Let the man speak," his keen eyes narrowing ominously at Caleb's pitiful expression. "I permanently canceled all of the automated bank payments 3 weeks ago," I said, feeling lighter and stronger with every syllable. "Because you proudly told me on the phone that I did not fit your exclusive aesthetic. You were right. I absolutely do not fit in here because I actually pay my own bills with my own money. Liam, you are completely ruining this family." My father David shouted from the sofa, his face turning a frightening purple. "How dare you embarrass your brother like this? We gave Caleb our entire retirement savings. We completely drained your future college fund and your grandfather's inheritance to build his business. If you destroy his reputation tonight, you destroy us all. We have absolutely nothing left." The secondary twist shook the room like an earthquake. My parents surreptitiously bankrolled his early failures with money we both owned, bringing themselves to the edge of destitution to keep Caleb's golden child reputation. They had staked their lives on a losing horse, depleting their 401ks, and now they demanded I pay their horrific gambling debts to rescue their fragile egos. The dark living room was flooded with intense orange and yellow light. Bright flashing colors came from the large bay window facing the street. Each person in the room looked at the glass. A big heavy-duty tow truck aggressively pushed into the driveway, blocking the exquisite corporate town car and the electric Tesla in the frigid snow. The falling snow reflected the dazzling flashing lights, creating a wild nightclub-style strobe glow over the carefully adorned Christmas tree. A large hefty man in a high-visibility outfit aggressively jumped out of the truck cab with a metal clipboard. He confidently approached Caleb's slightly open oak front door and loudly pounded on the glass panel. "I am looking for a Vanessa," the repo man shouted, his harsh voice muffled but detectable through the frigid glass. "I have a highly expedited legal order for the immediate repossession of a white Range Rover Sport. I see it hiding on the side of the house. You can hand me the electronic key right now, lady, or I can forcefully use the steel hook to drag it out of the bushes. Your absolute choice." The vast living room was suffocatingly quiet. Vanessa's hands gave out. The heavy silver tray of pricey appetizers fell suddenly onto the hardwood floor. All that could be heard in the huge home was the smash of ceramic plates and the splash of shrimp cocktail on the white floor. Beatrice, the vice president, carefully gazed out the bay window at the tow truck's flashing yellow lights, then down at the hefty legal demand letter on the glass table, and lastly at Caleb, horrified. No anger was on her face. Pitying was incomparably harsher in the brutal corporate world. "I think we should all leave immediately," Beatrice said to the two angel investors, setting her crystal champagne glass on the next table. "No, wait, please." Caleb ran toward them, crawling over the mangled shrimp cocktail, and grasping Harrison's fine suit jacket sleeve. "Harrison, Grant, Beatrice, please, it is a massive banking error. A complete misunderstanding. My brother is mentally unstable and trying to actively sabotage the massive deal. We can fix this right now." Harrison aggressively shook Caleb's anxious fingers off his fine suit jacket as if it were covered with radioactive filth. "The absolute only massive error here tonight, Caleb," the investor said, "was you arrogantly assuming we would not run our deep corporate due diligence. We fully knew about your LLC filing status being entirely delinquent. We just attended tonight to see if you would be honest and transparent about your cash flow. Clearly, honesty is absolutely not your strong suit. Do not ever contact my corporate office again." The investors turned and left confidently. They aggressively stepped over the big mess on the pricey carpeting. Caleb, stunned and hyperventilating, was passed quickly. They left through the heavy front door, disregarding the muscular repo man who was using noisy hydraulic machinery to secure Vanessa's white Range Rover, and fled into the cold winter night. I stood alone in the destroyed living room center. The rest of the high society crowd, wealthy neighbors, and distant corporate friends rushed to the coat closet to escape the radioactive embarrassment. "I want a complete divorce," Vanessa shouted, her neatly groomed hair tumbling madly in front of her face. She aimed a shaky finger at Caleb violently. "I am absolutely done with this fake life. I am filing for full custody of Noah and Mia and I am moving back to my parents' estate tomorrow morning. You completely ruined my professional career in front of my boss." Caleb slowly turned to me. He looked tiny, looked old quickly. The ugly burgundy velvet jacket looked like a shoddy, badly fitted high school play costume. "You completely ruined my life," he lamented, hot tears flowing down his pallid cheeks. "You destroyed absolutely everything I built." "No, Caleb," I responded calmly, slowly buttoning my thick winter coat for the cold. "I absolutely did not destroy anything. I just finally turned the bright lights on, so everyone could see the rot. There was no explosion or battle immediately afterward." Massive egos deflated slowly, pitifully, agonizingly. The luxurious car was violently pulled away into the darkness, so I left the cold driveway. Vanessa was yelling about hiring a terrible divorce lawyer to get full custody of the children and every dime in their empty accounts, so I left. I left when my parents started sobbing about their lost retirement cash and social status. I confidently left the front door, got into my trustworthy, totally paid-off Toyota, sat quietly in the driver's seat, and breathed. For the first time in years, the crushing weight on my chest, the laborious secret-keeping, the tremendous financial burden, and the incessant desire to blindly protect my miserable family from brutal reality were gone. The sudden end of that unhealthy familial dynamic felt like a long overdue burial. Instead of enormous anguish, I felt immense tranquility. After driving home, I made a huge cup of hot chocolate and watched a comedy. I spent Christmas Day alone in my quiet house, and it was the most calm, delightful holiday of my life. In the anxious months after the tragic party, the phony house of cards crashed totally. Caleb could not afford the huge mortgage without my monthly payments and no affluent investors. The bank drove the house into foreclosure hard. The large property had to be listed in late January. It sold swiftly, but after aggressively paying off the large bank debt and various legal liens, including my lawyer Silas's $180,000 lawsuit demand, they left with nothing but the clothing on their backs. The corporate fantasy died quietly and pitifully. Vanessa delivered on her loud threat. She demanded full custody of the kids, divorced, and returned to her parents. Caleb was forced to move into a tiny, gloomy two-bedroom apartment near the noisy city center. He finally needed a hard work. He was no CEO. He was a pressured mid-level account manager who aggressively sold commercial HVAC equipment over the phone. Because they stupidly gave Caleb their life savings, my parents had to surreptitiously apply for part-time retail jobs at a local hardware shop in their late 60s. No one from my family spoke to me for 6 months. I desperately wanted emotional and physical separation. I needed quiet time to recover from the painful knowledge that my parents and older brother had treated me like a cash resource rather than a person. In late April, my phone buzzed with a text. Absolutely not from Caleb. It was from Noah, my nephew. Can you please come to my soccer game today, Uncle Liam? Dad says he has to work and cannot make it. I went. I relaxed on the cold aluminum bleachers in my sweatpants and hoodie, proudly watching my nephew run on a somewhat muddy, uneven public school sports field. He no longer wore the pricey private school uniform fitted for perfection. Despite looking scruffier and worn, he seemed happier and lighter. He rushed wild across the field toward me when the whistle halted the game. My niece Mia was also there, sitting calmly on the green grass and drawing in the professional sketchbook I gave her for Christmas. Noah threw his arms around me and muddied my spotless jacket, shouting Uncle Liam. I didn't care. Hey there, buddy. I patted his back and said warmly, Dad told us you are secretly super rich, Noah innocently stated, pushing back and staring at me with huge, inquiring eyes. Is that actually true? I boomed with laughter, feeling great in my chest. I am very comfortable, Noah. I am comfortable because I work incredibly hard every single day and I do not buy expensive things. I absolutely do not need to impress people who do not care about me. Mia said, Dad says he is really sorry. Without looking up from her vivid picture, he strongly told Mom he was incredibly stupid. Caleb stood alone by the chain-link parking lot fence while I slowly stared up across the muddy field. He wore soiled khakis and a cheap wrinkled windbreaker. He appeared weary. His weight had increased and his hair was thinning. Definitely no longer the golden boy. Not a phony tycoon. He was broken, anxious, and working hard to pay child support. After seeing me glance at him, he slowly waved his hand. He avoided the bleachers. He finally respected the large, immovable boundary I had legally and emotionally created by keeping his distance. I only nodded at him, not waved. There was no instant forgiveness. I need years of therapy to forgive that kind of treachery, but it was a sign that he was now living in the real world with us. As we gently approached my reliable, paid-off automobile, I realized something profound and significant. Caleb was right about one thing when he called me that dreadful day. That upscale Christmas party was not for losers. But standing there holding my darling niece's small hand, knowing my mortgage was paid, my vast financial accounts were secure, and my conscience was clear, I knew who won. I wasn't the insecure man who required a rich audience to feel important. I was no sad man who needed a rented velvet jacket and a leased fancy automobile to feel important in a room full of strangers. I was Liam. The silent foundation was me. This was my ghostwriting. For the first time in my life, I had rewritten my tale and fixed my life first. Let me tell you, that tremendous peace of mind is the best aesthetic anyone could wear. My family orchestrated a flawless frame job for Sister's hit and run. I exposed their living room, 4K security feed, and sent them all to jail. Step out of the vehicle and keep your hands where I can see them. The voice vibrated fiercely against my rearview mirror glass, as well as through the megaphone. I didn't need to look behind me to count them. My automobile was filled with blazing crimson and sapphire light. The dashboard washed out, producing long, jagged shadows on the leather steering wheel. Show me your hands, keep them where I can see them. I carefully lifted my hands, putting my palms flat on the windshield's chilly, condensation-slicked glass. Heart rate was constant. I didn't experience the frenetic, smothering adrenaline rush of a high-risk felony traffic stop. Instead, I felt a tremendous, almost clinical clarity. With your left hand, open the door from the outside. Step out slowly. I lowered the window. The cold Massachusetts night air slapped my face like a punch, bearing the harsh, metallic flavor of rain on heated asphalt and the heavy, mechanical hum of 3 idling police interceptors. I opened the heavy door with the outer handle. As I stepped into the wet highway shoulder, my boots crushed pebbles noisily. 3 bright LED lighting anchored me to the darkness straight away. Through the blinding glare, I saw 3 officers hiding behind their open car doors with their service pistols drawn and leveled at my chest. Laser sight red dots danced erratically over my trench coat center. Turn around. Interlace your fingers behind your head. Walk backwards toward the sound of my voice. With ghostly precision, I followed the directions. I turned my back on the loaded weapons, laced my fingers, and retreated slowly through the icy rain. The lead cop didn't wait for me at the cruiser. He got close, grabbed my interlaced fingers with a strong grip, and pushed my chest against my car's wet, chilly trunk. Over the static crackle of police radios, the heavy, ratcheting click of steel handcuffs cutting mercilessly onto my wrists was audible. You're under arrest for a felony hit-and-run resulting in severe bodily injury. The officer snarled into my ear, his breath hot against my neck as he forcefully searched my coat pockets for a weapon. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. I kept my eyes open while he recounted Miranda's legal poetry of my demise. I watched the rain stripe my car's taillights and thought about Chloe, my younger sister. The full boldness of what happened today requires understanding my family's architecture. Chloe was the golden child. She had been a reckless, destructive force of nature for 24 years, a localized whirlwind of terrible decisions, with no consequences. Arthur and Eleanor, my parents, cleaned up for her for 24 years. When Chloe failed college, professors' grading curves were blamed. My father hired the state's most vicious defense attorney to expunge Chloe's DUI after she totaled her first car at 20, covertly emptying my grandparents' college fund to pay the high legal bills. Independence was mine, the quiet one, the one who relocated 3 states away, became a senior systems architect for a worldwide logistics and cybersecurity organization, and permanently avoided their toxic, enabling mess. Until 4 days ago. My mother planned a huge family reconciliation dinner at a top downtown steakhouse. She said they missed me, and that Chloe had grown, and was getting her life together before marrying Julian Sterling, the heir of a huge local commercial real estate firm. Should have known better. Chloe held me firmly over dinner, crying theatrically on my shoulder about wanting me at the wedding. She didn't apologize. She stole my spare driver's license from my coat's internal pocket. At 9:18 p.m. tonight, Chloe, drunk, drove her fiancé's big luxury SUV and T-boned a civilian minivan at a 4-way crossroads. She left without checking if the family in the smashed metal was breathing. Walking into the dark, she fled. She completed a family betrayal masterpiece before running. She threw my stolen driver's license onto the SUV's driver's side floorboard. 10 minutes later, my mother called the precinct from an anonymous burner phone to report seeing a woman like me driving erratically near the crash site. They didn't only hide Chloe's mistake. They actively framed me. They sacrificed my freedom, my clean criminal record, and my profession to save Chloe's $1 million wedding from a 5-year prison sentence. Across town, the 3 of them were undoubtedly drinking expensive wine in my parents' enormous living room, shivering with relief, certain that the cops had found their perfect scapegoat. The cop concluded his pat-down, grabbed my bicep, and whirled me around to face him. He was young and disgusted, gazing at me like a monster who had left an innocent family bleeding on the street. "Do you understand the rights I have just read to you?" asked. He anticipated my panic. He was ready for me to cry, hyperventilate, scream that it was my sister, and beg him to believe a wild, hysterical story about a stolen ID and a setup. He anticipated a guilty hit-and-run driver's tumultuous, untidy realization that their life was finished. I did none of those. Freezing rain slapped my face. Red and blue lights flashed across wet pavement. I smiled in the cold, handcuffed at gunpoint, and facing a 15-year mandatory minimum sentence. Not a wild smile. The scary, silent smile of a chess player who just witnessed their opponent confidently walk their king onto a landmine. Because my family spent days perfecting a physical frame job. However, they were completely unaware of what a senior systems architect did. The police cruiser's molded hard plastic backseat was designed for maximum pain. Every pothole and sharp turn on the 30-minute ride to the precinct sent a hard, bruising shockwave up my spine with my hands shackled behind my back. I stayed put. I wasn't upset about the steel shackles cutting off my wrist circulation. I peered out the wire mesh window, watching the rainfall blur the city's neon signs. My mind felt like a well-oiled machine, which was strange and unsettling. Betrayal shock had faded, replaced by a cold, surgical hyper-focus. My parents and Chloe used the criminal justice system's blunt force mechanics to crush me before I could speak. They anticipated I would be arrested, held in a holding cell for the weekend, and pressured to sign a plea deal by an overworked public defender on Monday morning. They misread the battlefield. They assumed this was a physical evidence game. They didn't realize that digital architecture now overshadows physical evidence. My job was architect. The cruiser braked violently in the central precinct's underground parking garage. The arresting officer ripped open the heavy door and pulled me out by the arm. From the frigid night air to the precinct's sweltering, air-conditioned atmosphere was shocking. Stale coffee, industrial floor bleach, and adrenaline and sweat's metallic tang filled the air. I was led through the chaos bullpen. Phones were ringing, keyboards were clattering, and uniformed officers were shouting. No one glanced at me curiously. They didn't see me as a multifaceted person with a story. I was file number. I was the monster that T-boned a family minivan, broke a civilian's spine, and fled into the dark. As I passed the desks, I could feel their animosity. I wasn't held in general. It was a high-priority felony since the hit and run caused serious bodily injury. I was ushered into Interrogation Room B in the Violent Crimes Division. Room was a perfect case of psychological deprivation. The windowless concrete box was claustrophobic and painted a sickening institutional off-white. One intense fluorescent tube hummed overhead. 2 worn metal chairs surrounded a bolted steel table in the middle of the room. A huge, sleek two-way mirror dominated one wall. Officer pulled me into the farthest chair from the entrance. He uncuffed my handcuffs but instantly recuffed my right wrist to a massive iron ring soldered to the steel table's center. "Sit tight," he whispered without looking. The huge metal door banged behind him. Last, the deadbolt clapped loudly. In came the waiting game. Standard police practice. The solitude and ticking clock are meant to destroy the suspect's sanity. They leave you alone in the chilly room so your imagination can torture you with jail images, eroding your psychological defenses before the detective arrives. I didn't panic. I didn't cry or watch the two-way mirror anxiously. Sitting still, I regulated my breathing to return my resting heart rate to 60 beats per minute. I visualized the local cellular tower network architecture, luxury SUV, GPS refresh rates, and my device biometric syncing procedures. I mentally built my family's gallows line by line of code. After 50 minutes, the deadbolt opened. A man in a poor, rumpled gray suit entered with a big manila document and a styrofoam black coffee cup. He had black circles under his eyes and the tired, cynical posture of a guy who has listened to guilty people lie for 25 years. Nobody introduced himself. He took out the chair opposite me, its metal legs scraping against the linoleum floor, and sat down, throwing the manila folder in the middle of the table. "I'm Detective Miller," he said in a gravelly voice. He sipped his coffee slowly, staring at me like a predator examining a wounded animal. "You want to tell me why you're sitting in my precinct tonight, Elena?" "I imagine you're going to tell me, Detective," I said, emotionless. Miller gritted. The absence of fear in my eyes bothered him. It upended his routine. Opened the manila folder. At 9:18 p.m. tonight, a black luxury SUV went past a red light at 8th and Pine, Miller said, leaning forward and invading my space. It T-boned a Honda Odyssey carrying a family of 4. The mother is currently in surgery, with a punctured lung and a shattered collarbone. The driver of the SUV didn't even tap the brakes. They hit the gas, drove 2 blocks until the radiator blew, and then abandoned the vehicle, fleeing on foot into the residential alleys. He took a large plastic evidence bag from the folder. He slammed it upon the steel table in front of me. The bag held my state-issued driver's license. "The responding officers found this resting on the driver's side floorboard," Miller whispered accusatorily. 10 minutes later, we received an anonymous 911 call from a concerned citizen who saw a woman matching your exact description sprinting away from the crash site. We ran the plates on the SUV. It's registered to Sterling Commercial Real Estate, the exact same firm your sister's fiancé owns. Your family connection to the vehicle is undeniable. Miller sat back, arms crossed. He set the trap. He was waiting for me to enter. "We have your ID. We have an eyewitness. We have the vehicle." Miller played sympathetic cop. "I know how it happens, Elena. You had a few too many drinks." "It wasn't an anonymous concerned citizen," I whispered. "It was my mother. But that's not the piece of data that's going to put her in a federal penitentiary." I opened Network Geolocation tab by tapping again. A high-resolution satellite depiction of the city with overlapping blue circles for cellular tower triangulation appeared. When a device dials 911, the network automatically flags the closest cell tower to route the emergency response. I said, traced a manicured fingernail across the glass screen. The collision occurred at the intersection of 8th and Pine, right in the heart of the downtown grid. But my mother's device didn't ping a downtown tower at 9:28 p.m. It pinged a localized, low-frequency node in the middle of Pinecrest Manor, an exclusive, gated suburb, 15 miles away from the crash site. Paused, letting the silence linger. My mother didn't see me running from the wreckage, Detective Miller. Because my mother was sitting in her own living room, drinking Cabernet, while she committed felony obstruction of justice and filed a false police report to frame her oldest daughter. More than uneasy stillness filled the questioning chamber. It was oppressive and total. The light tube buzzed like a chainsaw over us. Miller breathed out. Long, leisurely breath. A huge hand covered his tired face. Cynical superiority was gone from his posture. He no longer saw a suspect. The architect of the decade's most convincing conspiracy case was before him. He took the steel handcuffs from the table's thick iron ring and attached them to his belt. "I'm going to dispatch 3 units to Pinecrest Manor right now," Miller responded, his voice rumbling. His cop side was raging. The culprits were in a gated community attempting to blame themselves for a mother bleeding in the ICU and a family shattered. "I'm going to rip those custom doors off the hinges, Elena. I'm going to book your sister for felony hit and run, and I'm going to book your parents for conspiracy." He stood up with the aluminum chair crashing against the floor and grabbed the radio on his shoulder. "Wait," I ordered. Though I didn't raise my voice, my surgical authority froze his hand, halfway to the microphone. He frowned at me in confusion. "You don't just want an arrest, Detective Miller," I remarked, sitting back and folding my hands. "If you kick their door down right now, Arthur will immediately invoke his right to counsel. He will hire a $800 an hour defense attorney. They will claim the phone was spoofed. They will claim the SUV was stolen. They will drag this out in court for 3 years, burying you in frivolous motions. And there is a statistical probability they will confuse a jury enough to walk away with probation." Miller had dark eyes. "So what do you suggest?" "I have the telematics. I have the phone logs. That's enough for a warrant." "You have the metadata," I said calmly. "But what you really want, what the district attorney wants, is a full, uncoerced confession, caught on tape." I took my phone one last time. 3 years ago, Arthur and Eleanor bought that sprawling estate, but for all their wealth, they were technologically illiterate. They bought a military-grade, encrypted smart home security system, and couldn't connect it to the router, I said, finally revealing a terrifying razor-thin smile. "So, I installed the interior high-definition cameras for them. And they were far too arrogant, and far too oblivious, to ever ask me to transfer the master administrative privileges. Instead of the telecom portal, I opened a slick black app. The screen displayed a luxury home security company's logo. They think I'm sitting in a holding cell right now," I muttered, the screen light accentuating my frigid delight. "They think they won. They think the trap snapped shut. Which means they are currently sitting in their living room, completely unguarded, discussing exactly how they pulled it off." I selected the main living room, audio-enabled camera feed. The encrypted 4K video feed appeared after my smartphone lagged for a fraction of a second. It was shocking to compare the sterile, nauseatingly bright interrogation room to my parents' large Massachusetts living room's soft, amber lighting. The covert camera, placed in a digital thermostat on the far wall, caught the entire room with flawless wide-angle precision. The crackle of the gas fireplace and the frightening quiet of 3 guilty persons were captured perfectly. I could hear Detective Miller's faint breathing as he leaned in. He focused on the bright glass. Arthur, my father, was pacing a huge Persian rug on screen. He held a crystal Scotch glass. My mother, Eleanor, was sitting on a bespoke leather sofa, with her hands over her face. Chloe, my golden child sister, sat across from her in the costly silk dress she wore to the family dinner 4 days before. Smeared makeup covered her cheeks. Arthur shouted, "Stop crying, Chloe, just stop." Clearly over the phone. "It's done. The police have the ID, they have Eleanor's phone call. It's a closed loop. What if Elena tells them?" Chloe wailed. Her knees were to her chest. "What if she demands a lawyer? What if she proves she wasn't in the SUV?" Eleanor yelled. "She was sleeping in her apartment, Chloe." Lowering her hands from her face. "She lives alone. She has no witnesses. It's her physical ID at the scene of a catastrophic wreck against her word. The police don't care about a systems analyst claiming she was in bed. They care about physical evidence. By Monday morning, a public defender will force her to take a plea deal." Miller's jaw tensed, neck muscles straining against his collar. He watched 3 wealthy, arrogant civilians casually describe a federal conspiracy, unaware that the lead detective was watching them live. "I had to use her license, Dad," Chloe whispered, staring at the fireplace. "If I get arrested for a felony DUI, the wedding is off. The Sterling family will cancel the engagement immediately. I'd lose everything." "You're not losing anything," Arthur said, swilling his scotch boastfully. He approached and grabbed Chloe's shoulder. "Elena is strong. She's cold. She can survive a few years in a minimum security facility. Her career is already built. You need this marriage, Chloe. We did what we had to do to protect the family. The police are probably booking her into a holding cell right now." Didn't smile. Not looking to Miller for approval. I watched the screen the way an executioner watches the trapdoor release. Coldly. Miller was silent. It wasn't necessary. The heavy black radio on his shoulder harness was slowly reached for. Unhooked, pressed transmission, and put it in his mouth. He never looked away from my phone. "Dispatch, this is Detective Miller. Priority 1. He growled, filling the concrete box with a low, lethal rumble. I need 4 patrol units, and a tactical breach team deployed to Pinecrest Manor immediately. I have a live, uncoerced audiovisual confession for a felony hit and run, conspiracy, and obstruction of justice. The suspects are contained in the primary living room. Approach with silent sirens. Do not let them hear you coming. Copy that, detective, the radio replied. Units rolling. Miller lowered the radio. After shedding his cynicism, he looked at me with a deep, almost terrifying respect. Keep the feed running, Miller whispered. We waited 17 minutes in silence. Watching Arthur pour another drink, Eleanor convinced herself that sacrificing her eldest daughter was necessary for their social status. We saw Chloe stop crying and start browsing her wedding Pinterest board, her sociopathic mind completely emptying of guilt. Video feed ambient lighting changed suddenly. Violent, strobing red and blue light painted the walls through their living room's massive, floor-to-ceiling windows. A mile down the road, police cruisers cut their sirens, but the light bars blinded. Arthur froze. The Scotch glass stopped halfway to his mouth. Eleanor stood up to fast, knocking over an expensive side table. Chloe dropped her phone on the rug. Arthur, Eleanor whispered, the hidden microphone picking up her voice perfectly. Arthur, what is that? Nobody move, Arthur ordered, his boardroom authority crumbling into pure panic. No time to move. They didn't have time to lie, call a lawyer, or delete a text. Estate's heavy, custom mahogany front doors didn't open alone. Their internal explosion was deafening and splintering. Police search warrant. Show me your hands. 8 heavily armed tactical officers entered the living room feed, their flashlights cutting through the amber glow. As an officer grabbed Chloe by the arm and slammed her face first into the custom leather sofa, ratcheting heavy steel cuffs around her wrists, she screamed in terror. Get on the ground, do it now, an officer shouted at Arthur. After 30 years of controlling every narrative and buying his way out of every consequence, my father didn't argue. He fell to his knees, his hands trembling violently above his head and his face bloodless. Eleanor cried uncontrollably as an officer read her Miranda rights, the same ones I heard on the freezing highway 2 hours earlier. Long, heavy breaths from Miller. He removed the small silver key from his pocket and unlocked my right wrist's iron cuff across the steel table. The heavy metal clattered away. You're free to go, Elena, Miller said softly, rising from the table. I'll have an officer drive you back to your vehicle, and I will personally ensure your arrest record is expunged before sunrise. I watched on my phone as my sister was dragged out of her perfect house by her hair. I put the phone in my coat pocket. Thank you, detective, I said. I exited the interrogation room with the door open. 8 months after that night, the fallout has been biblical. First, and most importantly, the Honda Odyssey mother recovered from her surgeries. My family's expensive defense attorneys were useless because the police had a flawless, recorded confession from the perpetrators. It was impossible to censor the video. Telematics were undisputed. No plea deal was offered by the district attorney, who had them by the throat. The DUI, conspiracy, and felony hit and run resulting in severe bodily injury earned Chloe a mandatory 12 years in a state penitentiary. The morning after the arrest, the Sterling family canceled the wedding and issued a ruthless public statement distancing themselves from the scandal. While Chloe was in custody, Julian blocked her number. Parents were in the blast radius. Federal obstruction and perjury conspiracy were found against Arthur and Eleanor. They had to sell everything to pay for their massive legal fees and the Miller family's massive civil settlement. The Pinecrest estate, luxury cars, and Arthur's retirement portfolio were seized and sold. They avoided prison due to their age and lack of prior offenses, but they were permanently bankrupt. They were forced to move into a tiny, run-down rental in a neighboring state. They called me from a prepaid burner phone a few weeks after the trial, likely begging for money or forgiveness. I remained silent. I went to my corporate telecom portal, found the burner phone's geolocation, and permanently blacklisted its IMEI number from all Eastern Seaboard cellular networks. My company promoted me to Director of Cybersecurity Architecture, giving me a corner office, equity stake, and a salary I would never have to look back on. Would you have told your parents and sister that you had evidence of your innocence if they conspired to frame you for a felony to boost their social status? Would you have sat in that interrogation room and watched the SWAT team kick down their door live on camera like I did? Treated as a maid for 24 years. Mom blocked me from Grandma's while reading, so the lawyer threatened to liquidate the estate to charity. I need to explain the mechanics of my family so you understand why the hallway incident was so insidious, and why my reaction to it almost cost me the rest of my life. My name is Clara. I am 32 years old, and until 6 days before that while reading, I was the most efficiently invisible person in my own family. I grew up in a massive 5-bedroom house in Oak Brook, Illinois. It was the kind of house with pristine white columns, a meticulously maintained lawn that my father obsessed over, a seasonal wreath on the front door that my mother changed exactly on the first of every month, and the right kind of suffocating quiet for the upper middle-class neighborhood. My father, Robert, spent 32 years as a senior branch manager at a prominent regional bank. He was a man who entered every room with the unquestionable authority of someone who has never once been asked to account for his actions. My mother, Susan, ran the household with the cold, organized efficiency of a corporate CEO, who had decided that management was more important than love, and had ultimately convinced herself that they were exactly the same thing. Then there was my brother, Derek. Derek is 35. He is the entire reason the house was 5 bedrooms instead of 4. I do not mean that literally, I mean that the house, and our entire family structure, existed within its own internal logic solely to contain, support, and elevate Derek. The rest of us were simply infrastructure. Derek was the golden child in that very specific, crystallized way of boys who are told early and often that they are exceptional, and who subsequently never develop the emotional musculature that comes from being challenged. He was handsome in a comfortable, unthreatening way. He was charming the way a golden retriever is charming, all easy, boundless enthusiasm and absolutely no real effort. He made mediocre grades that my father proudly described as solid, and he played 3 years of varsity lacrosse that my mother photographed so extensively, we had literal leather-bound albums dedicated solely to his athletic mediocrity. When he failed his driving test twice, my father called it character building. When he got a DUI at 19, my father made a few hushed phone calls, paid a massive sum of money, and it miraculously vanished from the public record. When I failed one single quiz in 8th grade earth science, there was a solemn, 2-hour family meeting at the dining room table about my concerning lack of focus and my study habits. I cooked dinner 4 nights a week, starting when I was 12 years old, because my mother said it would teach me essential responsibility. Derek learned responsibility by being gifted a brand new jet ski for his 16th birthday. I cleaned Derek's room because he was going through a stressful phase. That phase lasted until he finally moved out at 23. I folded Derek's laundry because it was just easier than listening to my mother sigh about it. I ironed his shirts. I detailed his car. I even microwaved his socks in the winter. Yes, his socks. I microwaved them for exactly 18 seconds before bringing them to him, because 16 seconds left them too cold, and 20 seconds made the elastic too hot against his ankles. I knew this because I had been verbally corrected enough times to have learned the precise, unforgiving physics of sock temperature. I want to be absolutely clear here. I am not describing loud, dramatic, cinematic abuse. There was no physical violence. There were no screaming matches where plates were thrown against the wall. There were no dramatic confrontations that I could point to and say, look what they did to me. What I am describing is something much quieter, and in many ways, so much harder to name or heal from. It was the slow, consistent, agonizingly structural message that I was useful, but I was not important. I was a function, a utility, an appliance, not a person. The family photo was for the family, and I could stand just outside the frame because someone needed to hold the camera and make sure the lighting was flattering on Derek's face. I missed my high school prom because Derek had a lacrosse tournament out of state, and my parents needed me to stay home to watch the dogs and sign for a package. I missed 3 different birthday dinners, my own birthdays, where no one even bothered to set a place for me at the dining table until I quietly pointed it out, at which point my mother would laugh her light, musical, dismissive laugh and say, "Oh, Clara, don't be so dramatic, just grab a chair from the kitchen." The most egregious theft of my future, however, happened when I was 18. I watched my college fund, $18,000 that my grandmother had specifically designated for my education, with my name explicitly attached to the account, magically become the down payment on Derek's new Jeep Grand Cherokee. When I found out and dared to ask about it, it was explained to me with the gentle, condescending reasonableness of people who have never once questioned their own absolute authority. "It's a family necessity, Clara," my father had said, not even looking up from his newspaper. "Derek needs reliable transportation for his internship. You can take out loans. Girls mature faster. You'll figure it out. Don't make things harder on everyone by being selfish." My grandmother, Margaret, my father's mother, was the only person in that sprawling, suffocating family who ever looked at me like I was the point, rather than the periphery. She watched all of it. Every single indignity. Every single skipped birthday. Every single microwave sock. I didn't know then what she was doing with what she saw. I know now. Grandma Margaret died on a rainy Tuesday in October at the age of 84, in her own home, in her own bed, which was exactly how she had meticulously planned it. She had a strict DNR filed with her physician, Dr. Harrison, at the local hospital. She had all her affairs in absolute, ironclad order with her attorney. And she had apparently, as I would soon learn, been building something massive in the shadows for the last 15 years that none of us, except one person, had any idea existed. She left incredibly specific instructions about the reading of her will. These instructions were communicated to Mr. Vance, an estate attorney with 30 years of practice, whose office was located in a sleek, glass-fronted building downtown. The mandate was clear. All family members were to be present, including Clara, especially Clara. My mother found out about this mandate when she called Mr. Vance's office 3 days before the scheduled reading, presumably to organize the logistics in the exact way she organized everything else in life, arranging the pieces in a configuration that exclusively served her preferred outcome. I only found out she had made that call because Mr. Vance called me directly on my cell phone 20 minutes later. "Miss Clara," he said, his voice carrying the measured, careful, heavy tone of a man who chooses every single syllable with surgical precision. "I want to make sure you are planning to attend the reading on Friday morning at 10 a.m. "Yes," I said, slightly taken aback. "Of course I am." A heavy pause hung on the line. "Good, Mr. Vance replied. "Please come regardless of anything you might hear between now and then about scheduling, attendance, or delays. Your grandmother was explicitly clear about your presence. If you are not in the room, the reading does not happen." I remember standing in my small, cramped apartment kitchen after he hung up, holding my phone, feeling that very specific, creeping unease of information that doesn't quite make sense yet, but carries immense weight. My grandmother had told her lawyer to make sure I came. Why would she need to do that? I thought about it for 2 days. I turned it over from a dozen different angles, and couldn't make the puzzle pieces fit. I told myself it was probably nothing. Probably just her standard thoroughness. Grandma Margaret was thorough about everything. She had probably just left me something sentimental, a piece of vintage jewelry, or the blue ceramic mixing bowl I had always loved baking with in her kitchen and wanted to make sure I was physically there to receive it. I almost convinced myself of that fiction. Then I arrived at Mr. Vance's office building at 9:45 a.m. on Friday, and found my mother waiting for me in the lobby, standing near the elevators like a well-dressed sentinel. "Oh Clara, sweetheart," she cooed. Her voice carried that specific, saccharine warmth that has always made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "You really didn't need to drive all the way down here in this traffic. We can handle all of this for you. The estate isn't complicated, it's just paperwork." "Mr. Vance called me specifically," I said, keeping my distance. "He said I needed to be here." She waved her hand dismissively, her diamond rings catching the lobby light. "Lawyers are always so overly formal, darling. It's just procedural nonsense. This is family business. Why don't you go grab a coffee down the street and wait? I'll call you the second we're done." Family business, Clara. Family business. That phrase. There it was. I had heard those 2 words at midnight, scrubbing roasting pans that weren't mine. I had heard them the summer I didn't go to prom. I had heard them the year my college fund bought a Jeep. Family business in our house had a very specific meaning that nobody ever stated directly, but everyone understood. It meant you serve, but you do not inherit. You work, but you do not speak. My foot was already moving toward the glass doors of the lobby. 24 years of trained, beaten down, compliance is not just a habit. It is a biological reflex, as automatic and unexamined as blinking when dust hits your eye. My body had already agreed to retreat before my conscious mind could even catch up. I was actually taking a step back. I was mentally preparing the version of myself that waits quietly outside rooms where important things happen. "I'll wait out here," I heard myself whisper. My mother smiled. Her soft smile. The practiced one. The one she uses in public when she needs to manage something without anyone noticing she's managing it. She turned, and began walking toward the conference room doors. And that was when Mr. Vance stepped out into the hallway. He was a tall man, imposing, wearing rimless glasses and projecting the particular, terrifying stillness of someone who has learned that absolute calm is vastly more powerful than shouting. He looked at my mother, then he looked directly at me, precisely as though he had been waiting for this exact moment for years. "No," Mr. Vance said, his voice echoing in the marble hallway. "She stays, or the reading is cancelled, and the estate defaults to the secondary contingency." My mother laughed. Beneath it, exactly where Margaret said it would be, was a thick, black, leather-bound accounting ledger, held tightly shut with 2 thick rubber bands. It looked ancient, but well cared for. I picked it up. It felt like holding a loaded gun. I handed it to Mr. Vance. He didn't open it. He just nodded, tucked it under his arm, and said, "Let's go end this." When we returned to the conference room, the atmosphere was suffocating. My mother was weeping silently into a tissue. Derek was biting his nails. My father looked like he had aged 20 years in an hour. Mr. Vance sat down, placed the black ledger in the center of the mahogany table, and opened it. My grandmother had been a professional auditor. The ledger reflected this with terrifying, beautiful precision. It was meticulously dated, color-coded, organized, categorized, and cross-referenced with bank transaction IDs. It was a document designed to hold up in a federal court. The first section was entirely financial. It itemized every single redirection, theft, and misappropriation of money that was legally intended for me, but had been diverted to fund my parents' lifestyle and Derek's failures. The college fund was just the beginning. $18,000 stolen in December of my senior year. But it went so much deeper. Birthday checks from Margaret, 12 of them over 15 years, ranging from $300 to $1,000, cashed by Robert and never given to me. A $65,000 inheritance from my great-aunt Eleanor, which was supposed to be held in trust for me until I turned 21. Robert, as the executor of that minor trust, had drained it to remodel the kitchen and build the backyard pool. 3 summers of my high school paychecks working at a local bakery, totaling $12,300. My mother had forced me to deposit them into a joint family savings account for safekeeping. The money had been used to pay for Derek's luxury fraternity dues in college. And the most damning entry of all, a $15,000 wire transfer from my stolen college funds, used specifically to pay a high-end defense attorney to quietly bury Derek's DUI charge when he was 19. Total stolen, documented, and verified, $265,800. My father's hands began to shake again. This is absurd. This is a private family matter. We provided for her. We put a roof over her head. You stole from her, Mr. Vance corrected, his voice echoing like a gavel strike. And your mother obtained the bank records to prove it. She used her own banking contacts to trace the wire transfers. She was very thorough. Mr. Vance flipped to the back of the ledger. Tucked inside a thick plastic sleeve were photocopies of every single bank statement, every cleared check, every wire transfer receipt. The paper trail was absolute. The estate, Mr. Vance said, closing the ledger, distributes as I previously outlined, to Clara, the house, the accounts, the funds. Additionally, Margaret requested that the financial irregularities documented here be addressed by you directly with Clara. She leaves the form of that address to Clara's discretion. He looked at me, a soft glint of pride in his eyes. Margaret wrote, Clara is not required to pursue this. She has earned her peace. But she deserves to know exactly what was taken from her, and they deserve to know that she holds the sword. The room was deathly quiet. I also need to inform you, Mr. Vance said, delivering the final, fatal blow, that at Margaret's explicit, written direction, I have already forwarded a fully digitized copy of this ledger, along with the accompanying bank statements, to Detective Sarah Jenkins at the DuPage County Financial Crimes Unit. The words hit the room like a live grenade. Financial crimes? My mother whispered, her voice cracking into a high, hysterical pitch. Yes, Mr. Vance said calmly. Detective Jenkins has already reviewed the documents. That was a precautionary measure Margaret insisted upon, to ensure the evidence was preserved regardless of what happened in this room today. Whether the police proceed with criminal charges against a senior bank manager for wire fraud and embezzlement depends entirely on the district attorney, but the record exists. It is out of my hands. And it is out of yours. My father looked at me. For the first time in 32 years, Robert, the commanding, terrifying authority figure of my entire life, looked at me with absolute, naked dread. It was the expression of a man who has been completely, thoroughly destroyed by the person he thought was invisible. Clara, he begged, his voice cracking, tears welling in his eyes. Clara, please. I'll lose my job. I'll lose my pension. Please don't let them do this. I looked at him. I looked at the man who had let me eat dinner over a sink. I looked at the man who bought a Jeep with my future. I didn't say a single word. I stood up, took the black ledger from the table, tucked it under my arm, and walked out of the room. I didn't look back. It has been 6 months since the will reading. The fallout was apocalyptic, and I have never felt more alive. Detective Sarah Jenkins called me 3 days after the reading. We met in her sterile, bright office at the precinct. She had the ledger printed out and pinned to a massive corkboard, connected with red strings like a mafia takedown. She told me the documentation my grandmother had assembled was the most pristine, unassailable evidence of embezzlement she had seen in her 20-year career. The college fund and the great-aunt's trust are the kill shots, Detective Jenkins told me, tapping a pen against the desk. He acted as a fiduciary and drained the accounts for personal enrichment. The fact that he works as a bank manager makes this a massive regulatory issue. He used his bank's internal wire system to hide the transfers. 11 days after the will reading, Robert abruptly resigned from his position as senior branch manager. The bank's official corporate statement cited early retirement for personal health reasons. The unofficial version, which I heard from a former neighbor who works in their HR department, was that the bank's compliance officers were notified of the active police investigation. They gave him exactly 2 hours to clear out his desk before security escorted him off the premises. 32 years of building a pristine corporate legacy, incinerated in 11 days. Because of the complexity of prosecuting family financial theft, the DA offered him a plea deal to avoid federal wire fraud charges, provided he made immediate, full restitution. I hired a ruthless civil litigator, Margaret Cho, who sent my parents a formal, terrifying demand letter for the $265,800, plus damages and legal fees. They settled in 4 weeks. To avoid prison, my parents had to take out a massive second mortgage on the Oak Brook house to pay me back. They handed me a cashier's check for $315,000. But my mother couldn't just let it go. Susan's pride was too deeply wounded. In a desperate, psychotic attempt to regain control, she hired a sleazy lawyer and filed a lawsuit against me, attempting to contest the will on the grounds of elder abuse and undue influence. She claimed I had manipulated Margaret in her final months, isolating her and forcing her to write the ledger. She demanded the estate be frozen. She thought she had me cornered. She didn't know about the videotapes. When Mr. Vance received the lawsuit, he didn't even flinch. He simply filed a motion to dismiss, attaching a USB drive. For the last 3 years of her life, on the first Sunday of every single month, my grandmother had sat on her back porch, set up a digital camera on a tripod, and recorded a video diary. Mr. Vance played the most recent one for the judge. In the video, Margaret was sitting in her rocking chair, sipping tea, looking directly into the lens. The weather was bright and sunny. "My name is Margaret," she said clearly. "It is August 14th. I am of perfectly sound mind. I am recording this because I know exactly who my daughter-in-law, Susan, is. When I die, she will claim Clara manipulated me. She will claim I was crazy. I am not crazy. I am leaving everything to Clara because Robert and Susan are thieves who stole her future, and Derek is a spoiled parasite. This is my exact will and intent. If Susan tries to sue, I want the judge to make her pay every single cent of Clara's legal fees." The judge was so furious at my mother's frivolous, insulting lawsuit that he not only dismissed it with prejudice, but he sanctioned her lawyer and ordered my parents to pay all of Mr. Vance's attorney fees. It cost them another $25,000. I moved into my grandmother's Naperville house in May. I packed my entire cramped apartment into 2 trips in my car, which tells you exactly how little I owned, how small I had been living. When I walked into the house, I went straight to the kitchen. The yellow curtains were still there. And sitting on the counter was the blue ceramic mixing bowl I had always loved. There was a small folded sticky note inside it, written in Margaret's familiar cursive. "I always saw you reach for this one. It's yours now. Bake something sweet." I collapsed onto the kitchen floor and cried until I threw up. I cried for the 1-5-year-old girl eating over the sink. I cried for the 1-8-year-old girl who didn't go to college. And I cried in overwhelming, crushing gratitude for the 84-year-old woman who saw me when I was completely invisible. I am thriving now. I used part of the recovered funds to enroll full-time in the accounting program at Loyola University. I want to be a forensic auditor. I want to do exactly what Margaret did. I want to find the truth hidden in the numbers. Derek called me once, about a month ago. He was drunk. He wasn't exactly apologetic. The machinery of his privilege is way too deeply embedded in his brain for him to ever fully dismantle it, but he was terrified. He said the Oak Brook house was a nightmare. Dad was drinking constantly. Mom was barely speaking to anyone. They couldn't afford Derek's lifestyle anymore, and they were forcing him to pay rent. "She really blew us all up, didn't she?" Derek slurred over the phone. "No, Derek," I said calmly, looking out over my beautiful backyard garden. "She didn't blow anything up. She just turned on the lights. You guys built the bomb yourselves." I hung up and blocked his number. My mother still occasionally sends me text messages from new numbers. They are always variations of the same manipulative garbage. "Family is complicated. We did our best. We hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us so we can heal." I never respond. I just delete them. Family is complicated, yes, but sometimes, family is just one quiet woman sitting at a kitchen table for a decade, watching, recording, and waiting. Not for petty revenge, but for the precise moment when the truth could be delivered into a room full of people who never expected to be held accountable, and absolutely obliterate them. The antique flower bin is still in my kitchen. I keep it on the bottom shelf of the pantry, exactly where it belongs. There's nothing underneath it anymore. The black ledger is locked in a fireproof safe in my new home office. I don't ever need to look at it again. I just need to know it exists. My grandmother left me $1.2 million, but that wasn't my real inheritance. My real inheritance was the proof that I was worth seeing, and that is worth more than every dime they ever stole from me. My parents planned a secret 2-8-person reunion at my beach house without me. So, I let them drive 8 hours just to face locked gates and expose Dad's $8,000 scam. I introduced myself as Chloe Bennett. At the age of 36, the defining moment of my adult life did not take place in a boardroom or during a high-stakes corporate dispute. Instead, it was my own personal experience. It occurred as I was standing in the spotless and peaceful kitchen of my house in Austin, Texas, staring at the screen of my phone. At the same time, a family group chat was buzzing with the frenetic and entitled energy of 28 individuals who believed they possessed a piece of my soul. I was not contacted by anyone. No one had inquired as to whether or not the dates conformed to my timetable. There was not a single person who had the basic decency to inquire as to whether or not I was comfortable having nearly 36 relatives for 4 days during the 4th of July weekend at the one home that I had purchased solely for the purpose of escaping the crushing weight of the world. My father, Arthur, had simply sent a message in the chat stating that my beachfront property in Destin, Florida was the perfect, pre-approved venue for the huge Bennett family Independence Day bash. He had made this declaration as though he were confirming a reservation at a resort that he personally owned and controlled. He described the dates, the number of friends and family members who would be attending, and the itinerary. Less than a minute later, my mother, Helen, added a bulleted list of groceries that I needed to purchase, which included tomahawk steaks and top-shelf liquor. She concluded her message with the chilling directive, which was as follows: Chloe, please make sure that the refrigerator is fully stocked by Thursday, and please, let's not make a scene this time. It was 3 times that I read that sentence. As the words flashed before my eyes, they sounded less like a plea from a mother who was always there for her child, and more like a set of demanding instructions that had been left for the personal assistant. For the purpose of purchasing that house, I had given up my youth, my sleep, and my mental tranquility. For a worldwide financial technology company, I am currently serving as the lead cloud infrastructure architect and crisis recovery director. When my parents talk about it to their friends at dinner parties, it is a term that seems extremely respectable. Nevertheless, the truth of the work is that it is extremely difficult, demanding, and completely devoid of any kind of glamour. The beginning of my job comes when everything else has failed in a disastrous manner. When a major banking server fails at 3 in the morning, causing transactions totaling millions of dollars to become frozen. When an advanced ransomware assault penetrates a corporate firewall and threatens to expose the sensitive financial information of thousands of customers, the company is said to have been breached. I am the one who is sitting in a dark room with 4 monitors glowing in my face, a cold cup of coffee next to my keyboard, and I am feverishly coding lines of code to stop the bleeding. When executives are panicking, lawyers are yelling, and the media is sniffing about for a story, I am the one who is sitting in this room. Over the course of the past 10 years of my life, I have been living in a condition of consistent heightened awareness. Due to the fact that I have learned to sleep so lightly that the smallest vibration of a phone against a nightstand causes my heart rate to spike to 130 beats per minute, I have made the mistake of missing my own birthdays, walking out of anniversary meals, and abandoning vacations in the middle of their entire duration. The duration of my 20s was spent making sacrifices in order to establish a job that would guarantee that I would never have to rely on anybody else. I finally made the decision to treat myself after what was the most difficult and soul-crushing year of my professional life. It was a year in which I worked an 80-hour week for 6 months in a row while dealing with a huge corporate merger and a subsequent data breach. A refuge was purchased by me. There was no trophy to flaunt in front of the entire globe. It was a gorgeous contemporary coastal home with 4 bedrooms, and it was located in a gated community in Destin, Florida, that was extremely elite and closely restricted. Among its many features were floors made of light oak, enormous windows that reached from floor to ceiling and looked out over the emerald seas of the Gulf of Mexico, a composite wood deck that wrapped around the entire space, and most significantly, complete stillness. It was with a terrible clarity that I came to the realization that if I did not construct a physical fortress of serenity for myself, my life would be consumed by the crises that I was paid to manage. This realization led me to purchase it. This was something that my husband, Elias, grasped right away. Elias is a physics instructor at the high school level. He is the most patient, level-headed, and profoundly relaxing human being I have ever had the pleasure of knowing. According to him, position, riches, and other superficial manifestations of success are of no concern to him. He was aware that the Destin house was not about demonstrating my financial prowess. Rather, it was about ensuring my survival. Instead of hearing the sound of emergency warnings, it was about waking up to the sound of waves slamming on the shore. The goal was to enjoy a cup of coffee on the terrace without being distracted by the phantom buzz of my phone, which was supposed to be in my pocket. I was the only location on Earth where I was let to simply be Chloe, rather than the corporate savior that everyone required I be. It was absolutely incredible. The perspective of my father, on the other hand, was completely different. After serving as a regional sales director for a huge insurance corporation for 40 years, Arthur Bennett went on to retire, which only served to amplify the worst aspects of his personality. He is the kind of man who sincerely believes that there is a correlation between having the loudest and most aggressive voice in the room and having leadership and respect. Control is what he thrives on. He enjoys imposing his will on others by deciding where they should sit at restaurants, giving younger relatives advice on how they should handle their finances, and treating compliance as if it were a price that everyone had to pay in order to be a part of his organization. From the perspective of the outside world, he portrays himself as the compassionate and prosperous patriarch. His love is absolutely conditional, and it is entirely dependent on how helpful you are to his ego. This is something that he does behind closed doors. Helen, my mother, is the one who enables him. Due to the fact that she conceals her manipulation behind a thick covering of maternal care, her pressure is more subtle and covert. She would let the silence stretch until the guilt suffocated me, and then she would say, "Well, I suppose your corporate life is more important than the people who raised you. We'll just tell everyone you're too busy for us." If I were to tell her that I was too exhausted to drive 4 hours for a small family gathering, she would let out a heavy sigh. This was the poisonous environment in which I was brought up. Despite the fact that family comes first was the motto of the Bennett family, in actuality it meant that Arthur's image comes first, and everyone else must sacrifice to maintain it. I played my part perfectly for a number of years. I was not a bad daughter at all. I was the automated teller machine. When a violent hailstorm struck my parents' area and they couldn't find their insurance policy details, I paid for the replacement of their roof, which cost them $25,000, and provided them with the necessary funds. When my older brother Marcus's craft brewery, Iron and Oak, was on the verge of going bankrupt as a result of his egregious mismanagement of funds, I rescued him by gifting him $40,000. I covered emergency medical bills, last-minute flights, hotel rooms, and countless temporary loans that were never, ever repaid for my younger sister, Olivia. When she made the decision to quit her job and become a luxury travel and wellness vlogger, I purchased high-end camera and lighting equipment for her that was worth $15,000. At first, they expressed their gratitude in a fervent manner. Following then, the gratitude morphed into a subdued expectancy. From that point on, any resistance on my part was regarded as a cruel and unforgivable violation of the family unit. It is a risky endeavor to achieve success in a household where there are no limitations. Your accomplishments are not celebrated by them, rather, they are evaluated in terms of how they might benefit from your accomplishments. Initially, when I invited my parents to come down to Destin to take a look at the beach house, I mistakenly anticipated that my father would finally look at me with genuine pride. To my surprise, he was standing on my immaculate deck, swirling a drink of my costly bourbon, and looking out at the private beach. He then stated, "Now this is the kind of asset that brings a family together. Good job securing this for us, Chloe." I forced a grin, assuming that he was just being sentimental. I had a really naive mindset. As far as he was concerned, he had just taken possession of my safe haven and established it as the Bennett family estate. I initially believed that it was just a simple slip of the tongue when he crossed the line for the first time. The conversation was taking place via speakerphone with my Uncle David while we were having supper at their home in Austin. During the conversation, I overheard him saying, "Yeah, Dave, we finally locked down a beach place down in Florida for the summers. You'll have to come down." I gently corrected him by whispering, "It's my beach house, Dad." He waved his hand dismissively and rolled his eyes. Although he said, "You know what I mean, Chloe, don't be pedantic," I was aware of what he was trying to say. In order to boost his own ego, he was using my status as a template. Almost immediately, the requests started coming in, and while they were not so many that they would make me feel crazy for declining them, they were frequent enough to establish a pattern of plain disrespect. On a Tuesday, Marcus sent me a text message in which he inquired about how he could bring his 3 children down for the weekend. While he was asking for the Wi-Fi password and whether or not the grill had propane, he did not inquire as to whether or not I was using it. I received a message from Olivia in which she demanded that I set aside 2 weeks in June, so that she could organize a wellness retreat with her friends who are influencers. She also promised me great exposure as if I required Instagram followers to support myself financially. My mother was continuously calling me, arguing that my father was under a lot of stress and that he required a few weeks by the water in order to get his blood pressure down. She was treating my house as if it were a prescription medication that I was dishonestly withholding from a sick man. In every instance in which I attempted to set boundaries, they acted as if I had communicated with them in a language that was foreign. I developed a digital calendar that can be shared. I made it very clear that the Homeowners Association, HOA, in my gated neighborhood had extremely stringent regulations concerning the number of guests allowed, parking restrictions, and noise laws. I pleaded with them to refrain from sharing the address with other family members, to refrain from treating the property as if it were a free hotel, and to provide Elias and me with a minimum of 1 month's notice before requesting to use it. They gave a slight nod, stated their agreement in front of me, and then proceeded to do whatever the heck they pleased. It was around the Memorial Day weekend of the previous year that the breaking point occurred, which was the moment when the illusion of family devotion began to fully disintegrate. I had just made it through a harrowing 9-6-hour work week, during which I had intervened to prevent a big server failure for a significant client. Marcus was concerned about the possibility of his large F-250 truck being scratched while parked in the driveway, so he requested if he could park it on the lawn instead. In order to ensure that the temperature of the air conditioner was precisely 68 degrees, my mother urged me to check it. The phrase "not happening" that I had used had not been taken seriously by any of them. Those individuals were completely ensnared in the idea that they were entitled to something. We did make it to the residence. It was flawless in every way. There was a spectacular view of the Gulf of Mexico, the floors shone brightly, and the air was refreshing. In my entire life, I had never before had a feeling of being entirely in command of my own territory. Here we are on Thursday. In the midst of the characteristic Florida summer heat, the temperature reached a blistering 95 degrees with an 80% humidity. While we were sitting at the kitchen island, Elias and I poured iced coffees and opened the security camera feeds on my iPad. Upon his arrival at 11 o'clock in the morning, Davis, our private security guard, had parked his designated security truck horizontally across the top of my driveway, therefore, establishing an impenetrable barrier. The expression on his face was one of complete and utter stoneness as he stood in front of it, wearing a black polo shirt and tactical pants. There was a ping from the motion alarm at precisely 1:45 p.m. The high-definition feed showed a procession of 6 vehicles turning onto my street, and I saw everything as it happened. My father's enormous luxury SUV was in the lead among the other vehicles. After further investigation, I discovered that they had successfully passed through the primary community gate, most likely by following a truck belonging to a landscaper. The caravan made its way toward my residence, carrying coolers, beach gear, and the suffocating weight of 28 relatives who were entitled to their own space. When the SUV that belonged to my father entered the driveway, it suddenly applied the brakes and came to a stop only a few inches away from Davis's knees. As I watched on the video, Arthur ripped open the door on the driver's side of the vehicle and stormed out of the vehicle, his face already flushed with the heat and the anger he felt. He began yelling at Davis while pointing his finger in his direction. He yelled out, "Move the damn car. I'm Arthur Bennett, this is my daughter's house, we're here for a family reunion." I was able to hear him through the audio feed of the camera. Davis did not recoil in fear. "This is private property, the owner has not authorized any guests. You need to turn your vehicles around and exit the community immediately, or I will have you trespassed by local law enforcement," he said with a deep and calm voice. He crossed his arms over his chest, and said, "This is private property." Arthur gave off the impression that he was about to suffer a stroke. In addition to yelling that there was a misunderstanding, he waved his arms and stated that I was inside waiting for them. He also stated that Davis was going to be fired. Other vehicles were parked on the street in a disorganized manner. My mother, Marcus, Olivia, and other relatives, including my aunts, uncles, and cousins, began to arrive. In the scorching heat of Florida, there were 28 people waiting there, all of whom appeared bewildered and angry. A ringing sound came from my phone. It was my father who did it. I took a few deep breaths, waited for it to ring 3 times, and then answering it. I did not make a greeting. The sound of his voice reverberated in my ear as well as via the speaker on the iPad, which was located in the driveway outside. "Chloe," he yelled into the phone. "What the hell is going on here? Get out here and tell this rent-a-cop to move his vehicle right now. Your mother is sweating, the kids are tired, and I am not playing this game." I ensured that my voice remained dreadfully low. "I am not playing a game, Dad. I told you it wasn't happening, this is my property. You are not welcome. Turn around and go home." It was with a breaking voice that he yelled out, "I am your father. You do not treat family like this. We drove 8 hours. You are humiliating me in front of everyone." I retorted in a chilly manner, "You have embarrassed yourself. You promise people access to a house you do not own. You treat my home like a hotel and my bank account like a slush fund. The boundaries are closed. If you don't leave in exactly 2 minutes, Davis is calling the police." The phone was hung up by me. There was no quivering in my hands. My heart was not beating very quickly. Just now, I had the sensation, no cost. The outside world descended into anarchy. When Arthur threw his phone against the side of his SUV, the screen was shattered, and I found myself watching him do it. While holding to his arm, my mother started crying an uncontrollable fit of tears. In an attempt to intimidate Davis, Marcus got in his face. However, Davis simply placed his hand on his radio and made a step forward, which caused Marcus to scamper backwards like a child who was terrified. Next, the group chat went into a frenzy. "Chloe, what exactly is happening on?" Aunt Susan asked. "According to your father, you were quite excited to be our host. Because of the heat, the children are weeping. According to Marcus, Chloe, please open the door. It is a psychotic trait. To put it another way, Olivia, you are currently destroying the aesthetic of my brand. From the deck, I have sponsored posts planned to be published. When it comes to your own blood, how are you able to do this? The blood pressure of your father is quickly rising. Neither of us argued. My defense was not forthcoming. I just let the receipts out into the open. Tuesday was the day when I uploaded the screenshot of me using the phrase, "not happening," unequivocally. I shared the screenshot of my mother's response, which contained the following words: "We are coming regardless of whether you like it or not." I also posted the HOA regulations, which highlighted the maximum occupancy limit of 10 people, and the penalty for gatherings that were not approved. Then, cousin Jared delivered the bomb, which transformed this from a theatrical exercise in establishing boundaries into a full-blown family disaster. Wait, Jared sent a text message to the main chat. "You didn't give your blessing to this, Chloe, did you? If this is the case, then why in the heck did Uncle Arthur collect a cleaning and catering fee of $500 from each of our families?" At the conclusion of this weekend, he had collected more than $8,000 from us. It was a loud gasp from Elias. My mouth dropped to the ground as I continued to stare at the television. It wasn't merely for the sake of stroking his ego that my father had invited 28 guests to my house. My property had been profited from by him. After informing the extended family that he had rented out a luxurious seaside mansion for a significant discount, he had charged them all a mandatory fee to cover premium groceries, private chef services, and deep cleaning, and then he had pocketed the money. Out of my sanctuary, he was operating a resort business that was not only unlawful but also unregulated. The conversation became extremely explosive. "Arthur," said Aunt Susan, "you charged us for a house that was completely free? What happened to my money?" "Uncle David, you are a scumbag of a daughter." It was obvious to me that the phrase all-inclusive package was a load of nonsense. "You had best send me my $800 back as soon as possible." "Bro," he informed me that the money was going to Chloe so that she could get a head start on paying her mortgage. The last message that I typed into the chat was as follows: "I have never set eyes on a single penny of that money. The mortgage on my home has been paid off. It was not me who invited you. Arthur took advantage of you all in order to finance his own lifestyle. I hope you have a safe trip back." After that, I put my phone on the counter with the face down and silenced the conversation. An uproar broke out during the family reunion, which was seen on camera from the outside. When my father was in need of food, my aunts and uncles descended on him like a pack of ravenous wolves. In reality, Uncle David forcefully pushed Arthur against the bonnet of the SUV while yelling about the money that had been stolen. My mother was yelling and attempting to tear them apart from one another. Marcus and Olivia were making a valiant effort to put some distance between themselves and the chaos that had ensued. It was right there on the scorching asphalt that the mirage of the ideal, affluent patriarch was broken into a million pieces. After some time had passed, Davis fulfilled his commitment. The Destin police were contacted by him. The lights of 2 police cars flashed as they approached this location. The officers were more concerned with a major traffic obstruction and a heated physical conflict that took place on private land than they were with the drama that was taking place within the family. They gave the order for the entire Bennett family to leave immediately or else they would be arrested for trespassing and disrupting the peace during the incident. My father got back into his SUV, feeling defeated and embarrassed, and facing the fury of 20 relatives who had been taken advantage of. The caravan made a U-turn and slowly drove away from the village while being accompanied by law enforcement officers. After some time had passed, I learned through word of mouth that the aftermath was really disastrous. The holiday weekend was really busy. Each and every hotel within a radius of 100 miles was either completely booked or costing $800 per night. It was necessary for the majority of the family to travel all the way back to Texas on the same day. Those who remained were required to sleep in their vehicles at a rest stop along the way. Arthur was unable to fulfill the demands of his extended family to return their money, but they demanded that he do so. In the past, he had already used the $8,000 to make a down payment that was non-refundable on a luxury pontoon boat that he intended to park at a marina in Austin. Now, a number of his aunts and uncles are threatening to file a lawsuit against him in a court of small claims. The fact that Olivia had pre-sold sponsorships for a luxury beach retreat that she was unable to fulfill resulted in a significant setback for her influencer career. As a result, she was forced to issue public apologies to the sponsors she had secured. The fact that Marcus is blaming my father for destroying his weekend has prevented them from communicating. I received a bombardment of emails from my parents, in which they referred to me as a monster, a traitor, and a sociopath. I choose not to read them. I have officially eliminated all communication with Arthur, Helen, Marcus, and Olivia. I have created an email filter that directs any messages that come from their addresses to a folder that is labeled evidence. I blocked their phone numbers, blocked them on all social media platforms, and instructed the security staff at my gated community in Austin to refuse entry to them if they ever showed up at our primary residence. During that particular evening, Elias and I made our way out onto the deck just as the sun was beginning to set over the Gulf of Mexico, painting the sky in vibrant shades of orange and purple. The air was becoming more condensed. A rhythmic crashing of the waves against the shore was the only sound that could be heard anywhere. There was not a single damp towel placed on the floor. Nobody was yelling at any point. I was not subjected to any kind of responsibility or burden. During our conversation, Elias presented me with a glass of wine, encircled my waist with his arm, and kissed the crown of my head. The question that he posed was, "How does it feel?" After taking a sip of the wine, I smiled as I looked out at the horizon that seemed to go on forever. A genuine and authentic smile. "It feels," I responded, "like the house is finally mine." Refused to fund sister's $60,000 wedding, so mom threw scalding coffee in my face. My fiance walked in and exposed my 3.5-year financial secret. Nobody tells you about your mother's packed room assault. The physical sensation precedes the embarrassment, horror, and slow, terrible realization of what transpired in front of your extended family, your sister's future in-laws, and half a dozen women from your mother's country club who have known you since elementary school. Burning commenced. I was burned instantly and intensely on my left face and jawline, soaking through the ivory blouse collar I had ironed for 40 minutes to seem professional. Looking polished was my goal. I wanted to appear accomplished and independent, as I had taken almost a decade to become. I yelled. No word. Use noise. Victims of near-boiling liquid being hurled at their faces create a guttural animal sound. Room went quiet. It was the oppressive silence after an inevitable event. My mother, Susan, stood across the appetizer table with her hands in the air and the empty porcelain coffee cup in her palm. She stared at me, her oldest daughter, burning, dripping, and staring back at her in shock with a dark crimson face and a heaving chest, and said the 7 words I've been hearing. "Now look what you made me do." Start at the beginning or near to it to comprehend my family's breakdown. My name is Claire Vance, my age is 33. I co-founded Boston financial district venture capital firm Apex Ventures, which manages $900 million. Money didn't precede me. From a typical 4-bedroom Wellesley, Massachusetts suburb house, Mother Susan ran our household like a Fortune 500 PR business and treated me like a mistake. Dad Arthur was a mid-level commercial real estate appraiser. Amherst was difficult with merit scholarships, federal Pell Grants, and 3 part-time jobs. I archive microfilm at the college library, haul prime rib every Friday and Saturday night till 3 in the morning at a downtown steakhouse, and tutor macroeconomics undergrads. I graduated with highest honors, worked 8-hour weeks as an entry-level analyst at a boutique private equity firm, got my MBA from Harvard at night, and spent 9 years building the professional network and track record that allowed me to co-found Apex Ventures with 2 senior partners in 2020. Chloe, 26, is my younger sister. She is beautiful, kind, and has only worked 11 months. Her Emerson College Communications and Media Studies degree was totally sponsored by my parents. She worked at boutique marketing agencies since graduation, paying for her tuition, room, board, exorbitant sorority dues, and a 6-month study abroad semester in Paris that I remember being emailed with a casual, "Isn't it just wonderful news?" She's my mother's daughter in a million subtle ways I've tried to ignore as an adult. Dr. David Chen, my fiancé, is 36. Massachusetts General Hospital ER trauma surgeon trained by Johns Hopkins. He has unnerving quiet competence from a decade of making split-second, life-or-death judgments while covered in blood. He's the most stable I've met. He was the only person on earth besides my estate attorney and personal accountant who knew the shocking extent of what I had been quietly doing for my family for 3.5 years. I maintained it that way on purpose. Late fall, 2020 began the secret. My dad randomly called me Tuesday afternoon. It was unusual. My father rarely phoned me without a reason because my mother managed family information as an air traffic controller runs a busy runway. This call was from his cell phone, and his voice was thin and compressed, something I hadn't heard since I was a teenager. "Claire," he shakily said. "We have a situation. Their mortgage." Apparently, they aggressively refinanced the house in 2017 to pay for Chloe's extravagant Paris semester and my mother's decade-long yearning for a huge, custom-built sunroom extension. The new monthly payment was $2,850. The epidemic cut my father's appraisal commissions. Late payments for 5 months. Bank announced foreclosure. He asked me not to tell my mother he called. I wasn't asked for cash. He stated the truth like a broken man with no options. Because he was my father and I had money, I did what I always did. I fixed. Miranda Sterling, my downtown Boston Sterling and Hayes attorney, was called immediately. We quickly created the Oak Creek Family Revocable Trust. We carefully built it so the bank would think the massive mortgage payments came from an automated disbursement account without identifying me or my firm. November 2020 saw the first payout. Payments have been made every month on the first, 40 months constant. It took $115,000 to pay off the huge debt, late fees, and monthly payments. Not told anyone. Not even David. Not immediately. He found it 10 months into our relationship, when he accidentally saw Miranda's quarterly statement on my home office desk. He asked me what I was doing while sitting on the couch with the directness of a man who spends his days saving fatalities. Told him all. His silence was long. "Does your mother know?" No, I answered. Does Chloe? No. Are you ever planning to tell them? Looking down at my hands, what would actually change if I did? David pondered. This honesty, which lets him think before answering uncomfortable questions, is one of my many admirations. His final sigh was, probably nothing good. Exactly, I said. He nodded slowly. He wasn't insistent. He hugged me and said, okay. What do you need from me? That was over 2 years ago. I fully paid off Chloe's private education loans surreptitiously. $38,500, processed through the same Oak Creek Trust, with a cryptic memo line reading Federal Loan Forgiveness Initiative disbursement. Chloe Googled the phrase, thought she had magically qualified for some obscure government relief program, and immediately financed a new luxury SUV. I never corrected her misconception. I'm meticulously detailing Chloe's engagement party's twisted geometry to help you understand. Non-selfish daughter. I was not a selfish daughter. However, my mother threw boiling coffee at me. That morning's hospital duty was tough for David. Since he was in the ER until 1 p.m., he went straight to the party in his street clothes. David warned me that trauma shifts make him late. The ER doesn't care about weekend plans. Promised to arrive by 2:30 p.m. Around 1 p.m., party began. I arrived on time at 1 p.m. wearing that crisp ivory silk shirt and well-tailored black trousers and carrying a $600 Breville espresso machine that Chloe had mentioned only once over 10 months before. I had spent over an hour carefully selecting it. I immediately took note on my phone so I know when she said it. I write down minor things about the people I love because I've always paid attention to what they want, even when they ignore me. Mother met me at the door. She stored her diamond tennis bracelet and silk-wrapped dress for special occasions. She vibrated with the frantic social energy she gets at huge parties. She performed with excitement and depth. She harshly air-kissed my face, saying my hair was acceptable, and peeked over my shoulder to tell David to park the car. He's coming straight from MGH. He'll be here around 2:30, I said. She grumbled, of course he will, judging my fiancé's demanding medical career. In I went. A packed house. The room comfortably held 75 people. Extended relatives, college friends, nosy neighbors, vague acquaintances, and newcomers. Everything was rearranged around a new furniture layout to make my parents' living room look bigger and wealthier. Good crystal vases carried large flowers. My mother rented expensive champagne flutes from a Boston party supply company. In the center was Chloe, wearing a stylish sundress that cost more than my first month's rent at my tiny apartment, laughing, bright, and in her element. Her fiancé, Liam, stood at the kitchen island with an expensive craft beer, loudly backslapping my uncles like he was auditioning. He wasn't qualified. After over a year, I had no strong view of Liam other than that he smiled too much at people when they said something he wanted to agree with and always searched for someone more important to talk to. Have some sparkling water. Politely greeting my relatives and uncles, I spent 30 agonizing minutes having the same shallow discussion I've always had. Conversations that need you to respond yet not become emotionally exhausted. My mother grabbed my arm at 1:45 p.m. Help me with the charcuterie board, she added. As she dragged me to the kitchen, I realized this wasn't about preserved meats. She ran past the kitchen island and shoved me into my father's study, a narrow space off the main hallway with dusty bookcases, a hefty wood desk, and a lethargic atmosphere for processing bills and avoiding marital talks. Since my father was inside, I knew this confrontation was pre-planned. Mom closed the large wooden door behind us, snapping it firmly. She turned. She grins. She utilized her business-strong grin to get what she wanted from you and make you think she was scamming you. Her statement, Chloe's wedding is going to cost $60,000, was like the morning weather forecast. My face was neutral. Okay. We thought you would want to contribute the funds. I regarded her. I then looked at my father, who was staring at the oriental rug's intricate designs with the terror of a man who would rather be anywhere else. Just no, I said. Suddenly, the fake smile twitched. Claire, be reasonable. No, Mom, I am actively planning my own wedding. David and I have a strict budget and I am absolutely not pulling tens of thousands of dollars from my own savings to fund Chloe's extravagant party. Not after everything. After smiling, a bitter line appeared. You have saved absolutely every penny for yourself, for years, she added. My voice was calm. I practiced this voice subconsciously for 33 years. My college was funded by crushing federal loans and 2 a.m. diner shifts. My MBA was earned on nights and weekends while I worked 80 hours a week. Everything I have, I built with my own 2 hands. You know perfectly well that family helps family, she approached. I completely agree, I answered coldly, which is exactly why I would appreciate it if you would step aside and let me leave this room. The door is blocked. You have more money than you even know what to do with, Claire. You're a founding partner at a massive firm. Got my water? You don't actually know anything about what I have. The answer is no, Mom. It is not going to change, no matter how long we stand in here. Let's just go back to the party. She stared at me silently for 4 seconds. I counted mentally. 1, 2, 3, 4. She reopened the door and stormed into the bustling living room without speaking. I followed her out without realizing what she was about to do, which was a terrible mistake. She entered the crowded room center. She didn't shout. She needn't. In large groups, the conversation pauses every 20 minutes. A moment of calm. She entered like a beacon. I have to say something to everyone, she said, because I truly think it needs to be said. It felt warm like a dagger plunged into your side for a few seconds. My oldest daughter, Claire, my incredibly successful, wealthy executive daughter, has just been asked to help make her little sister's upcoming wedding the beautiful celebration it truly deserves to be. And she has looked us in the eye and told us no. The words lingered as she paused. I just want everyone here today to fully understand exactly where we are as a family. About 75 people looked at me. My chest felt the collision before my brain did. The peculiar, terrible, crushing strain of public humiliation and exposure. Years of painstakingly building armor against which I was clearly not strong enough. Room-wide, Chloe's eyes sparkled. She didn't know about the ambush, I realized, or she played unaware with great theatrical devotion. Not sure which. I guess Liam didn't understand his natural smug corner grin. From the hallway, my father looked at the flooring transfixed. Let's talk about this privately, I said. My hands were shaking violently, but I spoke firm. Mom, this is absolutely not the time or the place. You want privacy? She screeched. She abruptly faced the ornate side table, serving lots of coffee, because my appearance-obsessed mother always had formal coffee service at events. Heavy silver carafe, tea variety, and elegant porcelain cups. I had sat with this ordinary home detail at 100 family occasions without comprehending its weaponization potential. Grabbed a steaming black coffee. Her gaze was fixed on mine. She threw it. I remember 20 minutes of jagged, jumbled pieces. Stunning pain. People gasped 75 times. There was a massive family trust. I waited with a racing heart. When Eleanor died in 2011, you were a college sophomore working hard. She left her entire estate split in half. Half to your mother. He choked up tears. And half to you. The room fell silent after murmuring again. Those trying to escape the front door froze. I repeated, half to me, ash tasting. Your mother. Without looking at me, looked at my sneakers. She told the estate attorney that you wanted absolutely nothing to do with the family. She told him you had voluntarily waived your claim. That you had signed a formal legal disclaimer relinquishing your half of the inheritance. I whispered, I didn't sign anything, blood rushing. I know you didn't, he sobbed, she signed it for you. She forged your signature. She told the lawyers you were entirely estranged and unreachable. He stopped crying by covering his mouth with shaking palms. The total estate was $420,000. Claire, your rightful half was $210,000. I felt underwater listening to the room's huge number echo. She stole my inheritance, I said, not a query. Nodded once. The heavy, agonizing nod of a weak man who has carried a criminal secret for 13 years and weighs its terrible cost daily. She used your money for the massive sunroom addition, he exclaimed. And she used the rest to pay for Chloe's expensive private college tuition, the Paris trip, and her own country club dues. I didn't even find out what she had done until 2 years later when I accidentally found the estate paperwork hidden in her desk. But by then, the money was completely gone. Every cent. He looked at me with a sad face. I should have told you. I should have called the police. I should have done something. I have spent 13 years, he gasped. I am so sorry, Claire. He was my focus for ages. I considered $210,000. I remembered the depressing 2 a.m. diner shifts. Instant ramen was on my mind for 3 years. My heavy federal student loans and Harvard MBA debt, which I had paid off 4 years earlier, came to mind. I remembered their 40 months of secretly paying their $2,850 mortgage to avoid homelessness. I remembered the $38,500 I secretly paid to clear Chloe's name. I imagined my life and stress less if I had been given $210,000 at 20. I realized I would have done it anyway. I am me and she is her. Did you keep the forged paperwork? I asked. I scared him with my calm, emotionless speech. His eyes blinked fast. What? The original estate documents. The legal disclaimer form with my forged signature on it. Do you still have the physical copies? He looked at me like I spoke another language. Very slowly, he nodded. In the locked filing cabinet in my office. Yes. I kept every single piece of paper. I nodded once. I faced David. David stared at me with protective rage in his dark eyes. I said, okay, facing my father. Go into your office right now, put those documents in a folder, and hand them to me. Or I will call the police to this house immediately and have them search the property with a warrant. He didn't argue. He sped down the hall. That night at 6:45 p.m., I called Miranda Sterling, my attorney. On David's Beacon Hill Apartments plush sofa, I applied a fresh ice pack to my injured cheek. My work laptop was on the coffee table, and I had a massive glass of Cabernet I hadn't touched. Miranda is 54. For 28 years, she aggressively practiced Boston estate and family law. She is unique in having heard every horrible thing a family member can legally do to another person and lost all shock while still having a scary revenge. Shared everything. The party. That coffee. Mortgage disclosure. A confession. Stole $210,000. She paused on the phone for 8 seconds. Miranda said, she forged your legal signature on an estate disclaimer to misappropriate $210,000. Claire, just so we are perfectly clear, that is textbook felony estate fraud. It is grand larceny. I am aware, I whispered. With the original documentation your father just handed you, assuming the ink holds up to basic scrutiny, we have an absolute slam dunk civil claim. Honestly, we have a massive criminal case, depending entirely on how aggressive the Suffolk County District Attorney feels this quarter. I know, I answered. Do you want me to forward you the scans tonight? Not tonight, she moaningly. Tonight, you need to rest and let your fiancé check that burn. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., you are coming into my office, and we are going to draft a lawsuit that will make your mother wish she had never been born. We spoke 40 more minutes. Miranda clarified everything lawful. If fraud was actively concealed and recently discovered in Massachusetts, the statute of limitations can be told. Civil recovery actions differ greatly from sending the entire case to the DA for criminal prosecution, the legal definition of unjust enrichment, and asset seizure timelines. After hanging up the phone, David came from the kitchen and sat alongside me. He was quiet, just sat with his shoulder to mine. One of his better attributes. He understands physical presence without words. Years of sitting in antiseptic hospital waiting rooms with grieving families develop this gift. Last, what are you thinking right now? I stared at the black TV across the room. I'm thinking that I spent 13 years of my life grinding myself into dust, building a massive career from absolute scratch, entirely because I truly believed I had no safety net. Because I thought nobody was ever going to help me. Looking down at my hands. And this entire time, my mother had $210,000 of my own money sitting in her custom sunroom and my sister's sorority dues. And even after all that, I still quietly paid her mortgage for 3 years just so she wouldn't lose her house. Yeah, David massaged my back. I gazed at the dark red liquid in the wine glass and put it down. I'm also thinking, I said, that she is 62 years old, and she just woke up on an ambulance stretcher in front of her entire social circle. And my father is a broken coward who has been carrying this guilt for 13 years, and finally broke down and handed me the loaded gun. Eye contact with David. I am going to file the civil claim. I am going to ruthlessly recover every single penny I am legally owed, plus interest. And then, I am going to walk away from them forever. David waited for me to finish. I said, I'm not going to send her to federal prison, wiping my good cheek. Not because she doesn't deserve to sit in a cell. She absolutely does. But because I refuse to spend the next 5 years of my life sitting in criminal courtrooms thinking about her. I want my money back, and I want her gone. David gave me a long, quiet look. Okay, he said. I murmured. Is it the right call? Feeling little. He clearly said, it's your call, kissing my forehead, which automatically makes it the right one. He hugged me tight to his chest. I cried and leaned toward him. Boston was outside on a lovely spring evening. The slight, relaxing hum of city traffic coming up through the windows, the distinctive, gorgeous amber light that only comes through high-rise windows in an apartment you bought with your own money, in a life you constructed from nothing. David murmured, we still have a wedding to plan, into my hair. We do, I sniffled. He whispered, our strict budget, right? Our strict budget, I admitted, smiling. 6 months later, Miranda Sterling filed the massive civil complaint in Suffolk County Superior Court. It was early September. My father provided the original estate documents, bogus disclaimer form, bank transfer records, and damning email communication between my mother and the deceased estate counsel without Miranda asking. He participated in all discovery processes. I think that was his first truly moral and decent act in almost a decade, and he realized this was his only way to achieve tragic redemption. Settlement was reached before court. My mother desperately hired Greg, an anxious, sweating local attorney who probably spends most of his billable hours defending minor traffic citations and unpleasant suburban DUIs. He looked embarrassingly out of place against Miranda Sterling. Greg paled and demanded a private recess with his client as Miranda calmly slid the large, meticulously organized evidence binder across the conference table, complete with faked signatures, bank tracing, and a drafted criminal referral to the district attorney on top. He suggested unconditional settlement 10 minutes later. Legally binding settlement, $285,000. My legal bills, the stolen $210,000 principal, plus 13 years of aggressive Massachusetts state rate statutory interest were included. To pay it, my parents took out a big, high-interest second mortgage on the house. After receiving the wire transfer, I called the bank to cancel the Oak Creek Family Revocable Trust. They must stop paying my parents' mortgage forever. 2 hefty mortgage payments, no safety net, and a father with absolutely no income have drowned them. What about the $285K settlement? I immediately invested $100,000 in David and my wedding and house fund. I invested $100,000 in an aggressive index fund for retirement. With the remaining $85,000, I did something special. A secure trust account was opened for Chloe. Not because Chloe deserved a great sum. She was always pampered and blind. Because I've always helped people, even at expense. 6 months ago, sitting on David's couch with an ice pack on my face, I vowed never to let my mother's mad greed define me. I wanted to safeguard. Being smarter was needed to protect people. Texting the routing number and account information to Chloe Reed, "This is your half of what was left. There are absolutely no conditions. Do whatever you want with it." 20 minutes later, she called me sobbing. After 5 minutes of crying on the phone, I couldn't understand anything. Catching her breath ruined her voice. "I swear to God, Claire, I didn't know about any of it," she said. "The mortgage, the student loans, the inheritance. None of it." Liam broke off our engagement last week when he found out my parents were broke. He just packed up and left me. "I know, Chloe," I whispered. Not surprised about Liam. The rat escaped a sinking ship, laughing. How do you just do these massive things for people without ever taking credit? How did you pay my loans and never throw it in my face?" I considered. "Because I was raised in a house that taught me love meant violently controlling people with money," I said, "and I decided a long time ago that I was going to do the exact opposite. I'm still trying to figure out which parts of my empathy are healthy and which parts are just trauma." She was quiet forever. Stated, "I am going to be different, Claire. I am going to get a real job, I want to be different." I said, "Okay," gently. She asked, Is that enough?" Like a scared child. "It's a start," I said, hanging up. Only late October did my mother call me. I checked the caller ID and left it for voicemail. Her 5-minute voicemail was rambling and said sorry twice. Both times, the phrase was purposely included in a lengthy, deceitful narrative about how things could have been handled so differently if you had just communicated with me better, not an apology. The last breath of a narcissist who exhausted his victims. Never called back. I deactivated her number and blocked her from everything, and I doubt I'll speak to her again. My husband David and I married early November. We rented a beautiful, refurbished ancient farmhouse in Vermont's hills instead of a huge, stressful wedding. Very little, accurate, and gorgeous. Only 25 guests came. No huge floral arch or champagne flute rentals. Cedar wood smoke, hundreds of candles, and a massive family-style dinner till almost 1 a.m. My dad came. Driving alone, he arrived. He sobbed into a handkerchief in the wooden chair back row during the wedding. He skipped reception speeches. He didn't dwell on guilt that night. He thanked me for letting him gently help David's mother carry the heavy porcelain dinner plates to the kitchen. I felt allowed to have my first family gathering in 33 years. I got up early the day following the wedding. David brewed coffee at the farmhouse. Real coffee. High-end dark roast that demands precise grinding and brewing. We brought mugs to the wooden wraparound porch. Cold November morning air hurt our wool coats. We saw Vermont's tree-lined fog from the porch swing. Let the steam on my face rise as I held the ceramic mug with both hands. Ceramic heat hit my left face above my jawline's little pink scar. My skin softly absorbed the mug's warmth to my chest. Quite warm, just soothing heat, totally nothing else. David kissing my head and pulling me close to his chest made me feel better. In court my dad mocked me as a failed barista to steal $14.5 million. I silently waited to reveal. I'm a Navy JAG officer and expose his massive fraud. Considering that context is crucial in a courtroom, I think I should begin from the very beginning. It wasn't until my grandfather passed away 6 months ago that I found myself in the position of having to defend my right to my own name and legacy in front of a judge in King County. When I was 9 years old, it all began on a Tuesday in Seattle that was chilly and rainy for never-ending hours. Richard, my father, was obsessed with driving a silver BMW that he was unable to buy. The scent of the leather upholstery, which was heavily concealed by his costly cologne, is something that I recall. In his entire life, he was a man who lived his life on the surface as much as possible. The way things appeared, the way they sounded, and the impact they may have on his reputation were all important to him. My presence, regrettably, added a layer of complexity to that picture. My mother had passed away when I was 4 years old, and for the next 5 years, my father regarded me less like a daughter and more like a piece of luggage that he periodically had to pull through an airport. He came to a conclusion when he met his second wife, a lady who was 12 years his junior and who had no desire in taking on the role of stepmother to a 9-year-old child who was reserved and attentive. He drove me up the lengthy and winding gravel driveway that led to the estate that belonged to my grandfather on Mercer Island. In the United States Army, my grandfather, General Arthur Artie Vance, worked his way up to the rank of 2-star general before retiring. His enormous, carefully maintained mid-century home smelled of pine needles, old paper, and floor wax. He lived in a home that was meticulously maintained. Even after turning off the engine, my father did not stop. The only suitcase I had was pulled out of the trunk by him, and then he escorted me to the front door, which was made of sturdy oak, and rang the bell. My father smiled in a manner that was both practiced and empty as my grandfather opened it. Even though he was in his late 60s, he could still stand tall and formidable. My father had addressed me as Dad. His tone of voice oozing with an artificially casual tone. Eleanor needs a better environment. A more stable one. Just for a while. You know how it is. The new business is taking all my time, and with the wedding coming up. I noticed that my granddad did not look at my father. I was the subject of his gaze. He had eyes that were sharp and evaluating, yet they were not cruel. It was not my father who he inquired about the explanation. The man did not yell. In his deep, gravelly baritone voice, he posed a single query that immediately commanded stillness. He did not ask any other questions. Is this permanent, Richard? With trepidation, my father made adjustments to his luxury watch. No, of course not, just until things settle down. As I approached, my grandfather moved to the side and motioned for me to enter. It was without saying farewell to his son that he shut the door behind him. I was able to observe the silver BMW speeding away via the tiny glass panes that were located next to the door. The taillights of the BMW vanished into the fog that was present in Seattle. My dad had told me that it wasn't going to be permanent. The truth, however, became clear to me as the months progressed into years and the brief, awkward phone conversations that occurred over the holiday season gradually faded away into complete quiet. No one came to my aid. As a result of my abandonment by a man who did not place any value on anything, I was taken in by a man who placed value on everything. There was no such thing as a typical household for General Vance. Absolute discipline, tremendous accountability, and the irrefutable fact that you have to earn your position in every room you enter were the three main concepts that he believed in order to be a successful individual. Neither was there any form of coddling, but neither was there any harshness. The very first night I was there, he provided me with a timetable. Get up at 5 o'clock. It was 5:05 when the bed was precisely made with hospital corners. Morning meal at 5:30 a.m. At 6 o'clock, he was reading in his study. I was 9 years old at the time. My initial reaction was that it was a form of discipline. It seemed to me that I was incarcerated. In spite of this, I came to a profound realization within a short period of time: structure is the most comprehensive kind of safety. On the other hand, the tight and unyielding regularity of the general's house was a haven for a child whose entire life had been chaotic and unpredictable. However, he did not yell at me if I made a mistake. He inquired about my explanation for the failure. He would sit me down at his enormous mahogany desk, bring out a big leather-bound book, and explain, fairness is a concept invented by people who want things handed to them. Let's talk about what is legal, what is earned, and what is required. If I complained about a chore being unfair, he would seat me down at his desk. By the time I was 13 years old, I was reading fundamental contract law and military history while other children were watching cartoons. When he was 15 years old, I was assisting him in auditing his personal investment portfolios. It was not through showy companies or high-risk gambling like my father had done, but rather through decades of focused and planned accumulation that he had acquired a fortune. A diversified stock portfolio, downtown Seattle, commercial real estate, and municipal bonds are all examples of investments. He instructed me on how to read a balance sheet, how to recognize a hidden liability, and most crucially, how to deal with money in a manner that is completely devoid of any emotional attachment. Throughout the entirety of my teenage years, my father paid me a visit precisely 4 times. The manner in which each and every visit was conducted was same. He would show up in a brand new luxury car that he had leased. He would compliment the house that belonged to my grandfather. He would completely disregard who I was. After that, he would make a request for financial assistance. He never failed to come up with a fresh game-changing company idea. There is a luxury import company, a boutique real estate firm, and a startup focused on technology. I can still vividly recall being 16 years old and hiding in the hallway while I listened to them in the study. My father pleaded with me, "It's a sure thing, Dad," with a moan of desperation in his voice. "I just need $500,000 to bridge the gap. It's a fraction of what you have sitting around doing nothing." The manner in which my grandfather responded was a remarkable example of controlled destruction. My assets are not sitting around, Richard. They are performing exactly as I directed them to. You, however, are not. Inheritance is not an entitlement. It is a responsibility. And you have demonstrated, repeatedly, that you cannot be responsible for anything. Not a business. Not a marriage. And certainly not your own daughter. The answer is no. This door banged shut. It was my father who departed. After a period of 12 years, I did not see him again. I did not attend a party school after I graduated from high school. After graduating from a prestigious university with a pre-law concentration, I promptly submitted my application to officer candidate school. I desired to have the framework. I was looking for a challenge. I completed my education, received a commission as an officer in the United States Navy, and was then transferred to law school by the military branch. I am now a Judge Advocate General, sometimes known as a JAG. During my 20s, I spent my time prosecuting difficult cases, analyzing enormous military contracts, and serving overseas in situations where the stakes were not only financial but also life and death. Without fail, my grandfather was present at each and every graduation and promotion ceremony. He never smiled broadly, but when he did, he would grab my shoulder, look me in the eye, and say, "You earned your place, Eleanor. Keep holding the line." Over a period of 6 months, the line ruptured. Over the course of his 86th year, my grandfather passed away peacefully while he was sleeping. It was as if his heart had stopped. During that time, I was stationed in Virginia, but I was going through a difficult changeover period between different assignments. Instantaneously, I took leave due to an unexpected emergency and went back to Seattle. In his absence, the house had an incomprehensibly void feeling. Despite the fact that the fragrance of pine and paper contagion was still present, the authoritative presence that had been present in the rooms had now disappeared. A limited number of people, including myself, retired members of the armed forces, and local business leaders whom he had mentored, were present for the funeral. My father then showed up at that moment. He arrived 30 minutes late, wearing a suit that was a little too tight, and accompanied by a woman who appeared to be my younger sister. We were both wearing suits that were a little too tight. Neither did he express his condolences. He did not give me a hug. He did little more than stand in the back, checking his phone and occasionally carrying on a conversation with his partner. Although I was experiencing a chilly knot of loathing in my stomach, I managed to keep my face blank. I was a member of the armed army. I do not cause bearing to break. The reading of the will, which took place 3 days later in a sterile conference room with glass walls in the heart of Seattle, was the beginning of the actual, chaotic turmoil. It was determined that the estate was worth exactly $14.5 million. The lawyer, a precise individual by the name of Mr. Harrison who had worked with my grandfather for 20 years, read the paperwork in a steady, unbothered monotone. My father was sitting on the opposite side of the table, literally rubbing his hands together, and his eyes were bright with enthusiasm and eagerness. Mr. Harrison sat back and cleared his nose. "To my son, Richard Vance, I leave a specialized trust in the amount of $1.5 million. This trust will disperse a strictly controlled monthly stipend. Richard is to have no access to the principal amount. The execution of this trust is contingent upon his completion of annual financial literacy courses." This caused my father's face to turn absolutely white. A grimace of pure wrath took the place of the smirk now that it had disappeared. $1.5 million? A stipend? Like a child's allowance? What about the rest of it? What about the Mercer Island property? The commercial buildings? None of Mr. Harrison's eyes blinked. In order to read the article, he adjusted his spectacles and glanced down at it. "To my granddaughter, Lieutenant Eleanor Vance, I leave the remainder of my estate, including all real property, investment portfolios, and liquid assets, totaling approximately $13 million, with absolute and immediate executive control." It was difficult to breathe because the silence in the room was so oppressive. After that, my father went into a tantrum. Because he sprang up so quickly, the heavy leather chair he was sitting in fell to the ground. "Her? She's a kid. She doesn't know anything about money. She's been off playing soldier for years. This is insane." He was out of his mind. He was senile. Mr. Harrison made his statement in a composed manner. "Your father was completely of sound mind, Richard." The shaking finger of my father was pointed in my direction. There was a vein in his forehead that was pulsating fiercely, and his face was red. "You're not keeping this, Eleanor, you hear me? You are a nobody. You have no idea how the real world works. I will tie this up in court for a decade. I will bleed the estate dry in legal fees before I let a little girl take what is rightfully mine." I did not get to my feet. It was not me who raised my voice. When I stared at the guy who had abandoned me 19 years ago, I saw his eyes, which were filled with frenzied anger, and I spoke precisely what my grandfather would have said. "You are dismissed, Richard." In his haste to leave, he kicked the hefty glass door that stood in his way. I was aware that he was more than just making a threat. My father was having a hard time. I was aware of Richard's financial predicament due to the private notes that my grandfather had left for me. The Internal Revenue Service, private creditors, and a few highly shady private equity firms were among the parties to whom he owed money. In order to save his own skin, he required that $15.4 million. I was aware that he would come with me. I merely needed to be aware of how. Due to the sudden and substantial bequest that I received, as well as the fact that I am an officer in the military who is now on active duty, I was immediately subjected to stringent financial compliance processes. When it comes to officers who unexpectedly earn millions of dollars, the Department of Defense has stringent procedures in place. In a voice that was dangerously low and nearly vibrating with repressed wrath, the judge addressed the attorney. "Counsel," he said, "did you, Or did your private investigator do even a basic background check on the respondent before filing this emergency petition? Marcus stumbled over his words. Why, Your Honor, our investigation focused on her immediate, observable behavior. In a voice that was as sharp as a whip, the judge yelled out, you tried to frame her as an incompetent child while you were stalking a military officer who was working a part-time job. It was a bodily reaction from the gallery. You have wasted this court's time with a maliciously incomplete narrative. The judge turned his head to look at me, and his countenance completely changed. Nobody felt sorry for them anymore. The level of respect was astonishing. Lieutenant Vance, I apologize for this court entertaining this farce. The petition for a temporary administrator is... Wait, Your Honor, wait. While sitting in his chair, my father suddenly leaped up, completely losing his control. While his face was flushed and he was sweating tremendously, he made his own attorney move aside. That doesn't matter. So what if she's a lawyer? It doesn't change the fact that my father was out of his mind. He was senile. He didn't know what he was doing. He hated the military by the end. She manipulated him. She forced him to sign that will. The courtroom was filled with hushed conversations. Marcus made an attempt to drag my father back down while yelling, Richard, shut up, sit down. However, my father was in a state of distress. He was struggling to maintain his financial stability. The gavel was pounded down by Judge Miller. At that moment, the judge scowled down at Mr. Vance and said, Order, Mr. Vance, control yourself or I will have you removed. You are now alleging undue influence and mental incapacity of the deceased? The anxious nods of my father were heard. Yes, yes. He wouldn't just cut me out, he was sick. His mind was gone. She took advantage of an old, sick man. While appearing fatigued, the judge let out a sigh. He glanced at me. Lieutenant Vance, these are serious allegations, regardless of your professional standing. If the deceased lacked testamentary capacity, he didn't, Your Honor, I remarked in a cool and collected manner. In no way did I appear angry. It appeared that I had complete command. It was the judge who inquired, do you have proof? I was looking forward to this moment. The photographs of the barista were merely an appetizer here. Undue influence was the main entree, and I had brought the butcher knife. My father's desperate attempt to save himself was the main course. I anticipated this exact argument, Your Honor, I responded. I dug into my leather briefcase and brought out a second red folder that was somewhat thicker and had a large amount of binding. It was brought to the bailiff by me on foot. Your Honor, General Vance was a man obsessed with precision. He kept meticulous records of every single day of his life. Exhibit 4 contains my grandfather's comprehensive medical records from the past 3 years, including 2 independent cognitive evaluations conducted by neurologists at the VA hospital. The most recent was conducted just 5 weeks before his passing. He scored in the 99th percentile for cognitive function for his age group. He was sharper than most people in this room. While slowly nodding his head, the judge began to examine the medical documents. As I continued, the temperature in the room dropped to the point where it was below freezing. But that is not all, Your Honor, I said. When I turned around, I was facing my father. He was heaving heavily, and his eyes were darting around like an animal that was being held captive. My grandfather did not cut my father out of the bulk of the estate because of dementia. He cut him out because of discovery. Marcus, the attorney, stood up, appearing to be in a state of terror. Objection, relevance. The judge, who was completely absorbed in the case, yelled out, overruled, while leaning over the bench. Lieutenant Vance, explain discovery. The final section of the red folder was taken out of its clasp. 8 months ago, my grandfather hired a forensic accounting firm to audit a separate, irrevocable family trust that was established by my grandmother before her death. My father, Richard Vance, was the sole trustee of that account, meant to manage funds for his 2 younger sisters and their children. In a desperate and choking manner, my father let out a sound. Despite the fact that his knuckles were turning white, he grabbed the edge of the table. Eleanor, don't, stop. Not once did I stop. I didn't even raise my eyes. Exhibit 5, Your Honor, is the complete forensic audit. It contains irrefutable evidence, including wire transfer receipts, falsified vendor invoices, and offshore bank routing numbers, proving that over the last 5 years, Richard Vance embezzled approximately $2.2 million from his own sister's trust fund to desperately prop up his failing commercial real estate venture. The exhibition space erupted. Those who had come to the courtroom in the hopes of showing their support for him, my aunts, who were the very sisters he had stolen from, started screaming. Indeed, one of them made a forward lunge over the wooden railing before a bailiff was able to successfully catch her. In a shrill voice, she yelled, "You bastard, you told us the market wiped it out." A smack, a smack, a smack. The block was struck with a force that was so loud that it was deafening. Order. Absolute order in this court or I will clear the gallery immediately. The atmosphere in the room became more peaceful, but the suffocating weight of complete and utter devastation lingered in the air. I spoke up, my voice cutting through the silence like a scalpel. And I said, 4 months ago, my grandfather confronted him with this evidence. My father begged him not to go to the police. My grandfather agreed, on one condition. He immediately altered his own will, cutting my father out entirely, save for a highly restricted $1.5 million stipend trust which, ironically, he was designed to slowly pay back the exact amount he stole from his sisters over the next 20 years. On my father's face, I looked. He had stopped standing at that point. After he had collapsed into his chair, he was openly crying while holding his head in his hands. It had been 19 years since the slick and conceited businessman who had abandoned me at a doorstep had fled the scene. He was nothing more than a pitiful and broken thief. After a moment of silence, I came to the conclusion that my grandfather did not suffer from dementia. He had a thief for a son. And he left the estate to me because he knew I had the training, the discipline, and the spine to stand in this courtroom today and finally hold him accountable. A lengthy and weighty moment passed during which Judge Miller sat in stunned silence. He examined the enormous pile of forensic evidence that was in front of him. At the petitioner's table, he looked at the man who was crying the hardest. After that, he turned his gaze toward me. "Lieutenant Vance," the judge said, which was completely devoid of the harshness that had been present in his voice earlier. "The petition for a temporary administrator is denied with extreme prejudice. The will stands exactly as written." After that, he turned his attention to my father, and his eyes were as sharp as a crucible. "Mr. Vance, not only are you leaving this courtroom with nothing, but I am impounding Exhibit 5. As an officer of the court, when presented with credible, documented evidence of felony embezzlement and wire fraud, I am legally obligated to forward this entire dossier to the King County District Attorney's Office and the FBI." The sound of my father's face being buried in his arms was followed by a wail. As if my father were radioactive, Marcus, his attorney, had already begun packing his briefcase and was physically moving away from his own client. "We are adjourned," the judge said as he slammed the gavel for the very last time. It is always the case that the aftermath of a nuclear explosion is typically more quiet than the explosion itself. Since that day in court, it has been 3 months since that event. The legal repercussions were severe and occurred very quickly. Without wasting any time, the district attorney moved quickly. They conducted a search warrant at my father's place of business, armed with the meticulously organized forensic audit that my grandfather had prepared. Multiple counts of wire fraud, embezzlement, and breach of fiduciary duty were brought against him in the official indictment. It was the day that his bank accounts were frozen that his young girlfriend broke up with him. He is currently waiting for his trial while he is out on bail, which was paid for by a predatory bail bondsman because no one in the family would allow him to have any money. A maximum sentence of 15 years in federal prison is awaiting him. People from my extended family, who had come to the courthouse with the intention of watching me lose, suddenly changed their minds about the situation. My phone was inundated with text messages and voicemails from my aunts and cousins, all of whom expressed their regret, stated that they always knew Richard was bad news, and asked me in a casual manner if I could assist them with a small loan from the estate. Each and every one of their phone numbers was blocked by me. In the same way that General Vance did not negotiate with parasites, I personally do not. The estate, which was worth $14.5 million, was completely transferred into my name after the probate process was completed and the Department of Defense's financial compliance hold was officially lifted. No, I did not purchase a sports car. No, I did not purchase a mansion. I arranged a meeting with Mr. Harrison, the attorney who handles estate matters, and we reorganized the investments. An ironclad trust was established by me in order to fully reimburse my aunts for the money that my father stole. I did this because I believed it was the right thing to do, despite the fact that my aunts were hypocrites. The remaining assets were invested in portfolios that were diversified and had a low level of risk. This wealth was the result of my grandfather's lifelong commitment to self-control and discipline. In order to show my respect for him, I planned to keep it in the same condition as before. My final day at the Roasted Bean was the most surreal part of this entire experience. However, it was also the most memorable. It had been 2 weeks since I had given my notice, during which I had explained that my administrative hold had been lifted and that I was moving abroad. When the doorbell rang, I was cleaning the front counter, which was my last shift at the establishment. I raised my head. Private investigator was the one who did it. Whoever it was that had taken the photographs of me. As he approached the counter, he appeared to be in a most uncomfortable position. It was a black drip coffee that he ordered. During the time that I was handing it to him, he looked around, leaned in close, and whispered, "Hey, I just wanted to say. I was in the courtroom that day. My boss made me go to see how the photos turned out." I simply looked at him with a neutral expression on my face. It was a forceful swallow. He deposited a $20 bill into the tip jar and said, "That was the most savage and beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. You absolutely ruined him. Keep the change, Lieutenant." For the first time in what seemed like months, I smiled, and I meant it. "Have a good day, sir." On the day before yesterday, I finished packing up the remaining items that I had brought from my grandfather's home on Mercer Island. As I made my way through the empty and quiet rooms, I walked. I was standing in the doorway of his study, looking at the formidable mahogany desk that he had used to instruct me in the art of contract reading for the first time. I ran my hand along the wood that had been polished. In the midst of the silence, I could almost make out his deep voice. "You are deserving of your position, Eleanor. Persist in maintaining the line." I murmured, "I will, Grandpa," into the void that was there in the room. I held the line. The front door was locked, and I proceeded to walk down the gravel driveway before getting into my vehicle. To get to the airport, I'd driven. There is a new deployment for me. I will be taking over as the lead prosecutor for the regional JAG office when I arrive at a naval base in Japan with the intention of taking over that position. New responsibilities, new cases, and a new organizational style. Attempts were made by my father to destroy me by using the surface. With the intention of defining my entire existence, he attempted to use an apron, a spilled coffee, and a job that paid the minimum wage. The arrogance of assuming that what you see is all there is was the driving force behind his actions. In spite of this, he failed to remember the most significant lesson that General Vance ever imparted to me: the person who speaks the loudest in the room is typically the weakest. Power that is genuine does not require a shout. It is not necessary to have a flashy suit or a BMW that is leased. Silence is the hallmark of true power. The discipline is present. Before it hands you the shovel, it waits patiently in the back of the room, holding a single black folder. It allows you to dig your own grave before eventually handing it to you. My nephew bragged they'd take my room when Grandma kicks me out. They forgot I own the house, so I canceled all their cards and halted the remodel. The fork stopped halfway to my daughter's mouth. The piece of meatloaf on the end of it trembled just slightly as my nephew, Leo, delivered the line. He was 10, old enough to know exactly what he was saying, and he said it loud and casual, right over the mashed potatoes and gravy. "Aunt Chloe said I can have your room when we finally kick your mom out," he repeated, taking a massive gulp of his milk, chewing loudly. His little sister, who was 6, let out a high-pitched giggle. The dining room table went weirdly, suffocatingly quiet. It was the kind of silence where you could hear the air conditioner click off in the background. Someone's silver bracelet clinked against a glass. My sister, Chloe, smirked down at her plate like she had just personally won the lottery. My daughter, Lily, immediately flushed red. Her cheeks went blotchy, a physical reaction she always had when her anxiety spiked. She looked down at her plate of peas. Then, she did what she always did when she was terrified of being a burden or being perceived as rude. She leaned closer to me, her small shoulder pressing against my arm, and whispered so softly that only I could hear. "Are we getting kicked out, Mom?" My hand evade your ass. My hand started shaking under the table. I pressed my cloth napkin flat against my lap, running my thumb over the stitched seams, counting them to ground myself. My throat felt incredibly thick, like I had swallowed a stone. I looked around the room. This was my dining room. These were my ceramic plates. That was my grocery list pinned to the fridge behind me, detailing the exact brand of oat milk Chloe demanded I buy for her visits. Their heavy casserole dishes sat on my granite counters, their expensive winter jackets hung on my entryway hooks. The bedroom in question, Lily's bedroom, had a beautiful lavender bookshelf we had built together, and a delicate paper chain she had made out of old coloring books. Her name was on that door in sparkling silver letters. Then, the silence was broken. I heard Chloe say, "Oh, relax, they know we're just joking." She didn't say it to me. She said it to our mother, Barbara, without even making eye contact with me. Mom gave a tiny, dismissive shrug, taking a sip of her wine. My older brother, Derek, chuckled from the end of the table, shaking his head like the whole concept was just so silly and I was being overly sensitive. Everyone at that table waited to see my face. They waited for me to swallow the disrespect, to laugh along, to keep the peace. Because that was my role. I turned to Lily. I smiled at her, the kind of steady, unwavering smile that mother's perfect when the world is ending. "No, baby," I said, my voice completely steady, "we are never getting kicked out." Then, I looked directly across the table at my mother. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't scream. I just asked, "Actually, Mom, why don't you remind everyone whose name is on the deed to this house?" Mom's face changed instantly. The smugness vanished, replaced by a tight, pinched expression. Her lips pulled in, her eyes darted nervously toward my front door, then back to my face. A long, agonizing beat passed. You could literally hear the refrigerator humming in the kitchen. Lily peeked up at me, her brown eyes wide. I gently tucked a loose curl behind her ear, picked up the serving spoon, and kept dishing out green beans like I wasn't holding my breath, waiting for the explosion. Chloe's kids quickly lost interest in the tension and started arguing over who got the last dinner roll, but the adults kept their eyes glued to me. They looked at me like I had just placed a live grenade on the table right between the salt shaker and the butter dish. I should have known that exact moment was the entire house of cards beginning to slip. Let me give you some context, because without it, you won't understand the absolute sheer audacity of these people. My name is Maya, I'm 35 years old, and I live in Austin, Texas. I make my living as a digital artist and a graphic design freelancer. It started as taking small commission jobs at my kitchen table while Lily was sleeping, and eventually, it evolved into a massive YouTube channel and a thriving Instagram presence. My short tutorials on how to master digital lighting and shading have over 800,000 subscribers on YouTube, and I have about 400,000 followers on Instagram. I sell custom digital brush packs for $35, and I host a comprehensive $250 online masterclass that keeps my lights on and my savings account extremely healthy. I film everything in my spare bedroom, using a ring light and a professional mic setup. It's a modest setup, but it's entirely mine. I am a single mom to Lily, who is 8 years old. I adopted Lily from the foster care system 3 years ago after my devastating divorce. My ex-husband didn't want kids, and when he left, I realized I finally had the space and the love to give to a child who needed it. 2 years ago, right as my channel was starting to truly blow up, I moved into this old, run-down bungalow that my grandparents had originally left to my mother. The plan, according to Barbara, was supposed to be a temporary arrangement. Just help me fix it up, baby, she had told me. Keep it in the family, you can stay there for cheap while you get on your feet. At the time, I was just intensely grateful that I didn't have to sign a brutal, overpriced lease in the Austin housing market, but the house was an absolute disaster. The roof leaked every time it drizzled, the HVAC system coughed and sputtered like a dying engine, and the plumbing was a ticking time bomb. I put my YouTube money, my sponsorship deals, and every single freelance dollar I could scrape together into fixing this place. A brand new roof cost me $11,500. A new HVAC system was $7,200. Completely redoing the plumbing cost another $4,500. I spent weekends painting the cabinets, sanding the floors, and making it a home. When the renovations were mostly done, Mom came over, looked around, and said, "You have such a gift, Maya." Then, she smoothly suggested that we create a family fund joint checking account for ongoing house expenses. For simplicity, she said. We put both our names on it, and I set up a massive $1,500 monthly transfer on autopay so the mortgage, property taxes, and home insurance would hit without any drama. But I wasn't stupid. I insisted we draw the paperwork up properly. I legally bought the place from her for $32,000, which was the remaining balance on the original mortgage she had taken out years ago. We went to a title company. We recorded the deed. I paid the transfer tax out of my own pocket. I filed the homestead exemption entirely in my name. Mom was sitting right there at the closing table. She even joked with the title agent about keeping the property in the family, while I signed the massive stack of paperwork. But despite all the legal documents, she kept a spare key. And she never, ever stopped calling it my mama's house. My family has always treated me like the reliable workhorse. I was the adult wallet. I was the one who covered Mom's $300 power bill in the dead of August when the Texas heat was unbearable. That $300 just sat on autopay on my credit card for 2 years. I gave my sister Chloe $4,000 for the down payment on her luxury SUV so her precious boys wouldn't have to squeeze into a sedan. I paid my brother Derek's rent for 4 months straight during a rough patch he had last year. That was $1,800 a month, handed over with a casual, "Pay me back whenever you can, bro." I meant it as, "Pay me back when you're financially stable," but he clearly heard it as, "This is a gift. Don't worry about it." I even added everyone to my massive unlimited family phone plan because it honestly cost me less mentally than dealing with their constant complaints about their service being shut off due to late fees. 6 lines. $350 a month. A constant drain on my finances, but it kept the peace. It didn't make me a saint, it just made me exhausted. They tolerated my unconventional career because my career funded their lifestyle. Mom would eagerly clap at my YouTube milestones if a tech company sent me a free iPad or a drawing tablet, but behind my back, she'd roll her eyes and call them Maya's little internet doodles. At Christmas last year, she literally told our Aunt Sarah, loud enough for me to hear from the kitchen, "Maya's little videos are actually paying real bills now, can you believe it?" She said this exactly 3 days after she had handed me her $800 property tax bill for her own condo, expecting me to clear it. But the absolute worst part, the part that genuinely built a wall of ice around my heart, was how they treated Lily. Lily was never, ever treated like the other grandchildren. Because she was adopted, my family viewed her as an outsider. They never said anything explicitly cruel that you could call them out on directly, but the venom leaked out sideways in a million tiny, paper-cut microaggressions. Like when Chloe planned a massive Cousin's Day at the expensive indoor trampoline park and conveniently forgot to add me to the group text. I only found out when she posted a huge gallery of pictures on Facebook with the caption, "All my beautiful babies, blood is thicker than water." Or the year Mom ordered custom, expensive matching monogrammed Christmas pajamas for all the grandkids. Somehow, she magically forgot to ask me for Lily's size. When I called her out, she handed Lily a generic, scratchy $10 nightgown from Walmart and said, "Oh, I didn't think she'd care about the monogram, sweetie. At family gatherings, there were always beautifully handwritten, labeled place cards for Chloe and Derek's kids. Lily was always penciled in on a folded paper napkin at the last second, like an afterthought. Once, Mom wanted a photo of all the grandchildren for her living room mantle. She actually handed her iPhone to Lily, who was 7 at the time, and said, "You take the picture, honey, you're so good with cameras, just like your mom." I stood there holding a tray of appetizers, my blood boiling, and said nothing because I was too terrified of ruining the holiday. But whenever I tried to push back, even a fraction of an inch, they punished me quietly. Just last month, Chloe came to me practically in tears. She begged me to put down the $5,000 deposit for her massive kitchen remodel because her contractor needed to book the schedule right now or she'd lose her spot. She swore up and down that she would pay me back the second her husband's annual work bonus cleared. I did it. I swiped my card because I genuinely pictured all of us finally having a nice, spacious place to host holidays instead of cramming into her tiny galley kitchen. Then, her husband's bonus cleared. But instead of paying me back, they used the money to book a luxury family cruise to the Bahamas. When I confronted her, she casually asked me to cover the second installment of the kitchen remodel too, which was another $5,000. I told her absolutely not, that I needed to look at my own finances first. Things got incredibly frosty after that. When Lily came home from a weekend visit at Grandma's house, she was holding a cheap, flimsy dollar store puzzle. Meanwhile, Chloe's boys had come home with brand new PlayStation 5 consoles, funded jointly by Grandma and Chloe. When I glared at Mom, she just sniffed and said, "Well, their father pitched in, Maya." She looked at me like I was supposed to take the hint, "Know your place." So, when my nephew sat at my dining room table and proudly announced that he'd be taking Lily's room when they kicked me out, it wasn't just a rude kid making a one-off joke. It was the entire, toxic pattern spoken out loud. I paid for the roof they were currently eating under. I paid for the food on their plates. And still, to them, none of this was mine. We were joking. Leo is a child, he didn't mean anything by it. You cannot cut off your own flesh and blood over a stupid Thanksgiving joke. Her voice was shrill, sharp enough that I knew the neighbors across the street could hear every word. I didn't raise my voice. I leaned closer to the window screen. "I'm not your backup bank account, Mom," I said smoothly. "And I'm not Chloe's ATM, I am Lily's mother. That is my only job. This is our home. It is not shared family property. Please plan to pick up your boxes by December 15th. Her mouth flattened into a thin, furious line. "Chloe's boys are crying," she spat, trying to use guilt as her final weapon. "They don't understand why their Aunt Maya suddenly hates them and is ruining their house." "I don't hate anyone," I said, feeling my heart pound against my ribs, "but I will not fund a family that my kid isn't a part of. Do not involve the boys in adult financial matters. Goodbye, Mom." I slid the window shut and locked it. It felt childish to lock the window, but it also felt like the most incredibly adult thing I had done in my entire 35 years of existence. Over the next 48 hours, the fallout was apocalyptic. Chloe called me 14 times in a row. When I blocked her number, she started sending me massive essay-length emails. She detailed how her kitchen was currently a hazardous construction zone, how they had to eat takeout for every meal, and how dare I ruin their family holidays. "How do you expect us to have family dinners at my place if I don't even have an oven, Maya?" She typed in furious bold letters. I replied with one single sentence, "I won't fund a family my kid isn't a part of." She replied instantly, "Please stop making everything about Rachel. You are so obsessed with making her the victim." I didn't reply. I just archived the email thread. I was entirely done explaining myself to people committed to misunderstanding me. By noon on Saturday, the flying monkeys had been fully deployed. I received direct messages on Instagram from extended cousins I hadn't spoken to since high school, all asking if I was having a mental breakdown. My brother Derek sent me a text saying he was coming over to talk some sense into me. I texted him back, "If you show up uninvited, I will consider it trespassing and I will call the police." I am not joking. He didn't show up. But then, the situation escalated from petty family drama into absolute, terrifying insanity. On Monday morning, while I was dropping Lily off at school, my phone rang. It was an unknown local number. I answered it cautiously. "Hi, is this Maya Reynolds?" a gruff voice asked. "Yes, speaking. This is Dave, the contractor working on the Williams Kitchen project. I know you pulled your card off the file, and I respect that. But I need to have a serious conversation with you about the financing agreement that was signed last month." My stomach dropped. "What financing agreement?" I asked, pulling my car over to the side of the road and putting it in park. Dave sighed heavily into the phone. "When your sister and your mother initially hired me, they didn't have the cash up front. They told me you were the primary financial backer. They provided a signed guarantor contract stating that if the credit card payments failed, the remaining balance of the $30,000 remodel would be secured by a lien against a property." "A lien against Chloe's house?" I asked, my voice trembling. "No, ma'am. Dave said quietly. A lien against your house. The property on Elm Street. They provided a copy of your deed, your tax records, and a signature that matches the one on your credit card authorization form. If Chloe doesn't pay me the $5,000 by Wednesday, my legal team is automatically filing the lien against your property. The world went entirely silent. The blood roared in my ears. They hadn't just been using my credit card. My mother and my sister had actively conspired to forge my signature on a legal financial document to use my paid-off house as collateral for a luxury kitchen remodel. That was why Mom had been so smug about the family fund account. That was why she had kept copies of the deed paperwork. They believed they owned me so entirely that committing felony fraud was just a casual family errand. Dave, I said, my voice dropping to a dead, icy calm. I did not sign that document. I have never seen that document. I am driving to the police station right now to file a report for identity theft and forgery. I need you to email me every single piece of paper they gave you. Dave paused. Are you serious? They forged it? Send it to me right now, I demanded. He did. Within 5 minutes, I was staring at a PDF on my phone. There it was. A crude, obvious forgery of my signature at the bottom of a contractor's lien agreement. I didn't call Mom. I didn't text Chloe. I drove straight to the Austin Police Department. I walked in, slammed the printed emails, the forged contract, my actual ID, and my authentic deed paperwork down on the desk, and I filed a massive, detailed police report for identity theft and wire fraud. The detective I spoke to took one look at the documents, looked at the timeline, and shook his head. Family cases are always the messiest, ma'am. Are you absolutely sure you want to press charges? This could mean jail time for them. Press them, I said without hesitation. Press all of them. By Wednesday afternoon, the police had paid a visit to Chloe's house. The explosion that followed was nuclear. Chloe's husband, Mark, who had apparently been completely oblivious to the forged lien and thought the kitchen was being paid for by a legitimate bank loan, absolutely lost his mind. When he found out his wife and mother-in-law had committed felony fraud, he packed a bag, took the boys, and went to stay with his parents. He filed for divorce 3 weeks later. Mom was forced to hire a criminal defense attorney. To afford his retainer, she had to sell her beloved luxury sedan and drain her retirement savings. The criminal investigation is still ongoing, but the lawyer informed her that unless she pays Dave the contractor the full $30,000 out of pocket to make the civil issue disappear, the DA is likely going to pursue the forgery charges aggressively. The family phone plan officially suspended on December 5th. I watched the lines go dead on my Verizon dashboard. My monthly bill dropped from $350 down to $85. The house got incredibly quiet. And it was a beautiful, profound kind of quiet. The thing about setting massive, life-altering boundaries is that the middle part is actually really boring. You don't have dramatic movie monologues every day. You make rice for dinner. You edit your YouTube videos. You explain to your 8-year-old daughter that sometimes grown-ups act very badly, and it is never, ever a child's job to fix their mistakes. You check the front doorbell camera when a slow car drives by, and you actively decide not to panic. I slept better the night I checked the security footage and saw my mother walk up to my door, try the new keypad code, sigh in defeat, and walk back to her rented Nissan Altima. Not great, but better. Lily and I started a new ritual on Sunday nights. She called it spaghetti night, saying it with the enthusiasm of a kid announcing a blockbuster movie premiere. I browned garlic in my heavy, dented Dutch oven and let the tomato sauce bubble for hours while she set the dining room table with the mismatched, colorful plates we had bought at a thrift store. I purposely put 2 extra chairs at the end of the table, leaving them completely empty. It wasn't a stunt. It was just a quiet, visual reminder that we had plenty of space in our lives, but only for people who showed up with kindness. Aunt Clara came over the first week without even asking if it was okay. She brought a massive bagged salad and a white cardboard box full of fresh cannolis from the local Italian bakery. She hugged Lily like Lily was the absolute most important child on the planet. After dinner, Lily grabbed Aunt Clara's hand and gave her a grand tour of her bedroom. The lavender bookshelf, the paper chains, and the brand new paint on the accent wall. We had painted it the previous weekend. Just the one wall. She had picked the exact color from one of my digital art tutorials. Ocean glass. A deep, calming, beautiful blue. We had laughed until our stomachs hurt when Barnaby the cat tried to attack the paint roller like it was a fuzzy blue mouse. We wiped up the splatters together. The room looked incredible. It looked like a place where someone planned to stay forever. I put the homestead exemption paperwork back into my secure filing cabinet, but I kept a copy of the deed in the top drawer in the kitchen, right next to the takeout menus and the spare rubber bands. I don't keep it there to wave it in anyone's face. I keep it there just so I can reach in and touch it with my thumb sometimes when I'm waiting for the pasta water to boil. Proof. Not for them. For me. Chloe hasn't texted me since the police showed up at her door. Mom sends the occasional, pathetic test balloon, a forwarded Facebook joke, or a vague text saying how is Lily doing, with absolutely no apology wrapped around it. I answer only the questions concerning my daughter. Short, civil, gray rock responses. If they ever mention the legal fees or ask for money, I simply reply, I am not your bank, and I leave it on read. If they say they miss our family dinners, I reply, so do we. But family means Lily, too. On our third spaghetti night, Lily sat at the kitchen island and drew a picture with her crayons. She walked over and taped it to the refrigerator, right over the grocery list. It was a drawing of a little square house with a brown roof. Standing on the green grass were two smiling stick figures and a lopsided, yellow tree next to the porch. Above the drawing, she had written in careful, spaced out letters, just like she practiced on her school spelling tests, Mom and Lily's house. We went to the local garden nursery the very next day and bought an actual lemon tree, a skinny, fragile little thing with a tag that said Meyer Lemon. We dug a hole in the side yard with a borrowed shovel. The Texas dirt smelled rich and heavy, like incoming rain. Lily pressed the dark soil down around the roots with her bare hands, her face smeared with dirt. She looked up at me, the sun catching in her eyes. Will it stay here forever, Mom? She asked. Yeah, baby, I said, my voice thick but completely steady. It will. I didn't feel triumphant in that moment. I didn't feel like a superhero. I just felt like a mother who had finally heard her kid ask if they were safe, and had finally answered with something real, something tangible, something that couldn't be taken away by a bitter family. The house still creaks at night when the wind blows hard against the oak trees, but it creaks like it's settling comfortably around us, not like it's warning us of an impending collapse. When Lily fell asleep that night, she didn't ask me to double-check the locks. I checked them anyway, just once, setting the heavy deadbolt with a quiet, satisfying click. Until the criminal trial is over, I'm keeping my life incredibly simple. No yelling, no dramatic speeches, no engaging with the flying monkeys. Just a simple, unbreakable rule: I will not fund a family that my child is not a part of. And we have a beautiful blue wall that dried the exact perfect shade my daughter wanted. And we have a lemon tree that, in time, is going to give us sweet fruit right here in our own front yard. To sum it all up, one might say that to some people, the word family is just a convenient password. It's a phrase they use to skip the checkout line, to bypass accountability, to demand endless sacrifices without ever offering respect in return. I didn't cut off my family over a joke. I stopped subsidizing entitled, cruel people who actively scheduled my beautiful daughter out of the cousin photos, but happily scheduled her mother into their mortgage payments and fraudulent remodeling contracts. There is a very special, terrifying kind of audacity in eating someone's food, sleeping under their roof, maxing out their credit cards, forging their legal signature, and then acting deeply wounded when the bank finally closes and the police show up at your door. Boundaries aren't cruelty, they are just the receipts, finally being handed over to the people who racked up the bill. My son-in-law left my daughter on a ventilator to cheat. By 6 a.m. I froze every penny, called the FBI, and had him arrested in my stolen Porsche. Without knowing who I am, the events of that night and the total damage I wreaked on Julian Mercer and his family will make no sense. My name is Evelyn Hayes. My age is 59. I was a recently divorced single mother in a small, water-damaged 2-room office on the industrial side of the city 27 years ago. My ex-husband looked me in the eye during our divorce and told me I was too emotional to operate anything more intricate than a vacuum. I founded Hayes Property Solutions with a $50,000 small business loan, insane risk, and willpower. 115 full-time employees work for my company, which administers 62 commercial properties in 4 states and makes enough money to make my ex-husband cry. I'm not delicate. I don't collapse in hospital hallways, pull at my hair, make a display of my sadness, or let my emotions outstrip my strategic strategy. I'm a mother. Since my daughter Chloe married Julian Mercer 3 years ago, the cutthroat corporate strategist and the ferociously protective mother have been in a very specific, very agonizing tension. Chloe was 29. She was a NICU nurse. She had a gentle, profound warmth, saved stray animals, remembered the hospital janitorial staff's birthdays, and saw the best in everyone she met. She loved Julian with the blazing devotion of someone who mistakenly mistook intensity for depth. I witnessed that during 2 years of dating. I watched him sink his hooks into her and said nothing since she was a grown lady, completely in love, and my track record with men was not great. I funded their wedding. The lavish ceremony at a Napa Valley vineyard cost more than the down payment for my first commercial plaza. Because I loved my daughter and ignored the quiet, persistent voice in my head shouting that Julian Mercer was an elaborate act, I suffered for it. Julian was 33. Vice President of Regional Sales for a mid-tier logistics organization. He was polished in that dangerous way of men who have spent their adult life learning how to appear trustworthy without ever being a nice person. Tom Ford outfits were too expensive for him. His handshake was tight and rehearsed. He had a great memory for names and a terrible ability to make everyone in a room feel suddenly special. The most deadly charm is the one that takes years to recognize as a trick rather than a genuine sensation. Red flags appeared gradually. They crept into our lives like ceiling leaks. I registered the first one 14 months into their marriage. Chloe called me Thursday night. She was crying and gasping for oxygen, but she wouldn't tell me why. As quickly as the tears began, she stopped, took a shaky breath, declared she was all right, and talked about her garden. I recorded the date and time in my bedtime leather-bound notepad. Not sure why I wrote it down. Maybe a survival behavior. Writing down. I record. The second red flag was bolder. Julian told me at a packed Thanksgiving dinner in front of his parents and sister that he had rescued Chloe's credit after she suffered financially before they married. It was so exact, mathematically inaccurate, and carelessly delivered that I almost choked on my wine. Since 26, Chloe owns her townhome. She invested part of her nursing earnings carefully and aggressively for years. She never had financial trouble as an adult. Julian understood perfectly. Right in front of me, he was creating a phony history that made him the rescuer and center of her universe. I noticed that too. Corporate credit cards were the third warning. Julian arrived in my office 7 months prior to the hospital event with a temporary cash flow bottleneck. He claimed a short-term shortfall between his quarterly logistics bonus and some unspecified personal responsibilities. He requested me to authorize him on the Hayes Property Solutions corporate platinum card with a great smile. Just momentarily, he swore. He would repay the balance in 3 weeks. I stared him down and answered, absolutely not. He laughed, fixing his fine tie. Come on, Evelyn. I thought we were family. We are family, I said flatly, which is exactly why I am protecting both of us from mixing business with personal liabilities. He laughed, trying to jest. A week later, he obtained a supplementary card for Chloe's legacy account, which had a credit line linked back to a Hayes Property subsidiary through 3 corporate organizations. This breach was discovered later. Much later. When I found it, I realized how long his parasitic plot had been going on. The horror began on a dreary Tuesday morning. In the middle of her shift, Chloe collapsed and was taken to the ICU. Massive bilateral pulmonary embolism. She has 2 lung clots. Dr. Eris Thorne, a brilliant, weary woman, pulled me into the sterile, brilliantly lit corridor at 10:15 a.m. She stared at me with the stark, unadorned honesty of seasoned doctors. A catastrophic medical event could be survived with immediate, forceful, and prolonged attention, but absolute stability was needed. Close, painstaking monitoring was needed. Most importantly, it needed no additional physiological or emotional stress. Cellular warfare raged throughout her body. Only time was needed. I sat alongside my daughter's bed for 12 painful hours. ICUs have a terrible atmosphere. Industrial antiseptic, iodine, and the unseen aroma of human horror baked into the drywall are strong. The ventilator beside Chloe's bed hissed mechanically. Continuously, the monitors beeped. Looking at her translucent skin, I prayed to any god that would listen while holding her pale, limp hand. Julian touched down around 7:30 p.m. He lasted 42 minutes strictly. Her hand wasn't held. No tears. He shifted weight at the foot of her bed, looking very uncomfortable. I watched him do it. I saw him check his Rolex with a short, practiced peek at his wrist. It was the same dismissive, impatient gesture he used in business meetings to depart a conversation. He straightened his silk shirt cuffs, groaned, and grabbed my car keys from the tray table next to my daughter's life support equipment. My keys. To my midnight blue 2024 Porsche Cayenne. She won't know I'm here, he said. He didn't lament. He didn't say it with the grief of a husband suffering to see his wife die. That was the worst. He mentioned it casually, as if to say a lunch reservation had been pushed back 15 minutes. He had digested, categorized, and stored the somewhat irritating knowledge in his head. His groomed fingers wrapped the leather keychain as I watched. Those are my keys, Julian, I said dangerously low. He grinned. It was the annoying, arrogant smile of a mediocre man who never felt a woman over 50 could stop him from doing whatever he wanted. He said, I'll bring it back first thing in the morning, Evelyn. Smoothly. My car is in the shop, and yours is just sitting in the parking garage doing nothing. Don't worry about it. The room also contained his younger sister Sienna. At 26, she was an aspiring social media influencer who had only filtered photos. She didn't look up from her iPhone. She spent 3 hours slouching in the vinyl chair beside the window, feverishly scrolling TikTok and periodically cracking her gum with a harsh, irritating crack. She never stood to look at Chloe. He has his own life, Evelyn, Sienna mumbled, still staring at her tablet. You can't seriously expect him to just sit in this depressing, morbid room all night. He needs to decompress. Julian fled on his heels. I stood still by my daughter's bed, listening to his nice leather shoes' confident click echo down the linoleum corridor until they stopped. No screaming. He was not pursued. No sound came from me. Because what was happening in my chest at that moment was silent. It was immensely colder than angry. It was the utter, sub-zero, particular cold of a woman who just had her darkest, most deeply hidden assumptions confirmed with crystalline clarity and knows, with horrifying accuracy, what to do next. I wasn't ready to strike, not yet, had to wait. I sat down, holding Chloe's hand. I awaited the witching hour. Silence in the ICU at 3 a.m. is frightening. Not a peaceful silence. The entire world seems to be holding its breath. Rubber-soled shoes squeak as nurses flit between stations like ghosts. The corridor lights turn a sickly yellow, the world outside the reinforced windows goes black, and you sit next the person you love more than life, feeling crushed and suffocated by everything you cannot control. I knew Chloe's chest rise and fall. I spoke to Dr. Thorne twice more and the midnight-paged pulmonology consultant. They said the same terrible thing, stable but critical. We watch and wait. A sharp buzz rang from Chloe's phone on the plastic bedside table at 3:14 a.m. It was a tired instinct to glance at it. The lock screen showed a social networking notice. From Sienna Mercer's public Instagram. Before I could discuss the ethics of examining my unconscious daughter's phone, I reached over and opened the app, my fingers quivering. Sienna's story video loaded first. Video base was muffled, but visuals were overpowering. There was Julian. He had an expensive silk shirt unbuttoned halfway down. A big bottle of champagne was held aloft. He was dancing grinding against a blonde woman in a skin-tight red sequin dress. They were in the VIP section of the Velvet Lounge, a pricey downtown nightclub. The floor-to-ceiling glass windows behind their VIP booth revealed my 2024 Porsche Cayenne illegally parked at the curb, its dark blue finish and customized rims striking the neon streetlights. She captioned the video in large pink letters, "When life drags you down, party harder, VIP vibes only. Moving forward." Once, I viewed the video. Rewatched it. After watching it 3 times, I saw every pixel, movement, and smile. A major change occurred in my soul. I can only describe it that way. Not a violent break. The volcano did not explode violently. A door that had been urgently striving to open for 3 years closed quietly, permanently, and completely. I placed the phone softly. Over the bed railings, I kissed my daughter's feverish forehead. She had warm skin. Still there, she was. A conflict was raging in her veins. I murmured, "He thinks I'm just a weeping, useless mother," into the sterile room. He is so catastrophically wrong. I picked up my phone, adjusted my blouse, left the room, and made 3 calls in the empty, echoing hospital corridor. The first call was to Arthur Pendleton. Arthur was Hayes Property Solutions' lead corporate attorney for nearly 20 years. He was 62, a senior partner at Pendleton, Royce, and Vance, and he charged $750 an hour because he had the unique, terrible capacity to look at a burning building and compute the legal liability of the match that started it. Arthur replied on the second ring when I contacted him at odd hours. Commercial real estate often requires midnight interventions. He spoke instantly, without the grogginess of a man woken from deep slumber. His caliber lawyers don't sleep, they pause. "Evelyn," he said sharply, "what's on fire?" "I need emergency divorce paperwork drafted immediately," I remarked monotonously. "I need a complete, impenetrable asset freeze on all joint accounts connected to Julian Mercer. I need a restraining order placed on all company assets. And Arthur, I need you to pull every single corporate credit card transaction connected to Julian going back 18 months. Flag anything, no matter how small, that traces back to any Hayes Property subsidiary." Line halt. Brief, analytical. "How much time do I have to execute this?" "I need the financial freeze locked in place before the banking markets open at 8 a.m., you have less than 5 hours. "Understood. I will need your executive authorization code to bypass the security protocols for the subsidiary accounts." I recited the 16-digit alphanumeric code from memory. Arthur said, "Done," his heavy keyboard clacking in the background. "Evelyn, is Chloe stable?" "Work fast, Arthur," I urged, ending the call. The second call was to my commercial insurance broker, Marcus Thorne. Marcus managed Hayes Property's vast vehicle and property portfolio for 22 years. His dedication to his business allowed him to process a total loss claim for a fallen warehouse roof while attending his daughter's destination wedding in Mexico without missing a toast. He replied groggy, "Evelyn, good God, it's 3 in the morning. "The Porsche Cayenne," I said without chit-chat. "Is the hardwired GPS tracker active?" "It's always active on the commercial policy vehicles, Evelyn. You know that. Do you want the current coordinates? I need you to confirm that you can pull the location data in real time, right this second, and that the data is legally documentable and admissible if I need to use it for an official police report." Heavy, static-filled pause. "Evelyn, what exactly is happening?" I said, "My son-in-law took my vehicle without my permission while my daughter is lying in the ICU on a mechanical ventilator, with deadly precision. I would like to report the vehicle as stolen." Longer pause. I heard sheets rustling as Marcus sat up in bed. "The real-time tracker shows the vehicle is currently parked outside the Velvet Lounge on 4th and Grand. I can have a certified, time-stamped location report emailed to you in 4 minutes. Thank you, Marcus. I thought about Chloe at 22, calling me in a panic from her very first apartment to say the heater wasn't working and she didn't know how to talk to the landlord. I remembered walking her through the conversation step by step, and her saying at the end, "I can do hard things, Mom, I just need you to remind me that I can." "You can," I told her now, silently, squeezing her hand in the dim light of the ICU. "You can do this. And I will remind you as many times as you need for the rest of your life." Julian Mercer was formally arraigned in criminal court on Thursday morning. The charges, as gleefully detailed to me by Arthur Pendleton over a 7:15 a.m. phone call, were extensive and devastating. Grand theft auto, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, driving under the influence of alcohol, resisting arrest, and, thanks to the incredibly convenient recorded phone call from the back of the squad car, criminal intimidation of a witness. The district attorney's office had also received Arthur's comprehensive preliminary forensic accounting summary. They formally indicated to Arthur that they were reviewing the financial matters in conjunction with federal authorities, which is polite lawyer translation for, "We are opening a massive, multi-agency criminal investigation that will bury this man under a federal prison." The judge set Julian's bail at $75,000. Julian did not have $75,000 in any account he could legally access, because every single account he could access had been frozen solid by Arthur's filings. Julian spent the next 4 days rotting in county lockup. His family could not bail him out. It quickly emerged, during a very tense conversation between Arthur and an FBI field agent specializing in wire fraud, that Thomas Mercer had foolishly co-signed on 3 of the fraudulent dummy invoices used to launder the stolen money. This made Thomas an active co-conspirator in federal wire fraud, freezing his assets as well and making his own financial survival virtually impossible. While the criminal investigation was rapidly expanding, Sienna attempted to call me on Friday. I let it ring. She called again, frantically, leaving voicemails on Saturday. I deleted them without listening. On Sunday afternoon, she actually had the sheer audacity to physically appear at the hospital. Chloe had miraculously been moved out of the ICU and into a step-down cardiac recovery unit by then. She was breathing entirely on her own, awake, exhausted, and profoundly confused and furious about her medical situation in the specific, fiery way of people who have just survived something terrifying and desperately need a target for their adrenaline. Brenda, the charge nurse from the ICU, had somehow heard through the hospital grapevine that Sienna was in the main lobby. Brenda called my cell phone before Sienna even made it past the front desk security guard. "Evelyn, there is a young woman down here throwing a tantrum, demanding to be let up. She claims she is family." "She is absolutely not family," I said coldly. "Not anymore." "Understood," Brenda said. "I will handle the trash." I stayed with Chloe. Chloe, for her part, had been told the entire truth about Julian on day 4, when Dr. Thorne cleared her cognitively to process complex information, and when I was finally emotionally stable enough to explain it without my voice breaking. I had prepared for the conversation meticulously. I had the printed documents, the exact timeline of events, the police reports. I framed the entire narrative carefully, ensuring she was armed with undeniable facts and information rather than just drowning in emotional pain. She listened to the entire horrific story without interrupting me once. It was a stoic trait she had inherited directly from me, and sitting in that hospital room, I had never been more profoundly grateful for it. When I finally finished speaking, the room was agonizingly quiet for a long time. The only sound was the gentle hum of her oxygen concentrator. Then, she looked away, staring at the blank hospital wall. "The car keys," she whispered, her voice raspy from the breathing tube. "He just reached over and took them right off the table." "Yes," I said gently, "right in front of you. He didn't think you would actually do anything about it, did he?" "No," I said, "he thought I was weak, he thought I was just a mother." She looked up at the ceiling, tears finally pooling in the corners of her eyes, tracking slowly down her pale cheeks. "I knew something was deeply wrong with him, Mom," she said, her voice cracking. "For a long time. I didn't want to admit to myself how wrong it was. I didn't want to be a failure." "You are not a failure, Chloe," I said, wiping her tears with my thumb. "You are a survivor." She turned her head to face me. Her eyes were tired, bloodshot, but the absolute clarity behind them was entirely her own. "Thank you for protecting me." I leaned forward and took both of her hands in mine. "I am going to need you to formally testify against him in federal court at some point," I said softly. "Whenever you are physically and mentally ready. Arthur will walk you through every single step of the process." Chloe actually managed a weak, raspy laugh. "Of course you already have a comprehensive legal plan." "I always have a plan, sweetheart," I smiled. "I know," she squeezed my hands tightly. "It is honestly one of your most terrifying and wonderful qualities." The divorce was officially finalized 9 months later. Julian's employment at the logistics firm had been brutally terminated within 48 hours of his arrest. Once the DUI, the grand theft auto, and the absolutely massive pending federal financial fraud charges became public record, the corporate board of directors severed all ties with him, with the blinding speed of an organization that intimately understands the crushing weight of legal liability. The federal embezzlement investigation ultimately resulted in 22 felony charges against Julian, and, to a slightly lesser but equally devastating extent, 5 felony charges against Thomas Mercer for his active, documented role in facilitating the fraudulent wire transfers. Margaret's precious boutique bed and breakfast, the Mercer Inn, was seized by the bank, and permanently closed by late November. Sienna's eviction from the luxury townhouse was completed exactly on schedule, and she was forced to move into a cramped, miserable studio apartment on the bad side of town. Suddenly entirely cut off from the endless flow of stolen wealth she had grown accustomed to flaunting online. Chloe received a complete, 100% asset separation in the divorce decree, along with a punitive financial settlement that Arthur Pendleton smugly described over Scotch as equitable, in the very specific way that tends to have one. One party committed massive federal fraud, and the other party employed a ruthless corporate attorney who spent 7 months meticulously building an impenetrable case. Chloe as well. That is the absolute only sentence that truly matters to me anymore. I have been whispering it to myself every single morning since she walked out of those hospital doors on a sunny Tuesday in late April. She walked out with color returning to her cheeks, a fierce, burning fury in her spine, and 3 grueling months of intensive pulmonary physical therapy ahead of her. I intend to keep whispering that sentence to myself for the rest of my natural life. She is well. She is living independently in her own beautiful townhome, the exact same property she bought at 26, which Julian had somehow never managed to convince her to sell or refinance. I now firmly believe her stubborn refusal to sell that house was the one singular piece of pure luck that ran against him from the very beginning of his con. She is working at the hospital again. Part-time at first, but she just transitioned back to full-time last week. She texts me every single morning. It is usually something incredibly mundane, a blurry photo of her iced coffee, a rant about the terrible city traffic, a question about a recipe, or asking what I am having for dinner. I answer every single text immediately. I got my Porsche Cayenne back, for whatever it's worth. I picked it up from the dirty chain-link city impound lot on a rainy Tuesday afternoon. Julian's expensive silk shirt was still sitting in the back seat, stuffed inside a plastic dry cleaner bag. I left it there. I tossed the keys to the impound lot attendant and told him to throw the shirt in the nearest dumpster. The one phone call I absolutely never expected to receive came in mid-October. It was Margaret Mercer. I stared at the caller ID on my office phone for a full minute. I almost let it ring through to the answering machine. But then I sat back in my leather chair, and I thought about what Chloe would say if I ever told her I was too cowardly to answer a phone call from a defeated woman. So, I picked it up. Margaret's voice, when it finally came through the speaker, sounded absolutely nothing like the arrogant, shrieking woman who had stood in that hospital waiting room demanding mercy and screaming about family. It was incredibly quiet. It was small. It carried the heavy, crushing, specific weight of a person who has spent a very long time sitting alone in a very small, cheap apartment, forced to think about the catastrophic ruins of their own life. I am not calling to ask you for anything, Evelyn, Margaret said, her voice shaking slightly. I know perfectly well there is absolutely nothing left to ask for. Thomas finally told me the full truth. He told me exactly how much money Julian stole from your company to save our business. She paused, taking a ragged breath. I didn't know the exact dollar amount. But Evelyn, I knew we were drowning in debt. I knew we desperately needed a miracle to save the inn. And when Julian suddenly started paying our vendors, I deliberately let myself not ask him where the money was coming from. I let myself not ask, because staying blind was so much easier than facing the truth. Another long, agonizing pause. I could hear cars driving by outside her window. And your daughter was lying in a hospital bed dying, Margaret whispered, her voice breaking completely. And we were drinking champagne at a nightclub, and I had liked Sienna's post. I had approved of it, and She stopped speaking. She was quietly sobbing. I waited in absolute silence. I am so incredibly sorry, she finally choked out. I know it doesn't fix a single thing. I know you hate me. But I had to say it. I sat with her apology for a long moment, staring out the massive glass windows of my corner office, looking down at the bustling city below. No, Margaret, I said, my voice perfectly level. It doesn't fix anything. It doesn't undo the damage. It doesn't erase the fact that your son left my child to die. I know, she wept. But I heard you, I continued. I heard your apology, and I will pass it along to Chloe, if and when she ever decides she wants to hear it. That will be entirely her decision, not mine. Yes, Margaret whispered. Of course. Thank you, Evelyn. I ended the call. I sat alone in my massive office. My office, inside my building, surrounded by 27 years of relentless, backbreaking work. I was surrounded by the physical evidence of every single business decision I had ever made correctly, and every single failure I had ever made wrong and learned from. I sat there, and I thought back to the agonizing silence of the ICU at 3 a.m. I thought about the horrific video on Sienna's page. I thought about the exact, terrifying moment when something deep inside my soul permanently closed shut, and I walked out into that sterile corridor and made the 3 phone calls that systematically obliterated a family. People have asked me about that night since it all happened. Colleagues at corporate retreats, old friends over wine, and even Chloe herself asked me once. They always ask if I was coldly calculating that night. They ask if it felt powerful. They ask how I managed to be so incredibly, terrifyingly calm while dismantling a man's life piece by piece. The honest answer is no. I was not calm. My hands were not steady. My heart was not cold. Standing in that brightly lit, empty hospital corridor at 3 a.m, making those precise phone calls, I was the most utterly, paralyzingly frightened I have ever been in my entire life. I was terrified because my beautiful daughter was hooked up to a plastic ventilator tube 40 feet away from me. And the absolute only thing I knew for certain in that moment was that I possessed absolutely no power to fix her. All my wealth, all my corporate influence, all my intelligence, none of it could make her breathe better. I could not force her blood to clot less. I could not mandate her body to heal faster. I was completely powerless to do the one single thing in the universe that mattered the most. But I could do absolutely everything else. And so, I did. I burned his world to ash, because I am a mother, and I am a corporate strategist. And the difference between those two things, when pushed to the absolute edge of human endurance, is infinitely smaller than most people will ever understand. My dad demanded I pay brother's $410,000 debt. After my 1-4-day Air Force deployment, I walked away, froze his funds, and let the bank foreclose it. Perhaps I misheard. Texas crickets outside the dining room window broke the eerie silence. My brother Marcus loved porcelain dish mashed potatoes. He had to rub his wife Chloe's perfectly dry eyes with a linen napkin to relieve stress. Dad, who hated weakness, sat in his heavy wood chair and talked about the weather. "Refuse," he ordered, "and you're no longer family." One thing in my chest stopped. Nothing broke. It was quiet. I realized I could stop after 46 years of desperate attempts to win a father's love under terrible conditions. Seeing what freedom cost them, they demanded explanations and my life savings at my front security gate 6 days later. I learned belonging required silence. Stale cigar smoke, expensive motor oil, and whatever unsaid animosity was in the drywall that week permeated my father's huge, crumbling Victorian house outside Asheville, North Carolina. Mother Helen smoothed the house's edges. 10 years after her ovarian cancer death, he took over the house hard, inflexible, and quiet. Marcus was 4 years my senior and thoughtless and arrogant like some attractive men. Even at 50, he thought the universe owed him a standing ovation for waking up. Rules were clear for kids. Marcus could crash a new Ford Mustang into a ditch at 80 miles per hour, and Dad would pat his shoulder and say, "Boys make mistakes, son. We'll get you a new one." But, if I skipped Dad's dry cleaning at 17 to study for AP exams, Dad wouldn't talk to me for a week. I knew the Carters would forgive Marcus and use. I avoided family animosity thanks to U.S. Air Force. Joined young, disciplined, built life, leading intelligence and logistics officer with 24 years of insomnia and enough awards to fill a corridor. A peaceful stone ranch house on 15 wooded acres near Austin, Texas, was mine, carefully invested combat pay. I lived cheaply. My difficult divorce from a man who thought my military pension was his retirement plan, and learning how skill becomes responsibility made me distrust almost everyone. When Dad called, I attended mandatory family dinners despite my training. My biggest mistake? The Carters cooked every first Sunday at Dad's new Texas Hill Country retirement ranch. Even after his success, the bent wooden deck, cheap folding chairs, and old Willie Nelson songs on garage radio persisted. Nearly skipped that night. I slept maybe 12 hours during a 2-week military transport simulation. Dad called me 3 times on my cell. Urgent family matters, he called. The tired me drove I-35. I smelled mesquite, smoke, and mowed grass. Marcus's dark Range Rover and Chloe's clean Mercedes sat sideways in the gravel driveway. Marcus avoided eye contact when I entered the deck in civilian clothes. Time for my first tactical warning. Her scent overwhelmed me as she hugged me too tightly. "Sarah, you look amazing. Seriously, what's your secret? You never age." Her military training activity suggested distraction. A polite smile and generic greeting followed. Father used the grease-stained apron at the large outdoor grill for 20 years. "You're late," he said, eyeing meat. "Good to see you too, Dad. That Air Force still working you like a rented mule? Pays better than making excuses," I said. Marcus snorted craft beer with a scared grin. Dinner started regularly. Thick ribeye steaks, heavy potato salad, and Chloe discussing their $80,000 kitchen renovations they couldn't afford but did. Marcus drinking beer too fast, Dad lamenting property taxes. Quiet followed. Controlling silence. Dad cut his steak carefully, chewed, swallowed, and put his knife down before speaking. "Marcus is in a little trouble." Putting my fork down gently. "What kind of trouble?" Marcus ignored me and smiled. "New startup supply chain issues have set back business." Quickly, Chloe whispered. It's been really, really hard on him, Sarah. The stress is killing him. Dad had a nice bourbon. $410,000. Blinking revealed a neutral face. Excuse me? He owes money, Dad said impatiently, as if I were slow. You've got savings. You've got military retirement accounts, property, index funds. You can handle it easily. I focused on my older brother. How exactly do you lose $410,000, Marcus? Fearful, he stiffened his arrogant eyes. That's none of your damn business, Sarah. It existed. Carter Family Handbook, Golden Rule. While forbidden, questions could waste my time, energy, and money. Silence stretched as I sat in my wooden chair. You want me to hand over nearly $500,000 of my life savings without a single explanation? Dad spilled bourbon from his heavy crystal glass on the table. Don't exaggerate, Sarah. It's exactly $410,000. Family helps family. Really laughed. I whispered because the statement's hypocrisy almost impressed me. I paid for Mom's out-of-network cancer treatment with my early savings while Marcus was finding himself on a 6-month European backpacking trip. One filthy 10 in Bagram paid for Dad's emergency roof repairs in Asheville. Marcus's first digital company failed at 41, and I shouldn't have co-signed a restructuring loan. No one at the table asked me how much it cost me emotionally, financially, or personally. Dad aimed a steak fork at my chest. Your brother is under immense pressure. Men have pride, Sarah. You wouldn't understand. Unfocused, I watched. And what do women have, Dad? Checking accounts? Ignored question. Shaking like a jury, Chloe spoke. Sarah, if we lose the house, the kids will have to change schools. Shut up, Chloe, Marcus shouted. No, she said, perfecting her character. She deserves to know how bad it is. Perfect desperation, like they discussed the script all afternoon. Dad leaned forward with elbows on the table to appear authoritative. You've always been the dependable one, Sarah. That's what families are for. You step up when your brother falls down. Cold, something settled under my ribs. It wasn't mad. True recognition. The truth was finally clear, and I couldn't ignore it. This family disliked dependability. Life in prison. I surveyed the table slowly. Dad's expectations persisted. Marcus had corrosive entitlement. Weaponized Chloe. Nobody was embarrassed. No one seemed unsure. They thought I would give up my life savings if asked. Dad's response if I declined was known. Angered? Refuse? And you're no longer family. In live oaks behind the house, Texas cicadas buzzed loudly. A hound barked on a dark country road. Marcus finally looked at me with wide eyes, waiting for my childhood guilt to strike. Stranger things happened instead. Every dress blue military funeral I attended was remembered. Each brave soldier who died for family. Every exhausted, underpaid young airman with more passion and honor than my blood. At that patio table, I realized these uniformed strangers valued me over my family. Standing, I took my purse slowly. Dad frowned deeply and wrinkled his forehead. Sit down, Sarah. No. You're emotional and irrational, Dad frowned. That nearly made me smile. Dad always calls disobedient women emotional. When Marcus pushed back his chair, wood hit the deck hard. Don't make this dramatic, Sarah. Just help me out. I assertively whispered, dramatic? You're extorting $410,000, Marcus. Dad's jaw clenched dangerously. We're asking you to do the right thing for your blood. The metal car keys jingled when I took them from the table at night. I remembered their entitlement looks from looking at them. At some point, I said, you have to stop confusing love with access. Dad stands, his chair falling on the deck. You walk out that door, Sarah, and don't you ever bother coming back. You hear me? You're dead to us. Such words frightened my inner child for decades. I breathed pure oxygen overnight. Without blinking, I watched his rage. Then I'm not family anymore. Before they could respond or Chloe could start her fake crying again, I left the deck, crossed the manicured yard, and got in my truck. Dad shouted something foul and angry behind me, but I ignored him. I stopped on the gravel shoulder of a dark, rural highway lined with pecan trees after 15 minutes of driving after locking the doors and starting the engine. Only once did I shake the leather steering wheel. After my military training, they stabilized completely. Opening phone. I called my elite military banking section first. I need to freeze all family authorized access, secondary account linkages, and joint legacy trusts immediately, I said. Flag my profile for extreme security protocols. The second call went to my Austin attorney Elias Thorne. I called Elias, staring into the dark Texas woods lit only by my headlights. I need every old authorization, co-sign agreement, and legacy trust tied to my family reviewed tonight. Pull everything. Long pause another line. Elias, a former JAG officer, rarely heard my urgency. Thinking about Sarah, what the hell happened? After seeing my weak reflection in the glass, I answered honestly for the first time. I finally said no. Update 1. Years in military intelligence and logistics teach you that real danger rarely cries out. It usually arrives silently. Unanswered call, manifest signature missing, incorrect financial line item. That scared me most the morning after the cookout. Marcus's rage and my father's threats weren't enough. It was unsettling to think they planned my refusal. I barely slept that night. After faking out at 4 a.m., I walked barefoot through my dark kitchen on the stone floor. Only the luxury refrigerator and occasional highway traffic disturbed my 15 fenced wooded acres. Safety existed before. Now, every shadow in the huge living room felt incomplete. My usual deployment coffee black, strong enough to remove paint, no sugar was brewed at the large kitchen island as a fierce Texas rainstorm hit the reinforced windows. My phone buzzed twice before sunrise. First Dad, then Marcus. The names alerted people, so they were ignored. At 6:13 a.m., my attorney called. Elias said, "Sarah, colder in the morning. I think you need to come into the office, right now." His measured tone made me tighten my chest. "What did you find, Elias?" Heavy pause. "A lot more than I expected. Get down here." I sat across from him in his elegant downtown Austin office at 8:30 a.m. as commuter traffic crawled under a bruised gray sky. Elias Thorne represented me for nearly a decade. He was meticulous, smart, calm under pressure, and only worried about big issues. He moved a heavy red tabbed folder across the wood desk. Elias asked, "Do you remember the restructuring loan documents you signed for Marcus back in 2014? Tapping the file. "Unfortunately, yes," I crossed my arms. Marcus's tech supply company collapsed after a series of terrible investments. Dad practically begged me to help, just temporarily. I resisted for weeks before finally agreeing to co-sign a restructuring loan under incredibly strict conditions. Marcus swore to God he'd never ask for financial help again. "Men like your brother always say never when they actually mean until next time," Elias said. "I remember you telling me about it. But did you read the fine print on the addendums?" Elias repositioned his silver specs. There were additional, highly obscured authorizations attached to that specific restructuring agreement. I said, "I revoked my power of attorney years ago." "Sick. You revoked some of it," Elias corrected, referring to several underlined lines in the complex documentation. Buried deep inside the original financial package were legacy family trust provisions tied directly to property inheritance from your late mother's estate. It's highly technical, incredibly easy to miss, and exceptionally dangerous in the wrong hands. Marcus didn't technically forge your signature, which somehow makes this infinitely worse. He leveraged the ambiguous old trust language as collateral representation for a whole new set of debts. "Explain it to me like I'm a recruit," I said. "He used your name, your pristine credit, and your implied backing to secure massive, high-interest loans from private unregulated lenders," Elias said. "If his creditors push aggressively enough, and they will, because they are bleeding him dry, they will attempt to argue implied financial linkage to your military pension and your real estate assets." I pondered epic treachery as I watched him. "Can they actually touch my accounts?" "Not directly. Not easily," Elias said. "But if they create enough legal pressure, if they file liens against your properties, this becomes an expensive, drawn-out nightmare very quickly. They want to scare you into settling his debt to protect your own assets." At ease in the leather chair, 5-star rooms felt 10 degrees colder. "So, the dinner last night wasn't really a request." I got gloomy sympathy from Elias. "No, Sarah. I think it was an ambush. It was an ultimatum because they knew the clock was running out and the creditors were preparing to strike." Rain pelted office windows for a while. My father knew. Like liquid lead, this terrible realization soaked into my bones. He didn't invite me to dinner to help my brother. He used emotional intimidation to invite me because they were trapped, without warning. They wanted me to sign a check before noting my mark. Strategic, calm inhalation. "Okay," I said calmly, military brain in charge. "What do we do?" That was clearest to me. Action, movement, containment. Elias opened another huge folder and extracted more files. "We isolate everything. Immediately. We sever every single tie, scorch the earth, and build a legal firewall they cannot breach." My life was a 6-hour controlled demolition. Eliminate weak links. In a protected midday conference call with federal banking compliance officers, I permanently removed inactive authorizations and froze legacy access rights from ancient family agreements. By 2 p.m., my financial counselor transferred my late mother's Blue Ridge Mountains vacation cabin into an impregnable, irrevocable trust Marcus couldn't use. At 3:15 p.m., I approved major estate, life insurance, beneficiary, and property changes. The military advises emotional control until completion. So I did. I signed documents, verified complex passwords, upgraded biometric security, changed gate codes, and disabled emergency access. "You'd really throw your own family out with the police standing right here?" Dad asked. Despite his rage, I remained calm. I said, "You already threw me out, Dad. I'm just changing the locks." The younger deputy pointed to the long driveway. "Sir, ma'am, let's head outside to your vehicles." Right now. Marcus cursed as he stiffly passed me. Chloe silently followed, her heels clicking softly against the stone, defeated by life. I got another stern look from Dad in the doorway. You think this makes you powerful, Sarah? He whispered. No, Dad, I said, closing the emotional door forever. I think it makes me safe. Arthur Carter was quiet for the first time. Update 2. The massive house became painfully, beautifully quiet after the police removed them. I leaned against the wood and stared at the broken planter on the floor for several minutes after locking the heavy front door and deadbolts. Dark potting soil covered clean hardwood. The crushed green leaves under Marcus's expensive shoes were ruined. When screaming stops, damage always decreases. The mess was cleaned slowly. Exercise calmed my racing thoughts, not because it took long. Repeating motion grounded me. Dustpan, vacuum, damp cloth, reduce immediate harm, reinstate order. Military teaches that. Texas rain returned at noon, first softly then hard against reinforced glass windows. I read my mother's letter twice in the living room as thunder rolled. No cost for love. My mind repeated this line, though slow, profound truth usually arrives. Around 3 p.m., my phone buzzed violently. Dad. Disregarding, then another call, and another. The voicemail arrived. Morbid curiosity overrode auto-delete. His voice changed completely. Frenzied exhaustion replaced arrogance. Calling Sarah. Marcus's lenders are escalating things. He begged. Horrible people are calling the house. Chloe took the kids to her sister's place in Dallas. He's falling apart, Sarah. Please. I surveyed the drenched woods. Part of me hated hearing that pain. I didn't want to save Marcus, but I remembered the teenage Marcus who patiently taught me to ride a bike in an empty church parking lot. I got candy from my brother after Dad grounded me. Pre-golden child brother became toxic and crippling. Evil families don't hurt. Genuine love hurts. Unevenly distributed. Dad left voicemail. I know we handled things wrong at dinner. But he's still your brother, Sarah. Not handled well. Schedule delays resembled financial extortion. Deleted message early. Elias Thorne called an hour later. He said, Sarah, we've got another massive issue. I closed my eyes and rubbed my temples. Tell me. One of Marcus's creditors just attempted to initiate inquiry access through the old trust linkage this morning. They tried to place a soft lien on your accounts. I slowly covered my chest. Did they get anything? No. We blocked it in time. The firewall held perfectly. In time. The phrase unnerved me. Neither if nor theoretically. Money thief tried to steal. I sat heavily at the kitchen island. So, these underground lenders definitely know about me? Yes. How? This was rare for Elias to hesitate. I suspect Marcus fully disclosed your financial standing, your military pension, and your assets during his desperate negotiations to buy himself more time. He used you as collateral without your signature. I remained silent for several agonizing seconds. Lightning shook kitchen windows. My brother gave desperate, violent lenders my name, address, and net worth, believing I would get money. I felt strangely calm afterward. More damage stops surprising when betrayal peaks. What's next, Elias? His voice returned to professionalism. We finish isolating absolutely everything. But Sarah, I need to tell you what else I found. I did a deep dive into the public records regarding your father's assets. Why? Because the math wasn't making sense. Marcus owes $410K, yes. But the lenders pressuring Marcus are also threatening your father's estate. Sarah, your father didn't just co-sign for Marcus. 2 years ago, Arthur secretly took out a massive reverse mortgage on the Asheville family home and funneled all the cash directly to Marcus's bookies to keep Marcus out of prison. But it wasn't enough. The interest compounded. Small room spin. Wait, Dad mortgaged the family home? Yes, Elias frowned. The $410K they demanded from you at dinner? It wasn't just to save Marcus. It was to pay off the final balloon payment to save your father's house from being foreclosed on by the bank, and to pay off the violent creditors. Arthur was trying to drain your life savings to cover his own complicity and save his own skin, framing it entirely as helping your brother. Also, I found the dormant life insurance trust your mother mentioned. Arthur has been trying to break into it for 5 years but couldn't forge your biometric signature. My father chose pride and house over my future, pension, and mother's final gift. I strongly recommend reducing your visibility for a while, Sarah, Elias added. I think desperate people make desperate, dangerous calculations. Final choice tonight. After 2 postponements, I called the Pentagon Liaison Office to accept a prestigious strategic advisory job at the U.S. Embassy in London. 3-year, possibly permanent position. Caller senior officer sounded happy. Major Carter, I thought you declined the London post? I changed my mind, sir. I'm ready to deploy. After hanging up, I slowly walked through my lovely Texas home. Framed Air Force Squadron photos, an expensive leather reading chair near the stone fireplace, and my quiet, perfect kitchen I meticulously rebuilt after my divorce. I loved this house but couldn't stay. Not because I was afraid of creditors, but because the people outside those gates no longer considered this my home. Their verdict was positive. They considered their vault private. That realization changed me. I sat alone on the back patio under the covered awning with a bottle of expensive red wine near midnight as the oak trees gently rained. First time in adulthood, nobody asked. No cash. Avoid emotional labor. No rescue. Silence was odd. Surprisingly beautiful. I heard my phone buzz against the glass table one last time. Chloe, you don't understand how bad this really is. They're going to take Arthur's house too. He owes people you don't ignore. My thoughts were on the words. I said, then he shouldn't have ignored them. I blocked her, locked the phone, and listened to rain. The barbecue, police lights, and broken planter on my floor made me understand what my mother tried to teach me years earlier. Fire starters are irreparable. Being too close burns. At sunrise, 6 days after my father told me I was no longer family, the huge international moving truck arrived. Half the house was empty by then. Military photos were bubble wrapped. The custom bookshelves were stripped, leaving dust of my peaceful life. Without the copper pans above the island, the kitchen felt odd. Interesting how quickly a broken emotional piece makes a home temporary. I held a cold paper cup of coffee near the massive front windows as two strong movers carried the last sealed boxes down the hallway. Texas trees had a light fog at dawn. London. I'll arrive in 24 hours. 1 year ago, this concept scared me. Relocating abroad at 46, giving up self-defense. Give up my first home. But now? It felt clean. Necessary. Like finally dropping a huge, crushing weight you forgot you were carrying. The doorbell rang 7:14 a.m., a rude ring. 3 rash presses. Before checking the security monitor, I noticed. Every winter, Dad wore a heavy brown porch jacket. Marcus looked destroyed beside him, bloodshot eyes, pale face, uneven beard like he hadn't slept in a week. As 2 Dallas uncles stood behind Chloe, she stiffened. Back up. Stress witnesses. Family politics always become more dramatic without money. The lamp-holding mover awkwardly asked, "You want us to pause, ma'am?" "No," I said calmly, drinking cold coffee. "Keep going." I widened the door. The cold morning air flooded in. Dad immediately glanced past me into the vast, empty living room. His face instantly changed from anger to profound confusion. Dad demanded, "What is this?" "I'm moving." Marcus grimaced, bloodshot eyes darting. "Moving where?" "London." Absolute silence hit the porch like a physical impact. Dad opened his eyes first, then Marcus. Marcus said, "You're joking," weakly. "No, you can't just leave." I almost smiled at the audacity. When I stopped taking the abuse, the same people who treated me like an emergency ATM sounded deeply abandoned. Dad approached, trembling. "You sold the house?" "Yes. To an anonymous corporate buyer." "You sold this house without telling us?" I watched him intently. He seemed almost tragically shocked, as if I still needed his permission to control my life instead of him secretly attaching me to hundreds of thousands in debt. Marcus shouted, "Jesus Christ, Sarah, this is insane," and ran his hands through his hair. "No, Marcus," I whispered. "This is organized." I saw a mover behind me carrying a heavy rug to the truck. Dad watched the man silently for a moment before whispering in desperation. "Sarah, we need to talk privately. Please." "There's nothing left to discuss, Dad." "There absolutely is." His fragile composure broke. "Marcus's situation is getting worse. And the bank in Asheville called me." Chloe immediately examined her shoes. I saw her exhausted then. Rich designer clothes couldn't hide the ruin. Heavy makeup couldn't either. She resembled someone who spent years desperately holding water inside collapsing walls. "You froze everything. You destroyed every single option I had." Marcus pointed at me, shaking. I said, "No, Marcus," using a sharp voice. "I removed myself from the consequences of your terrible decisions." His face went red instantly. "You think you're better than everybody." The old, reliable accusation. The Carters go to weapon when accountability arrived. I shook my head slowly. "No, Marcus. I think I'm just tired." As the absolute truth, that answer hit harder. I didn't feel victorious. Not hungry for revenge. Not that I enjoyed Marcus's collapse or my father's panic. I was just profoundly exhausted. Exhausted from decades of emotional debt collection disguised as family loyalty. Dad took one slow, shaky breath, readjusting his tone to pitiful. "Look," he whispered, eyes pleading. Maybe mistakes were made, but this family needs you right now." It returned. Needs. No love, no respect. Needs. Looking at him on my porch at 73, his broad shoulders finally curved with age, his stubborn pride fighting desperation in real time across his face. I suddenly saw him differently. Not as a terrifying villain, but as a small, foolish man afraid his toxic system will collapse. "I know about the reverse mortgage, Dad," I whispered. Dad froze. He lost all color in his face. Marcus suddenly looked at our father in shock. I continued, I know you secretly leveraged the Asheville house to pay Marcus's bookies, with a harsh voice. I know the $410,000 you demanded wasn't just to save him, it was to save your house from foreclosure. You tried to drain my life savings to cover up your own complicity. Dad opened his mouth but made no sound. After them, the uncles looked horrified. The secret was out. A quiet "you should have taught him how to survive, Dad," I said. Instead, you taught him that someone would always save him. Dad's expression darkened, tears of absolute humiliation finally forming in his eyes. He's your brother. And I was your daughter. Marcus stopped talking because the words hung heavy in the cold morning air. My uncle shifted uncomfortably near the porch steps, regretting his role and slowly backing toward his car. When Chloe spoke, her voice was broken. They're talking about foreclosure, Sarah, on both houses. You really don't care? Caring had never been my issue, so that question hurt more than expected. I cared too much for too long. I cared through ignored birthdays, one-sided holidays, and massive financial rescues nobody appreciated after the crisis. I cared until it let them destroy me. Yes, Chloe, I replied honestly. I care. That's exactly why I finally stopped helping. Nobody spoke after that. The Texas wind whispered through the property's trees. The moving truck's massive diesel engine quietly rumbled like thunder. Marcus stared at the empty house behind me, then Dad, then me. Something snapped inside him. You ruined my life, he raged, crying. For the first time since this began, I saw him clearly, and felt incredibly peaceful. He was pathologically convinced that someone else had caused his choices, not because he was broken. No, Marcus, I whispered, you bet it away. He looked like he wanted to scream, argue, or break something, but there was nothing left to argue with. Truth was now too obvious to deny. Chloe gently stroked his arm. Come on, Marcus. It's over. He jerked away from her at first, then finally let her guide him back toward the driveway, a broken man walking toward ruin. Dad stayed put. He looked at me with a look I'd never seen before. No rage. Not authority. Truly devastating loss. Please, Sarah, he whispered, completely broken. Don't go. My chest tightened unexpectedly. Because some tiny, broken part of me had waited my entire life to hear him say that. To ask me to stay. To choose me. But timing matters immensely in life, and love that arrives only when your usefulness disappears rarely feels like love at all. I stepped closer to the doorway. I left years ago, Dad. I told him gently, you just finally noticed. His eyes filled completely then, though I don't think he even realized it himself. For one impossible, fleeting second, I almost hugged him. Then I remembered my mother sitting completely alone through chemo appointments while Marcus disappeared into another business meeting. I remembered Dad demanding money instead of asking if I was happy. I remembered the dinner table, refuse, and you're no longer family. And just like that, the moment passed. Dad lowered his eyes first, defeated, then slowly turned away. I watched all of them walk down the long gravel driveway together beneath the pale morning fog until they completely disappeared beyond the heavy iron gate. Only then did I close the door. The house echoed loudly now when I walked through it. Empty. Quiet. Free. An hour later, the movers finished loading the final boxes into the truck. I picked up my military carry-on suitcase, locked the front door one last time, and walked toward my waiting car as the sunrise broke brilliant gold through the Texas trees. For 46 years, my family called my obedience love. The day I finally said no, I learned the incredible difference. And if you have ever had to choose between keeping the peace and keeping your dignity, I hope you remember this: sometimes walking away isn't cruelty. Sometimes, it's just survival. My sister threw wine on my uniform to humiliate me in front of her military fiancé. So, he stood up, saluted me, and canceled the wedding on the spot. Classified work is unknown to your family. Can't know. A fundamental law of your chosen life. When reality is lacking, people tell whatever story makes them feel best about themselves. Chloe, my younger sister, found that story straightforward, convenient, and nasty. She considered her older brother useless, a paper pusher, a costumed imposter who failed in the real military. Her narrative had been told loudly and proudly for 4 years. Tonight, in front of 40 others, she would learn the worst reality. The problem began 8 months earlier, but its roots are deeper. I worked at Quantico for 9 years. I analyze intelligence. Indicates intelligence. It involves sitting in a SCIF, a windowless vault that blocks all electronic communications, and building target packages for persons who operate in places that are not on any government map. My duty was to uncover patterns, connect dots, and figure out where a highly hazardous person would be at a given moment so a Tier 1 tactical team could eliminate them. I was proficient. I excelled at it. My performance earned me a Pentagon Joint Task Force position after 7 years. My uniform patch wasn't available online, or through military channels. Other intelligence analysts were silent when they saw it in the hallways. The weight is hard to describe to civilians. That wasn't known to my family. They only knew I worked in Virginia, stared at computers, and couldn't talk about my day. Chloe, who has always liked to be the center of the universe, decided my quiet was embarrassing early on. She thought I was inventing reasons to sound mysterious because I had a boring administrative job. She started tiny little Thanksgiving dinner comments or family barbecue jokes. Liam is too busy with his spreadsheets to help us move the couch, she grumbled. Liam can't take time off for the family vacation. His filing cabinet might get lonely. Don't ask Liam about his work, guys. He gets super defensive because there's literally nothing to tell. My parents never corrected her. In fact, they nodded. Sometimes they laughed. My dad would clap me on the shoulder and say, "Well, somebody's got to do the boring job so the real heroes can fight, right, son?" I always tolerated it. In intelligence, operational security, OPSEC, is taught from the start. Do not rectify misperceptions. Do not defend your ego. You never specify your clearance. You let people assume whatever prevents further questioning. I would let my sister assume I was a secretary to keep my cover. Still, Chloe wasn't pleased with quiet judgment. Her narcissism craved attention as she aged. She needed acceptance as superior. The first major escalation occurred in February. Marcus and Chloe started dating 4 months earlier. Marcus, a decorated combat veteran, was everything she wanted. 3rd Battalion Army Ranger. He was genuine. He wore grunt-style t-shirts to casual restaurants, had a sleeve of tattoos, and openly discussed his downrange deployments at every party. Chloe invited me to her apartment Super Bowl party. I almost declined. I was awake for 38 hours straight. After examining complex movement patterns for a high-value Somalia shipment, I stared at satellite imagery until my eyes burned. She particularly requested that her big brother meet her new partner. It seemed like a peace offering. I was stupid. Marcus's ranger friends filled the apartment. After a deployment, they drank cheap beer and noisily discussed firefights, halo jumps, and tactical gear. Exhausted, I entered in jeans and a gray hoodie. "There he is," Chloe shouted over the TV. "My big brother, Liam. He works for the government." Marcus's huge pal with a thick neck, who looked like a saw gunner, smiled at me. "Oh yeah? What do you do, man?" "Intelligence analysis," I answered quietly without emotion. "Like Jason Bourne. But, more like Microsoft Excel shit," Chloe interrupted. Although she smiled, her eyes were frigid. She craved laughter. "Liam stares at computers all day filing things. Very important filing, right Liam?" The room laughed. Ranger's laugh was dismissive, not harsh. It was how people laughed when someone exaggerated their importance to fit in. Marcus entered and laid a hefty, patronizing hand on my shoulder. "Hey, man, no shame in support roles. We need people to process our paperwork and approve our leave requests, right?" "Right," I said quietly. No explanation. I remained just 1 hour. I ate stale buffalo wings, watched the first quarter, and kept to myself. Nobody asked me about my job again. They officially ignored me. Chloe made drive-by remarks for an hour. "Liam's too tired from typing all day to play beer pong. Alternatively, don't bore the guys with your office politics, Liam, they've actually seen combat." Marcus followed me to the exit. "Hey, man," he whispered conspiratorially. "Don't take Chloe's jokes personally. You know how sisters are. She's actually really proud of you. She talks about you all the time." I responded, "Sure, too exhausted to care." "You really do intelligence analysis?" he inquired, narrowing his gaze. "Yeah. Where at?" "I can't say." He nodded slowly, like he understood, but his eyes told me everything. He considered me a liar. He thought I was a sham trying to impress the operators. I drove my 10-year-old Honda Accord back to my empty apartment, experiencing a profound, hollow fatigue unrelated to my lack of sleep. March saw the second escalation, which went beyond emotional mocking to financial abuse. Dad panicked and called me on Tuesday afternoon. His car was entirely broken. The mechanic quoted $5,500 to fix the transmission. He lacked funds. He had a fixed salary, and my mom's part-time work barely covered groceries. "Can I help?" I helped before. I paid their rent when my dad was laid off 3 years ago. I paid for my mom's major dental work after her insurance denied it. I even sent Chloe money for college emergencies that turned out to be VIP concert tickets or fancy shopping sprees. My job paid well, and I didn't have a wife or kids, so I was the family ATM. I transferred $5,500 to his account that afternoon without thinking. 2 weeks later, I was on social media while eating a sad sandwich at my skiff breakroom desk. A new Chloe post appeared. A photo carousel of her and Marcus at the Capitol Grill in DC. She was wearing a new designer outfit and eating oysters with costly champagne. The text said, "When your man treats you like absolute royalty for his birthday. Blessed number Ranger wife." I watched the screen. I knew Marcus couldn't afford a lavish Tuesday dinner. I instantly texted her. "I thought Dad needed automobile help." She replied, 4 hours later with total indifference. "Chloe. Dad gave me cash. His car was good, I suppose, be less theatrical. Contacted my dad immediately. I sought explanations. After 10 minutes of stuttering and justifications, he confessed. He gave Chloe $2,500 of my money. She needed it for Marcus's birthday. Liam, my whining dad begged. You know how important this relationship is to her. She needs to impress him. He's a real catch. A war hero. I sent you that money for a transmission, Dad. Not for oysters. Well, you make plenty of money sitting at your desk, he said defensively. Don't be greedy with your sister. I sat in my car in the Quantico parking lot with my phone in my hand, trying to decide if the stolen money or the blatant disregard of the concept was worse. Before I could decide, my secure phone rang. My clearance officer. We had a major Molly crisis. Our high-value target changed his behavior after months of tracking. The operations center needed me now. Hanging up with Dad. Return to the vault. I work tracking terrorists instead of fighting with my family about stolen money. I sealed my rage in a small box inside my chest. In April, Chloe confirmed her engagement. She called me Tuesday at 11:30 p.m. Deep in the skiff, I was midway through a difficult movement analysis for a target that had eluded detection for almost a year. Of course, my phone was in a locker outside the vault. I couldn't reply. She left 19 voicemails. I listened to them when I woke up at 3 a.m., bloodshot and adrenaline pumped. They started excited, then annoyed, then nasty. She returned my call back in fury on the first ring. She yelled, "You couldn't even pick up your damn phone? I am engaged, Liam, this is the most important moment of my entire life. I was working, Chloe, I don't have my phone on me at work." "You are always working," she mocked, using air quotes. "Or you claim you are." You know what Marcus said? He said, "Real military people make time for their families." He said if I was actually important to you, you would have picked up your phone. My jaw clenched, hurting my teeth. Tell Marcus that real military people understand the concept of a secure facility and operational security. "Oh my God, you are so incredibly dramatic," she groaned. "You work in a cubicle, Liam. Stop acting like you're special ops. You're practically HR." I closed my eyes and leaned against the facility's chilly brick wall. "Congratulations on the engagement, Chloe. I'm going to bed." "Wait," she cried. "Marcus and I are having a formal engagement party on May 15th, and you are paying for it." "Excuse me. You owe me, Liam. I covered for you growing up. I made you look good when you were a weird, quiet nerd. And now you're going to stand there and pretend you're too important to celebrate my happiness? After you threw a fit over Dad giving me a little bit of money? I am not paying for your party. Then you're proving you're exactly the selfish, jealous loser Marcus thinks you are. We want the private room at the Capitol Grill. I'll send you the invoice. Wear your dress uniform. Marcus wants to see it so he can laugh at your lack of medals." She hung up. The orange streetlights illuminated the empty parking lot as I attempted to remember when my sister became a parasite, but I was too tired to resist. Tired beyond belief. I paid the deposit the next day to stop the calls. The engagement party was May 15. On May 10, 5 days before supper, my world exploded. I was called to an emergency briefing at 0400. My 3-month-old target package was implemented by a Tier 1 team. The valuable objective was out of play forever. 0 civilian deaths. The movement patterns I observed made the operation clean. After that, Colonel Hayes called me into her office. A 5-year veteran and former DIA analyst, she briefed the National Security Council weekly. Praise was not given lightly, she said, "Captain Liam Barnes," referencing my rank. I was captain 8 months ago, but our unit's nature meant most individuals called me by my first name or call sign. That was exceptional work. The team lead on the ground specifically requested to commend the analyst who built the package. "You saved American lives today with that analysis." "Thank you, ma'am," I said during parade rest. She leaned back in her hefty leather chair, checking my face. "You look like absolute hell, Barnes. You just pulled a 7-2-hour shift." "I'm fine, ma'am." "When is the last time you took actual leave?" It took some thought. 20 months ago, ma'am." 4 days. "That is unacceptable," she remarked, displaying my personnel file on her monitor. "You have 96 days of unused leave. You are going to use some of it before you burn out and make a mistake. I have a family event this weekend, an engagement party. I'll rest after that." Her expression relaxed slightly. "Does your family have any idea what you actually do here?" "No, ma'am." "That must be incredibly difficult." "It's fine, ma'am, it's the job." She walked around her desk standing. "You are one of the best targeters I have ever worked with, Liam. But this job eats people alive if they don't maintain a tether to reality. Make sure you have something outside of this building that is actually worth protecting." Dismissed. After saluting, I left. It's May 15. I arrived at the Capitol Grill promptly at 6 p.m. The enormous private area had garish white and gold flowers. The space held 40 individuals. Chloe's sorority friends, Marcus's ranger buddies, our parents, and some long-lost cousins. My credit card bill was $4,000 before anyone bought an entree. They were drinking premium liquor on my dime. Chloe explicitly desired my dress uniform. Marcus wants to see you in it, she texted. He thinks it's funny. So I wore it. Dress blue, polished metals, ribbons aligned well, shoes shone like mirrors. As always, my Joint Task Force patch, which indicated my highly classified unit and clearance level, was neatly pinned flat and covered under my lapel. We were told to hide it in public to prevent civilian and military questions. I was exhausted when I arrived. I worked another 3 6-hour shift that week. Perhaps 4 hours have passed in the preceding 3 days. An excessive amount of black coffee and a lack of calories made my hands tremble. Me and Chloe met at the door. In a white silk outfit, her enormous diamond ring flashed. "Oh, good, you actually made it," she sneered, scanning me. "We saved you a seat." She pointed to a little chair close to the waiter's clearing station in the farthest corner, the worst seat in the house. Marcus presided over the broad mahogany table. My head rested on the headrest, staring at my car's roof. Operational security, and, I guess, deep down, I hoped she would eventually figure it out on her own. I hoped she would eventually just see me as her brother, without needing a title to respect me. I was wrong. "Yeah," Marcus whispered. "You were." He paused long. "For what it's worth, sir, the guys and I talked in the parking lot. We are all going to make some phone calls tonight. Word spreads incredibly fast in the Ranger and Special Operations community. By tomorrow morning, everyone is going to know exactly what Chloe did. Nobody in uniform is going to want to date her. Nobody is going to trust her. You don't have to do that. I know I don't, but she needs to understand exactly what she destroyed today. And maybe it will teach her a lesson about respect. Have a good night, Marcus." "You too, sir." Hanging up, I drove home in wine-stained gear. The dark Pentagon was imposing as I drove by. At night, I drove past the monuments lit up. I imagined all the people sleeping in their beds, unaware of the shadow wars being fought to protect them and the silent analysts who carried the burden. Small, sparse, and empty was my apartment. I took off the ruined uniform. Cabernet had soaked into the fabric. I trashed it. I used the hot water to shower until the tank was cold. I fell asleep for 14 hours after going to bed. The following 2 weeks saw massive, crashing fallout. Digital bombardment began day 1. Chloe emailed me after I blocked their numbers. She sent 24 emails a day. The subject lines ranged from "please read" to "you ruined my life." I never opened one, but the preview text told the story. "Everyone is talking about me. Marcus's friends are spreading terrible rumors. Your behavior has disappointed mom and dad." I selected all and deleted. Day 2 brought physical conflict. At 9 a.m., my apartment door was pounded loudly and aggressively. I saw my dad through the peephole. I almost ignored him, but I knew he would scream until the police arrived. Opening the door, "Son," he pushed into my entryway immediately. "We need to sit down and talk about what happened." "No, we don't. Get out." "Liam, your sister is completely devastated. The wedding is officially off. Marcus sent a truck to pick up his things this morning. Her friends are abandoning her. She is getting messages on Instagram from people calling her a fraud and a cruel bitch. Actions have consequences, Dad. You can fix this." He shouted, becoming red. "You can post something online. Tell people it was a massive misunderstanding. Tell them you exaggerated your job to Marcus and that Chloe was right all along." I was astonished by his audacity. "You want me to publicly lie about my military service, commit a security violation, and humiliate myself, just so Chloe looks better to a guy who already dumped her? I want you to help your sister. That's what family does. I have been helping my sister for 10 years. I yelled, furious. "I sent you $5,500 for a broken car, and you gave half of it to her for a birthday dinner. I have paid her rent. I have paid off her credit cards. I paid $4,000 for that dinner where she threw wine in my face." My dad was briefly uneasy, shifting weight. "She was drunk, Liam. She didn't mean the things she said. She meant every single word. And you let her. Mom let her. You both sat there, drank my wine, and laughed while she publicly humiliated me. You have never defended me. You haven't me." He begged, "We didn't know your job was important. You didn't ask. You never cared to ask. You just assumed I was a loser because it made Chloe look like the star." He didn't reply. He stood there panting. "You need to leave," I said, expanding the door. "Your mother wants to talk to you. Tell mom she doesn't have a son anymore." Slammed the door in his face and locked the deadbolt. The consequences affected my career on day 3. Walking into SCIF, I returned to work. Colonel Hayes called me into her office before I could log into my terminal. "Take a seat, Barnes," she said, with a blank expression. I listened intently. "Ma'am. I received a very interesting phone call this morning," she said, folding her hands on her desk. "From a Staff Sergeant Marcus Brennan, 3rd Ranger Battalion. He managed to track down my office number through the SOCOM directory." Stomach fell into shoes. "Ma'am, I can explain the situation." She reached out to stop me. He called to formally apologize for disrespecting a joint task force member. He also wanted to officially commend you. He said you handled a highly volatile, ugly civilian situation with absolute professionalism and restraint. He stated that if more operators had your level of discipline, the military would be a significantly better place. Blinking, I was silenced. Colonel Hayes softened. He also mentioned that your sister threw a glass of wine on your dress uniform and called you worthless in front of your parents, who did absolutely nothing to stop it. It was a personal family matter, ma'am. It will not affect my operational readiness. She looked me in the eye and said, I know it won't. You're the most reliable analyst on this floor. But Barnes, you need to hear this from someone in authority. You do not owe your family access to your life if they do not respect you as a man. Yes, ma'am. I mean it. This job is hard enough. The things we see, the decisions we make, it eats your soul. You cannot survive this career if the people who claim to love you are actively tearing you down in your off hours. I understand, ma'am. Good, because you are authorized to take 2 weeks of mandatory administrative leave, effective immediately. That is a direct order. Ma'am, I don't need. It is not a request, Captain. You are exhausted. You are running on fumes. Go home, sleep, figure out what boundaries you need to set with your toxic family. Then come back here ready to hunt. I left her office with 2 weeks of leave and a terrifying, freeing feeling in my chest. Week 1 of my leave was quiet. I turned off my phone. I slept for 10 hours a night. I went to the gym. I read books I had been meaning to read for years. I cooked actual, healthy meals, instead of eating out of vending machines. On day 5, I turned my phone on to check my emails. There was a message from Marcus. Subject: Aftermath. Liam. Wanted to give you an update. Chloe has been calling me non-stop from spoofed numbers. So, have your parents, begging me to give her another chance, or to talk to you. I have blocked them all. My guys and I made good on our word. The story spread through the Ranger and Soft community down at Bragg and Benning. It's not spreading as gossip, it's spreading as a warning. Don't date someone who disrespects service members, especially quiet ones. Chloe's social media got absolutely hammered. People she doesn't even know were calling her out for stolen valor by proxy, claiming her brother was a coward while she benefited from his money and his protection. She ended up deleting all her accounts. Worse, someone anonymously sent the story to her employer. She worked in PR for a defense contractor. They didn't like the optics of an employee publicly humiliating a JSOC officer. She got fired on Tuesday. I don't feel good about it, but I don't feel bad either. Actions have consequences. Take care of yourself, brother. Marcus. I read the email twice. I felt a brief flash of pity for Chloe, but it vanished instantly, replaced by the memory of the cold wine hitting my chest. I deleted the email and went for a run. Week 2, the final confrontation happened. My mom showed up at my apartment, and this time, she brought Chloe. I opened the door to find them both standing in the hallway. Chloe looked horrific. She had lost weight, her eyes were red and swollen, and she looked completely broken. Please, my mom pleaded, holding her hands up. Just 5 minutes, Liam, please. Against my better judgment, I stepped aside and let them in. Chloe sat on my cheap living room couch and burst into tears immediately. I am so sorry, she sobbed, hiding her face in her hands. I am so sorry, Liam. I didn't know, I didn't understand. You thought I was making up excuses for being a loser, I said flatly, standing across the room. I thought you were pretending, she cried. I thought you were just trying to sound mysterious. Why would I pretend to be boring, Chloe? I don't know, I was jealous. She screamed, looking up at me. Okay, I was jealous. You were always so smart, always so capable, and you never bragged about it. It made me feel so incredibly small. I thought if I could make you seem pathetic to other people, I would seem bigger by comparison. My mom put a comforting hand on Chloe's shoulder. She made a mistake, Liam, a terrible, drunken mistake. But she has lost everything. She lost her fiancé. She lost her job. She's your sister. Family forgives. Does family humiliate each other in public? I asked, my voice deadly calm. Does family throw wine on each other? They were both silent. Does family steal money and lie about it? I asked, looking directly at Chloe. Chloe's head snapped up. What? Dad gave you $2,500 of the money I sent him to fix his broken transmission. You spent it on oysters for Marcus. Chloe's face went completely pale. She looked at our mom, who looked away in shame. I have covered your rent, Chloe. I have paid for your emergencies. I have bailed you out financially a dozen times. And you thanked me by trying to destroy my dignity in front of the man you wanted to marry. I didn't mean it like that. You meant exactly that. You wanted Marcus and his friends to look at you and think you were superior to me. Well, congratulations. It worked. Marcus saw exactly who you are. My mom stood up, her face twisting into anger. This is what I am talking about, Liam. You are being cruel. You are being vindictive. This is not who you are. You don't know who I am, Mom. You never have. That is not fair. Isn't it? You laughed when she called me a secretary. You told me to clean up my own humiliation so I wouldn't embarrass her. You didn't defend me once in 20 years. I walked over to the front door and opened it. I am not going to hurt you, Chloe, I said quietly. I am not spreading stories. I am not trying to ruin your life, but I am not going to fix this either. This is your consequence. Yours, Mom's, and Dad's. Chloe stood up slowly. You're just done with us? I am done being your ATM, and I am done being your punching bag. I am cutting contact. Do not call me. Do not come to my apartment. If you try to contact my command again, I will file a harassment report. They walked out of my apartment in absolute silence. I closed the door, locked it, and finally exhaled. 3 months after the dinner, I was officially promoted to major. Colonel Hayes highly recommended me for a prestigious targeting position at SOCOM headquarters in Coronado, California. It meant more responsibility, much better pay, and a chance to work directly alongside the best special operations forces in the world. I accepted the transfer immediately. I packed up my apartment, sold my Honda, and moved across the country. The day I left Virginia, Marcus sent me one last text message. Heard about the promotion to major. Congratulations, sir. You earned every piece of it. For what it's worth, you were 100% right to walk away. Some people do not deserve access to you. Stay safe out there. I saved the message, not because I needed his validation, but because it reminded me that respect is earned by actions and integrity, not demanded by blood relation. Coronado was exactly what I needed. The work was incredibly hard, and the hours were still brutal, but the environment was entirely different. I was surrounded by people who understood exactly what I did and why it mattered. I made real friends, operators, analysts, and pilots who had been where I had been. People who measured you by your quiet competence, not by how loud you bragged at a party. I also started therapy. I found a great civilian therapist named Dr. Emily Chen, who specialized in treating military personnel and untangling toxic family dynamics. In our third session, she told me something that changed my life. Liam, you were never responsible for managing their feelings of inadequacy. You were responsible for doing your highly stressful job and living with integrity. You did that perfectly. They failed you. You did not fail them. On the exact 1-year anniversary of the engagement dinner, I was sitting on my balcony overlooking the Pacific Ocean when I got a notification on LinkedIn. It was a message from someone I didn't know. Hi Major Barnes. My name is Jessica Barnes. I am Marcus's older sister. I heard about what happened at your sister's engagement party last year through the grapevine. I just wanted you to know something. Marcus talks about you like you are a genuine hero. He tells the story of that night to every new ranger who joins his platoon. He uses it as a teaching moment about respect, humility, and the silent professionals who keep them alive. He tells them, the guy had more clearance than God, and he never bragged once. He let his work speak. A true warrior does that. Thanks for setting an example for my brother. I read the message 3 times. A lump formed in my throat. Closed my laptop and ran along the beach, watching the sunset turn the California sky orange and gold. I heard my phone buzz in my pocket. I wondered if Chloe was trying to reconcile one last time. It wasn't. Colonel Hayes. Barnes, a situation is arising. Please look for a package immediately. Ma'am, I'm going. I turned around and ran toward the base, past tourists and peaceful families. I was at peace for the first time in my adult life. Because I finally learned the hardest lesson. Some people will never see you for who you are. That's fine. Not everyone needs to see you. Just look at yourself. My brother framed me for $500,000 and kicked me out. 4 years later in my penthouse, I revealed, I'm the anonymous CEO foreclosing on their mansion. Brother lied. I rotted because my family disowned me. I'm being begged to save them from homelessness. My negligence cost them everything. Because context matters and I don't want your sympathy, let me tell you who I am before telling you what they did to me. You should know how I caused this much destruction and how I deconstructed it. Marcus Vance is Arthur's oldest son. From blueprints on a sticky kitchen table and calloused and scarred hands by the time I could walk, my father built Vance Commercial Builds for 35 years. Commercial builds, mid-rise retrofits, municipal contracts, and heavy warehouse construction were its specialties. Not flashy. Really solid. Ironclad reputation, tight profit margins, and knowing where every dollar goes drove this business. I knew every dollar went. It was my main job from age 16 when I started working brutally hot summers in the lumber yard. I managed complex subcontractor relationships, reviewed massive bid packages, and compared multi-million-dollar invoices to project budgets by my late 20s. Arthur was front. He did client dinners, firm handshakes, and charm offensives to generate lucrative contracts. I was the unseen foundation. The credit wasn't needed. Work was done. The company made money that was most important. He was Julian. Julian is 3 years younger than me and never wore dirty clothes to work. He was named operations coordinator by Arthur at 24, a generous title for someone who mostly forwarded emails, complained about the Wi-Fi, and brought iced coffee to executive meetings. Not saying Julian was dumb. He wasn't. He was smart in a dangerous way that had nothing to do with performance and everything to do with reading people. He could convince everyone in a room he was the most capable and important person in 10 minutes. His terrifying charisma started as a child. It thrilled our parents. They worshipped his path. We saw his charm for what it was. Manageable, I thought. I considered us fine. I've replayed it so many times in the dark that I can remember every tiny detail of the day everything ended. Sunday in early autumn. The mandatory family gathering at our parents' sprawling suburban house every few weeks. Nothing special, just Arthur's way of controlling everyone. Chloe, my younger sister, was there, mostly filming content for her social media platform from the massive kitchen island. She saw every family gathering as a brand building opportunity. Julian entered the heavy oak front door while Arthur and I were discussing a concrete supplier issue in the kitchen. A thick manila folder was in his hand. His face was performing a calculated act, and I noticed immediately. It was that practiced expression that indicates reluctant duty. The loyal man who delivers devastating news and wishes he didn't. He requested an Arthur-only conversation. Wringing his hands, Arthur said, "Whatever it is, say it here. We don't keep secrets." Julian approached the kitchen table and opened the folder. Printing bank statements. Accounts in my name. 2 years of transactions. Someone worked hard to make withdrawals, offshore transfers, and shell company routing numbers look deliberate and insidious. Altogether, it cost $520,000. Julian said, "Dad," sounding agonized. I didn't want to believe it either. But, the auditors, they found this buried in the secondary ledger. Arthur took the pages. They were red. He never looked at me. My mother Eleanor entered from the living room. She probably noticed the room's sudden, suffocating energy shift. She was loud within 40 seconds of seeing what she was looking at. She wasn't querying. Not waiting for a reply. She accused me of stealing. She called me filthy. She screamed that I had looked my father in the eyes every day while stealing from his life's work. The phone camera clicked. It was Chloe in the doorway, her phone pointed at me, the red recording light blinking. I kept still. In seconds, my analytical brain noticed 3 obvious things on those papers on the table. 1. Bad font. Bank statements are formatted in a proprietary sans serif. Very close, but not exact. It had slightly off header spacing, resembling Helvetica. 1 routing number in the account details didn't match mine. 1 digit transposed, but obviously wrong. 3. Julian had not looked at me since entering. His gaze was fixed on Arthur's chin. Take a breath and speak. Dad, check the routing. First time my father looked up from the pages, his eyes were dead. He said, "I don't want to hear it." To me, his eldest son, who had run his company's infrastructure for a decade. 6 words. In 6 words, his 32 years as son are erased, the door closed forever. No argument. I wasn't mad. After passing them, I went upstairs to my childhood room, pulled out my heavy canvas duffel bag, and packed what mattered. My laptop, passports, and clothes. Probably 8 minutes total. I visited the kitchen before leaving. Julian stood there with the folder on the table between us. No shouting, it was pointless. "One day," I said, directly looking into his shifting, cowardly eyes, "you will choke on this lie." Chloe filmed my back as I left the front door. The thing I didn't know standing in that driveway with my duffel bag was that Julian was already 3 months behind on payments to people who don't send polite reminder emails while I was packing. I didn't know. I would discover. My first home after leaving that house was a rundown shared rental 12 minutes from a massive freight terminal on Seattle's rainy east side. 4 rooms, 6 grown men, 1 tiny bathroom with an ice-cold shower if you weren't in it by 4:30 a.m. A single window faced a concrete wall and a rusted radiator clicked all night like it was trying to communicate in Morse code in my room. My overnight dock crew job came within a week, lugging heavy freight into and out of shipping containers from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the freezing rain. The work was physically demanding and repetitive, leaving my mind alone with itself, which was unsafe and uncomfortable in those early months. I required pure, agonizing exhaustion. This was my only protection from emotional rash decisions. It was too expensive to make emotional decisions. Be brutally honest about those first few months. The cold reality of them is essential to understanding what came later, not to win your sympathy. Angry. Not loudly angry. The loud kind of anger burns quickly and leaves ash. I had quiet, freezing anger. The type that settles in your bone marrow and changes over time. A pointy thing. Something infinitely better. It settled. I wasn't calling. No social media efforts were made to clear my name. In panic, I didn't call a lawyer. I worked. Grease and freezing rain covered me at home. Sleeping 4 hours. Went back. After 6 weeks, I ordered my first textbook. Superior Forensic Accounting. It was a used copy with a cracked spine, and half of it highlighted in aggressive yellow marker. My tiny room's wobbly folding table was where I read it after dock shifts, still in my damp work clothes, eating cheap and fast. I then ordered Corporate Fraud Detection and Asset Tracing. Then I found a 3-night-a-week online financial forensics certification program that cost what I made in a month of backbreaking doc work. Clarify why I did this. There was no big film plan yet. I knew that understanding whatever Julian had done, and I was certain he would require very specific, highly specialized knowledge. Anyone could see the fake statements, but proving the crime required a scalpel. So I built the knowledge from scratch, without shortcuts, as usual. Through Sarah, a family friend, I received fragmented updates from home. Sarah was a longtime friend who had the decency to communicate quietly without drama. She rarely gave information, but sometimes did. Over the first 2 years, she passed on more pain than I expected. Arthur gave Julian complete operational control of the business weeks after I left. Permanent. Unconditional. Marcus disappeared. Access his admin codes here. The corner office is his. Contacts for master vendors. Go. Arthur brought Julian to high-profile industry events, introducing him as the loyal son who had stepped up when it truly mattered. He said the company was in great hands. His belief was complete. Eleanor reproduced this toxically in every social circle. She aggressively fabricated the situation rather than moving on. Marcus was difficult always. Julian had always been responsible. But she never said so. This was told to our relatives, neighbors, and Thursday lunches with wealthy women. Like pouring concrete over a grave, she built Julian's rosy reputation on my ruined one. She did it with the wholehearted conviction of a liar. Not surprisingly, Chloe made me happy. Twice in 4 years, once 14 months after I left, and once in year 3. She shared my name online. Unambiguous. Named. She twice called me a toxic thief, exploiting my supposed betrayal. A second post had hundreds of comments. Why would they question a grieving sister? People I had helped for years agreed with her. Sarah informed me of both posts. Both were screenshotted. They were encrypted in a folder. And I moved. I joined an advanced night class on corporate law basics 2 years later. I met Harrison there. The older, cynical former IRS auditor Harrison had the dry, ruthless demeanor that only comes from decades of watching wealthy people lie about their money. In a complex case study discussion, he saw something in me that wasn't common in that fluorescent-lit room. I was pulled aside after class and asked what I was doing. He got the short version. No flinching. The man nodded and said he knew people. Elena was a razor-sharp private tax attorney who made opposing counsel physically nauseous, and Victor was a quiet quantitative analyst who moved massive investment capital through anonymous corporate structures with terrifying efficiency that doesn't get discussed in public. All three had worked together. They carefully selected their friends. They admitted me. Building Aegis Capital Group. No web presence. No fancy site. Brand free. Just a legal entity that bought distressed commercial debt and restructured it for maximum profit. Analytical engine. Victor managed complicated corporate structure. Elena facilitated legal exposure and underground deal flow. We had substantial capital within 18 months. I could stop looking forward and start looking backward after 3 years of liquid capital. Hiring Declan Hayes, a former federal fraud division. Harrison suggested he find things wealthy people think are buried forever. I gave him one open-ended task: pull all Vance Commercial Build's financials from 5 years ago. Every bank account, shell vendor, and document signatory. Exactly 4 weeks. He called me without a polite introduction. He stated, "Marcus, the company isn't in trouble. It's in a complete, unrecoverable freefall. And your brother doesn't just owe money to banks. He owes it to the kind of people who have started showing up uninvited at your father's active job sites." I asked Declan to send and explain everything in person. We met at a dim coffee shop near his office 3 days later. His fraud division survival skills led him to a door-facing corner table. His heavy, bound report was on the table between us. It was 40 pages, meticulously tabbed by section. He ordered black coffee and gazed at me as I read. "Let me explain that report. Everything. Because I need you to understand Julian's inhumane architecture." Each layer was desperate to last long enough for the next. Declan called the first section the initial bleed. Julian quietly used a primary business expense account he inherited 1 year after I left the company. He initially moved little. Withdrawals were gradual. If a trusted person manages the books, they don't trigger immediate banking scrutiny. He put stolen money in high-leverage cryptos. Through a personal, unregulated offshore trading account, not a sophisticated investment vehicle. He chased volatile assets and made panicked decisions that a financial expert would recognize as high-risk gambling. He lost often. He lost big. When a position failed, he didn't sell. He persisted. When one sector fell, he moved to another, even more volatile, to recover the theft. Over 18 months, he spent $345,000 in company capital. Every dollar was hidden in inflated vendor invoices, phantom suppliers, fabricated raw material costs, and line items disguised as construction overhead. Without looking for fraud, it read like a busy, expensive quarter. It was obvious in an afternoon if you looked. To the second tab. The secondary bleed. She stammered that she'd only heard what everyone else heard, and couldn't be expected to know the truth. "You filmed it," broke her off. Her terrified eyes met mine. "You filmed me packing my bags. You posted about it twice, by name, to farm likes. You called me a thief to your followers." Her mouth closed. The meeting went silent after she spoke. All along, Arthur was silent. He didn't defend himself when he spoke. Not a desperate negotiation. He simply said, "I should have listened to you." Across the mahogany table. And only that. Nobody explains. No justifications. I contemplated that sentence. When it came, it landed as I predicted. Not in relief, not arrogantly. Just with dull, hollow recognition of a thing arriving too late to change what it would have changed 4 years ago. Nodding, I acknowledged it. It wasn't rewarded. I advanced. Julian finally acted then. Standing up abruptly, his chair scraped loudly against the hardwood. His controlled panic became aggressive and cornered as his voice rose. A criminal vendetta. He said the court would aggressively challenge the documentation. He claimed his high-powered legal team would examine the acquisition structure, find the fatal flaw, and unravel it. As he leaned forward with both hands flat on the table, I saw him in that kitchen 4 years ago, holding a manila folder and playing the reluctant truth-teller. I let him rant entirely. Then I passed him the thicker, second folder across the table. It was examined. His eyes were on me. It was opened. Declan Hayes's full investigation was inside. Completely tabbed and annotated. Crypto trading records showing $345,000 loss, the hidden, fake vendor invoices, $210,000 predatory private loan agreements, betting transfer history to underground poker rings. Names of violent creditors whose enforcers visited Arthur's job sites. Arthur signed Julian's complete chain of documents over 14 months to forge his father's consent to bet the family home. At the back, separated by a heavy red tab, was a forensic analysis of Julian's bank statements from 4 years earlier, page-by-page comparison with bank-issued formatting. The metadata extracted from the original digital files shows they were created using a cheap PDF editor on a personal device 11 days before dinner. Declan used a separate data point to match Julian's laptop to the device ID. Last section read by Julian. He scanned the page furiously. He slowly closed the folder. The cocky stance was gone. As if his strings were cut, he reclined. I whispered, "Those documents 4 years ago were fabricated," echoing in the silent room. "You know it. I know it. And a complete, certified copy of that entire report has already been submitted to the Federal Fraud Division." Deathly silence filled the room. Julian agonized over the closed folder. His voice dropped to a register I had never heard before when he looked up. Dislikable. Non-violent. Just stripped of his cowardice concealment. His words were, "What do you want?" "Stand up." Casually straightened my jacket. "I already have it." Suddenly, his chair scraped back as I faced the window. He charged forward, grabbing my arm. Non-violent. Pure desperation. The panicked grip of someone who has exhausted all options and lies and is holding on to the last physical thing in the universe. "You can't take the house." He choked, his voice cracking violently and tears overflowing. "Marcus, please. Mom and Dad didn't do anything. This isn't on them. This is entirely on me. Whatever you think I did, whatever I did to you, just punish me. Don't take the house." He was shaking my arm as I looked down. He retreated quickly. "You should have thought about that," I said neutrally, 4 years ago. Returned to the window. Down below, 2 marked county sheriff's vehicles were slowly pulling to the curb in front of my building on a sunny Miami street. In time. Just a few minutes early. I said, "The deputies are early," without turning. Julian's knees fell behind me. Haven't returned home. It's important to clarify that because some readers may expect a film about me standing on the sidewalk in sunglasses, smoking a cigar, and watching my family get thrown onto the street. Some grand finale where I gloat. Not how I work, and not what I needed. I decided. Legal proceedings would proceed without my presence. Performing correctly means that. Well-built machines don't need you to watch them work. Declan was. I asked him to record everything. I wanted an accurate, unemotional account from someone I trusted without editorializing, not for legal reasons. He called me afterward and explained it in the same blunt, precise manner he did everything else. I heard, not asking him to repeat. "It happened like this. Family members destroyed my penthouse." Eleanor began. In the final minutes of that meeting, she stopped talking. By the time the private elevator arrived, she moved like a broken animatronic. Like a person who had exhausted all manipulation, and was operating on baseline biological function. They left with Arthur's heavy hand on her back. The elevator doors closed without him looking at me again. Respected that. He managed a dignified exit in extremely unworthy circumstances. Chloe left silently. Declan's confession made me notice that. Not that she was dramatic, she left without speaking. That spoke volumes to someone who always assumed a loud voice. Julian exited last. Long before this date, the family received solid legal notice. Elena ensured that. Certified mail, confirmed receipt signatures, full statutory window followed without shortcuts. Nothing was unclear procedurally, no judge can challenge the process. Everything was legal. Julian arrived at the family home to find deputies working. Typical foreclosure. They moved with board efficiency. After 1,000 previous attempts. The massive front door locks were being drilled out and changed when he arrived. And then it happened. The only way I could have understood it was if Declan described it without drama. The deputies changed the locks while Julian watched from the driveway. A part of him that had held on through the penthouse meeting, the silent drive over, and every step up the front walk gave out. Deputies weren't confronted. He didn't cause a police alarm. His body collapsed. Screaming, he sat in the front lawn grass with his knees to his chest. Non-words. Sound only. A primal, raw sound from below conscious thought, listening to a man realize his actions all at once. Neighbors watched the golden boy break from their windows. Looking tired, the deputies kept drilling the locks. Arthur carried a small cardboard box of personal medications they were allowed to retrieve on the walkway. No movement toward Julian. No comforting was offered. He stood there, watching his son scream, which he chose over me. Declan said several minutes passed. I pondered that information in my quiet penthouse. I felt. Not expected feeling. Not joyous. Some relief. I sensed something quieter and dirtier. Something like the feeling you get when a massive storm you've been preparing for hits, and confirms all your preparations but doesn't finish you. The way it is. Happened recently. Finally, something. The final knife twist Julian didn't discover until a week later. Federal fraud charges were filed 2 weeks earlier. Elena's office submitted Declan's report's financial trail, fabricated bank statements, and metadata extraction to the appropriate division. Within 60 days, she expected federal indictments. That process did not involve me. I stood back after handing them the loaded gun. The law does what it does. Remember crypto losses? Julian's $345,000 lost in bad margin trades? Declan discovered Julian's laptop metadata anomaly, which linked him to the fake bank statements. During his deep forensic dive, Julian didn't lose everything crypto. He panicked after losing some and deliberately put $280,000 in a cold storage wallet. He kept a huge secret nest egg to run away with and faked the total loss on the books to claim bankruptcy if caught. Declan discovered the fragmented seed phrase in a company server dummy image. Before the foreclosure and penthouse meeting, Victor and I legally seized the cold wallet as part of Aegis Capital Group's corporate asset recovery since Vance Commercial Build's initial funds were stolen. Fully depleted our wallet. I kept nothing. The entire $280,000 was anonymously sent to a legal aid organization that helps blue-collar wage theft victims. Workers who are manipulated, their credibility destroyed, and their assets taken by a suit. Not announced. Plaque wasn't my thing. It felt like the perfect place for certain funds. When Julian stopped crying on the lawn a week later, he sneaked into an internet cafe to access his secret cold wallet and flee the state before the federal indictments or underground poker enforcers found him. He logged in to find $0. He had nothing. The risky gambling network creditors he owed $115,000 to manage that for him was not my goal. He caused that problem and faced the violent consequences alone. I bought only what I needed. The rest remained. Next week, Vance Commercial Builds received full receivership. Auctions sold heavy equipment. Contracts were transferred to competitors or dissolved by mutual agreement. Arthur lost 35 years of vendor relationships in 10 business days. The company Vance Commercial Builds closed. No press release was dramatic. All active filings stopped showing it. Aegis Capital Group liquidated cleanly and remained secured. The family home and business assets sold for modest proceeds compared to what Aegis manages. For the company, it was not significant financially. This is my new reality for 8 months. Professions vary, none on social media. When the story moves through high-level professional networks, I feel less pulled than before. These things always travel in contractor and financial circles, regardless of your intent. None of my comments were directed. What it is, I accept. Sometimes I think of Dad. Occasionally. It rarely disrupts my day or keeps me awake. Arthur built something incredible from nothing and gave his empire to the wrong person, because they knew how to stand next to him and look trustworthy. Seeing a loved one make a life-changing mistake and being unable to stop it is a special kind of grief, most especially when that mistake was made to you. I won't pretend I can solve that neatly. As far as I know, accountability and grief are compatible. Arthur decided. He chose not to ask a single question when it mattered. Choice had apocalyptic consequences. My grief over what he was and the cold reality of what he did can coexist in my head without canceling each other out. Same for Eleanor. Hi Chloe. Each made conscious, weighty decisions. I no longer carry their burden. Sometimes I remember leaving that front door. I carry a heavy duffel bag. Behind me, Chloe's camera keep running. Julian stares at the floor in the kitchen, ignoring me. On my way out, I didn't threaten him. I consider word choice important, So I'll be precise. It wasn't a cinematic promise either. I just stated something I knew about his actions. Julian's lies aren't permanent. Regular maintenance is exhausting. New lies to verify old ones, a fake document, new tearful acts, manage and manipulate new people. The structure becomes too heavy, and the original deception, the rotten core, starts to show through the cracks. He choked. 4 years. I spent 4 years working freezing overnight dock shifts, reading cracked forensic accounting textbooks at a wobbly folding table, and building something real with ruthless people. I survived with a profitable firm, new lethal skills, and the full, documented truth of what happened to me. I delivered this truth to those who could act on it. I'm not going to say this makes me better. Maybe it does, but I don't care about morality. It made me more accurate. It taught me that cold patience, when used properly, is far more powerful than any screaming reaction I could have pulled at that kitchen table 4 years ago. As I write, I don't feel victorious. No hollowness here either. My feelings are like a man who knew what was stolen, took his time, and got it back in a form no one could argue with, challenge, or walk back. That can make me cold. Cold kept me moving for 4 years when warm would have got me nowhere. My parents secretly wrote a will to give my brother the house I paid for. I canceled my transfers and filed a lawsuit to leave him with crippling debt. In a completely unplanned manner, I discovered the will. That Tuesday morning in Bellevue, Washington, was a dismal one, with rain falling heavily. Due to the fact that I was helping my father organize his paperwork for his accountant, I had taken the morning off from my job as a finance director in Seattle. I was the designated IT person because my father had always been not very good with technology. I was responsible for feeding his desktop scanner with unending stacks of W-2s, insurance policies, and old receipts. Before my eyes got sight of my brother's name, it was nothing more than another piece of thick, ivory paper that was being fed through the machine. To Tyler. Then I observed it once more. More than once. This document is the final will and testament of Arthur and Helen Vance. It seemed as if my hands had completely stopped working. In order to pause the scanner, there was nothing more than the paper hanging there, only partially fed into the machine, with the LED light highlighting the dark ink. After carefully pulling it out, I set it down and read it. After that, I read it to myself a second time, this time at a much slower pace, anxiously hoping that the legal language meant something else. I was hoping that I had something wrong with my understanding of the English language. Yes, I hadn't. It is agreed that Tyler David Vance will receive full and exclusive ownership of all real property, including, but not limited to the residence located at 142 Pinecrest Drive in Bellevue, Washington. At this time, Tyler David Vance is to get all of the financial accounts, investment portfolios, and liquid assets. Without exception. Every single asset, every single piece of furniture, and every single cent that they had in their possession was going to be given to Tyler. Someone who lived in their basement and spent 14 hours a day playing Call of Duty was my brother, who was 30 years old. For the past 4 years, Tyler had not been employed in a consistent capacity, with the exception of a brief stint at a grocery shop. Specifically, Tyler, to whom I had personally extended a loan of $8,000 for a revolutionary app idea that then disappeared into thin air. To this day, my mother continues to prepare grilled cheese sandwiches for Tyler around 1 o'clock in the afternoon because he slept in. The entire thing was given to my brother. All I have is nothing, not even a single mention of it. Without a single word, not even a passing phrase like "and to Liam, our eldest, we leave our thanks." Because I was holding the paper in my palms, it was shaking. My body was trembling. At that moment, I had the sensation that someone had shot ice water right into my veins. Despite the fact that the office was wonderfully heated, I felt like I was freezing. I took a peek at the date that was located at the very bottom of the paper. Since then, 8 months have passed since it was signed and notarized. That is 8 months. Over the course of about a year, they had been deliberating over this final choice. At Thanksgiving, they had sat across from me, at Christmas, they had smiled at me, and on my birthday, they had hugged me, all while being aware that they had completely omitted me from their past. The most revolting aspect is. Which aspect of this entire experience is the most bizarre and bizarrely horrific? It was I who was responsible for paying for that house. The voice of the father could be heard echoing down the hall from the kitchen. Liam? What's taking so much time in there? I need those PDFs emailed by noon. There was one final glance that I took at the will. I inhaled deeply and at the same time, I experienced a profound and terrifying sense of peace flood over me. One can only experience the kind of peace that can only be achieved when something deep within you breaks. The hardwood flooring in the hallway, which I had paid to have refinished 2 years earlier, were the first thing I saw when I went out of the office and into the kitchen. The father was contentedly consuming a cup of black coffee while seated at the dining table made of oak. My gift to them for their anniversary was the very same dining table that I had purchased for them because their previous one was in a state of disrepair. A large piece of ivory paper was held up by me. So, I continued, maintaining an eerie monotony in my voice. This is how it is, everything to Tyler. After only a fraction of a second, The expression on Dad's face went from being somewhat displeased to being completely white as chalk. In the middle of his mouth, his coffee mug came to a complete and utter halt. He briefly glanced at the page before returning his attention to me. Due to the fact that he placed the mug so precisely, there was no audible sound. Liam, that's not what you think. My question was, really? As I moved closer to him. Because it looks exactly like you're leaving everything to Tyler, the entire estate, the accounts, the house. The house I've been paying the mortgage on for 6 years. At the entrance to the kitchen, Mom made her appearance while she was tightening the belt of her plush pink bathrobe. At 11:30 inches the morning, it was. After that, her eyes focused on the paper that I was holding in my palm and she asked, Liam, sweetie, what's going on? A gasp came from her. There was a sudden and guilty intake of air. Oh. I repeated, yeah. Oh, as I spoke. Upon rising to his feet, Dad's chair made a loud scraping sound against the floor. Son, please, sit down, let me explain the reasoning here. I've been paying your mortgage for 6 years, I informed you. The fact that my voice was becoming less audible was a lot more terrifying than if I had been shouting for a moment. 6 years, Dad. The property taxes. The homeowner's insurance. The $12,000 roof repair. The new HVAC system. All of it. I have poured hundreds of thousands of dollars into this house to keep a roof over your heads, while Tyler sits downstairs with a headset on, screaming at teenagers on the internet. It's complicated, Dad stutteringly said while pressing his temples into his head. There are 2 words here. I find those 2 words to be completely pointless and pitiful. I repeated, complicated, while chuckling in a non-committal manner. I could feel my mother reaching out to grasp my arm as she virtually ran over to me. The moment I saw her, I jerked away from her as if she were radioactive. Liam, honey, you have to understand. She implored, her eyes widening and watering as she spoke out. You have a fantastic career, you're a director at your firm. You drive a nice car. You are doing so well for yourself. But Tyler struggles, he has anxiety. He needs security. We just want to make absolutely sure he isn't homeless after we're gone. It was as if something inside of me cracked. The sound of a clean sharp break, similar to the sound of a strong steel cable shattering under excessive tension. I had spent my whole adult life being the responsible one, the reliable one, and the ATM machine for this family. I had been the one who was always there for them. I stared her in the eyes and stated, so, because I work 60 hours a week, because I actually have my shit together, despite the fact that I get nothing. My mother's quick reprimand, language, Liam, was a knee-jerk reaction that I had experienced during my upbringing. I couldn't contain my laughter. It was hard for me to resist. Are you out of your mind? You secretly disinherit me while draining my bank account, and you're policing my language? Liam, enough. Dad remarked in a tone that was powerful and full of sternness. The tone that used to make me feel like I was shrinking when I was 12 years old. Your mother and I made a difficult estate decision that we thought was best for the family. I responded with a resounding no, rebuking him. You made a decision that was best for Tyler. You decided to subsidize his laziness with my hard work. Just admit it. That was exactly when the entrance to the basement opened with a squeak. Footsteps that were heavy and dragging padded their way up the stairs. When Tyler entered the kitchen, he was wearing a graphic t-shirt that had faded and gray sweatpants that were stained inside. A bird's nest could be seen in his hair. He appeared to be a dormant college freshman despite the fact that he was 30 years old. Despite the fact that he was scratching his eyes, he whispered, "What's all the yelling about?" When he saw the paper I was holding in my hand, and the angry expression on my face, he became outraged. He became somewhat icy. "Oh," I said as I looked out at him. It was not a question what you knew about this. You knew about this. I was able to make out the expression of shame that was etched all over his unshaven face. There was a shrug on his face as he leaned on the counter. They told me like, a few months ago, man. I didn't think it was a huge deal, you make bank anyway. I was completely and utterly bewildered by the overwhelming sense of entitlement that emanated from him, and I gazed at him. You didn't think it was a big deal? Mother shouted out, Liam, please don't be upset. As her tears finally broke free. We love you both equally. We do. But you don't need the money. You are stable and successful. Tyler needs help. He needs a safety net. Tyler is in need of employment, I yelled out. Dad supported him by saying, he's trying. In a loud voice, the job market is incredibly tough right now. Dad, I got my first corporate job during the height of a massive economic downturn. I worked my ass off, pulling all-nighters, grinding for every promotion. And you are actively punishing me for succeeding. Mom cried out in her typical victim voice, we're not punishing you, sweetie. The words coming out of her mouth. We're just being practical. Tyler can't afford to buy a house in this economy. You already have that beautiful luxury condo in the city. A condo that I pay for by myself, while simultaneously paying for your house. Although he was leaning on the table, Dad let out a deep sigh. Liam, we appreciate everything you've done. We really do. But Tyler is in a different situation. He's fragile. I finally couldn't contain my anger and yelled out, he's fragile because you enabled him. For 30 years, you let him quit every job the second it got hard. You let him move back in without paying rent. You do his laundry. You give him an allowance. And now you're rewarding him for being a parasite. Tyler displayed a sneer while crossing his arms. Dude, why are you being such a massive dick about this? It's just a house. I did a quick glance over at my younger brother. This is the child that I used to protect from bullies while I was in middle school. This is the young person for whom I assisted in writing college application essays. The child to whom I gave $8,000, well aware that I would never see a single penny of it again. Get a job, Tyler, I stated with a deadly composure while addressing him. I'm looking, bro, he said with a roll of his eyes. No, you're not. You're waiting for mom to die so you can inherit the roof over your head. She cried out, boys, please. We're a family. Family takes care of each other. My response was no, and I placed the will on the kitchen island in a low and gentle manner. Parasites take. Hosts provide. You made your choice. Having completed my turn, I proceeded to continue down the hallway. First, I retrieved my wool coat from the rack, and then I retrieved my keys from the bowl. Dad yelled out to me as he was racing after me, Liam, wait, let's talk about this. I did not wait for it. As I walked out into the rain in Seattle, I slammed the front door behind me, and then I got into my Audi, which was a car that I had purchased for myself following my most recent major promotion, and then secretly drafted legal documents to ensure the plaintiff would never see a return on that preservation, entirely benefiting a third party who contributed nothing. That goes directly to the heart of unjust enrichment. We were successful in our move to compel. In other words, the writing was on the wall. I discovered the will 7 months later, and before a trial date could be scheduled, we were required to participate in mandatory mediation. We got together at a conference room in the heart of Seattle that was really clean and lit by fluorescent lights. I joined Evelyn at the long glass table, and we sat on opposite sides of the table. My parents and their lawyer, who appeared to be in a state of terror, sat on the other side. Instead, Tyler was not present. How dreadful did Mom look? In just 7 months, she had reached the age of 10 years. At no point did my father even attempt to make eye contact with me. He did nothing except look at his legal pad, his jaw clenched tightly in concentration. During the mediation session, the mediator, who was a retired judge from the Superior Court, presented the truth about the issue. If this goes to trial, given the paper trail Mr. Vance has provided, it is highly likely a jury will find in his favor. This will result in a massive judgment, potential bankruptcy, and the forced sale of your home. We are here to find a settlement. My parents' attorney cleared his throat before continuing. My clients are prepared to offer a settlement of $60,000, to be paid in monthly installments over the next 15 years. I couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. In the otherwise silent room, the sound reverberated. My response was, no, without a doubt. That is an insulting offer, says Evelyn in a chilly tone. My client is owed $285,000 in principal and interest. If you cannot make a serious offer, we will see you in court. A startling cry came from Mom, who buried her face in her hands and screamed, we don't have that kind of money. We don't have anything liquid. Everything is tied up in the house. Then sell the house, I responded with a tone that was completely uninterested. After what seemed like an eternity, Dad glanced up, his eyes brimming with pure poison. You would make your own parents homeless out of spite? I responded by leaning across the table and saying, you were perfectly willing to let me bankrupt myself in order to secure Tyler's future. You used me. You treated me like a walking ATM. I am simply collecting my exact change. With the mediator's assistance, we were split into separate rooms. Over the course of 6 grueling hours, the mediator went back and forth between the parties. The offer from my parents was $100,000. No, I responded. Over a period of 10 years, they offered $150,000. No, I responded. I informed Evelyn that I desired the greatest amount, or else we would conduct a trial and destroy them in public on the spot. At last, at 4:30 in the afternoon, the mediator entered our room carrying a proposal that had been signed. They are completely out of options, the mediator put it. They are offering a legally binding, irrevocable settlement. They will execute a new estate contract granting you a first position priority lien of $200,000 against the estate. Upon their death, or the sale of the house, you are guaranteed the first $200,000 before any other beneficiary receives a dime. If the estate's value does not cover it, the house must be liquidated. While Evelyn was looking over the documentation, her eyes were sweeping over the many legal terms. She looked at me and said, Liam, the house is currently appraised at $850,000. They still owe $300,000 on the mortgage. That leaves $550,000 in equity. If you take this, you lock in your $200,000. It avoids the immense cost of a trial, and it completely ruins their plan to leave Tyler a free ride. Tyler will inherit a heavily mortgaged house with a $200,000 debt attached to it. He will be forced to sell it just to pay you off. When I thought about it, I envisaged Tyler sitting in his basement when he suddenly became aware that his golden ticket had been damaged by fire. I'll take it, I said to myself. In the morning of the following day, the paperwork was signed. The lien was formally lodged with the county in the official record. This was a foolproof plan. Following the conclusion of the deal, my phone rang 2 weeks later. In fact, it was Tyler. I had not communicated with him for a period of 8 months. I responded by saying, "Hello?" With a "Hey," Tyler greeted. His voice had a hollow quality to it. I was defeated. I just had a massive fight with Mom and Dad. "Oh, trouble in paradise?" He whispered. "They told me about the settlement." And then continued. "They told me that when they die, I have to pay you 200 grand before I can even touch the house, and since I don't have that kind of money, I'll have to sell the house to pay you." I leaned back in my office chair and stated, "That is factually correct," as I responded. "You took my inheritance, Liam." I sharply pointed out to him, "No, Tyler," and responded, "I took my money back. The money I spent keeping a roof over your head while you played video games for 6 years. You're inheriting exactly what you earned. Nothing." There was a prolonged and profound hush that prevailed on the line. The last thing I anticipated was for him to yell at me, curse at me, and refer to me as a piece of shite. But he did not do it. "I didn't know," Tyler finally mumbled, "not at all. I swear to God, Liam, I didn't know you were paying the mortgage. They never told me. They just told me Dad got a new job and things were fine." "Would it have changed anything if you knew?" I was asking. Once again, there was much silence. He expressed his uncertainty by saying, "I don't know," with a slight crack in his voice. "Probably not." I was entirely comfortable. I was a leech. Honestly, I was taken aback by it. Over the course of his entire life, it was the most self-aware thing that my brother had ever said. In addition, Tyler stated, "I have a job. Last week, I'm working night shifts at an Amazon fulfillment center in Kent. It sucks. My feet bleed every night. But I'm saving up. I'm moving out of the basement next month into a crappy studio apartment with 2 roommates." "Why are you telling me this?" As Tyler whispered, "Because you were right," he explained. "About all of it, Mom and Dad crippled me. They made it so easy to be a loser that I just became one. You blowing up the family." It was a massive wake-up call. "I'm sorry, Liam, for everything." He ended the call before I had a chance to respond. For a considerable amount of time, I sat there and stared at my phone. Proceed forward in time by 14 months. Today, I was a senior vice president at my company, and my annual salary was well over $200,000. My life was calm, unruffled, and devoid of any kind of conflict. Due to the fact that I had been in the mediation room, I had not communicated with my parents in any way. Then, on a Sunday morning at 3 o'clock morning, my phone rang. Mom was the one. There was a feeling in my gut that compelled me to respond, but I almost chose to ignore it. "What?" She sobbed hysterically, "Liam," as she cried out, "It's Dad. He had a massive heart attack. We're at Overlake Hospital. Please, Liam, please come. The doctors don't know if he's going to make it through the night. You won't hear anything from me." After hanging up the phone, I quickly changed into my clothes and drove to the hospital in Seattle, which was filled with empty streets that were slicked with rain. My mother appeared to be a ghost when I entered the waiting room of the intensive care unit. In addition to being pale and trembling, she appeared to be extremely fragile. The moment she laid eyes on me, she was overcome with emotion and immediately came running over to me, burying her face in my chest. I did not give her a hug in return. The only thing I did was stand there and let her cry. "Thank God you came," she trembled and cried out. "Thank God." I inquired in a chilly manner, "How is he doing?" "He's in surgery. They're putting in stents." "Oh, Liam, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry for everything we did to you." Immediately prior to my ability to respond, the elevator doors opened. Tyler exited the building. At the time, he was dressed in a high-visibility neon vest and dirty work boots. Due to the fact that he had obviously rushed straight from his warehouse shift, he appeared to be exhausted. He was no longer overweight. The appearance of his age was prominent. It appeared as though he was an adult. After he had finished hugging his mother, he turned his attention to me and walked over. He attempted to extend his hand. "Hey, Liam." I looked at his hand, which was rough and calloused from the actual physical labor that he had done. My hand shook it. "Hey, Tyler." For a total of 4 hours, we remained seated in that waiting room. The 3 of us together. An entire family that has been shattered and broken. After some time had passed, the surgeon emerged. It was Dad who had made it. Despite the fact that the obstruction was removed, his heart sustained significant damage. Despite the fact that he would require several months of rehabilitation and a complete change in lifestyle, he was going to survive. Mom was awake and connected to a dozen terrifying machines when we were finally allowed to enter his room. In that hospital bed, he appeared to be of an extremely diminutive size. Tears immediately began to fall down his weathered cheeks as soon as his eyes encountered me standing in the back of the room. He croaked out, "Liam, with his voice barely audible above a whisper. "You came." When I said, "I came," my voice was completely devoid of any and all expressions of emotion. "I don't deserve it," he cried, reaching his trembling hand out to me. "I was so wrong, son, I was so incredibly wrong. I thought you were invincible. I thought you didn't need us. And I thought Tyler would die in the streets without us. I destroyed our family trying to fix him." "Yeah," I voiced in a modest tone. "You did." Mom gently grabbed my arm and held it. Can we please try to fix this? Can we be a family again?" It was my mother that I looked at. I turned my head to look at my father, who was lying in a hospital bed, broken and crying. And then I turned my attention to Tyler, who was finally living in the real world, standing tall in his dirty work boots. "I don't know," I said, because I was being completely honest. "The money is settled. The lawsuit is over. But you didn't just steal my money, Mom. You stole my trust. You looked me in the eye for 6 years and used my love against me." There was a hushed "I know" from Dad. "I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you." As I retreated toward the entrance, I uttered the word "possibly." "But things will never go back to the way they were. I am never paying another bill for you. I am never bailing you out again. If we have a relationship, it's strictly on my terms." "Anything," Mom frantically nodded in response before continuing. "Anything you want." I looked at Tyler intently. A modest and respectful nod was given to me by him. Following my discharge from the hospital, I walked out into the chilly morning air of Seattle. I did not beg them to forgive me. In all honesty, I wasn't sure if I would ever be able to. It was an excessively deep betrayal, and the wounds were excessively deep. The crushing weight that had been in my chest for almost 2 years began to feel a little bit lighter as I got into my car and started the engine for the first time in that time period. I got my money in hand. The dignity I possessed was intact, and at long last, my brother had a life of his own. The only way to force things to grow back in the correct manner is sometimes to completely destroy everything by setting it on fire. My sister ruined my wedding because she felt invisible. "This is what you get," she screamed. So I revoked her $10,500 tuition and froze her apartment lease. My sister smashed my 3-tier wedding cake onto the floor, screaming that I deserved it for acting like I was better than her, while my mother hugged her and said she just needed to let it out. I didn't say a single word in response, but that night, while my new wife was taking off her wedding dress, I logged onto my laptop, officially revoked my sister's $10,500 college tuition deposit, and permanently froze the luxury apartment lease I had co-signed for her. It is absolutely wild how a single, chaotic moment can completely rewrite every single memory you thought was solid, fundamentally changing the way you view the people you share blood with. September 12th was supposed to be the absolute happiest day of my entire life. We had 75 guests, a string quartet playing soft acoustic covers in the background, and the venue, a beautifully restored botanical garden, was lit up perfectly with string lights that made the whole evening feel like a cinematic dream. My bride, Sarah, looked like someone who had walked straight out of a fairy tale. Her dress was simple but incredibly elegant, and when I saw her walking down the aisle, every single sacrifice I had ever made felt entirely worth it. And I had made a massive amount of sacrifices. I had worked my absolute ass off for years to get to this point in my life. I spent my early 20s grinding through grueling corporate consulting gigs, taking the cheapest red-eye flights to save money, sleeping on hard, freezing airport benches in cities I didn't even have the time to explore, and getting wildly underpaid just to stay in the game and build my professional resume. I saved every extra dollar. I didn't go out to bars. I didn't take relaxing vacations. I finally made something of myself, clawing my way into a senior director position, and I honestly thought that for once in my life, I was allowed to celebrate my own happiness and financial stability. My younger sister, Chloe, absolutely did not see it that way. She is 23 years old, but she operates with the emotional maturity of a deeply resentful, angsty teenager. She came late to the wedding. That really should have been my first and most obvious clue that the night was going to take a dark, miserable turn. The beautiful ceremony was already completely over. She breezed into the reception wearing a deeply cut, gold backless dress that looked far more appropriate for a Las Vegas nightclub or a high school prom night than a formal botanical garden wedding. She didn't say hi to me. She didn't smile at Sarah. She just grabbed a large glass of champagne from a passing waiter and immediately found a dark corner to sulk in. I caught her eye exactly once from across the crowded room, and she looked right through me like I was a complete stranger, someone she had never met in her entire life. To anyone else looking at her, it might have just looked like she was being moody or tired, but I knew Chloe. I had known her for 23 years. That dead, heavy silence was the prelude to an absolute storm. Just 3 weeks earlier, she had called me hysterically crying about her car breaking down again. She had already borrowed $1,500 from me back in May for transmission repairs, which she confidently promised to pay back but never even mentioned again. This time, she said the engine was completely shot and she needed a whole new car. She said it was an absolute emergency and demanded I help her finance it. I told her no. It wasn't because I didn't have the money, I had enough in savings, but because I was so incredibly tired of always being her plan B, her personal ATM, her reliable safety net. And honestly, she wasn't even trying to build her own life anymore. She was actively skipping her college classes, partying 5 nights a week with people twice her age, and telling our enabling parents that she was just finding herself and desperately needed grace. When I told her I wouldn't buy her a car, she hung up the phone without saying goodbye. Just a sharp, aggressive click. I honestly didn't think she would carry that petty grudge all the way into my wedding day. I gave her the benefit of the doubt, because I always did. I always played the role of the bigger brother, the protector, the responsible one who fixed everything. She waited until the exact moment of the toasts. Right when I stood up, clinking my glass, ready to thank everyone for coming, ready to talk about love, about building a life with Sarah, about finding someone who brings you absolute peace in a chaotic world. The room was entirely silent, all eyes warmly focused on me. Then, Chloe stood up, too. For a brief, naive second, I actually thought she was going to make a toast herself. Maybe she had turned a corner. Maybe she wanted to say something nice. My glass was still halfway to my mouth, a genuine smile forming on my face. Then she violently threw her drink. The champagne flew in a perfect, sparkling arc through the air and exploded violently against the dessert table. The heavy crystal glass shattered a beautiful, custom-engraved photo frame of me and Sarah smiling on a cliffside in Santorini, a priceless gift from Sarah's grandmother. Gasps echoed through the room. But Chloe wasn't done. Before anyone could even process the shattered glass, she lunged forward, grabbed the edge of the table holding our expensive wedding cake, and shoved it with her entire body weight like she was flipping a table in a bar fight. The cake didn't just tip over, it violently collapsed. 3 expensive layers of vanilla bean and raspberry, delicate sugarwork, custom handcrafted fondant flowers, all of it completely destroyed, smeared across the hardwood floor in a massive, sticky pile of ruin. She stood over the mess, looked me dead in the eye, her face twisted in pure, unadulterated rage, and screamed loud enough for people outside the venue in the parking lot to hear. "This is what you get for acting like you're better than everyone else." It was so terrifyingly quiet afterward that I could hear the faint, rhythmic buzzing of someone's cell phone vibrating on a table 3 rows back. A few of the guests looked around awkwardly, nervous smiles on their faces, desperately hoping maybe this was some weird stage moment, an inside joke, or an elaborate, poorly timed prank. It absolutely wasn't. My mom immediately ran to Chloe. But she didn't grab her to scold her. She didn't drag her out of the room. She ran to her like Chloe had just been physically assaulted. "Oh, honey, it's okay, she just needs to let it out," my mom said, wrapping her arms around Chloe, holding her tight like she was a traumatized war victim who had just escaped the trenches. Sarah's parents stared at me in absolute, horrified disbelief. My best man froze, his hands hovering uselessly in the air. Even the DJ scrambled to hit the pause button, killing the soft background music, making the awkward silence even more deafening. There was no apology from Chloe. No sudden realization of what she had done. No remorse in her eyes. She didn't even shed a single tear. She just aggressively pulled away from my mom, adjusted the strap of her ridiculous gold dress, and walked out of the venue doors like she had just won a debate and proved some grand, victorious point to the world. I didn't say a word. Not a single syllable. It wasn't because I didn't have a million things I wanted to scream at her, but because I knew, deep down in my bones, that this wasn't the place to say it. I absolutely was not going to let her turn my wedding reception into her own personal, dramatic courtroom. I took a deep breath, forced a smile, turned to Sarah, said a few soft, reassuring words to her, and nodded to the wedding coordinator to start cleaning up the massive mess. The rest of the night limped along like a wounded animal. Some people tried to dance, some people drank heavily to pretend the whole traumatic scene hadn't just happened, but there was absolutely no real recovery. The memory was already permanently stamped onto the evening. The joy had been sucked completely out of the room. At home that night, in our apartment, the silence was incredibly heavy. Sarah was quiet. She sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the wall, and softly asked if I was okay. I told her I was fine. I wasn't fine, not even a little bit, but I was hyper-focused. A cold, calculating clarity had washed over my brain. While she went into the bathroom to carefully unpin her hair and change out of her beautiful gown, I walked into my home office, sat down at my desk, and opened my laptop. I didn't yell, I didn't cry, I typed. I logged into the university's financial portal. I navigated to the tuition payment section and officially revoked the massive deposit I had made for Chloe just last month. $10,500. Gone. Cancelled. Refunded straight back to my main checking account. Then, I opened a new tab and went into the online rental management portal for the luxury apartment lease I had co-signed for her near campus. I locked the payment account. I removed my banking information entirely. I marked the entire profile for immediate review. No approval, no automatic rent payment. The lease agreement was now frozen on my end. Rent was strictly due in exactly 5 days. Update 1. At exactly 8:40 the very next morning, my phone started buzzing loudly on the nightstand. It was Chloe calling. I stared at the screen, watching her name flash, and I didn't answer. I let it ring out to voicemail. She immediately followed up with 3 rapid-fire text messages. What the hell? Why is the portal locked? I can't access anything. Did you do this? I didn't reply. I just stared at the little gray bubbles. Because that morning wasn't the end of anything, it was the absolute beginning. By the time Chloe sent her 6th frantic text, she had completely dropped the passive, innocent confusion act. The last message just said, "Fix this right now, you're ruining my life." I muted my phone, walked into the kitchen, and calmly made a pot of dark roast coffee. I didn't tell Sarah right away. Not because I was trying to hide it from her, I knew without a shadow of a doubt she would have supported it, but because I selfishly wanted a minute to just stand by the window, hold my warm mug, and enjoy the absolute silence. The wedding was over, the chaos had passed. And for the very first time in my entire adult life, I had officially stopped being Chloe's reliable, foolproof safety net. Around noon, my mom called. I let that ring out, too. 5 minutes later, a voicemail notification popped up. I listened to it on speakerphone while wiping down the kitchen counters. "Hi honey." My mom's voice echoed, dripping with that condescending, soothing tone she always used. "Your sister is very, very upset today. She feels completely abandoned by you. Please call me back. We need to fix this family rift." The sheer, unadulterated irony of that voicemail almost made me laugh out loud. She wasn't abandoned when I co-signed her expensive lease because she had 0 credit. She wasn't abandoned when I paid her $10,500 tuition deposit so she wouldn't lose her spot in the program. She wasn't abandoned when I covered her endless overdraft fees at the bank, or when I bailed her out of that completely botched Airbnb situation in Miami last spring, or when I sent her $600 just until Friday for groceries, which inevitably turned into radio silence for 4 straight weeks, while she posted pictures of herself drinking expensive cocktails on Instagram. No one in my family called me back then to ask how I felt. No one asked if I felt used. Chloe didn't talk to me for 2 full days after the wedding. Then, on Tuesday afternoon, she physically showed up right outside my apartment door. Sarah saw her through the peephole and immediately stepped back. She didn't open the door. Chloe started banging. Not just a polite knock. She banged aggressively for about 10 solid minutes. It was loud, rhythmic, and relentless, like an angry teenager trying to start a physical fistfight in a high school hallway. Sarah finally had enough. She unlocked the deadbolt, cracked the door open just a few inches, and sharply asked her what she wanted. Chloe didn't even say hi. She didn't apologize for the wedding. She launched straight into a barrage of entitled demands. She said she had exactly 5 days to pay her rent, and that she had already blown through all of her summer job money on clothes and outings. She yelled that she was banking on the tuition deposit going through, that I had absolutely no legal right to pull the money, and that I had a moral obligation as her older brother to follow through on my promises. Sarah looked her dead in the eye and coldly told her I wasn't home. That was a total lie. I was sitting right there in the living room on the couch, listening to every single word. But I wasn't interested in speaking to her through a crack in the door. I wasn't going to engage. Not until she showed some kind of genuine, painful remorse, which she clearly lacked entirely. Chloe left, stomping down the hallway, shouting aggressively about her legal rights and how I couldn't just yank everything away without a formal written warning. But she was dead wrong. I had meticulously checked the lease agreement the night before. I was listed as the primary financial guarantor on the account. She was merely listed as the resident occupant. She had 0 power over the portal. Not legally. I could pull the plug whenever I wanted. And I had. 3 more days dragged by. The silence was thick. No drama, just a calm conversation. "I have some big things I really want to tell you in person. I honestly think you'll be proud of me." There were no wild accusations, no crazy name-calling, no demanding of funds, just calm, perfectly composed, heavily sanitized wording. It didn't feel like her voice at all. It felt like her new PR persona. Sarah read the email twice, narrowed her eyes, and said, "She is absolutely not trying to fix anything with you. She's setting a trap. She probably wants to secretly record you for her next podcast episode." I replied to the email with exactly 1 line, "Sarah will be there, too." Chloe never wrote back to that. But I had a sinking feeling in my gut, that this whole ordeal was far from over, and unfortunately, I was completely right. 3 days after the bizarre email, my parents showed up at our apartment building. There was no phone call, no warning text, no asking if we were free. They just aggressively rang the lobby buzzer at 7:15 p.m. on a Tuesday while Sarah and I were in the middle of eating dinner. I buzzed them up, opened our apartment door halfway, and didn't say a single welcoming word. My dad gave a little awkward wave, acting like this was just a totally normal, friendly neighborhood visit. My mom had her heavy designer purse slung over her shoulder like she had been planning to stay for hours. She forced a smile and said, "We just want to come in and talk calmly." I looked at my watch and told them they had exactly 3 minutes before I shut the door in their faces. They pushed past me and walked into the living room anyway. Sarah stayed standing in the kitchen, her arms firmly crossed over her chest, not speaking a word. She absolutely wasn't going to do the fake, polite smile thing. She didn't need to. Everyone in that room knew exactly where she stood. My mom went first. She nervously cleared her throat and said Chloe was going through a very deep transformative period in her life and had made some mistakes that she supposedly regrets deeply. She claimed the entire podcast was just Chloe's therapeutic way of processing her complex emotions, and that I really shouldn't take the public slander so personally. Then my dad stepped in, adding, "She really wants a relationship with you, son. She just doesn't know how to properly say it. She looks up to you." I stared blankly at them and asked if Chloe had actually, explicitly said any of those words to them, or if they were just desperately hoping I would fall for their amateur mediation tactics. They completely avoided answering the question. Then, my mom nervously adjusted her purse and said something that brought the entire room to a screeching halt. She moved back into our house temporarily, just until she figures her finances out and gets back on her feet. Sarah let out a sharp, mocking breath, loud enough for everyone in the room to hear it clearly. So now the entire pathetic picture was perfectly complete. They had secretly paid her massive tuition bill. They had let her move back into her old childhood bedroom rent-free. And they were standing in my apartment right now, not to ask me for any more money, but to actively manage me. They wanted to make absolutely sure I didn't publicly expose her lies, ruin her new podcast narrative, or make things any harder for their precious golden child. They weren't mediating a family dispute. They were doing damage control. I looked my dad right in the eyes and asked them flat out, "Have either of you ever actually sat her down and told her that destroying my wedding was fundamentally wrong?" My mom immediately deflected. She was just so overwhelmed that day. My dad looked at the floor. She really didn't mean to ruin the whole thing. I raised my voice just a fraction. "I'm asking you a direct question. Did either of you, even once, tell her that her actions were wrong?" They didn't speak. They just stood there in uncomfortable silence. That deafening silence told me absolutely everything I ever needed to know. They weren't angry at Chloe for ruining the most important day of my life. They were simply embarrassed by the public spectacle. And in their minds, the absolute easiest, quickest way to make that uncomfortable embarrassment go away was to push all the blame and responsibility onto me. I told them I was completely done. I was done with the financial bailouts. I was done with the heavy emotional guilt. I was done with their endless, toxic games. I told them that if they wanted to keep endlessly funding her delusional life, they were perfectly free to do so, but that not a single dime, favor, or ounce of energy would ever come from me again. I looked my mother in the eye and said they had done a truly fantastic job raising a daughter who genuinely believes that consequences do not exist in the real world. Then I walked over to the front door, opened it wide, and asked them to leave. They hesitated for a brief moment, looking like they wanted to argue, but the absolute finality in my voice stopped them. They walked out. Chloe didn't try to contact me after that night, but her ridiculous podcast kept going strong. Episode 2 was entirely dedicated to narcissistic siblings who withhold love. Episode 3 was dramatically titled "When They Try to Make You Look Crazy." Sarah and I actually laughed out loud when we saw that title pop up online. A few days later, I sat down at my desk and checked the remaining lease on our apartment. We had exactly 8 months left on our contract. I opened up our joint banking app, looked at our accumulated savings, ran the financial numbers twice, and walked into the kitchen. I told Sarah we desperately needed to take a trip. Something very far away, something incredibly warm. Something that didn't have absolutely anything to do with any of this family trauma. She smiled, a real, genuine smile. The next morning, we logged online and booked 2 expensive, round-trip, first-class flights to Bora Bora. We were officially leaving in exactly 6 weeks. No family, no endless drama, no screaming matches. Just pure, unadulterated peace. The kind of deep, fulfilling peace that finally feels completely earned. The absolute last message I ever received from Chloe came exactly 2 days before our flight to the island. It was just a single fire emoji, no words attached, no context provided. It felt exactly like she was trying to send some kind of vague, edgy warning, or maybe she just desperately wanted to remind me that she was still lurking in the shadows, watching my life. I showed the bright screen to Sarah while we were standing in the bedroom picking out luggage tags. She didn't even react. She just casually scanned her digital boarding pass on her phone, tossed a swimsuit into her suitcase, and said, "Perfect, let it burn." I permanently blocked the phone number. That was the absolute last loose thread leading up to the vacation. There was complete, blissful silence from everyone else in the family, too. My dad didn't bother to call. My mom sent one incredibly generic, passive "hope you're doing well" text message that I completely ignored and deleted. There were no more long-winded lectures about family unity, no more heavy guilt trips about forgiveness. I genuinely think they finally realized, once and for all, that I was absolutely not going to be the one to clean up and fix what they had so carelessly broken. Not this time. Not ever again. We left for Bora Bora on a beautiful, clear Thursday morning. There were no annoying layovers, no rushing through crowded terminals. I sat back in my plush seat and watched Sarah sleep peacefully against the airplane window as we crossed over thousands of miles of deep blue, open water. And for the very first time in years, my brain didn't feel like it was constantly on fire. There were no anxious financial calculations running through my head, no emergency rescue missions to plan, no dread about the next phone call. Just absolute, beautiful quiet. Our private resort bungalow was built directly over the crystal clear water. Literally, you could hear the gentle, rhythmic sound of the ocean waves splashing underneath the wooden floorboards of our bedroom. The resort had a small, hand-painted wooden sign posted inside the living area. It read, "No clocks here. Let time be yours again." That simple phrase hit me much harder than it probably should have. We didn't talk about Chloe or my parents at all during the trip, not even once, not until day 4. We were sitting outside, having a massive breakfast of fresh fruit and coffee on the private wooden deck. It was just the peaceful sound of the ocean waves and the tropical birds flying overhead when Sarah suddenly put down her coffee mug and said, "Do you think they'll ever actually admit what they did to you?" I didn't even have to ask who she meant. "No," I said, looking out at the endless horizon. "But I think they definitely know. And I really, truly believe that they do. Not in a conscious, deeply reflective, or apologetic way, but in that deeply uncomfortable, heavy silence that always creeps into a room when your favorite, reliable scapegoat finally walks out the front door for good. They know I was always the one cleaning up her massive messes. They know they cowardly let it happen because it was so much easier than looking her in the eye and telling her no. And they absolutely know now that they can never, ever reach for me like that again." Chloe stayed living with them in her childhood bedroom. She didn't find a new luxury apartment. Her old lease finally expired quietly, and the building management company seamlessly relisted the unit without a single problem. I know this for a fact because the property management company contacted me via email for the final signature confirmation to close out the account. She never reached out to me about it. She never sent a text saying thank you for the years of free rent. She never sent a letter saying sorry. She never will. But the beautiful part is, I completely stopped waiting for that to happen. I don't need her fake apology. I just needed the endless cycle of abuse to end. Her dramatic podcast kept going for exactly another 2 episodes. One was a rambling mess about being erased by your support system. Another was a wildly inaccurate rant about financial abuse inside modern families. I didn't listen to a single second of them. But my cousin Mia did. She texted me and said Chloe was stretching the absolute truth so incredibly hard that her stories completely stopped making any logical sense. The internet caught on. People stopped engaging with her videos. The comment sections dried up. The lucrative app sponsorship quietly vanished. After that, absolutely nothing. The silence wasn't just digital anymore. It completely bled into real, everyday life. I stopped checking any of her social media pages. My mom completely stopped sending her passive-aggressive group text messages. My dad didn't even mention Chloe's name the one time he briefly called to ask me a quick question about a reliable car mechanic in the city. Eventually, Mia told me that Chloe had quietly enrolled for part-time community college classes again, and she was strictly using my parents' money this time. Apparently, my parents had to heavily dip into a massive rainy day retirement fund they had secretly kept stashed away for emergencies. I almost laughed out loud when I heard that. It turns out they had the massive funds all along. They just absolutely didn't want to use their own money. Not until I firmly refused to be their wallet anymore. Sarah and I eventually came home from our island trip to a completely different version of life. When our lease ended, we packed up and moved into a much better, bigger place. We moved further away from the noisy city, much closer to the quiet suburbs. There are no more buzzing phones at 3 a.m., no more frantic, split rent payments, just us, building our actual future. I got a brand new credit card with a new number, permanently leaving my stressful co-signer days behind in the dust. I even went online and completely changed the master password on my main bank account for the very first time in 6 long years. There are absolutely no more surprise withdrawals. No more late-night Venmo requests labeled, "Please don't ask." We genuinely don't ever talk about the ruined wedding cake anymore. We really don't need to. It's just a weird, chaotic blip in an old story that no longer belongs to us in any way. Some cool evenings, we sit outside on our beautiful new back porch with a good bottle of wine and just watch the neighbor's golden retriever chase moths under the warm glow of the porch light. We talk about actual, meaningful things. We talk about the new books we're reading, the future trips we want to plan, big ideas, and the new private nursing business Sarah is slowly planning to launch. Real, tangible things. That old, chaotic, stressful life, it honestly doesn't even feel like mine anymore. It feels like something I just watched happen on a television screen, something I finally closed the heavy book on and walked away from. Sometimes, a raging fire doesn't actually need to be fought. Sometimes, you just need to step back, let it completely burn itself out to the ground, and walk away into the night, finally warm. Top commands. User 1. The absolute audacity of your parents to sit on a secret rainy day fund while making you pay $10,500 for her tuition is mind-blowing. They literally used you as a meat shield so they wouldn't have to parent their own child or spend their own money. Good on Sarah for throwing her out of the hallway. That's a real partner right there. Enjoy Bora Bora. User 2. Shadow of the Golden Child LMAO. It's always the most toxic, entitled leeches who weaponize therapy speak to make themselves the victim. I guarantee the second her sponsor dropped her, she threw another massive tantrum at your parents' house. You didn't just dodge a bullet, you dodged an entire missile strike. Never talk to them again. User 3. The fact that your dad tried to tell you to be the bigger person after she destroyed your wedding cake and screamed at you in front of 75 people tells you everything you need to know. The bigger person just means the person willing to accept the abuse so I don't have to deal with it. You handled this perfectly. Let them drain their own retirement funds on her failures. We used your family fund for Rome. My future sister-in-law texted. So, I shut off their credit cards. While they were still in the air. My fiance's family secretly drained our $35,000 emergency fund for a luxury vacation to Rome, deliberately skipping my son's 9th birthday party to celebrate with my money. So, while I stood alone in the rented arcade hall watching my son wait for guests who would never arrive, I pulled out my phone, froze her mother's $95,000 business loan, canceled every joint credit card, and let them find out they were entirely cut off while stranded in a foreign country. I stood alone in the private event room I had booked for my son Leo's 9th birthday, staring at a row of untouched, custom-made space-themed cupcakes while my phone screen lit up in the dim, neon-lit room. The first text was from my fiance's mother, Barbara. We're in Rome. No one is showing up for your kid's party. A few seconds later, her older daughter, Stephanie, added her own message to the group chat. You're adorable. We used your $35,000 family fund, haha. For a solid 10 seconds, I honestly thought I was misreading the screen. The arcade hall smelled like hot pepperoni pizza, cheap frosting, and ozone from the games. An expensive magician I had paid a non-refundable deposit to was awkwardly shuffling a deck of cards in the corner, asking me if he should still bother doing the second half of his act. My son, Leo, was walking out of the bathroom with a shiny paper crown crooked on his head, and my younger daughter, Mia, was standing near the gift table, smoothing the edges of a planetary tablecloth with both of her small hands, as if she could physically flatten the disastrous afternoon into something resembling a normal family gathering. No one from my fiancée Chloe's side of the family had come. Not Barbara, not Stephanie, not Stephanie's husband, Mark. Not the 3 cousins my kids had spent all week excitedly making custom favor bags for. Not even the great aunt who had sworn up and down she'd bring a helium tank for balloons because, in her exact words, a single father shouldn't have to do every little thing completely alone. I looked down at the glowing screen of my phone and read that message one more time. We used your $35,000 family fund. Not borrowed, not we had an emergency. Used. My throat closed up so fast it physically ached. My hands, however, were completely steady. That was the strangest part of the entire ordeal. I could literally feel the white-hot anger moving through my chest, but it had gone ice cold before it could reach my mouth. Leo came walking over, a bright smile on his face, but he stopped dead in his tracks when he saw my expression. Are they just having trouble finding parking? He asked. He said it so casually, like it was just a normal delay. Like he still genuinely believed that adults meant what they promised. I crouched down to his eye level and gently fixed the crooked edge of his paper crown. Some people aren't coming, buddy, I said softly. His smile didn't vanish all at once. It folded inward quietly, piece by piece. That was infinitely worse than a tantrum. Mia looked at me from across the room, her big brown eyes already understanding, far more than I ever wanted a 6-year-old to comprehend. She noticed everything, especially when people were trying very hard not to say something cruel out loud. Did we do something wrong, Daddy? She asked. That nearly broke me right then and there. There are crystal clear moments in life when you realize the entire story you have been telling yourself about a family has been a complete and utter fabrication for a very long time. That moment was mine. It wasn't just because of the money, and it wasn't even strictly because they skipped the party. It was because 2 innocent children were standing in a room explicitly built for celebration, and the people who had leeched off me for years had chosen this exact day to make sure my kids felt entirely insignificant. I stood up, looked down at the texts on my phone, and whispered to the empty air, then you're going to love what comes next. I am David, 36, a senior data analyst at a financial logistics firm in Chicago. Most of my work involves running massive data sets, auditing supply chains, and spending long, quiet hours looking at risk models. I have 2 kids from my first marriage. Their mother moved across the country almost 4 years ago, and her contact with them comes and goes depending on whatever personal crisis or new romance is currently dominating her chaotic life. So, for the most part, it has always just been me. Me packing the lunches, Me checking the math homework, me sitting through agonizingly long school plays, and me rushing to the pharmacy for inhaler refills and fever reducers at 2 in the morning. Then, about 2.5 years ago, I met Chloe. Chloe was warm, genuinely funny, incredibly smart, and the kind of person who would remember a tiny detail my daughter mentioned about a school project 3 weeks prior. She made my quiet house feel less exhausted. She made me think that, maybe, just maybe, I wasn't completely done building a family. What I willfully ignored, however, were the people irrevocably attached to her. Barbara, her mother, was the kind of woman who spoke in polished, polite concern but moved through other people's finances like a swarm of locusts. Stephanie, her older sister, was somehow even worse because she made her greed look playful. She laughed while demanding expensive favors, she put cute emojis after outrageous requests, she called blatant financial manipulation keeping it in the family. At first, it was just little things. A few $100s here when Barbara's boutique bakery equipment needed emergency repairs and the bank was allegedly being impossible. A quick $1,200 for Stephanie's son's private baseball camp because the reimbursement check is coming any day now. I swear. Then it was $4,000 when Chloe broke down crying in my kitchen, explaining that creating a family fund would help everyone stay stable while Barbara tried to expand her catering business into a larger storefront downtown. It's just a short-term safety net, Chloe had pleaded. Mom always pays family back. There never should have been a family fund. But I built one anyway. I justified it to myself by saying it was practical. I had good savings. I had always been meticulous with my money. Data analysis didn't make me a billionaire, but it made me highly disciplined. I tracked every single utility bill, every tuition payment, every grocery run. When Chloe and I got engaged last year, I genuinely thought that creating one separate, shared support account for temporary family emergencies would put a stop to the constant financial chaos. Instead, it just gave Barbara and Stephanie a wide-open front door to my bank account. The first year, I put in $15,000. The second year, even more. By the time Leo's 9th birthday arrived, I had contributed exactly $35,000 into that specific account. It was supposedly earmarked for strict emergencies, temporary cash flow issues for the bakery, a major van repair, a 2-month rent bridge for Stephanie when her husband was between jobs, and a group holiday deposit that somehow always required me to front the cash. Every single time I hesitated or asked for receipts, Chloe would say the exact same thing. They're difficult, David, but they're still my family. Every time I pointed out that my children were being treated like annoying accessories rather than actual family members, she begged me not to make everything so transactional. Transactional. That word still makes me laugh in the darkest, most bitter way possible, because there was absolutely nothing more transactional than Barbara's affection. She would kiss Mia's cheek in public for photos, then completely forget to bring her a birthday present. She would call Leo buddy at Sunday dinners, then book an expensive cousin outing to the science museum without including him because the boys needed their own space. Stephanie was much more direct with her cruelty. She once told Mia right in my own kitchen, "You can come in the car if there's enough room." When the other kids were bragging about an amusement park trip that I had entirely paid for, I finally spoke up quietly. Chloe scolded me later, saying I had embarrassed her sister. That was the established pattern. My kids absorbed the slights. I absorbed the massive bills. And somehow, I was always the one expected to smooth the room over and apologize. This birthday party was supposed to be the ultimate reset. Leo had asked for only one thing this year. Can I just have everybody in one place, and can nobody leave early? It broke my heart into pieces when he asked that. Secure kids do not make requests like that, they just assume people will show up for them. Mine had learned the hard way not to, so, I overcompensated. I booked a massive private hall with arcade games, laser tag, a premium food buffet, a little stage, and enough room for both sides of the whole family. I paid an exorbitant amount for custom cupcakes shaped like the solar system because Leo was currently obsessed with astronomy. I ordered a specialized quiet sensory corner for Mia, because loud crowds overwhelmed her. I made 30 welcome bags by hand. Chloe had assured me her mother was thrilled. Stephanie had texted that her kids were literally counting down the days. Then, the night before the party, Chloe casually mentioned that Barbara had a quick family business thing and might arrive a little late. The morning of the party, Chloe herself wasn't answering her phone. By noon, as I was setting up the hall alone, I had called her 6 times. By 1 p.m., Barbara sent the text about Rome. While I stood in that rented arcade hall in Chicago, desperately trying to explain the concept of absence to 2 heartbroken children, I stepped into the side corridor where the bathrooms were. I leaned against a wall, opened my banking apps, and started violently pulling at every single loose financial thread I had been pretending wasn't slowly wrapping around my throat. First, the so-called family fund. I logged in, revoked all joint access, froze all outgoing transfers, removed external permissions, and locked the account. Then, I went for the jugular, the business loan. That one truly mattered. 8 months earlier, Barbara had aggressively wanted to turn her messy catering side hustle into a proper, high-end event bakery. No traditional bank would give her the interest rate she wanted, and she had already exhausted loans from 2 cousins and maxed out a business line of credit. Chloe had begged me for weeks to help structure a deal. I flat out refused to co-sign the business lease itself, but I did something almost as stupid to keep the peace. I agreed to secure a $95,000 private bridge loan through a specialized investment account of mine, strictly contingent on repayment milestones, active spending oversight, and quarterly audits. That oversight only existed because I ruthlessly insisted on it in writing. Barbara had hated every single second of that legal condition while happily cashing every single benefit of it. I called the lender liaison directly from the arcade corridor while a massive silver balloon arch rustled softly behind me. "This is David Miller," I said, my voice eerily calm. "I need an immediate suspension review on the Whitmore Bridge facility due to probable gross misuse of funds, breach of family support declarations, and revoked authorizations tied to shared access." The woman on the line recognized my name and account number instantly. Data analysts don't usually sound like they're ordering a drone strike, so maybe my tone stood out. She asked if I was officially requesting a hard freeze pending legal documentation. "Yes," I said. "Effective immediately. Today." She read me the standard consequences. Draw access paused, new disbursements halted, full financial review triggered, cards tied to the operating reserve flagged pending account holder confirmation. I authorized absolutely all of it. Next, I called the primary bank that held the shared checking accounts Chloe and I had been using for wedding planning and household expenses. I permanently blocked every single joint credit card except the one directly connected to our mortgage and the utility bills. I changed all the master passwords. I went into the security settings and systematically removed device access from 3 phones I recognized immediately: Chloe's, Barbara's, and Stephanie's husband, Mark. Seeing Mark's phone on that list hit me harder than I expected. He had active access to my accounts. Not just Barbara. Not just Stephanie through Barbara. Her deadbeat husband had been logged into my financial life. I took detailed screenshots of every single IP address, every login, and every transfer, and emailed them directly to myself, to my attorney, and to the financial planner who had explicitly warned me a year earlier that blended families only work when financial boundaries are boring, rigid, and absolute. I should have listened to him sooner. When I finally walked back into the main party hall, the magician was miraculously making me a smile by pulling an endless red silk ribbon from his sleeve. So, I did the only decent thing available to a father in that moment. I stayed present. I smiled for the camera. I cut the expensive cake. I sang the song loudly. I made sure every single classmate who did actually show up got extra arcade tokens and an oversized slice of cake. By that evening, my phone was lighting up like a siren with texts from mutual friends, cousins, and distant relatives. I did not answer a single one. The quiet, peaceful closure people imagine in movies does not come quickly in real life. First, it comes incredibly messy. It comes with frantic doorbells, massive guilt trips, and neutral cousins, who just want both sides to calm down and compromise. It comes with wild accusations. I got every single one of them. I was told I was being overly dramatic, that I was financially abusing women, that I was letting my ex-wife's abandonment make me clinically paranoid, that I had massively overreacted because no one had physically harmed my children. That last specific line came from Barbara's older brother, which told me exactly the twisted narrative they were circulating to save face. I typed out one single, comprehensive reply, copied the entire cluster of adults trying to manage me back into a useful ATM, and hit send. My boundary is incredibly simple. I am not your backup bank. I will not finance people who actively exclude and mistreat my children. Do not contact my kids. Do not come to my home without an explicit invitation. Then I muted the entire thread and blocked their numbers. Chloe officially moved out a week later. There was no screaming, no slamming doors. She packed her boxes slowly, crying softly sometimes, completely quiet most of the time. The kids stayed in their rooms more than usual during those days. Leo was stiffly polite when he passed her in the hallway. Mia was distant in the specific, heartbreaking way only a child can be when someone has disappointed her so profoundly that even being sweet to them feels physically unsafe. Right before Chloe left for good, she stood by the front door and asked if she could say a proper goodbye to them. I allowed it. Mia walked up, reached into her pocket, and handed back the little beaded bracelet Chloe had made with her last winter. "Keep it, sweetie," Chloe whispered, her voice cracking. Mia shook her head, her face completely blank. "You forgot us too." "It was such a small sentence," softly said. But Chloe cried so hard she had to physically sit down on the entryway bench. I didn't interrupt. I didn't comfort her. Some truths belong entirely to the child who paid the price for them. After she finally drove away, the house was brutally, painfully quiet for about 3 days. Then, slowly, it started feeling honest. I took the massive, overstuffed wedding planning binder off the shelf and shoved it into the dark back corner of the hall closet. I returned whatever centerpieces I could, aggressively disputed what deposits had been misused, and let some of the smaller vendor deposits burn. That part stung my wallet, but it was a clean sting. A chosen one. The hardest part was dealing with Leo. About 2 weeks after the disastrous party, I walked past his bedroom and found him sitting cross-legged on the floor, meticulously rebuilding the custom favor bags he had made for the cousins who never showed up. Empty tissue paper, little neon glow sticks, plastic dinosaurs scattered everywhere. He was working so carefully, his brow furrowed in concentration. "What are you doing, buddy?" I asked gently, leaning against the doorframe. He shrugged without looking up from the plastic dinosaur in his hand. "I don't know. Fixing them." That nearly broke me more than the empty arcade room itself. So, I walked in, sat right beside him on the carpet, and told him the absolute truth in the plainest, most direct language I could manage. "You did absolutely nothing wrong, Leo." Mia did nothing wrong. Some adults care much more about getting what they want than they care about how they make children feel. That is a failing on their part. It is not your fault. He nodded slowly, still staring intently at the little bag in his hands. "Are we poor now?" he asked quietly. I almost smiled. Kids always bypass the abstract and go straight to the concrete fear. "No," I said, putting a hand on his shoulder. "We're not poor. We're just very careful now." That answer seemed to finally settle deep into his chest, and he put the bag down. The consequences for Barbara came remarkably fast after that. Without the massive $95,000 bridge disbursement to float her reckless spending, the bakery expansion completely stalled out. Her commercial suppliers, already tired of her excuses, immediately tightened their terms. One major catering event had to be subcontracted out at a loss. Then another. Payroll delays became public enough that even people entirely outside the family drama started asking very pointed questions on local community boards. Then came the final, devastating twist. During the bank's thorough fraud review of my accounts, they flagged a very recent, highly suspicious application for a $15,000 emergency line of credit. It had been applied for in my name, using my social security number, explicitly intended to wire funds to a hotel in Rome. The digital signature was forged. The IP address traced back directly to Chloe's laptop on the day of the party. She had panicked when I froze the funds and tried to secretly bail her mother out by committing straight-up identity theft. I didn't hesitate. I filed the police report. Once that hit the system, the house of cards instantly vaporized, the business loan fully defaulted, the bakery storefront was seized by the commercial landlord within the month. Stephanie's husband, Mark, who had foolishly tied his own credit to Barbara's failing LLC, saw his credit score completely annihilated, leading to massive fights and, eventually, a very messy separation. I did not interfere further. I did not need to. Once my money stopped artificially cushioning their terrible decisions, raw reality handled the rest. Stephanie tried one last, desperate angle through a mutual cousin. The text message came heavily trimmed in fake concern. "Barbara is under extreme emotional strain. Chloe is not coping well. Perhaps you could at least release a small portion of the loan reserve, just for the sake of the innocent bakery staff." I replied with one single line. The staff deserves an owner who does not finance a luxury trip to Paris with stolen money on a child's birthday. No answer ever came back. Spring arrived slowly in Chicago that year. The city did its usual confusing thing where one day smelled like thawed dirt and blooming trees, and the very next day felt like biting winter again. But our house adjusted to itself beautifully. There were fewer shoes cluttered by the door. There was significantly less second guessing. There was so much more room to breathe. Sarah and her twins came over often for movie nights. My older neighbor, Mrs. Alvarez, started dropping off massive containers of homemade chicken soup on Tuesdays because she insisted that children heal better around hot soup, which was not scientifically tested but felt undeniably true. Leo joined a Saturday morning robotics and science club. Mia took a weekend watercolor class and came home with bright paint on her sleeves and a little more genuine light in her face every single week. Those were the real closures. Not Barbara's forced silence, not the permanently stalled bakery, not the fact that Stephanie was now living in a cramped apartment. Not even Chloe's eventual, pathetic email 6 months later saying she had finally started therapy and understood what I had been trying to say. The only real closure was watching my children physically relax in their own home. At the start of summer, on the exact weekend I had originally scheduled for our lavish wedding tasting, we held a simple backyard dinner instead, nothing fancy at all. Just a cheap folding table set up under some string lights I bought at the hardware store. Burgers, grilled corn, cold lemonade, and paper lanterns Mia had painted herself. Leo invited 3 new friends from his science club. Mia invited the one quiet girl from watercolor class who always shared her expensive brushes. Sarah came with her twins and a cheap, overly frosted grocery store cake that leaned slightly to one side. Before we ate, Leo walked up to me and asked if we could bring out the shiny paper birthday crown again, just because the first day had been weird. So I went to his room and got it. He put it on, somehow looking older and taller than he had looked at the actual party in the arcade. Mia wore one too, A smaller silver one she made herself. She said if her brother got a total reset, she wanted one as well. We sang to both of them loudly, not because it made for a picture-perfect moment, but because it felt exactly like repairing a beautiful sentence that someone else had selfishly cut in half. There were 2 empty lawn chairs sitting at the edge of the yard near the fence. I had set them there completely without thinking while setting up, the way you blindly do after years of constantly planning around people who always demand to take up space. When I finally noticed them, I almost walked over to move them back into the shed. Then I stopped. I left them right there, not out of lingering bitterness, but as a stark reminder, empty chairs tell the absolute truth. They don't argue with you. They don't try to gaslight you. They don't rewrite history to make themselves the victim. They simply, quietly show you exactly who did not show up. After we finished the cake, Mia ran inside the house and came back out holding a large piece of drawing paper. It was a picture of the arcade hall from Leo's birthday, but completely redrawn. This time, the room was packed full of people. The tables were crowded with smiling stick figures. The stage had bright yellow stars drawn all over it. Leo was standing right in the center, wearing his giant paper crown. She had drawn herself standing right beside him, one little hand resting on his sleeve. She had drawn me standing near the cake table, holding a massive stack of plates, smiling. No Barbara, no Stephanie, no Mark, no Chloe. Just us, and the people who had actually stayed. "Can I tape it up in the kitchen?" she asked, looking up at me. "Yes," I said, my voice thick. And I meant yes in absolutely every possible way a father could. So that slightly crinkled drawing stayed on the side of the refrigerator all summer long. No one threw it away when the bottom corner eventually curled up. No one forgot to look at it. No one called it messy, or extra, or dramatic. It stayed right there because it mattered deeply to the child who made it. That is exactly what I learned in the end. Money doesn't just buy nice things in the wrong family, it buys suffocating silence, it buys unrestricted access. It buys them the right to completely mistreat you while having the audacity to call it closeness. It buys a fake, incredibly fragile version of peace where the generous person is never, ever allowed to admit they are hurt, because if they do, the whole parasitic system might crack. I had been blindly funding that toxic system for years. Not because I was inherently weak, but because I was desperately hopeful. Hope without rigid boundaries is incredibly expensive. That was one lesson. Another lesson was much harder to swallow. Children always know when they are being managed instead of genuinely loved. They may not have the adult vocabulary to articulate it, but they feel it deep in their bones. They feel it in the special invitations that mysteriously never come. In the cheap gifts that arrive 2 weeks late, if at all. In the family photos they are casually asked to step out of so the real family can get a shot. In the subtle way adults brighten up for some children and immediately dim for others. Leo and Mia had felt it long before I ever let myself name it out loud. I hated myself for that. But I changed exactly what I could once I finally stopped pretending. I did not get cinematic revenge, I got permanent distance. I did not actively destroy a family business, I simply stopped protecting it from the massive cost of its own terrible choices. I did not turn into a cold, bitter man, I turned into a clear one. And absolute clarity, I found, was much quieter than rage, but infinitely more permanent. Months later, right around the holidays, Chloe sent one final, desperate message asking whether I believed people could truly change if they were given enough time. I sat in my quiet living room and thought about it for a very long time before answering. Then I typed back, maybe. But my children are not the testing ground where broken adults come to figure that out. That was the last message ever exchanged between us. Some nights, when the house is asleep, I still think about that rented private hall. The untouched blue cupcakes, the stupid, expensive balloon arch, my son's quick, incredibly brave face when he realized who wasn't coming through the door, the text glowing in my hand about Rome and the $35,000. And a cruel joke they thought was completely harmless because they were not the ones who had to kneel down on a sticky carpet and explain blatant absence to a heartbroken child. I don't relive it the same way anymore, though. Now, when I think of that terrible day, I also vividly remember what came immediately after the loan freeze confirmation screen, the credit cards going permanently dark, the bank accounts locking down one by one, the exact moment the endless flow of money finally stopped. The moment I finally understood that love without basic respect is just access, and access can always be revoked. That was the real ending to the story. Not loud, not cinematic, just one calm, unbreakable financial boundary held long enough to actually become a life. And in this house, that life got a little bit smaller, significantly steadier, and infinitely kinder. My kids were the first ones to notice. Top comments. User 1. The fact that Chloe tried to commit literal identity theft to bail out her mom after they stole $35K from you is absolutely wild. You didn't just dodge a bullet, man. You dodged an entire artillery strike. Good on you for protecting your kids. They will remember that you stood up for them. User 2. My children are not the testing ground where broken adults come to figure that out. OP. I'm framing this quote. The absolute audacity of Stephanie texting you to brag about stealing your money while sitting on a plane. I'm so glad her husband's credit tanked with the bakery. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. User 3. As someone who grew up as the accessory kid in a blended family, thank you. Thank you for not forcing your kids to tolerate being treated as second-class citizens just to keep the peace with your fiancé. That drawing on the fridge made me tear up. You're a great dad. My parents secretly moved my brother's family into my 4-bedroom house. As they showed up with a fake lease agreement to force me out, I just smiled and waited for the police to arrive while my house was already in escrow. I, 31, male, am a senior cloud infrastructure architect for a major fintech company based out of San Francisco, but I live in a quiet, leafy suburb of Atlanta, Georgia. I have been working fully remote since early 2019, well before the world shut down, and my career has been incredibly demanding but highly rewarding. 2 years ago, I finally saved up enough to buy my dream home, a beautiful, historic 1920s craftsman-style house. It's a modest but spacious 4-bedroom, 2,200 square foot property that I have been slowly and painstakingly renovating by hand. It's my absolute pride and joy. My older brother, David, 36 male, lives about 30 minutes away with his wife, Sarah, 34 female, and their 3 young kids, Leo, 9, male, Mia, 7 female, and Noah, 4 male. They currently live in a cramped, outdated 2-bedroom apartment next to a noisy highway. David is an assistant manager at a big box hardware store. I respect my brother, and I know retail management is grueling, exhausting work, but there is a significant income disparity between us. I make roughly 4 times his salary. The nightmare started 2 weeks ago at a routine Sunday family dinner at my parents' house. My mom, Helen, 61 female, and my dad, Robert, 63 male, were hosting. We were sitting around the dining room table eating pot roast when my mom started asking very pointed, oddly specific questions about my daily work schedule. So, Alex, you really just sit at that computer desk all day long? You don't actually leave the house to go anywhere? She asked, passing the mashed potatoes. I sighed, having explained this for probably the 100th time. Yes, Mom, I work from home, but I am actively working. I have back-to-back video meetings, I write complex code, I manage a team of 15 engineers across 3 different time zones, and I oversee massive server migrations. It's a very intense job. My dad scoffed, taking a sip of his beer. Right, but it's not like real times work where you have to physically show up somewhere, clock in, and sweat a little, right? It's just typing. I should have seen the massive red flags waving in my face, but I was completely blindsided when my mom set her fork down, folded her hands, and said, "Well, your father and I have been thinking. Since you don't really need all that space in that big house of yours, you really just need a desk and an internet connection. Wouldn't it make a lot more sense for David, Sarah, and the kids to live in your house? You could move into our basement. We're getting the drywall finished next month, and we could put a nice rug down for you." I literally burst out laughing. I thought it was a bizarre, deadpan joke. It wasn't. My dad suddenly stood up from the table, walked over to the living room, and came back with his iPad. He launched into a literal, color-coded slide deck presentation that he had apparently spent days preparing. It was titled Family Resource Reallocation Strategy. I sat there, utterly paralyzed with shock, as my own father presented his bullet points. Point 1. Since I work from home, I do not require a traditional housing structure. Point 2. A family with 3 growing children has actual, legitimate space needs that supersede a bachelor's comfort. Point 3. The basement would be the perfect, cozy environment for a young, single man who just needs Wi-Fi and a microwave. Point 4. This would be the ultimate act of helping the family and fulfilling my duty as a supportive younger brother. Point 5. They would generously allow me to use the main floor guest bathroom during standard business hours, provided I cleaned it weekly. I sat there absolutely stunned, my jaw practically on the floor, while David uncomfortably pushed his peas around his plate, refusing to make eye contact with me. Sarah, however, was practically glowing. She kept saying things like, "Oh, we couldn't possibly ask that of him," but she said it in that sickeningly sweet tone of voice where you know she was already mentally picking out curtains for my living room and deciding where to put her farmhouse chic decor. "You're joking," I finally managed to choke out, staring at my parents. "You seriously want me to give up the beautiful historic home I bought with my own hard-earned money, uproot my entire life, and move into your unfinished, damp basement just because my job is remote?" My mom's face hardened. "Well, Alex, it's not like you're using the house properly. David's children are sleeping on top of each other. They need real bedrooms. You have 2 completely empty rooms that you just use for your silly little office space and your hobbies. It's incredibly wasteful when your own blood family needs real housing." The hobbies she was referring to is my professional audio engineering studio. I mix and master podcasts and indie music tracks as a side business, which brings in an extra $2,500 a month on top of my tech salary. It's a legitimate secondary income stream, complete with expensive soundproofing and high-end equipment. I tried to explain reality to them. I told them that I bought my house with my own money. I pay the massive mortgage. I pay the property taxes, the home insurance, the high utility bills, and the maintenance costs. My dad actually slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "But you earned that money sitting on your ass at home in your pajamas." It's not the same as David, who has to commute an hour every day and stand on his feet dealing with customers at a real job. He deserves a home like that. I left the dinner immediately. I drove home shaking with anger, assuming that once they slept on it, they would realize how completely insane and legally impossible their proposal was. Instead, it got worse. The next morning, I started getting a barrage of text messages from my mom. She was sending me links to basement paint colors, asking if I preferred agreeable gray or accessible beige. She asked if I wanted cheap carpet or laminate flooring in my new basement zone. She even sent me a hand-drawn floor plan with little squares labeled Alex's desk area and Alex's sleeping cot. Yesterday afternoon, she texted me asking me to leave my spare house keys under the mat, so she and Sarah could come over, while I was playing on the computer, to measure the children's new bedrooms. I responded with a firm, unequivocal, no. I told her they would never get keys to my house and to drop this psychotic delusion immediately. She replied that I was being a selfish, greedy pig who was hoarding family resources. My dad called me late last night, leaving a furious voicemail stating he was deeply ashamed of my lack of family values, and that a man who works in his pajamas has no right to keep a real family trapped in a tiny apartment. For the record, I do not work in pajamas. I dress in business casual for my daily video calls. I manage critical infrastructure that processes millions of financial transactions daily. But apparently, because I do it from my home office instead of commuting to a miserable gray cubicle farm, I don't have a real job that deserves real housing. Am I losing my mind? How do I get through to these people? How do I make them understand that working remotely doesn't mean I'm playing a pretend job while squatting in a house I don't deserve? Edit. To answer a few common questions from the comments. No, I cannot just give them the house even if I wanted to. The mortgage is solely in my name, and David's credit is terrible. He couldn't take over the payments if he tried. Also, I have offered in the past to pay for David to take an IT certification bootcamp so he could get a remote job at my company. He refused, saying he isn't a computer nerd and prefers honest work. Finally, yes, David has always been the golden child, while I was the quiet nerd they ignored until they realized I had money. Update 1. 2 weeks later. I cannot believe I am sitting here writing this update, but things have escalated far beyond anything I could have ever imagined in my wildest nightmares. Thank you to everyone who commented on my original post, validating my reality and confirming that no, I am not crazy, and yes, my parents have completely lost their minds. After my first post, I tried to be the bigger person and set firm, adult boundaries. I drove over to my parents' house and had a calm, sit-down conversation with them. I explained clearly that my house is my private property, purchased with my own money, and it is not a communal family asset up for grabs. I thought we had finally reached a breakthrough when they both nodded quietly. My mom even patted my hand and said, "We hear you, honey, we understand." I should have known it was a trap when she immediately followed up with, "So, what day next week works best for you to start moving your boxes down here?" Last Tuesday, the absolute unthinkable happened. I was in the middle of a highly critical, high-stakes server deployment meeting with our executive team. My screen was sharing live data. Suddenly, my phone started buzzing frantically, and my doorbell camera notifications started going crazy. I quickly apologized to my team, muted my microphone, turned off my camera, and checked the live video feed. My parents were standing on my front porch. Behind them were David, Sarah, and I kid you not, a massive 26-foot U-Haul moving truck parked illegally across my driveway. Two burly guys I didn't recognize were already lowering the ramp. I unmuted long enough to tell my VP that I had a severe family emergency and had to drop off the call immediately. I sprinted down the stairs, my heart pounding out of my chest, and yanked the front door open. When I opened the door, my mom cheerfully clapped her hands and announced, "Surprise, we're here to help with the big transition." Sarah is just so excited to get inside and measure the living room windows for her new custom drapes. "What transition?" I yelled, my voice cracking in disbelief. I looked past her and saw my dad already directing David and the two hired movers toward my front door, carrying a stack of flattened cardboard boxes. My dad was loudly instructing them, saying, "We'll pack up the master bedroom first. Alex will need some time to disassemble all his little computer toys in the guest room." I immediately stepped out onto the porch and physically blocked the doorway with my body. "Absolutely not. Stop right there. No one is bringing a single box into my house. I need all of you to get off my property right now." Sarah, holding a clipboard and a tape measure, let out a dramatic sigh and had the sheer audacity to say, "Alex, please don't make this harder than it needs to be. Stop being so selfish and think of the children, your time's nieces and nephews." I shot back, glaring at her, "They have a home, Sarah. It's just not my times home." My mom actually stepped forward and physically tried to push past me. She put her hands on my chest and shoved, trying to wedge herself into my foyer while saying, "Oh, stop being so theatrical, Alex. We already discussed this. You agreed to this." I said no. I yelled, pushing her hands away. I said no multiple times, "Get away from my door." That's when my dad smugly pulled out his smartphone and shoved it in my face. He opened a group text chat that I was obviously not a part of. The chat was titled Alex's Relocation and House Prep. They had been coordinating this forced move for the past week and a half behind my back. I quickly scanned the messages. It was sickening. There was Sarah asking my mom for the model numbers of my expensive LG washer and dryer to ensure her delicate wash settings were available. There was David asking if my garage was deep enough to fit both of their SUVs, or if he'd need to force me to park my car on the street permanently. There was my mom assuring everyone that the concrete basement floor would be perfectly cozy for me once they threw a rug over it. And there was my dad, literally calculating how much money they would save on David's rent, suggesting they use the extra cash to take a family vacation to Disney World, a vacation I was clearly not invited to. They had been planning this as if it were a legally binding, done deal. As if my house was just a communal piece of property waiting for them to redistribute it. I stood my ground, my hands shaking with rage. "I am giving you exactly 10 seconds to get off my property, or I am dialing 911 and having every single one of you arrested for trespassing." My mom instantly started crying. But it wasn't sad crying, it was furious, manipulative, angry crying. "I cannot believe you," she shrieked, her face turning red. "I cannot believe you would threaten your own flesh and blood with the police after everything we have done for you." "What exactly have you done for me, Mom?" I asked coldly. "We raised you. We fed you. We put clothes on your back," she screamed. 20 years ago when I was a literal child. I yelled back. "That was your legal obligation as a parent." My dad stepped up, getting inches from my face, trying to physically intimidate me. "Watch your damn tone with your mother, boy. A son who disrespects his family doesn't deserve." "Doesn't deserve what, Dad?" I interrupted, staring him dead in the eyes. "To own his own home? To have basic adult boundaries? To be treated like a human being instead of a bank account?" Finish that sentence. David finally spoke up from the lawn, looking sheepish. "Look, Alex, man, I didn't ask for this to happen today, but..." Sarah immediately cut him off, stepping in front of him. "But since your parents are offering the house, it would really help the kids to have proper bedrooms. Leo has been sharing a tiny room with the toddlers. Alex, have a heart." I looked at my brother, disgusted. "Are you seriously okay with this, David? Are you okay with literally stealing your little brother's house?" David just shrugged, looking down at his shoes. "It's not stealing if Mom and Dad think it's what's best for the family as a whole." I was completely done. "Everyone off my property right now. The next person who sets foot on my driveway uninvited gets a police escort to the county jail. I mean it." As they slowly backed away and the movers awkwardly closed up the U-Haul, my mom turned around and shouted at the top of her lungs for the whole neighborhood to hear, "That basement is being finished whether you appreciate it or not, Alex. When you finally come to your senses and stop being a greedy brat, your cot will be ready." The truck left, but the nightmare was just beginning. Nothing I ever did was valid unless it fit perfectly into their narrow, blue-collar definition of success, and my sole purpose in their eyes was to act as a safety net for David's life choices. I thought the 2 months of silence meant they had finally accepted legal reality. I was so incredibly naive. 8 weeks into strict no contact, I received a certified letter in the mail requiring my signature. Inside was a massive stack of papers titled Formal Family Intervention Notice. It was a completely fabricated legal document that my parents had typed up and actually paid a notary to stamp, thinking the stamp made it legally binding. The intervention notice included a mandatory psychiatric evaluation referral, claiming my refusal to give up my house was proof of severe antisocial personality disorder. 2. A required family counseling schedule with a therapist who specialized in gaming and internet addiction, because clearly, working in the tech industry means I am just severely addicted to video games. 3. A strict proposed timeline for residential transition dictating exactly what days I was allowed to pack my belongings. 4. Glossy, 8x10 printed photos of the completed basement apartment, featuring a cheap rug and a door with a plastic plaque that read, "Alex's room." But the absolute most terrifying part? The real kicker? They had obtained a blank power of attorney form, pre-filled it with their own names, and attached a letter citing deep concerns about Alex's decision-making capacity and mental decline in light of his recent irrational, hoarding behavior. They were laying the groundwork to try and declare me mentally incompetent so they could legally seize control of my assets and sign my house over to David. I didn't laugh this time, I saw red. I immediately contacted a high-powered estate and litigation attorney. I paid him a hefty retainer, and he drafted a cease and desist letter so incredibly aggressive and strongly worded it could strip the paint off a car. It explicitly stated that any further attempts to access my property, claim rights to my home, contact my employer, or question my mental capacity would result in immediate, devastating civil lawsuits and criminal harassment charges. The response we got didn't come from my parents. It came from Sarah's brother, who happens to be a low-level divorce attorney. He sent an email claiming my lawyer's letter was unnecessarily hostile and aggressive, and suggested we all sit down for professional mediation to resolve the communal family housing situation. The communal family housing situation. As if my personal, privately owned real estate was a shared community garden waiting to be divided up. My lawyer advised me not to respond. Instead, I doubled down on security. I installed shatterproof film on all my ground floor windows, added a heavy-duty reinforced strike plate to my back door, and set my cameras to record 24/7 to a secure cloud server. Thank God I did. 2 weeks later, at exactly 3:14 a.m. on a Tuesday, my security system alarm started blaring, alerting me to movement in my fenced-in backyard. I jolted awake, my heart hammering in my throat, and grabbed my phone to check the live camera feeds. There, in crystal-clear infrared night vision, was my brother David, holding a massive steel crowbar, actively trying to jimmy open my back patio door. Standing right behind him, acting as a lookout and holding a flashlight, was Sarah. My own flesh and blood brother was attempting to break into my house in the middle of the night. I didn't hesitate. I didn't call down to them. I immediately dialed 911, told the dispatcher there was a burglary in progress with 2 suspects at my back door, and locked myself in my master bathroom. The police arrived in less than 4 minutes. 3 squad cars swarmed my property. Watching the whole thing unfold live on my security cameras was the most surreal, out-of-body experience of my life. The cops drew their weapons, shined massive spotlights into the backyard, and ordered David to drop the crowbar. He dropped it instantly, throwing his hands in the air. As the officers aggressively slammed David against the brick siding of my house to handcuff him, I could hear him screaming through the camera's microphone. "Wait. Stop. There. It's a family matter. It's a misunderstanding. Our parents said it was okay. This is our house. We're just trying to measure the kitchen." Sarah was hysterically sobbing, screaming at the cops that they were traumatizing a mother of 3. I walked downstairs, opened the back door, and calmly confirmed to the police officers that I owned the home, I lived alone, and I absolutely wanted to press full charges. David and Sarah were arrested on the spot for attempted breaking and entering, trespassing, and destruction of private property. My parents bailed them out of county jail the next afternoon. Because I had blocked their numbers, my mom actually went to my next-door neighbor's house, crying hysterically, and begged to use their phone. She called me, screaming so loudly the phone speaker distorted. "You monster. You ruined your brother's life. You traumatized those innocent babies by having their parents locked in a cage like animals." For the record, the kids were not there. They were staying with Sarah's mother across town. Sarah's mother, as I later learned, was the only sane person left in their circle and had vehemently refused to participate in their insane home redistribution plot. The attempted break-in was my absolute breaking point. The house I had loved, the house I had painstakingly restored, was completely tainted. I couldn't sleep. Every time the wind blew, I thought someone was coming with a crowbar. I called Chloe at work. "I need that relocation package," I told her. Within 48 hours, I hired a premium, discreet moving company. I contacted a ruthless real estate agent. I put my house on the market as a private, off-market pocket listing. I accepted my company's generous relocation package to move to Bozeman, Montana, 2,000 miles away, nestled in the mountains, far away from anyone who shared my DNA. I didn't tell a single soul in my family. Because of the insane housing market in Atlanta, my house sold in exactly 4 days, for $60,000 over asking price, all in cash, to a lovely young couple who actually appreciated the historic craftsman details I had restored. The closing date was scheduled for a rapid 3 weeks out. During those 3 weeks, while I was secretly packing my entire life into boxes in the dead of night, my family's extinction burst was spectacular and terrifying. My mom showed up at my front door with a literal Catholic priest, attempting to perform a blessing on the house to cleanse the greed from the property and prepare it for the family transition. I called the cops, and had them trespassed. My dad marched down to the county clerk's office and attempted to file a completely fraudulent contractor's lien against my property title, claiming I owed him $40,000 for childhood rearing expenses and back rent for the womb. The clerk laughed him out of the building. Sarah, out on bail, started a GoFundMe page titled, "Help Displaced Children Whose Cruel Uncle Abandoned Them." She raised exactly $140 before the platform nuked the campaign for fraud. David was officially fired from his retail management job because he had missed multiple shifts to stalk my house and sit in his car down the street, watching my driveway. I documented every single insane act. My attorney was building a massive, bulletproof case for permanent, multi-state restraining orders. The morning before my official closing date, my parents made one final, desperate, apocalyptic play. I was already in Bozeman, Montana. I had driven cross-country over 3 days. My house in Atlanta was completely empty, echoing, and vacuumed clean. My old neighbor called me in a panic. "Alex, your parents are here. They have a massive U-Haul, bolt cutters, and a guy who looks like a sketchy locksmith. They're trying to drill out your front door lock." They had showed up, claiming they had legal tenant squatters' rights because they had established residency. How? By illegally mailing several postcards to themselves at my address over the past month and fishing them out of my mailbox. I conference called the local police precinct and my real estate agent while sitting on the balcony of my new Mountain View apartment, watching the live feed on my iPad. This time, the police didn't mess around. When they arrived, my dad tried to fight one of the officers, swinging a pair of bolt cutters. My mom tried to chain herself to the front porch railing. Both of my parents were violently arrested for felony destruction of property, trespassing, and assaulting a police officer. The final closing paperwork went through electronically while my parents were sitting in a sterile holding cell in county lockup. The cash hit my bank account. The house officially belonged to the lovely young couple. By the time my parents posted bail and were released, I was several states away. I changed my phone number entirely. I scrubbed my digital footprint. My only forwarding address is a secure P.O. box managed by a privacy firm. That was roughly 2 months ago. I have heard a few updates through the grapevine via my godmother, who finally snapped out of the delusion and realized how insane my parents were acting. She keeps me updated via email. The stress, the criminal charges, and the sheer humiliation of the situation completely shattered the family. David and Sarah are currently going through a vicious, messy divorce. The legal fees from their attempted break-in drained whatever meager savings they had. My parents are facing significant, ruinous legal fees for their own arrests. They are currently telling anyone who will listen that I maliciously sold the historic family estate out of pure spite to punish the babies. The icing on the cake? That unfinished basement they were so desperate to shove me into? They took out a high-interest loan to finish it, putting themselves $18,000 in debt. It now sits completely empty. Sarah's Instagram account is completely gone after hundreds of people reported her for harassment, fraud, and child exploitation. My new life in Montana is breathtakingly peaceful. My new home office has a massive picture window that looks out over the snow-capped mountains. The air is crisp. My new neighbors bring over freshly baked sourdough bread instead of crowbars. My family simply does not exist here. I am still in intense weekly therapy, dealing with the heavy guilt and the profound grief of losing my entire family. I mourn them, but not because they died. I mourn them because this situation finally forced them to take off their masks and reveal exactly who they always were. They never saw me as a son, a brother, or a human being. They saw me strictly as a financial resource, a piece of meat to be carved up and redistributed to make David's life easier. My therapist asked me last week if I have any regrets about how everything went down. I sat in silence for a long time, really thinking about it. I realized I only have one single regret. I regret that I didn't see the truth sooner. The glaring signs were always there. Every childhood achievement dismissed. Every boundary constantly pushed. Every massive success reframed as sheer luck, or framed as me being selfish for not sharing the spoils. But I absolutely do not regret keeping my house. I do not regret calling the police and watching them get arrested. I do not regret secretly selling the property. I do not regret moving 2,000 miles away into the mountains. I do not regret choosing my own peace, my own sanity, and my own life over their chaotic, toxic entitlement. For anyone reading this who is currently dealing with a toxic family, a family who doesn't respect your career, who mocks your choices, who constantly tramples your boundaries, or who views your success as their personal piggy bank, you are not crazy. Your feelings are valid, your job is real, your home is yours, your life belongs to you, and no one else. And sometimes, the absolute best, most necessary price you can pay for eternal peace is distance, massive, unbridgeable distance. I am still a senior cloud infrastructure architect. I still work from home. And now, I do it thousands of miles away from toxic abusers who think that working on a computer makes me less deserving of basic human respect. It was the best, most liberating decision I ever made in my entire life. Final edit. Since my inbox is blowing up, I want to address a few final things. Yes, I am strictly no contact and will remain so for the rest of my life. No, I do not ever plan to reconcile, even if they apologize, which they won't. Yes, I am incredibly happy, healthy, and thriving in Montana. And to the hilarious commenter who messaged me asking if my parents' $18,000 empty basement is currently available to rent for $450 a month, I genuinely laughed out loud for a solid 5 minutes. Thank you for that. To all my fellow remote workers out there, your job is real, your money is real. Don't let anyone, especially your own family, tell you otherwise. Peace out. Top comments. You Sarah. I am a real estate attorney, and when I read the part about the fake lease agreement for the basement with the aromatic food clause, I legitimately choked on my coffee. They actually thought they could legally force you to become their tenant while they gave your multi-$100,000 asset to your brother. The sheer, unadulterated audacity is something to be studied in medical journals. Good on you for moving to Montana, enjoy the mountains, man. You cerdo. The fact that your dad tried to file a $40,000 lien against your house for childhood rearing expenses tells me absolutely everything I need to know about these people. You were never a son to them, you were an investment property they were waiting to cash out. Also, the 3 a.m. break-in with the crowbar? That is terrifying. I'm so glad your company supported you and helped you relocate. Your boss Chloe is the real MVP of this story. User Trey. Sarah posting black and white reels of her kids on Instagram like it's an ASPCA commercial while trying to actively steal her brother-in-law's house is peak influencer delusion. Claiming it in Faith Lamau. The only thing they claimed was a pair of matching silver handcuffs. Stay safe in Bozeman, OP. You handled this perfectly. My parents secretly forged my signature to steal my house. So, I dug into their past and uncovered a $350,000 secret that put them behind bars. My dad looked me dead in the eyes across the dining room table, his face devoid of any paternal warmth, and said, "We'll take it another way," after I flat out refused to sign my house over to my golden child brother. 3 days later, I sat in a bank manager's cold, sterile office staring at a fraudulent mortgage refinance application with my expertly forged signature, suddenly realizing my own parents were trying to steal the only thing I'd ever built. So, I dug into their past, uncovered a massive criminal conspiracy that spanned decades, and let the police slap the cuffs on them right in my front yard while I recorded the whole thing. Growing up, my older brother, Liam, who is now 33, was the undisputed golden child of our family. And I am not talking about minor, subtle favoritism where he got an extra scoop of ice cream after dinner. I am talking about full-on, unwavering, this kid is the second coming of Christ treatment. It was absolutely ridiculous, and it shaped my entire worldview. My parents, my mom who is 58 and my dad who is 61, would literally bend over backwards, compromising their own morals and finances, just to make his life a seamless breeze, while I had to bleed and sweat for every single scrap of recognition. When Liam flunked out of his expensive out-of-state college because he spent more time at frat parties than in lecture halls, it was no big deal. My mom just rubbed his back, told him the professors were too harsh, and my parents quietly paid for him to transfer to another expensive private school. When he totaled his car driving like an absolute idiot in the rain, they didn't ground him or make him pay the deductible. They bought him a brand new silver BMW the very next freaking week. Meanwhile, my existence was a constant uphill battle. I had to get straight A's just to get a half-hearted good job from them over dinner. If I brought home a B+, the interrogation would last for hours. It was like I had committed a federal crime. The double standard was so blindingly obvious that even our extended family, aunts, uncles, and cousins would comment on it at Thanksgiving or Christmas. But that only ever made my parents incredibly defensive, and somehow, they always managed to twist the narrative to blame me for causing family drama. Classic manipulative behavior. After I finished college, which I paid for entirely by myself, through a punishing combination of academic scholarships, federal loans, and working 3 part-time jobs, Liam married Chloe, his high school sweetheart who is now 32. Chloe is cut from the exact same cloth as my brother. She expects everything to be handed to her on a silver platter, complete with a silk napkin, and she completely loses her mind when the universe doesn't cater to her exact whims. They are actually perfect for each other in that highly toxic, codependent sense. They have 2 kids now. And don't get me wrong, my niece and nephew are genuinely cool, innocent kids, but the moment they were born, they became the ultimate, impenetrable excuse for my parents to keep pouring massive amounts of resources into Liam's life. They need it for the kids, became the default, thought-terminating response from my mom whenever I dared to point out the glaring inequality in how we were treated. The absolute peak of their collective entitlement came 5 years ago when Liam and Chloe bought this massive, sprawling house in one of those cookie-cutter, upscale subdivisions on the edge of Denver. It was way too big, boasting 5 bedrooms and a 3-car garage, way too expensive, and way beyond what they could actually afford on Liam's salary. It was glaringly obvious that they were literally one missed paycheck or one unexpected medical bill away from complete and total financial disaster. But of course, it was all for show. Liam and Chloe have always cared infinitely more about outward appearances and Instagram aesthetics than actual financial stability. Meanwhile, I was living in a cramped, crappy 2-bedroom apartment with 2 loud roommates, dealing with a landlord who refused to fix the hot water, and saving every single penny I could scrape together. I worked this soul-crushing corporate accounting job that paid decently but demanded I work 60+ hours a week. I would come home completely drained, my eyes burning from staring at spreadsheets, eat some cheap instant ramen or black beans straight from the can, and pass out face first on my mattress just to wake up and do it all over again the next day. For 3 solid years, I lived like an absolute hermit. I skipped going out to bars with friends. I didn't date at all because I couldn't afford dinners out. I drove the exact same beat-up 2008 Honda Civic I'd had since my sophomore year of college, and I basically denied myself any small luxury, down to skipping the extra shot of espresso in my morning coffee. My coworkers thought I was weird and antisocial because I would bring the same sad peanut butter sandwich for lunch every single day instead of ordering expensive DoorDash takeout like everyone else in the office. But I had a goal, a massive, driving goal. I wanted to buy my own place, not rent, not lease to own. And not just any place, but something solid and decent in a neighborhood where I wouldn't have to constantly worry about my catalytic converter getting stolen every other week. When I finally hit my aggressive savings goal after those 3 brutal, lonely years, I immediately started house hunting. I found this beautiful, modest 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house with a decent fenced-in backyard in a quiet, safe neighborhood. It was nothing fancy or ostentatious, just solid mid-century construction in a calm area with good public schools nearby. Not that I have kids, but I knew it would be great for the long-term resale value. The previous owners had maintained it meticulously, and it only needed some minor cosmetic updates, fresh paint, new fixtures, that sort of thing. During the entire grueling 6-week escrow and closing process, my parents never once offered to help, not one single cent. They never offered to co-sign, even though my credit was decent but not amazing due to my student loans. They didn't even bother to come look at potential houses with me when I specifically asked them to tag along for moral support. My dad just grunted, didn't look away from his golf tournament on the TV, and said, "Houses are a money pit. You're making a mistake." When I finally closed on the place 3 years ago, I was so freaking proud of myself I actually cried in my car holding the keys. Like, I actually did this huge, monumental thing completely on my own, without a safety net. I invited my family over for a small housewarming party a month later, foolishly thinking that maybe, just maybe, they would finally acknowledge my achievement and be proud of me. Instead, Dad walked through the front door, didn't even take off his shoes, immediately pointed out a microscopic crack in the drywall near the baseboards, and asked in a condescending tone if I'd had the foundation professionally checked because the house was probably sinking. Mom didn't even say congratulations. Her very first sentence was asking when I was going to buy a real bed for the guest room so Liam and Chloe could stay over if they drank too much in the city. And Liam, he just looked around my living room, smirked, and said, "It's cozy," in that specific, venomous tone that clearly meant small and pathetic. But whatever. I didn't care. The place was mine, my name was on the deed, and I was obsessed with it. I spent all my weekends fixing things up, painting the rooms a warm gray, learning how to replace a garbage disposal and install ceiling fans by watching endless YouTube tutorials. I even built a small wooden deck in the backyard by myself last summer, measuring and cutting every piece of lumber. The house became my ultimate project, my sanctuary away from the world. Meanwhile, Liam and Chloe were secretly drowning, struggling intensely with their massive mortgage, but they fought tooth and nail to keep up appearances. They would host these lavish, catered backyard barbecues and buy brand new, modern furniture on high-interest credit cards they couldn't afford to pay off. My parents would quietly bail them out whenever things got too tight. They'd pay their car insurance for a few months, cover the kids' private preschool tuition, or float them loans of $5,000 or $10,000 that everyone knew would never, ever get repaid. I would go over to my parents' house for mandatory Sunday family dinners and just sit there in silence, listening to them all talk animatedly about Liam's supposed job prospects or the kids' expensive extracurricular activities, while absolutely nobody bothered to ask about my recent promotion to senior accountant or the kitchen cabinet renovation I had just finished by hand. It was the classic, toxic family dynamic that had never changed, and I had accepted it. So, that is exactly where things stood until a couple of months ago. Me, living quietly in my modest house that I worked my ass off to afford, and Liam, living wildly beyond his means in a McMansion with my parents' constant, enabling support. Then, the house of cards collapsed. Liam lost his job. He was working as a regional director for some mid-tier tech startup, making decent money on paper, but definitely not enough to sustain their ridiculous lifestyle. According to Liam, the company was restructuring and his entire department got unfairly cut. But according to a mutual buddy of ours who works in the same industry, Liam had been on thin ice with HR for months because he kept missing sales targets, showing up late, and expensing lavish personal lunches to the corporate card. Either way, suddenly the income stopped, and he couldn't make their massive mortgage payments. They missed 1 month. Then another. My parents stepped in and helped for a bit, draining their own savings, but it quickly became painfully clear that even they couldn't keep up with Liam's exorbitant housing costs plus all their other luxury car leases and credit card minimums. After missing 3 full months of payments, the bank started sending nasty letters, and foreclosure was looking entirely inevitable. Liam and Chloe were absolutely freaking out, crying at family gatherings, but they still stubbornly refused to even consider downsizing or selling the house before things got worse. They kept expecting some magical financial miracle to fall from the sky and save them from the consequences of their own incredibly poor decisions. And that is exactly when my parents cooked up their master plan, the moment where things went from typical, annoying family bullshit to absolute, unhinged insanity. About 2 months back, my parents called and specifically invited me over for dinner on a random Tuesday night. We usually only do family dinners every few weeks, mostly when mom decides she hasn't criticized my life choices in person for too long, so a Tuesday felt weird. But I figured it would just be the usual routine of them complaining about the economy and subtly praising Liam. When I pulled into their driveway and walked inside, something felt deeply off right away. The atmosphere was thick and heavy. Mom had made my absolute favorite meal, homemade baked ziti with garlic bread, which she literally only ever does when she is about to ask for a massive favor. Dad was being weirdly nice, offering me a beer and actually asking about my work projects instead of just nodding along and looking at his phone. Liam and Chloe finally showed up 20 minutes late, looking incredibly stressed, with dark circles under their eyes, but desperately trying to hide it behind fake smiles. We had barely started eating, the food still steaming on our plates, when Dad abruptly cleared his throat, put down his fork, and dropped the bomb. He looked at me and said, in a completely calm, conversational tone, that since Liam has a wife and 2 kids and I don't, I should just give Liam my house because it makes the most logistical sense for the family. I literally stopped chewing. The food just sat in my mouth as my brain completely stalled, trying to process what the actual fuck I had just heard. My mom leaned forward and gave me that smile. If you have a highly manipulative, narcissistic mother, you know the exact smile I'm talking about. The sweet, condescending, venomous one. You can always get another house, sweetheart. She cooed. You're young, you have a good job, and you don't have a family to worry about housing. Think of your niece and nephew. You wouldn't want them out on the street, would you? You want me to just give them my house? I asked, my voice cracking, staring at them like they had all simultaneously grown second heads. Dad shrugged his shoulders casually, like he was asking me to spot Liam $20 for gas. Not give, exactly. We could figure out a rent-to-own situation later, but they need a stable place immediately. Their house is going into foreclosure. And since you're alone in that 3-bedroom, it would be the right, Christian thing to do. My brain was seriously short-circuiting. The sheer audacity was paralyzing. I looked over at Liam and Chloe, who were both staring intently at their half-eaten pasta, completely avoiding eye contact with me. They had clearly been in on this entire psychotic plan from the beginning. I stared back at my parents, trying to understand how we got to this point in reality. These people roused me. They were sitting there with completely straight faces, casually asking me to hand over the deed to the property I had sacrificed years of my youth, my social life, and my mental health for, to my brother who had never worked hard for a single thing in his entire pathetic life. I swallowed the food dryly. No, I said. Absolutely not. Simple as that. The temperature in the dining room instantly dropped about 20 degrees. Mom's fake, sweet smile vanished, replaced by a tight, furious scowl. Dad's expression hardened into pure granite. Liam and Chloe exchanged this rapid, panicked look, that was equal parts sheer terror and entitled anger. My mom took a slow, deliberate sip of her ice water, placed the glass down perfectly on the coaster, locked eyes with me, and calmly said, well, then we'll take it another way. I felt this immediate, freezing chill run rapidly down my spine. The hairs on my arms stood up. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I demanded, my heart suddenly hammering against my ribs. Dad waved his hand dismissively, picking up his fork again. Forget it, just think about it. You're being selfish, as usual. I didn't eat another bite. I stood up, grabbed my jacket, and left immediately, feeling deeply unsettled, like I had just been vaguely but genuinely threatened by my own flesh and blood. When I got home, I immediately double-checked that all my important documents, my passport, my deed, my birth certificate were securely locked in my heavy fireproof safe in the closet, and not sitting in a box at my parents' house. I had this creeping, paranoid feeling that they might try something shady, which seemed crazy to think about your own parents at the time. Turns out, my paranoia wasn't nearly paranoid enough. Update 1. That night, unable to sleep, I texted my best buddy Marcus, who has always been my grounding sounding board for all my crazy family drama. I sent him a quick, frantic rundown of the dinner and asked if I was going crazy for feeling threatened. His response came back instantly. Dude, your family is completely nuts. Change your locks tomorrow. Seriously. I laughed it off at first as Marcus just being his usual dramatic self, but as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I couldn't stop thinking about my mom's cold, dead eyes and her weird, ominous threat. We'll take it another way. What did she mean? It sounded like a mafia movie line, but I tried to convince myself it was just her typical, empty emotional manipulation tactics. Just in case, I went to Home Depot the next morning and swapped out all the deadbolts on my exterior doors. Exactly 1 week after that creepy, terrifying dinner, I dragged myself into the office looking like absolute garbage. I hadn't been sleeping well, constantly waking up at every creak the house made. My coworker Ryan took one look at my pale face and heavy eye bags and just silently slid his extra iced coffee across our shared desk without saying a single word. A true bro move. I was sitting there, trying desperately to focus on a massive quarterly tax spreadsheet I had been working on, when my cell phone rang loudly around 10:15 a.m. I glanced at the screen and saw it was my bank calling. This immediately set off alarm bells in my head because my bank never, ever calls me directly unless there is a massive fraud alert on my debit card. I stepped into a quiet hallway and picked up. A woman with a very professional, serious tone introduced herself as Melissa from the Regional Mortgage Processing Department. She asked, very politely, if she could just confirm a few minor personal details regarding my recent mortgage refinance application. I stopped walking. I stood frozen in the middle of the corporate hallway. My what? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Melissa patiently explained that their branch had received a comprehensive request that very morning to completely refinance my home mortgage and pull out a significant amount of equity. The request was submitted electronically under my name, but there were some slight inconsistencies in the uploaded documentation, specifically a mismatch in the signature styles, and an unrecognized IP address that had automatically flagged their internal security system for a manual review. I felt all the blood rush out of my head. I told her flat out, almost shouting, that I had never submitted any refinance application, not even close, and that I was perfectly happy with my current fixed-rate mortgage. There was a heavy pause on the line, then Melissa said, "Well, sir, someone did, and they have all of your personal identifying information." My stomach completely dropped into my shoes. I felt physically nauseous, like I was going to throw up right there on the carpet. I immediately begged her to put a hard freeze on the account. Don't process anything. Don't approve anything. Lock the entire file down. I pleaded. She assured me she would immediately freeze the application pending a full fraud investigation and advised me to come into a physical branch immediately. I didn't even go back to my desk. I texted my boss that I had an extreme, sudden family emergency, ran to the parking garage, and drove like a maniac straight to the main bank branch downtown. When I sprinted through the glass doors, breathless and sweating, I demanded to speak with someone from the mortgage fraud department. I was ushered into a private glass office where a senior loan officer, a guy named David, pulled up the flagged paperwork on his computer monitor. When David turned the screen toward me so I could read it, I literally felt the room spin. There it was. A complete, highly detailed mortgage refinance application, entirely in my name. Every single piece of my sensitive personal info was perfectly filled out. My social security number, my exact date of birth, my current employer, my income details, my tax history, but the absolute gut punch, the thing that made me see red, was the ownership structure. The new mortgage application requested that the deed and the loan be restructured to include my parents' names as equal co-owners of the property. They had actually tried to forge my signature. David pointed out the digital uploads of the signed documents. I recognized the handwriting instantly. It was my mother's distinct, looping cursive, trying desperately to mimic my sloppy signature. They had clearly used old. Then he ordered 2 large pepperoni pizzas, and we sat on the couch watching mindless action movies until midnight, intentionally not talking about my family at all. It was the only sliver of peace I'd had in weeks. Update 2. That night, long after Marcus had gone home and I was lying in the dark trying to sleep, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. It was a text from my brother, Liam. "We need to talk. Meet me at the diner on Main Street. Please. It's about Mom and Dad's situation. It's worse than you think." I stared at the glowing screen for a long time. Every instinct told me to ignore it, to block his number and let the lawyers handle everything. But the phrase "worse than you think" hooked me. How could it possibly get worse than loan sharks and decades of identity theft? I had to know. When I pulled into the flickering, neon-lit parking lot of the 2-4-hour diner at 11:30 p.m., Liam's obnoxious, oversized SUV was the only car there besides a rusty sedan belonging to the cook. The diner was completely empty, smelling strongly of stale coffee and old grease. Liam was sitting in a back corner booth, hunched over a mug of black coffee, looking absolutely terrible. He hadn't shaved in days, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was visibly trembling. I slid into the vinyl booth across from him, keeping my jacket on. "What is this about, Liam?" I asked coldly, because if you are here to try and convince me to drop the criminal charges, or to beg for my house again, you are wasting both of our time, and I'm leaving. "It's not that," he said quietly, his voice cracking. "Well, not exactly." He wrapped both hands around his coffee mug, staring down into the dark liquid. "I didn't know they actually went through with it," he confessed. "With using your name for the mortgage and the old loans. They talked about it years ago, when things first got tight. Dad said they needed to leverage all available family resources or some twisted BS like that. I honestly thought it was just them talking big. I didn't think they'd actually forge your name." My stomach churned with fresh anger. "So, You knew they were contemplating identity theft, and you didn't warn me? Not for sure. He pleaded defensively, finally looking up at me. They mentioned it once or twice after a few drinks. I told Dad it was a terrible idea. You have to believe me, I didn't take any of that money from you personally. I scoffed, shaking my head in disgust. You didn't take it personally, but you happily spent it. And you still had absolutely no problem sitting at that dining room table and trying to guilt-trip me into handing over the deed to my house. Liam flinched, actually looking ashamed. That's when things got terrifyingly interesting. Liam looked genuinely, physically scared as he leaned across the sticky table and explained exactly how deep our parents were buried in trouble. Turns out, the massive debts Julian had uncovered were just the absolute tip of the iceberg. According to Liam, our parents didn't just owe money to shady online lenders, they owed over $150,000 to actual, violent loan sharks connected to an illegal gambling ring Dad had gotten involved with. One of the collectors had recently shown up at Liam's house and casually mentioned knowing exactly where Liam's kids went to preschool. The insane, desperate scheme to steal my house suddenly made horrifying, logical sense. They weren't just trying to help Liam keep his McMansion, and they weren't just being their usual controlling, entitled selves. They were utterly desperate for hard, tangible real estate collateral to pay off incredibly dangerous people who were threatening their grandchildren. It didn't make what they did right, not by a long shot, but it perfectly explained the extreme, reckless measures they were taking. But then Liam dropped the real, earth-shattering shocker, the thing that finally broke whatever tiny sliver of familial loyalty I had left. They didn't just use your name, Liam whispered, tears actually welling up in his eyes. Our parents, they also took out loans in my kids' names, my babies. I stared at him, my jaw practically hitting the table. What? My toddlers, Liam choked out, wiping his face. They used their social security numbers. They created fake credit profiles and took out thousands of dollars in payday loans and credit cards using the kids' identities. The sheer, unadulterated evil of it washed over me. These innocent kids would probably discover the horrific mess when they turned 18, tried to get a student loan for college or their first apartment, and found out they were already tens of thousands of dollars in defaulted debt, their credit scores completely annihilated before their lives even began. By their own grandparents. When I asked Liam how the hell he found out about this, he explained that he had stumbled across a hidden, lockboxed folder of identity documents while desperately searching through our parents' home office for his own birth certificate last week. The folder was a goldmine of fraud. It contained everyone's sensitive information, mine, his, the toddlers, and even some of our extended cousins. I asked him point blank about the vandalism at my house. The eggs, the cut power. Liam actually looked deeply ashamed, staring at the table. He admitted it was a stupid, spiteful plan orchestrated by our mom to intimidate me into dropping the issue. He acknowledged he was a coward and never should have gone along with it, but Mom had convinced him that if I went to the police, the loan sharks would come for his kids. When I suggested more normal, legal solutions like them selling their house, or Liam downsizing, or everyone just declaring bankruptcy, Liam laughed bitterly. He explained that our parents' house already had 3 mortgages on it and was completely underwater by at least $250,000. And filing for legal bankruptcy wouldn't solve the illegal loan shark problem anyway. The sharks don't care about court orders. The whole situation was so infinitely much worse than I had ever imagined. It was a toxic, rotting swamp of debt, lies, and crime. When I asked why Liam was finally telling me all of this now, in the middle of the night, he finally got to his true point. He wanted my help. Not for our parents, and not even for himself, but for his kids. He needed me to help him figure out how to legally fix their ruined credit and clear these fraudulent loans without getting Chloe involved. If Chloe finds out what happened, that my parents ruined our kids' futures and I knew they were shady, she will absolutely leave me, take the kids, and move back to Connecticut with her parents, Liam said, completely broken. Part of me, the angry, bitter part that had been abused for decades, wanted to tell him to figure it out his damn self. He had made his choices. He had happily played the golden child while I suffered. But those kids, they were entirely innocent. They were my niece and nephew, and they absolutely did not ask to be born into this chaotic, criminal mess. I looked at my brother, really looked at him for the first time in years. He wasn't the arrogant golden child anymore. He was a pathetic, terrified man watching his life crumble. I told him I would think about helping him navigate the credit bureaus for the kids' situation, but I made it aggressively, crystal clear that I was absolutely not dropping the criminal charges against our parents, nor was I giving up my house. He slowly nodded, seeming to accept that it was entirely fair. But before I slid out of the booth to leave, Liam grabbed my arm and gave me one final, chilling warning. Be careful, he said, his eyes wide. Mom and Dad are planning something else. I don't know the exact details, but I overheard Mom on the phone yesterday talking about executing one last option if everything else failed. They are desperate, and they blame you for all of this. Great, just exactly what I needed to hear at midnight. On the drive home, I called Julian the lawyer and left a long, Detailed voicemail filling him in on everything Liam had confessed. Julian called me back at 6 a.m., advising me to meticulously document the diner conversation while it was fresh in my memory, and to be extra, hyper-vigilant about my personal physical security. That morning, I made a firm decision. I would help my niece and nephew clear their names, regardless of my deep-seated resentment toward their parents. They deserved a clean start in life. But first, I needed to deal with the immediate, looming threat, whatever psychotic last option my parents were currently planning. And that desperate plan revealed itself the very next day, leading to the final, explosive confrontation that broke our family apart forever. After that tense diner meeting with Liam, I was on extremely high alert. His warning about my parents' last option had me jumpy, constantly checking the windows. I went to Best Buy, bought a Ring doorbell and 3 exterior motion sensor floodlights, and spent the afternoon installing them around my property. I probably looked like a paranoid doomsday prepper preparing for a zombie apocalypse, but I figured it was much better to be safe than sorry. I spent the next 2 days working remotely from my kitchen table. Nothing happened, no suspicious cars driving slowly past, no blocked phone calls, no attempts to contact me whatsoever. The absolute, dead quiet was honestly almost worse than the harassment. It felt like the heavy silence before a massive hurricane hits. Then, on the afternoon of the third day, I got a highly anticipated email from Julian. He had finally received the official, subpoenaed documents from the bank regarding that mysterious personal loan taken out in my name 7 years ago. The evidence was absolutely damning and undeniable. There was a copy of the original contract featuring my poorly forged signature, my social security number, and bank routing records showing all the loan proceeds were deposited directly into my parents' joint checking account. They hadn't even tried to be subtle or launder the money. But what really made my blood boil, what truly pushed me over the edge, was seeing my mom explicitly listed as the primary co-signer on the document. She had physically walked into a bank branch, sat across from a teller, and pretended to be a loving mother helping her young, struggling son get a loan, knowing full well she was committing a felony and stealing my financial future. Julian called me 10 minutes later. He advised me that we now had more than enough concrete, undeniable evidence to move forward with formal, heavy charges of identity theft, wire fraud, and mortgage fraud. He had prepared all the necessary legal paperwork and just needed my final, verbal approval to hand the entire massive file over to the police and the district attorney's financial crimes division. This was it. The ultimate point of no return. If I gave Julian the go-ahead, my parents would almost certainly be arrested, prosecuted, and sent to federal prison. Despite everything horrific they had done to me, despite the abuse and the theft, actually pulling the trigger on sending your own parents to jail is an incredibly heavy, soul-crushing thing to process. I sat in silence for a long minute, but then I thought about my niece and nephew, just innocent toddlers, with their credit scores already being maliciously destroyed by their own grandparents. I thought about the 7 years of financial lies. I thought about the brazen attempt to steal my house, the egging, the cut power, the blackmail with my teenage medical records. Do it, I told Julian into the phone. Give them everything. Around 8 p.m. And that same evening, just as the sun was setting and the sky was turning dark purple, I heard the crunch of tires on gravel. A car pulled aggressively into my driveway. I immediately checked the live security camera feed on my phone and saw my parents' silver Lexus parked directly behind my Honda. My heart started pounding against my ribs like a jackhammer. I immediately texted Julian, "They're here right now at my house. Send the police." Julian texted back instantly, "Welfare check ordered, do not let them inside. Keep them talking outside. Record everything." I took a deep breath, activated the audio recording app on my phone, slipped it into my front shirt pocket, and unlocked the front door. I stepped out onto the porch, leaving the heavy screen door locked between us. My parents were marching up the walkway. Dad looked furious, his face red, fists clenched. Mom looked frantic, clutching her purse tightly. "You're really going to do this over a simple family misunderstanding?" Mom snapped immediately, not even saying hello. "Misunderstanding?" I laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. "You systematically stole my identity for 7 years. You forged my signature on a federal mortgage document. You blackmailed me." Dad stepped aggressively forward, jabbing his thick finger at me through the screen. "Lower your damn voice. We are still your parents, and you will show us respect. How could you do this to us after everything we've done for you? You mean after you stole from me?" I shot back, my voice echoing in the quiet neighborhood. "Real parents do not steal their children's futures to pay off illegal loan sharks." Mom gasped, realizing Liam had talked. "We gave you life. We put a roof over your head, and this is how you repay us? By trying to put us in a cage? Do you even realize how heartless and evil you've become? You gave me absolutely nothing except deep-seated trust issues, a mountain of therapy bills, and ruined credit." I yelled. Mom's face went completely purple with rage. Dad let out a roar, lunged forward, and actually grabbed the handle of the screen door, violently trying to rip it open to get to me. Right on absolute, perfect cue, The flashing red and blue lights illuminated the street. 2 squad cars and an unmarked sedan tore around the corner and screeched to a halt in front of my house. The police and a detective from the Financial Crimes Unit, coordinated brilliantly by Julian for a welfare check at exactly 8:30 p.m., jumped out of their vehicles. Mom instantly switched into her innocent, confused old lady mode. "Officers, thank goodness. Our son is having a mental breakdown, he's threatening us." But the detective, holding a thick file folder that I recognized from Julian's office, wasn't buying a single second of her act. He walked straight up the driveway. Dad, realizing exactly what was happening, actually turned and tried to sprint down the side of the house toward the backyard. A younger officer tackled him into my freshly planted rose bushes before he made it 10 feet. They were both aggressively handcuffed, pushed against the hood of the Lexus, and loudly read their Miranda rights right there in my driveway for all my neighbors to see. As they were being led toward the back of the cruisers, Mom turned back to look at me, her face streaked with mascara tears, making one last, desperate, manipulative plea. "You wouldn't really do this to your own mother, please." I stood on the porch, looked her dead in the eyes, and said the truest words I've ever spoken. "You did this to yourself." I watched the cruisers drive away, the flashing lights fading into the distance. After they were gone, I sat down heavily on my front concrete steps, suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of pure, bone-deep exhaustion. It was finally over. But it didn't feel like a massive victory. It just felt empty and sad. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a text from Liam. "Is it done?" I replied simply, "Yes, they're in custody." 10 minutes later, Liam's SUV pulled up to the curb. He got out, looking just as physically and emotionally drained as I felt, walked up the driveway, and sat down right beside me on the concrete steps. "You okay?" I asked, staring straight ahead at the street. He let out a short, bitter laugh. "No. Not really. Everything is ruined." "Me neither," I admitted. We sat there in complete silence for a long time, just watching the streetlights flicker on as the neighborhood got completely dark. "What happens now?" Liam finally asked, his voice hollow. "They'll be formally arraigned tomorrow morning," I said. "Julian says bail will probably be denied given the flight risk and the loan sharks." He nodded slowly. "And the kids, their credit?" "We'll have to file specific police reports about their identities being used tomorrow," I told him. "And Chloe is going to find out. There's no hiding this anymore, Liam." He buried his face in his hands and just wept quietly. The legal case moved incredibly quickly after that. The mountain of paper evidence Julian and the detectives had compiled was absolutely overwhelming. My parents tried everything to fight it, of course. They shamelessly blamed me. They blamed Liam. They even tried to sue the bank for not catching their own fraud earlier, which the judge found hilarious. None of their manipulative tactics worked in a real court of law. They both took plea deals to avoid a lengthy trial. Both got actual federal prison time. Years, not months. Mom got 4 years for multiple counts of aggravated identity theft and wire fraud. Dad got 6 years, heavily influenced by his prior 90s convictions and because the judge deemed him the primary mastermind of the operation. Liam had to hire his own lawyer and fight tooth and nail for months to clear his young kids' names from the fraudulent debt, but with the massive federal case against our parents backing him up, he eventually managed to get the credit bureaus to wipe the slates clean. But Chloe did exactly what Liam feared. The absolute second she found out that her perfect in-laws were criminals and that Liam's family had endangered her children, she filed for divorce. She took the kids and moved all the way back to her parents' massive estate in Connecticut. I honestly cannot say I blame her one bit. She is currently allowing Liam strictly supervised visits every other weekend, which is honestly more grace than I expected her to give him. As for me, I cleared my name completely from that old defaulted loan. My credit score bounced back. I kept my beautiful, hard-earned house. I installed a top-of-the-line, fully monitored security system with cameras on every corner, and I went to the local shelter and adopted a massive, protective German Shepherd mix named Bruno, who would definitely discourage any unwanted visitors from ever stepping foot on my porch again. I haven't spoken a single word to my parents since the night of their arrest. I didn't go to their sentencing, and I have ignored the letters they try to send from prison. I am not sure I will ever speak to them again for as long as I live. Liam and I text occasionally now, mostly just updating each other on practical, legal stuff or sharing brief updates about my niece and nephew. We will absolutely never be close brothers. There is just way too much painful history, too much resentment, and too much foundational damage for anything resembling a normal sibling relationship. But we are civil, and that's enough for me. I always grew up thinking that family was supposed to mean something profound. That no matter what happened in life, your parents would inherently have your back and protect you from the world, but mine never did. They didn't see me as a son, a human being, or a person to love. They just saw me as a financial investment, a backup plan, a disposable resource to be ruthlessly exploited whenever their golden child needed a bailout. And when I finally stood up for myself and refused to be used anymore, they actively tried to destroy my life. I do not regret turning them in. Not for a single second. Because the hard, Brutal truth is, they never even acted like my parents. Not in any way that actually mattered. So, that's it, that is my story. It is not exactly a heartwarming, feel-good family tale with a neat, happy bow at the end. But hey, at least I still have my house, my peace of mind, and my absolute freedom. And at the end of the day, sleeping soundly in the home I built for myself with my dog at my feet is a hell of a lot more important to me than keeping toxic people in my life just because we share the same blood. Top comments. You it. Holy hell, OP. I was angry for you when they just asked for the house, but forging a mortgage application and stealing their own grandchildren's identities to pay off the mob? That is a level of depravity I can't even fathom. You did the absolute right thing putting them behind bars. Enjoy your house and give Bruno a steak for being a good boy. Userto. The fact that your mom tried to blackmail you with your teenage therapy records, which they probably manipulated the doctor into writing anyway, shows exactly how narcissistic and evil she is. She thought she could destroy your career to steal your home. So glad your lawyer was a bulldog and uncovered their criminal past. Stay safe. User Trey. Honestly, props to you for still helping your brother clear the kids' names after he acted like such an entitled prick for years. He enabled their behavior for a long time, but those kids are innocent. It sucks his marriage fell apart, but that's the consequence of ignoring red flags. So glad you got out of that swamp intact. My parents threw me away like trash over a stolen $450. They swept the truth under the rug, so I set a high-tech trap and ruined my brother's Ivy League future. I was 19 years old the first time I realized just how truly disposable I was to my own parents. Not in a dramatic, angst-filled teenage way, and not in the you guys never listen to me slam the bedroom door kind of way. No, I mean genuinely, fundamentally disposable. Like a cracked coffee mug they didn't even bother trying to superglue back together before tossing it into the garbage disposal. My name is Nathan. If you asked anyone in my family back then, they would probably tell you I was the quiet one. The dependable, boring kid who kept his grades at a solid B average, worked 30 hours a week at the local Sunoco gas station in our Ohio suburb, and still managed to cook dinner 3 nights a week because both my mom and dad worked late corporate hours. I genuinely didn't mind it. I figured if I just stayed completely out of trouble, didn't make waves, and kept doing the right thing, it would all pay off eventually. Like, maybe I wasn't the smartest kid in the room, or the funniest, or even the favorite, but I was steady, I was loyal. I thought that had to mean something to the people who raised me. My younger brother, Connor, was the exact opposite. He was 17, 2 years younger than me, but walking around like he owned the world. He had the effortless charm, the perfect smile, and this terrifying sociopathic way of twisting any narrative until it came out sounding exactly like what you wanted to hear. Everyone worshipped Connor. Teachers, track coaches, our grandmother, even the grumpy neighbor next door who once caught him throwing rocks at her greenhouse. She just smiled and said, "Boys will be boys." And my parents? They ate it up like it was absolute gospel. I don't think it was intentionally malicious at first, it was just easier for them. Connor made them laugh at the dinner table. I made them the grocery list so we wouldn't run out of milk. Connor got a week of detention for caught cheating on a history midterm. Their reaction? He's just understimulated and bored with the curriculum. I pulled a B- in my AP chemistry class after studying until 2 a.m. every night. Their reaction? Nathan, what happened to your focus? You're slipping. But still, I didn't resent him. Not truly. He was my little brother. I figured the real world would eventually catch up with him one day, and maybe then we would finally be on even ground. The house we grew up in wasn't exactly warm. It wasn't freezing cold, either. It was just highly practical. Rules were literally posted on the stainless steel fridge in laminated sleeves. Chores were rotated on a strict Excel spreadsheet chart. Affection was incredibly rare, mostly functional. A quick pat on the back if you did well. A brief not bad if you made the honor roll. I wasn't the kind of kid who needed a parade thrown for me, I just wanted a little bit of fairness, a little bit of trust. So, when the entire damn thing completely unraveled, I wasn't even angry at first. I was just profoundly confused. Stunned, really. Like I had suddenly slipped into someone else's alternate reality and couldn't find the script I was supposed to be reading. It was a Friday evening in early spring. I remember the exact date because the Ohio weather had finally started warming up, and I had taken my heavy winter jacket off for the first time while walking home from my shift. I was still wearing my terrible blue and yellow Sunoco uniform. I smelled like burnt gas station coffee, stale cigarettes, and cheap pine air freshener. I had barely taken 2 steps through the front door when my mom came charging down the hallway like she had been waiting for me to cross an invisible tripwire. "Where is it?" she snapped, her voice echoing off the hardwood floor. I blinked, completely exhausted. "Where's what?" "Don't play dumb with me, Nathan. The cash." "Connor said you took it from his top drawer." At first, I genuinely thought it was a prank, like maybe he had misplaced his allowance or something and was shifting the blame, but her face was absolute stone. Her arms were crossed tightly over her chest like she was bracing for a physical impact. Mom, I literally just got off a 9-hour shift. I haven't even been inside this house since 6 o'clock this morning. Don't you dare lie to me, Nathan. Her voice cracked. It wasn't cracking with doubt or sadness, it was cracking with pure, unadulterated anger. It was like she was deeply offended that I would even try to mount a defense. He said he had $450 saved up from Christmas and his birthday money. It is completely gone, and your black backpack was sitting right inside his bedroom door this afternoon. I looked at her like she had just grown a second head. What? Why would I even be in his room? I took my bag to work. What? Maybe because you wanted the money. You've been stressing out about your car repairs all month, haven't you? The thing was, yes, my piece of junk Honda Civic had been acting up. It needed a $600 alternator repair, and I had been walking 3 miles to work all week because it wouldn't start. But the idea that I would walk into my own brother's room and steal from him? That I would wait until he wasn't looking, sneak in like a common thief, and rob my own flesh and blood? I didn't take a single dime from him, I said quietly, keeping my voice as level as possible. And that was the exact moment something in her expression permanently hardened. It was like a steel door slamming shut. She had already made up her mind. I was no longer her son in that moment. I was a threat that needed to be immediately neutralized. Dad came walking into the hallway a few minutes later, still wearing his expensive suit from his corporate firm. Mom briefed him in rapid-fire whispers. And just like that, the jury delivered its verdict. There was absolutely no questioning Connor. There was no checking the rest of the house for the missing cash. There was no asking me any follow-up questions past that first initial explosion. You need to leave, Dad said, adjusting his tie. I looked at him, waiting for the words just until we sort this out or just for the night to cool off. But he didn't add a single syllable. Are you serious? My voice cracked worse than I expected. My throat felt like it was full of sand. You're kicking me out onto the street over a lie? You've been incredibly distant lately, Nathan. You're angry all the time. This kind of deviant behavior doesn't just come from nowhere. Dad, I swear to God, I didn't do anything. He didn't even flinch. He just looked at me with this cold, dead stare. Then maybe spending the night somewhere else will help you think about your actions. I didn't scream. I didn't beg. I didn't fall to my knees. I just walked up the stairs to my room in a complete daze, grabbed my backpack, shoved a few spare shirts and my phone charger inside, and walked out the front door. It wasn't until I was about a mile down the block, shivering in the evening wind, that I realized I had absolutely no idea where I was going. I didn't have any close friends who lived nearby. I didn't have spare keys to anyone's apartment. All I had was a dead car sitting in the driveway and a crumpled $10 bill in my wallet. So, I walked. I walked for 5 hours straight. I eventually ended up at the Greyhound bus station in downtown Cleveland, slumped against a freezing metal bench with my hoodie pulled tight over my head, my stomach violently growling. I don't think I slept for more than 10 consecutive minutes that entire weekend. The aggressive flickering of the fluorescent overhead lights, the occasional screaming match from some guy fighting with the broken vending machine, the constant, echoing shuffle of strangers' footsteps, it all blurred into one long, hollow, agonizing stretch of time. Every single time I closed my eyes, I saw my mom's disgusted face. I heard my dad's cold silence. And I saw Connor's smug, arrogant little half-smile as he stood safely behind them in the hallway during the entire confrontation, not saying a single word. I waited 2 full days before going back. 48 hours of absolute silence. No text messages, no missed calls. Not even a generic, "Are you alive?" from the people who brought me into this world. When I finally unlocked the front door and walked inside, pale, stiff, smelling like a bus station, and completely cracked from the inside out, they barely even looked up from the television screen. That should have been the absolute end of the story. I should have packed my bags right then and there. But it wasn't the end. Because exactly 3 weeks later, we had a massive family barbecue in our backyard. It was my grandpa Arthur's 75th birthday. Everyone was there. Cousins, aunts, uncles, family friends, the whole 9 yards. And that is when Connor, standing on the patio in front of half of our extended family, decided to tell the story of my exile. He didn't tell it with shame. He didn't tell it with guilt. He told it like it was the punchline to a hilarious sitcom joke. Man, you guys should have seen Nathan's face when Mom actually kicked him out. Connor laughed, holding a red Solo cup, all over some fake prop money I printed out for a stupid prank. I didn't think they'd actually believe me and throw him out. I froze mid-step on the grass, holding a paper plate full of potato salad. My heart started thudding so violently against my ribs that I couldn't even hear the rest of the conversation. The blood completely drained from my face. I thought my knees were going to buckle. And Connor? He just kept laughing, looking around at our cousins like it was some harmless, nostalgic childhood memory. And that is exactly when I saw Grandpa Arthur. Quiet, stoic, retired military Grandpa Arthur was standing just behind Connor on the deck, holding something very specific in his weathered hands. Something black, something rectangular, something incredibly familiar. It was a security camera DVR box. And suddenly, I wasn't the one trembling anymore. Connor was. Because my arrogant little brother hadn't known that Grandpa Arthur had installed high-definition security cameras at our house when he came over to fix the garage wiring 2 months earlier. He didn't know that one of those cameras was pointed directly at the upstairs hallway, perfectly capturing the doors to both of our bedrooms. I didn't say anything right away. I just stood there on the lawn, paper plate shaking in my hand, listening to the blood roar in my ears, watching Connor's face drastically shift as he caught sight of Grandpa Arthur standing directly behind him. First came the confusion. His head cocked to the side, his thick brows raised. Then came the recognition. Then came something much darker. Pure, unadulterated fear. Regret. Maybe even a tiny fraction of guilt. But it passed way too quickly. The arrogant smirk forced its way back onto his face, and he tried to laugh it off. "Come on, Grandpa," Connor said, his voice wobbling just a fraction. "Don't tell me you're still messing around with that stupid garage cam thing." Grandpa Arthur didn't respond. He didn't even blink. He just stepped forward, set the black DVR box down on the glass patio table like it was a loaded firearm, and quietly said, "I think it's time we all watch something together." The entire conversation in the backyard died instantly. My cousins went completely quiet. My Uncle Peter paused with a burger halfway to his mouth. Even my mom, who had just been loudly bragging to Aunt Sarah about Connor's recent debate tournament victory, turned around with a polite, highly confused smile. "Dad, what on earth are you doing?" she asked, her voice tight. Grandpa Arthur didn't even look at her. "I was checking the wiring a few months back. I installed a camera to watch the driveway after the neighbor's car got keyed. I didn't mean to catch anything else on the recording. But it's all right there." The silence that followed was utterly suffocating. I didn't move a single muscle. My hands had gone completely numb. Connor tried to salvage it one last time. "It was just a prank. Just a harmless joke. We already moved past it, right? Nathan's totally fine, aren't you, bro?" He looked directly at me like I was supposed to throw him a life preserver. Like I was supposed to laugh along, clap him on the back, and let him off the hook in front of everyone, but I couldn't even force myself to meet his eyes. I was mentally stuck in that horrific moment, reliving the 2 freezing nights I spent on a plastic bench with absolutely nothing but a vending machine apple juice and the terrifying sound of strangers coughing in the pitch-black dark. I was reliving every single second of standing in that hallway while my own parents looked at me like I was a convicted felon. Grandpa Arthur plugged the DVR into the outdoor patio TV and pressed play. The image on the screen was slightly grainy, shot in black and white night vision, but it was crystal clear. The camera showed the upstairs hallway. My black backpack was sitting by the top of the stairs, exactly where I had left it before leaving for my Sunoco shift that morning. Then, Connor appeared on the screen. He was shirtless, his hair a messy mop. He tiptoed out of his room, glancing nervously around the empty hallway. He walked over to my bag, unzipped the main compartment, pulled a stack of fake, printed prop bills from his pocket, and dropped them directly inside my backpack. He then looked straight down the hallway, directly toward the hidden camera lens, and flashed a massive, sickening grin. Then he zipped the bag back up and walked back into his room like absolutely nothing had happened. Grandpa Arthur didn't say a single word. He just let the heavy, crushing silence stretch out over the entire backyard. The weight of it settled over the party like a thick fog. You could practically hear the collective mental shift happening in real time. It was like everyone's pristine, golden image of Connor had just violently tilted sideways and shattered into a million pieces on the concrete. Connor's voice was impossibly small. That's not what it looks like." But it was exactly what it looked like. I should have felt vindicated. I should have felt triumphant, like a movie character who just cleared his name. Instead, I just felt entirely hollow. Like the catastrophic damage had already been done, and absolutely no amount of "I told you so" was ever going to fix the giant hole in my chest. My mom's face turned the color of ash. My dad's jaw tightened so hard I thought his teeth would crack, but he didn't say anything. Not even a whisper of an apology to me. Not yet. The barbecue completely fizzled out after that. People made awkward excuses, and left hours early. Grandpa Arthur packed up his DVR box and drove off in his truck without saying another word to my parents. Connor disappeared into the basement, and I just stood there on the back porch for a very long time, staring at the grass, trying to decide whether I wanted to scream, cry, or just start laughing like a complete lunatic. But that wasn't the breaking point. The real breaking point came much later. Date 1. Things absolutely did not go back to normal in our house. There were a few awkward, incredibly stiff apologies. Mom would corner me in the kitchen and say things like, "We just didn't have the full picture, Nathan. You really should have communicated better and said something sooner." Dad mumbled some pathetic excuse about being overly stressed at his corporate job. But none of it landed. None of it reached that deep, frozen part of my soul that had completely died the night they shut the front door in my face. Connor didn't get punished. Not in any real, meaningful way. He got grounded for a week, which basically just meant he wasn't allowed to play his Xbox. There was no family meeting. There were no actual consequences. There was no forced, sit-down apology. He didn't even seem remotely sorry. In fact, he actually started acting like he was the primary victim in the situation. Like he was the one who had been horribly betrayed because Grandpa Arthur had illegally spied on him. And my parents? They just wanted the entire ugly situation to magically disappear. Swept right under the Persian rug like every other uncomfortable thing in our family. We need to move forward, my mom said one night at the dinner table, aggressively cutting her chicken and refusing to look me in the eye. As a family. But the damage had already carved itself too deep. They didn't even notice how incredibly quiet I became. They didn't notice how I completely stopped coming home right after work. I would spend hours sitting in the back of the public library, or wandering aimlessly through the dying shopping mall on the edge of town, just to avoid breathing the same air as them. They didn't notice when I dropped 15 pounds in a month. They didn't notice when I started skipping dinner entirely. They only noticed when I finally started pushing back. One night, about a month after the barbecue, Connor barged into my bedroom without even knocking. He threw a rolled-up pair of socks at my head, smirking like we were best buddies again. Yo, I need to borrow your laptop. My battery is totally dead and I have an essay due. I didn't even look up from my desk. No. He scoffed loudly. Dude, come on, stop being a baby, just for an hour. I turned my chair around very slowly. You want to borrow my laptop? You're asking the guy you intentionally framed and got kicked out onto the streets to do you a favor? He dramatically rolled his eyes. Oh my God, are we seriously still on that? Get over it. That was it. That was the final straw. I stood up, my fists clenched so hard my fingernails dug into my palms. Get out of my room right now. He raised his hands in mock surrender, stepping backward. Okay, geez, psycho. He backed out into the hallway, but not before loudly muttering, still acting like a pathetic martyr, huh? That night, I went to Home Depot and bought a heavy-duty lock for my bedroom door. The next day, I changed the passwords on every single device I owned. I stopped leaving my phone unattended for even a second. I started carrying my backpack with me to the bathroom. If my own parents didn't care enough to protect me from him, I was going to protect myself. But things just kept escalating. I found out from a former friend at school that Connor had started a whisper campaign about me. He was telling people I was having a severe mental health crisis. He told his friends I was paranoid, obsessed with playing the victim, and hallucinating stories to get attention. He literally told people that I chose to sleep at the bus station just to guilt trip our parents. He even showed people the security footage on his phone, but he edited it down showing only the part where he walked out of my room, claiming it was just a harmless social experiment for his AP psychology project and that Grandpa Arthur had completely blown it out of proportion. My reputation at school took a massive hit. Teachers started treating me weirdly, asking if I needed to visit the counselor. Friends completely distanced themselves. One guy from my math class actually asked me if I had stopped taking my medication. That was when the boiling anger finally caught up with the crushing hurt. Because they didn't just ruin my weekend. They didn't just throw me out of my only home. They let my own name rot in public. They let Connor spin lie after vicious lie until I didn't even recognize the person everyone thought I was. But the absolute worst moment, the moment that fundamentally changed who I was, came the night I overheard a conversation I was never supposed to hear. I was walking down the stairs to get a glass of water when I heard Dad's voice coming from the living room. It was low, sharp, and serious. I paused just behind the wall, holding my breath. I'm not saying we should completely ignore what Connor did, Dad was saying, but Connor's academic record actually matters. He's got a very real chance at an Ivy League scholarship, Helen. We cannot let one stupid, poorly thought out prank ruin his entire future. Mom sighed heavily. I know, David. I know, but Nathan has been so horribly cold lately. It's like he actively wants us to suffer for this. Dad's voice turned incredibly bitter. Nathan has always been overly dramatic. Do you remember the science fair in 6th grade? The massive meltdown he had over getting a participation ribbon? He's got that toxic black and white thinking. It is always I'm the victim with him. He needs to grow up. I stood there in the pitch black hallway, gripping the edge of the drywall so hard my knuckles turned white. I felt like a ghost haunting my own house. That was the exact moment I realized the horrible truth. They didn't believe me. Not really. Not in their bones. They only acknowledged the video because it was undeniably convenient and they couldn't dispute Grandpa Arthur. But they still saw Connor as their perfect golden boy. And me? I was just a stubborn stain they were desperately trying to scrub out with polite smiles and forced family dinners. I didn't sleep a single wink that night. I didn't eat breakfast the next morning. I just stared blankly at my ceiling fan, and ran the exact same thought in a continuous loop. They will never protect you. They will never love you the way they love him. And that is when the permanent shift happened. It was quiet, subtle, but entirely irreversible. I completely stopped, hoping they would change. I stopped expecting any form of justice from them. Instead, I started thinking about exactly what they had to lose. But I didn't do anything reckless. Not yet. Because true Devastating revenge requires infinite patience. And Connor? He wasn't even close to done digging his own grave. I just needed to hand him a bigger shovel. The week after I overheard that conversation, I stopped being Nathan, the older brother. Emotionally, mentally, I completely checked out. That last tiny, flickering ember of faith I had in my family snapped clean in half. For the first time in my entire life, I stopped trying to prove my worth. I didn't want their approval anymore. I wanted distance. I wanted a way out. And that's when my life really started to freefall. It started with school. My grades slipped drastically. I couldn't focus on the whiteboard. The letters just blurred into static. Then came work. I started showing up late to Sunoco. I missed inventory shifts. My manager, Marcus, an older guy with bad knees who always treated me well, tried to give me multiple chances. But eventually, even he had to let me go. "I'm sorry, Nathan, we're just not getting the same kid anymore," Marcus said, patting my shoulder sadly. I nodded, left my blue name tag on the greasy counter, and walked out into the rain without a word. I didn't even tell my parents I got fired. I didn't want to give them the satisfaction of acting disappointed in me. I hit rock bottom a few weeks later. I had no job, zero money, and no friends left. I was sitting in the empty parking lot of a dying strip mall, staring at a half-eaten sandwich I couldn't really afford, wondering if this was what the rest of my miserable life was going to look like. Then, my phone buzzed. It was a text message from Grandpa Arthur. "You free this weekend, kid? I could really use some help fixing up the old lodge." The lodge. It was a rundown, off-the-grid hunting cabin about an hour north, tucked deep into the woods near Lake Erie. Grandpa Arthur used to take me up there every single summer when I was a little kid. We'd go fishing, build massive bonfires, and he'd teach me how to whittle wood. It hadn't been used in over 5 years. I stared at the glowing screen for a long time. Then I typed back one single word. "Sure." That weekend saved my life. Grandpa Arthur didn't ask me a barrage of invasive questions. He didn't offer me cheap pity. He just handed me a heavy red toolbox, pointed at a completely collapsed rain gutter, and said, "I need a second pair of strong hands. You still know how to balance on a ladder?" I nodded and got straight to work. We spent 48 hours doing brutal, back-breaking labor. We cleaned out the moldy crawl space, sanded down the entire wraparound porch, and hauled massive fallen oak branches out of the dirt driveway. At night, we sat by the fire pit drinking black coffee, listening to the crickets. He didn't ask about Connor. He didn't bring up the BBQ. But right before I went to sleep on Sunday night, he looked at me across the fire and said, "Nathan, listen to me, you do not owe anyone your forgiveness just because they happen to share your last name." I didn't reply. I just stared into the flames and nodded. It was the first time in months I felt like I wasn't completely insane. Before I drove home, Grandpa Arthur handed me a thick manila envelope. "It's not a handout," he said gruffly. "It's back pay for the labor. And it's enough to get the wheels turning." Inside the envelope was $750 in crisp cash, a newspaper clipping of local job openings he had circled in red ink, and a shiny brass copy of the lodge key. "I want you to fix this place up on your own time. Use it. Stay up here on the weekends if you need to breathe. Build something for yourself, away from that toxic house." I almost broke down crying right there in the dirt. Instead, I just hugged him. That was the absolute beginning of my rise. I applied for 3 jobs that week and got hired part-time at a local lumber yard run by a gruff, no-nonsense woman named Miss Clara. She didn't care about my high school drama or my GPA, she just cared that I could lift 50 pounds and showed up on time. I started spending every single weekend at the Lake Erie Lodge. I painted the walls, replaced the shattered windows, and learned basic carpentry from YouTube tutorials. It wasn't a mansion, but it was mine. A fortress. I applied for a community college certification course in construction management. I studied late into the night by the light of a kerosene lantern. No one at home knew. I didn't tell my parents, and I certainly didn't tell Connor. Update 2. Back at the house, the tension was suffocating. Mom kept trying to play house, pretending everything was perfectly normal. Dad completely ignored my existence. And Connor? Connor had slipped right back into his arrogant, untouchable rhythm. Only now, there was a sharp, paranoid edge to his behavior. He knew I had changed, but he couldn't figure out exactly how. I let him believe I was still a broken, bitter loser. I played the part perfectly. But I watched him, I listened, and what I eventually heard changed the trajectory of all our lives. It was late on a Tuesday night. I was in the dark kitchen, silently drinking water, when I heard Connor pacing in the adjacent den, talking on his phone. The walls in our house were notoriously thin. "Yeah, I know," Connor was whispering aggressively to someone. "But if I just say he threatened me with a weapon, they'll have to take it seriously this time. He's already got the weirdo, psycho reputation at school. Everyone thinks he's off his meds anyway." Pause. "No, idiot, I'm not going to actually let him hit me. I'll just bruise my own arm on the doorframe, mess up the room, and call the cops. If I get a police report filed, Mom and Dad will have zero choice but to legally evict him. I want the basement all to myself before senior year, and he's totally ruining my Ivy League family image by creeping around the house. I completely stopped breathing. The glass of water in my hand felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. An icy, terrifying chill slid directly down my spine. He wasn't done. He was actively planning to frame me for a violent, physical assault. He wanted me arrested. He wanted me erased from the family completely. That night, I drove straight to the lodge and sat on the porch until the sun came up over the lake. I didn't feel fear. I didn't feel sadness. I felt absolute, surgical focus. He thought I was just his quiet, punching bag older brother. He had absolutely no idea the kind of monster he had created. I wasn't playing defense anymore. Revenge does not start with screaming rage. It starts with absolute silence. It starts with letting your enemy think they are winning, right up until the moment the dirt is pouring over their face. The very first step was securing ironclad, undeniable proof. I knew what he was planning, but if I confronted him, he would just weasel out of it, cry to our parents, and they would defend him. So, I decided to build a trap he couldn't resist stepping into. I took $150 from my lumberyard paycheck and bought 3 discrete, motion-activated WISE cameras with 4K night vision and direct-to-cloud uploading. I spent an entire Saturday at the lodge configuring them to a secure, hidden Wi-Fi hotspot running off an old burner phone. When I got back to the house, I carefully installed the cameras. I hid one inside the slats of the AC vent in my bedroom, angled perfectly down at the center of the room. I hid the second one behind a stack of thick textbooks on my desk, pointing directly at the doorway. I installed the third one inside the hollow plastic housing of the hallway smoke detector, giving a full panoramic view of the upstairs corridor. Then, I set the bait. I stopped locking my bedroom door. I left my laptop open on the desk. I casually left an old aluminum baseball bat leaning against my nightstand. I made it look like I was getting careless. Connor took the bait in less than 4 days. I was working a late shift at the lumber yard when my phone buzzed with a WISE motion alert notification. I stepped into the back warehouse, opened the app, and watched the live feed. There he was, Connor, creeping into my empty bedroom. He looked around, making sure the coast was clear. He walked over to my desk, opened my laptop, and tried to guess the password. When he couldn't, he grabbed my backup cell phone from the charger. He unlocked it. He had clearly been watching me type the passcode from the hallway, and sent a text message times from times my phone times to times his own phone. I couldn't see the exact text, but I knew exactly what it was, a fake, violent threat. Then, he picked up the aluminum baseball bat. He walked over to my wooden doorframe, took a deep breath, and violently slammed his own left shoulder into the wood. He winced in pain, dropped the bat on my floor to make it look like a struggle, grabbed his own shirt collar, and ripped it slightly. He stood in the center of my room, practicing a terrified, crying face in my mirror. I watched the entire felony play out in stunning 4K resolution. I recorded the screen, I downloaded the cloud files. I backed them up to 3 separate Google Drives, a physical thumb drive, and emailed a copy to Grandpa Arthur. I had him completely by the throat. But I wasn't going to just show my parents. That wouldn't be enough. They would just try to cover it up again to protect his precious Ivy League applications. No, I needed an audience. I needed maximum, uncontainable collateral damage. The perfect opportunity arrived 2 weeks later. Connor was the captain of the debate team, and he had been selected to give the keynote speech at the Ohio Regional Debate Finals, held in our high school's massive auditorium. My parents were absolutely ecstatic. Mom bought a new dress. Dad was bragging to his coworkers. They even left a pity ticket on my bed, telling me I should come support my brother's future. I smiled, put the ticket in my pocket, and said, I wouldn't miss it for the world. That Friday night, the auditorium was packed with over 500 people. Students, teachers, parents, the principal, and several college admissions scouts. I sat in the very back row, completely hidden in the shadows, calm as a bomb technician. I watched Connor strut up to the podium in his tailored suit. He flashed his $1 million smile. He adjusted the microphone. He started giving this incredibly arrogant, flowery speech about integrity, truth, and overcoming personal adversity. As soon as he hit his stride, I pulled out my laptop. I opened a mass email draft I had meticulously compiled over the last week. The recipients included the high school principal, the head of the debate committee, the school guidance counselors, the local police department's non-emergency tip email, my parents, every single member of our extended family, and BCC'd directly to the admissions offices of the 3 Ivy League schools Connor had proudly announced he was applying to. The subject line read, Integrity and Truth, the real Connor, last name. The body of the email contained a single, unlisted YouTube link containing the full, unedited multi-angle footage of Connor staging the assault, fabricating the threatening text messages, and practicing his fake crying in the mirror. I took a deep breath, looked up at my brother shining under the stage lights, and clicked, send. Then, I closed my laptop, stood up, and walked out the back doors of the auditorium into the cool night air. I didn't need to stay to watch the explosion. I could already hear it starting. By the time I reached my car in the parking lot, the dominoes were violently falling. Through the heavy auditorium doors, I heard a sudden, massive wave of murmurs. Then, the screech of a microphone feedback loop. I looked at my phone. The family group chat was exploding. My mom was calling me frantically. I turned my phone on airplane mode, put the keys in the ignition, and drove directly to the Lake Erie Lodge. Update 3. The fallout was biblical. It was a social and academic nuclear detonation. Apparently, several teachers and the principal had opened the email immediately because it was flagged as urgent from a student account. The debate coach actually walked onto the stage, interrupted Connor mid-sentence, and pulled him behind the curtain. My mother had opened the video on her iPad in the front row, and the parents sitting next to her saw the entire thing. Connor didn't go to school the next week, or the week after that. His Ivy League applications were immediately flagged and essentially blacklisted for severe academic and behavioral misconduct. The school board launched a massive disciplinary hearing. He was stripped of his debate captaincy, kicked off the track team, and suspended pending expulsion for attempting to fabricate a violent crime. The local police actually showed up at my parents' house to question him about filing a false police report, since he had called 911 shortly after I left the house that day, claiming I had attacked him, before the cops realized the attacker wasn't even in the same zip code. My parents completely shattered. Dad drove up to the lodge 3 days later, pounding frantically on the heavy wooden door. "Nathan, open the door. He screamed, his corporate composure completely gone. I opened the door, holding a mug of coffee, wearing my sawdust-covered work boots. "Can I help you? Did you do this?" he yelled, his face purple with rage. "Did you send that video to the entire school? You completely destroyed your brother's life." "No," I said, my voice dead calm. "Connor destroyed his own life. I just provided the documentary footage. He was trying to have me arrested for a felony I didn't commit. You should be thanking me that I didn't press charges." Dad stared at me, his mouth opening and closing like a suffocating fish. He wanted to yell, but he had absolutely zero ammunition. He knew I was right. You embarrassed this entire family. "You haven't been my family since the night you kicked me out over a lie," I replied softly. I shut the heavy wooden door directly in his face and locked the deadbolt. The absolute final nail in the coffin came 2 weeks later. Grandpa Arthur and my Aunt Sarah called a mandatory family intervention at my parents' house. I only agreed to go because Grandpa asked me to. Everyone was sitting in the living room. Connor looked like a literal ghost. He had dark bags under his eyes. His arrogant smirk was completely, permanently erased. Mom was sobbing into a tissue. Dad was staring at the floor. Grandpa Arthur stood at the head of the room, leaning heavily on his cane. He didn't yell, he didn't scream. He just radiated absolute, terrifying disappointment. "I have lived 75 years, Grandpa Arthur said, his voice shaking the walls. "I have fought in a war, I have seen terrible things, but I have never, in my entire life, been more thoroughly disgusted than I am by the people sitting in this room." He pointed a shaking finger at my parents. "You threw your own flesh and blood onto the street because it was convenient for you. You enabled a sociopath. And you," he turned his piercing glare to Connor, "you are a manipulative, cruel little coward. You are no grandson of mine." Aunt Sarah stood up, pulled a small Bluetooth speaker from her purse, and played the audio recording I had captured from the hallway, the audio of Connor explicitly telling his friend how he was going to frame me to get the basement room. The sound of Connor's own malicious, plotting voice filled the room. When the recording finished, the silence was absolute. "From this day forward," Grandpa Arthur said, looking at my parents, "I am cutting you out of my will. The lodge, the property, and the trust fund are going entirely to Nathan. You do not contact me. You do not contact him. You reap exactly what you have sown." I stood up from the armchair. I didn't say a single word to my parents. I didn't look at Connor. I just zipped up my jacket, walked out the front door, and never looked back. It has been exactly 1 year since that day. I am 20 years old now. I am a fully certified, union-backed carpenter making fantastic money. I live full-time at the Lake Erie Lodge, which is legally in my name now. I have a golden retriever named Buster, a truck that runs perfectly, and a life entirely built with my own 2 hands. Connor's life is a complete ruin. He was expelled from our high school and had to finish his senior year at a terrible alternative school across the county. No college accepted him. Last I heard from Aunt Sarah, he is currently working the graveyard shift at a fast food drive-thru, doing court-ordered community service to avoid jail time for the false police report. His friends completely abandoned him. His charm is gone. My parents have tried to reach out multiple times. They send long, pathetic, sobbing voicemails apologizing, begging me to come to Thanksgiving, telling me how proud they are of the man I've become. I delete every single message without listening to the end. Some bridges don't need to be burned with gasoline and matches. Sometimes, you just step back, let the termites do their work, and watch the whole rotting structure collapse on its own. I'm not angry anymore. I'm not bitter. I'm just free. And the best part? I know that every single time Connor looks in the mirror, he remembers the exact moment he realized the cameras were rolling. Top comments. User 1. This is quite literally the most satisfying conclusion I have ever read on this app. Your parents didn't just fail you. They actively participated in your attempted destruction because it was easier than parenting their golden child. The fact that you didn't just expose him, but you let him get up on stage and preach about time's integrity times before dropping the tactical nuke? Absolute cinema. You handled this with the cold, calculating precision of a surgeon. Enjoy the lodge, man. You earned every single piece of that piece. User 2. As a former high school teacher, I can tell you right now that the fallout from that email must have been apocalyptic. College admissions boards absolutely do not play around with fabricated felonies and academic dishonesty. Connor literally incinerated his own future because he was too greedy to just leave you alone. Also, Grandpa Arthur is an absolute legend. The fact that he saw through the BS immediately, gave you a safe haven, and then legally disinherited them, put that man in the Hall of Fame. User 3. Some bridges don't need to be burned. Sometimes, you just step back, let the termites do their work, and watch the whole rotting structure collapse. Damn, OP, that is a raw line. You survived being thrown away by the people who were supposed to protect you, and you built an entire kingdom out of the scraps. Your parents are only calling you now because their prized racehorse broke its leg and they want to see if the backup kid is successful enough to brag about to their corporate friends. Keep ignoring them. They deserve the silence. In-laws laughed at my trash truck and left my kid in the cold. So I fired 52 of them before breakfast and let the DA handle the rest. I never told my wife's family that I owned the $21.4 million company that paid their salaries. Then, on Christmas Eve, they threw my 15-year-old daughter out into the freezing snow for defending my name. They thought they were just discarding a broke handyman. They didn't realize they had just handed the CEO the exact ammunition he needed to legally, financially, and professionally end every single one of them before the new year. Original post. The night my daughter called me, sobbing from a snow-covered porch, I was elbow deep in freezing sludge under a burst commercial water main. I really want you to sit with that image for a second. My 15-year-old daughter, Maya, was standing outside in a paper-thin holiday sweater, violently shivering in 18-degree weather. Meanwhile, 40 members of her mother's family laughed, drank expensive bourbon, and ate prime rib on the other side of a brightly lit, frost-rimmed window. And I was 80 miles away, soaked to the collarbone in ice water, fixing a catastrophic plumbing failure in a commercial plaza that my name was on the deed for. That was the part they never knew. That was the part I had carefully hidden for 9 long years at my wife's desperate request, the toolbox husband. The blue-collar charity case. My name is Thomas Vance. I'm 43 years old. I founded Vance Facility Management back in 2010 with $22,000 I'd scraped together from working grueling double shifts in construction, a rusted-out Chevy Express van, and a commercial contractor's license I'd earned the year before Maya was born. By 2023, the company had grown beyond my wildest dreams. We had 58 full-time employees, 4 regional directors, and a gross annual revenue of $21.4 million. We handled massive residential portfolios and commercial maintenance contracts across 6 different counties. We were the invisible backbone of the local corporate infrastructure. I was proud of it, but in that quiet, understated way that only people who have built an empire out of dirt and sweat truly understand. My wife, Eleanor, was proud of entirely different things. She was fiercely proud of her family name. She was obsessed with the sterling family reputation. They possessed that toxic blend of old money aesthetics paired with new money financial anxiety, which is arguably the worst possible combination of human traits. Her father, Richard Sterling, had spent 35 years in upper middle management at a logistics firm. Somewhere along the way, he had developed the unshakable, arrogant belief that a man's worth resided entirely in the color of his collar, the badge on his car, and his residential zip code. Richard was the kind of man who weaponized the word class. He used it the way religious zealots use the word sin, constantly, judgmentally, and almost always as a pedestal to look down on someone else. I will never forget the first time Eleanor brought me to her parents' sprawling estate. I wore a clean pair of dark jeans and my steel-toed work boots. I drove a Ford F-250 that was missing a passenger side mud flap and had a dented tailgate. Richard stood on his pristine mahogany porch, a scotch in his hand, and looked me up and down the way a health inspector examines a rat. "Handyman," he said. It wasn't a question. It was a life sentence. "He's a field supervisor, Dad," Eleanor chimed in quickly, her voice tight with panic. That was the very first lie. It slid out of her mouth so smoothly, so naturally, that I almost missed the sting of it. I told myself it didn't matter. I was 34 years old, deeply in love, and completely disarmed by this beautiful woman who laughed at my terrible jokes and claimed she didn't care that my hands were rough and calloused from labor. We got married 9 months later in a small, suffocatingly elegant ceremony. The Sterling family arrived in coordinated pastel outfits, moving together like a synchronized swimming team of snobs. I wore my absolute best tailored blazer and received 4 separate, passive-aggressive comments about its fabric blend before the appetizers were even served. The night after we returned from our honeymoon, Eleanor sat me down on the edge of our bed. She took both of my hands in hers, her blue eyes wide and pleading, doing that specific thing she always did when she needed to bend my reality to her will. "They're proud people, Thomas," she whispered, stroking my knuckles. "They will never, ever accept you if they know you own a blue-collar business. They look down on labor. Just let them think you're a mid-level supervisor. Let me handle my family, please, for our peace." I should have asked what handling them looked like in the long term. I should have recognized the massive red flag waving in my face. I didn't. What I did was nod like an idiot, squeeze her hands back, and quietly fold my entire identity, my pride, and my life's work into a tiny box that I buried in the basement of our marriage for 9 years. Here is what 9 years of total silence looks like from the inside. You attend 51 separate Sterling family gatherings. You sit at a massive oak dining table where your father-in-law makes loud, booming jokes about your beater truck leaking oil on his pristine driveway. You force a smile. You pass the mashed potatoes. You sit in silence while Richard describes your life's work as glorified toilet plunging, all while he adjusts a Rolex on his wrist, a watch that your company's quarterly profit margin could purchase 14 times over in cash. You watch your brother-in-law, William Sterling, get laid off from his marketing job. Eleanor cries and quietly begs you to find him something. So, you quietly recommend him to your HR department, and suddenly he's on your payroll as a logistics coordinator making $84,000 a year, simply because you love your wife and want to avoid a screaming match at Thanksgiving. Then comes William's younger brother, James. Then Richard's nephew, Harrison. Then 3 cousins, 2 uncles, and a family friend named Arthur whom Richard vouched for personally at a summer barbecue. Eventually, inevitably, you open your own company's secure employee directory, type the word Sterling into the search bar, and watch a staggering 14 names populate before you even hit enter. In total, 52 people had some sort of Sterling family connection within my company. Not all of them knew each other. Not all of them were blood relatives. But enough of them were embedded in my corporate structure that the whole thing had taken on a quiet, cancerous quality. I chose not to look too closely at the rot because Eleanor begged me not to, because I loved her. Because sometimes, love is just the slow, tragic accumulation of small compromises that eventually crush your spine. I let Richard spend my money while openly mocking my boots. I let Eleanor's mother, a terrifyingly precise woman who wore pearl necklaces like brass knuckles, slip me a sealed envelope with $500 inside for a decent church suit at Easter dinner in 2021. I put the envelope back on her pristine countertop without opening it and politely said, "I appreciate the thought, Margaret." That was the most humiliating part of it all. I constantly told myself I was playing the long game. I told myself their opinions didn't matter because I knew the truth, even if they were oblivious. I fed myself a lot of noble-sounding lies. But the ugly truth was this: I was terrified to disrupt Eleanor's fragile happiness, even when maintaining her happiness required the absolute destruction of my own dignity. Then came Christmas Eve 2023. The main water line burst at the Montgomery Corporate Center at exactly 7:45 p.m. It was an 80-unit commercial property we had held an exclusive maintenance contract on for 5 years. The on-call technician, a brilliant kid named Marcus, got there first, waded into the flooded basement, and immediately called me. The damage had compromised the foundational main, and the fix required a massive liability judgment call that only the owner could make in person. I called Eleanor. She was already at her parents' sprawling estate in the wealthy suburbs with Maya. I told her the situation was critical and I'd be at least 3 hours behind schedule. She let out a long, theatrical sigh, the kind of sigh that suggested I had personally orchestrated the pipe burst just to ruin her holiday. "Fine, Thomas," she snapped. "We'll see you when we see you. Try not to track mud into the foyer." She hung up. I drove to the Montgomery property. I stripped off my jacket, crawled into the freezing, muddy crawl space, and went to work alongside Marcus. My cell phone vibrated in my pocket at 9:18 p.m. I almost ignored it. I was halfway through torquing a massive coupling replacement, and my hands were so numb they felt like blocks of wood. But I saw Maya's custom ringtone flash on my smartwatch, and some primal, involuntary parental instinct forced me to drop my wrench and grab the phone. "Dad." Her voice was jagged, broken into sharp little pieces. I could hear the howling wind in the background. "Dad, please come get me. I'm outside. It's so freezing." I scrambled out of the crawl space so violently I slammed my shoulder against a concrete pillar. "What? Maya, where are you? What happened?" "The front porch," she sobbed, her teeth audibly chattering. Grandpa Richard he was making fun of your truck again to everyone. Making jokes about the missing mud flap and calling you a peasant. And I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up and told him to stop. I told him he was being cruel and it wasn't funny. A heavy pause. I could hear her desperately trying to suck in oxygen through the freezing air. He got furious. Dad. He slammed his glass down. He said I was an ungrateful brat being disrespectful in his house. And then he marched me to the front door, opened it, and told me to stand outside in the snow until I was ready to come back in and beg for his forgiveness. My jaw clamped shut so hard I heard my teeth grind. The cold water soaking my clothes suddenly felt like boiling acid. Where is your mother? The silence that echoed through the phone was exactly 4 seconds long. It was the loudest silence of my life. It told me everything I ever needed to know about my marriage. She told me I should just apologize to him. Dad, Maya whispered. I was already sprinting across the icy parking lot to my truck. Maya, listen to me very carefully. I am getting in the truck right now. I will be there in exactly an hour. Are you dressed warmly? Do you have your heavy coat? I just have my sweater. I left my coat inside. 18 degrees. A thin, decorative holiday sweater. My beautiful, fiercely loyal 5-year-old daughter was standing on a frozen concrete porch in the dead of winter because she had the courage to defend my name, a name her own mother was ashamed of. I drove 80 miles of treacherous, black ice-covered highway in 55 minutes. I remember absolutely nothing about the journey except the glaring neon temperature reading on my dashboard dropping from 20 degrees to 18 degrees, and the terrifying, crystalline quality of the rage expanding in my chest. This wasn't hot, explosive anger. This was absolute zero, the kind of cold rage that permanently rewires your brain. When I finally skidded to a halt in front of the Sterling estate, my headlights swept across the porch. Maya was huddled in the far corner, her knees pulled to her chest, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Her backpack was dumped in the snow at her feet. She looked so small. Through the massive, picturesque front window of the Sterling home, I could see the glow of the roaring fireplace and the towering, perfectly decorated Christmas tree. I could see Richard standing at the head of the dining table, holding court, laughing uproariously at some joke, and I could see Eleanor. She was leaning against the kitchen island, a crystal champagne flute in her hand, her head tilted back in laughter. She hadn't stepped outside once, not once. I leaped out of the truck, ripped off my heavy insulated work jacket, and wrapped it around Maya's trembling shoulders without saying a word. She practically collapsed into me, grabbing my ribs so hard it bruised, burying her freezing face into my chest just like she used to do when she was a toddler and I came home from a long shift. I held her tight. She was vibrating with cold. Go get in the truck, baby. Turn the heat all the way up, I whispered into her hair. I waited until she was safely inside the cab. Then I turned around, walked up the porch steps, and kicked the heavy mahogany front door open. I didn't knock. I didn't turn the handle. I raised my steel-toed boot and kicked it right below the deadbolt. The door exploded inward, slamming against the interior wall with a deafening crack that sounded like a shotgun blast. The entire room of 40 people went dead silent in under 2 seconds. The soft jazz music playing on the speakers suddenly felt mocking. Forks froze in midair. 40 faces whipped around to stare at me in shock. Richard spilled his scotch down the front of his expensive cashmere sweater. He stood near the fireplace, his mouth hanging open, suddenly looking like a very small, very frail old man. I didn't say a word. I slowly scanned the opulent room until I spotted Maya's heavy winter coat draped over a chair near the entryway. I walked over, my muddy boots leaving thick black tracks on Eleanor's mother's pristine white Persian rug. I picked up the coat. I turned back toward the door. That was when Eleanor finally materialized from the kitchen. She marched across the room with that specific, purposeful stride I had admired for a decade. Her face was a mask of cold fury. And she was holding something. A thick manila folder, bound tightly with a thick rubber band. She walked straight up to me, her eyes blazing with contempt, and shoved the folder hard into my chest. I had to grab it instinctively to stop it from falling into the mud at my feet. You have embarrassed this family for the absolute last time, Thomas, she hissed. Her voice was steady, monotone, heavily practiced. She had rehearsed this exact moment. These are divorce papers. I want your things packed and you out of my house by tomorrow morning. Behind her, Richard stepped forward, regaining his false bravado. A smug, ugly grin spread across his face, the grin of a bully who had finally cornered his victim. Best Christmas gift she ever gave herself, Richard sneered, looking me up and down. He leaned to the side, looking past me through the open door toward my idling truck. Tell your loser father to put some gas in his trash truck before it breaks down on the way back to the trailer park, Maya. A few people in the room actually chuckled. Real, audible laughter. I stood there, dripping, freezing muddy water onto the floor. I looked at Richard Sterling. I looked at my wife of 9 years. I slowly looked around the room at every cousin, every uncle, every nephew, every family friend, every single person in that room whose mortgages, car payments, and luxury vacations I had quietly funded through my payroll for the last decade. Some of them had the decency to stare at the floor. Most of them were looking at me the way you look at a stray dog that has finally been kicked out of the kitchen. I calmly tucked the thick stack of divorce papers under my left arm. "You're right, Eleanor," I said, my voice eerily calm, carrying through the dead silent room. "It is time." I turned my back on them and walked out into the snow. They truly believed they had just successfully discarded a broke, pathetic handyman. They had absolutely no idea what happens when the temperature of a man's patience drops below zero. Update 1. We drove for 30 minutes in total silence. Maya had her knees pulled up to her chest, bundled in her coat and my jacket, the truck's heater roaring like a jet engine. She just stared blankly out the passenger window into the dark, snowy night. "Dad," she finally whispered, her voice cracking. "Yeah, sweetie. I'm so sorry I made it worse. I ruined everything." I had to grip the steering wheel so tightly my forearms cramped, fighting back the urge to turn the truck around and drive it straight through Richard's living room window. "You didn't make anything worse, Maya," I said softly, reaching over to squeeze her shoulder. "You made it the truest it's ever been. You saved me tonight." I booked a room at a Hilton Garden Inn right off Interstate 88, 2 queen beds, sterile lighting, and a room service menu that neither of us had the stomach to look at. Maya took a hot shower and fell asleep almost instantly, exhausted by the adrenaline crash and the cold. I sat at the tiny, wobbly hotel desk in the dark, illuminated only by the glow of the streetlights outside. I slipped the rubber band off the divorce papers and began reading them with the cold, analytical eye of a CEO. They were incredibly thorough. A high-end family law attorney named Gregory Foss had drafted them. I pulled out my phone and researched him. 15 years in practice, partner at a ruthless firm specializing in high net worth asset division. This told me one thing immediately: Eleanor had been planning this ambush for a very long time. The papers cited irreconcilable differences. They demanded exclusive ownership of our primary residence, a massive chunk of our liquid savings, and, most tellingly, listed my primary income source as salaried employment at an unnamed local residential services company. She still didn't know. Or, she did know, and she had deliberately legally obscured the name of the company to limit what she officially claimed I was worth, hoping to blindside me in discovery. Either way, she had made a fatal miscalculation. At exactly 11:45 p.m. on Christmas Eve, I opened my encrypted company laptop. I logged into the secure administrative portal. I opened the master employee directory. I typed the word, Sterling. 52 names populated the screen. I want to be extremely precise about this next part, because it is the most important part of the story. I did not fire a single person out of blind rage. I didn't make a single keystroke with shaking hands or a clouded mind. I sat in a cheap hotel chair with terrible lumbar support, and I executed a full, forensic internal audit with the exact same ruthless, systematic patience I used to build my empire. We used a high-end corporate auditing software called Aprio for our quarterly compliance reviews. I launched the administrative override at midnight. I set the algorithm parameters to flag any and all financial inconsistencies, expense report anomalies, and unauthorized vehicle usage linked to any employee record with a Sterling family connection, going back 48 months. The system took nearly 2 hours to compile the data. I brewed a cup of awful, metallic-tasting hotel coffee and read every single line of the massive spreadsheet. William Sterling, my brother-in-law, the $84,000 year logistics coordinator, had been brazenly falsifying corporate fuel card records for 22 months. He had been filling up his personal vehicles, his wife's car, and billing the company for phantom trips. Total documented theft: $41,500. Furthermore, company fleet vehicles had been utilized for 4 separate Sterling family vacations, cross-referenced perfectly by GPS telemetry logs that wildly contradicted his assigned route schedules. James Sterling, his younger brother in accounts receivable, was much worse. He had been running a sophisticated duplicate invoice scheme on 8 different mid-tier client accounts. He had been pocketing the overages through a shell LLC registered to a free Proton Mail address. It was arrogant, sloppy, and entirely illegal. Total financial exposure: $78,200. Richard Sterling himself wasn't officially on my payroll, but his name was plastered all over the audit. He was listed as the sole recipient of 6 massive client entertainment expenses submitted by William and James between 2021 and 2023. 5-star restaurant buyouts, a luxury resort stay in Aspen, and 3 rounds of golf at a private club that charged $500 per tee time, all fraudulently submitted to my accounting department as legitimate Vance facility management business expenses. I kept digging. By 3:30 a.m., I had thoroughly reviewed all 52 employee files. 16 of them had irrefutable, documented evidence of gross financial irregularity, fraud, or blatant company policy violations. The remaining 36 actually had clean records. Some of them were genuinely hardworking people who just happened to share a bloodline or a social connection with my toxic in-laws. I coldly separated the files into 2 digital folders. For the 16 thieves, I compiled every shred of evidence. GPS logs, IP addresses, time-stamped fraudulent invoices. I saved the entire master audit to the company's impenetrable encrypted server, time-stamped it, and locked it behind a biometric firewall. Then, at 3:45 a.m., I called my corporate attorney. His name is Arthur Pendleton. He has been my apex predator in a suit since 2012. He is 64 years old, possesses the emotional warmth of a reptilian assassin, and has never once lost his composure in the 12 years I've known him. That is why I pay him an exorbitant retainer. He answered on the second ring. Because that is exactly the kind of lawyer Arthur is. I told him everything. I laid out the agonizing 9 years of silence, the Sterling family infiltration, the Christmas Eve exile of my daughter, the divorce ambush, and the devastating results of the midnight audit. Arthur was completely silent for 15 seconds. I literally counted the breaths on the line. Understood, Thomas, Arthur finally rasped, his voice vibrating with predatory anticipation. Here is precisely how we execute them. He walked me through the battle plan with methodical, terrifying precision. First, at 8 a.m. sharp, Arthur would file an emergency ex parte motion with the county judge to completely sever my personal assets from any marital property claims. The sprawling 5-bedroom house Eleanor currently believed she was taking from me, it wasn't owned by Thomas Vance. It was owned by Times Vance Holdings LLC, a subsidiary of my company. The title was ironclad, the mortgage was paid directly from corporate accounts, and Eleanor's name existed absolutely nowhere on the deed. Arthur would immediately dispatch a 30-day notice to vacate to Eleanor via Gregory Foss's office. Second, the 16 employees with documented fraud exposure would receive immediate, unceremonious termination letters via email and certified courier. Each letter would meticulously reference their specific penal code violations and attach a summary of the audit findings. The terminations would be legally bulletproof. As for William, James, and the Shell invoice conspiracy, Arthur was personally forwarding the unredacted files to the county district attorney's white-collar crime division before lunch. Third, Arthur was bringing in a forensic accountant from his firm named Evelyn Vance, no relation, just a happy coincidence. She was a bulldog CPA with 20 years of experience destroying people in federal court. She would dissect Eleanor's entire financial life. We keep this entirely within proper legal channels, Thomas? Arthur warned softly. You want total destruction, not a public circus. I want them to feel exactly how cold my daughter felt on that porch, I replied. They will freeze to death, Arthur promised. Get some sleep. I didn't sleep. I showered, put on a $3,000 tailored navy suit I kept hidden in my office wardrobe for high-level investor meetings, and drove to the Vance Facility Management Glass Facade headquarters on Westbridge Avenue. I arrived at 8:15 a.m. I sat behind my massive oak desk in my corner office, staring out at the city skyline, drinking a cup of coffee that actually tasted like victory. At 8:55 a.m., Evelyn the forensic accountant emailed me confirmation that the audit data was secured and formatted for criminal referral. At 9 a.m., my brilliant director of HR, David Chen, initiated the purge. David had been with me since the Van days. I had briefed him at 6 a.m. He had spent 3 hours ensuring every single termination letter was a legal guillotine. At 9:08 a.m., my private cell phone rang. Richard Sterling. I let it ring 3 times, taking a slow sip of my coffee. Then I answered. Thomas. Richard's voice sounded entirely different than it had 12 hours ago. It possessed that frantic, stuttering quality of a man who suddenly realizes the bridge he's standing on is rigged with C4. It was a desperate mix of false authority and raw panic. Some absolute moron in your HR department just sent termination emails to half my family this morning. Richard barked, though his voice cracked on the last word. William is having a panic attack. I don't know what kind of clown show operation you people are running over there, but you need to give me your supervisor's direct cell number right now so I can get this catastrophic mistake straightened out. I leaned back in my leather chair. I let the silence hang on the line for 5 full seconds. I let him drown in it. You are already speaking to him, Richard. 1. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The sound of a man's reality fracturing into a million pieces. Vance Facility Management, I said, my voice dripping with absolute venom. Vance. As in Thomas Vance. Founder, sole owner, and chief executive officer. That's impossible. You're a maintenance man. Richard stammered, the breath leaving his lungs. The internal midnight audit discovered massive, coordinated financial irregularities across 16 employee accounts connected to your bloodline, I continued, speaking over him like a judge reading a verdict. William and James are currently being formally referred to the district attorney's office for felony embezzlement. The digital documentation has already been secured by a certified forensic examiner. Thomas, please, wait. You will also be receiving formal correspondence from my attorney, Arthur Pendleton, regarding your name appearing on 6 fraudulent corporate expense reports totaling over $12,000. Thomas, listen to me, let me explain. Furthermore, I cut in, my voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. The 30-day notice to vacate the property at 42 Willow Creek Drive has been legally served to Eleanor through her attorney. The deed is registered to my LLC. She has 30 days to pack her pristine white rugs and get out of my house. Thomas, for God's sake. Put some gas in your trash truck. Richard, Merry Christmas. I ended the call. I immediately blocked his number. Within 60 seconds, my phone screen began lighting up like a slot machine. The notifications stacked relentlessly. 15 missed calls. 32 text messages. 58 missed calls. Cousins, uncles, Arthur the family friend who was genuinely a good worker and was probably terrified he was caught in the blast radius. I didn't burn the innocent. The 36 clean Sterling connected employees received generous severance packages, 2 weeks pay per year of service, and glowing letters of recommendation. I wasn't firing them out of blind malice, I was firing them because my company was undergoing a structural reorganization. I was angry, but I was precise. And precision is infinitely more lethal than rage. I flipped my phone face down on the desk. But as I did, I noticed one unread text message from an unsaved number, received at 7:05 a.m., long before the bombs dropped. It read, Mr. Vance, we need to talk immediately. I know exactly what Eleanor did before she handed you those papers. All of it. Update 2. I stared at the anonymous text message for a long time. My initial instinct was to delete it. My life was already exploding in a highly organized, legally defensible manner, and the absolute last thing I needed was some anonymous wildcard trying to extort me or manipulate the situation. But my gut told me otherwise. I forwarded a screenshot of the text to Arthur. Arthur called me back in exactly 12 minutes. I ran the number through our private investigator. Arthur said smoothly. Her name is Sarah Jenkins. 39 years old. She was a senior paralegal at Gregory Foss's law firm, the exact firm representing your wife. Sarah suddenly resigned from the firm 9 days ago. Call her. Put her on speaker. I am recording. I dialed the number. She answered on the first ring. Mr. Vance, Sarah said. Her voice was trembling but resolute. The voice of a woman who had spent a week agonizing over a severe moral dilemma. Miss Jenkins, I am listening. I need you to understand that I am not doing this for money, and I am violating a massive NDA by speaking to you. She said quickly. I resigned from Foss's firm because I was ordered to notarize and process documents that I knew were fundamentally fraudulent. I've been sick to my stomach about it for a week. She took a deep breath and dropped the nuke. Eleanor hadn't consulted Gregory Foss's firm 2 or 3 months ago. According to Sarah, Eleanor had walked into their office 15 months ago. October 2022. She had been meticulously planning this divorce, smiling in my face, and sleeping in my bed for over a year while plotting my total ruin. But the timeline wasn't the sickening part. The sickening part was the strategy Eleanor had begged Foss to execute. Eleanor had somehow secretly accessed my home office safe. She had photographed corporate filings, estimated bank valuations, and LLC asset listings for Vance Facility Management. She knew exactly times what the company was worth. She knew I was a multimillionaire. She had asked Foss to architect a divorce strategy that would deliberately obscure the company's true value during the initial asset discovery phase. Foss had devised a ruthless theory. If Thomas's employment was legally characterized in the initial filings as a modest salaried position rather than sole corporate ownership, and the company was listed as an unnamed employer, it would artificially deflate the marital estate by 90%. This would force my legal team into a grueling, protracted 18-month discovery process to prove otherwise. Meanwhile, Eleanor would aggressively petition the court for massive interim spousal support based on the fake deflated picture, draining my liquid cash while hiding her own assets. She had known the truth for over a year. She had let her father mock me, let her family treat me like garbage, all while secretly drooling over the empire I built, trying to figure out how to steal the largest possible chunk of it. Sarah Jenkins had refused to notarize an affidavit that explicitly perjured Eleanor's knowledge of the business. She quit instead. And now, she was handing me the keys to Eleanor's destruction. I immediately connected Sarah with Evelyn, our forensic accountant. Evelyn spent the next 8 days tearing through our joint financial history with the terrifying efficiency of a cartel hitman. She cross-referenced the corporate filings with the documents Sarah Jenkins provided. On January 5th, Evelyn dropped a 50-page dossier on my desk. The headline was devastating. In the 15 months prior to dropping the divorce papers on Christmas Eve, Eleanor had systematically siphoned exactly $415,000 from our joint savings and investment accounts. She had moved the money in highly specific, structured increments of $9,500 to deliberately avoid triggering the federal $10,000 bank reporting threshold. She had funneled all $415,000 into a hidden offshore brokerage account opened under her maiden name, Eleanor Sterling. Evelyn's official summary read, "The pattern, timing, and structurization of these wire transfers indicate premeditated, deliberate financial concealment, wholly consistent with malicious asset dissipation in anticipation of hostile divorce proceedings. In layman's terms, she stole nearly $500,000, committed federal structuring fraud to hide it, and planned to bleed me dry in court while claiming she was destitute." Arthur Pendleton didn't just file a response to the divorce petition. He dropped a legal Moab on the courthouse. He filed an amended response attaching Evelyn's brutal 50-page forensic report as Exhibit A. He attached a sworn, notarized affidavit from Sarah Jenkins exposing the premeditated perjury plot as Exhibit B. He attached the massive Vance Facility Management corporate embezzlement audit as Exhibit C. Upon receiving this apocalyptic filing, Gregory Foss completely panicked. Realizing his firm was about to be dragged into a massive conspiracy and fraud investigation, Foss officially withdrew as Eleanor's legal counsel within 48 hours. I found out later from Arthur that Foss had frantically retained his own ethics defense attorney to save his bar license. Eleanor was forced to scramble and hire new counsel, a no-nonsense, terrifyingly blunt woman named Diane, who took one look at our evidence, called Arthur, and practically begged to settle out of court to keep Eleanor out of prison. I want to be very clear about the fallout, because it would be easy to gloat, but the reality is much heavier. William Sterling was formally indicted for felony embezzlement in late February. James was indicted 2 weeks later. Both of them are currently drowning in six-figure legal debt, navigating the criminal justice system, and facing potential prison time. I feel absolutely zero satisfaction about this. They made arrogant, illegal choices, and the district attorney is handling the consequences. The divorce was finalized in early April. I won't disclose the exact settlement numbers, but I will say this: Eleanor's brilliant master plan completely vaporized the moment Evelyn's report hit the judge's desk. Eleanor received exactly what she was legally entitled to under a heavily penalized asset division, and not a single penny of the $21.4 million company she tried to steal. She was forced to return the hidden $415,000 under threat of federal prosecution. She is currently living in the cramped guest bedroom of her parents' house, the same house where I kicked the door open. Maya spent the rest of her winter break living with me in a luxury rented townhouse. In February, we moved into a beautiful new home closer to her high school. When we were packing her room at the old house, I asked if she wanted me to grab any more of her things from Eleanor's place. Maya stood in the doorway, holding a box of her favorite books. She looked at me, her eyes older and wiser than any 1-5-year-old should be. "No, Dad. I only want the things that are real. Leave the rest of the fake stuff there." Richard Sterling called me exactly one last time. It was mid-March. I don't know how he bypassed the block. He probably used a burner phone. He left a 2-minute voicemail. I've only listened to it once. He sounded incredibly old. His booming, arrogant voice was reduced to a raspy, pathetic whisper. It was the voice of a man who had spent his entire life judging people from atop a pedestal, only to realize the pedestal was owned by the man he was spitting on. "Thomas," Richard croaked. I just want you to know that I had no idea about the company. I didn't know who you really were. I am so sorry for the things I said about your truck, and the jokes. If I had known you were a CEO, I never would have. I just didn't know." That voicemail perfectly encapsulated the sickness of the Sterling family. He didn't apologize because he realized he was a cruel, awful human being. He apologized because he realized I was wealthy. He sincerely believed that I thought you were poor was a valid excuse for treating me like subhuman garbage. The only thing my money changed was his realization that his cruelty finally had consequences. I didn't call him back. I just deleted the voicemail. It was the only response he deserved. It's currently late July. 7 months since that freezing Christmas Eve. Maya just finished her sophomore year with a 3.9 gigapascals. She demanded to get a summer job, and she's currently working 20 hours a week at a local landscaping company, getting her hands dirty. Her choice entirely. She tells me she wants to learn how to build things from the ground up, just like I did. We eat dinner together every single night, and we laugh louder and more honestly than we ever did when I was trapped in that basement of a marriage. Vance Facility Management just closed out the most profitable Q2 in our corporate history. We secured $14 million in new commercial contracts. I promoted David Chen to VP of Operations, and he used his massive bonus to take his family on a 3-week tour of Japan. The $3,000 tailored Navy suit is hanging back in my office closet. I wear it when I have to deal with bankers. But most days, I wear my dark jeans and my steel-toed boots. Just yesterday, I drove the dented Ford F-250 to a massive client meeting with a massive real estate conglomerate. The CEO, a guy worth hundreds of millions, met me in the parking lot. He looked at my truck, specifically at the missing passenger side mud flap, with a mix of confusion and deep respect. "Hell of a truck, Thomas," he laughed. shaking my calloused hand. She runs, I smiled. We walked into the boardroom and closed a 7-figure deal. I drove home with the windows down, the warm summer wind blowing through the cab. I really should get that mud flap fixed, but honestly, I think I'll leave it exactly the way it is. Top comments. User 1, put some gas in your trash truck. Man, reading that line made my blood boil, but the way you systematically dismantled their entire existence with an Excel spreadsheet and a ruthless lawyer is the most satisfying thing I've read all year. You didn't just burn the bridge, you nuked the entire zip code. Good on you for protecting your daughter. User 2, the fact that the paralegal risked her entire career to warn you just shows that good people still exist. Eleanor really thought she was playing 4D chess by hiding the assets and downplaying your job, but a forensic accountant absolutely steamrolled her. Evelyn, the CPA is the unsung hero of this story. User 3, Richard's voicemail is the cherry on top. If I had known you were rich I wouldn't have abused you. Classic narcissist. He's not sorry he was an awful person. He's just sorry he accidentally disrespected someone in a higher tax bracket than him. So glad you and Maya are thriving now. Keep the truck forever. After my niece called me a whore, my sister tried to destroy me. But when her husband's lies were exposed, she finally realized what he had done. Sophie, my niece, approached me as I reached for a burger from the grill during my parents' backyard BBQ and hit me across the face, ringing my ear. I stumbled backward and grabbed the picnic table edge to keep from collapsing. Sophie scowled at me and added, "Mommy says, you deserve it because you're a whore." My cousin yelled, "What the hell?" as my mother dropped her lemonade on the patio, breaking it. Everyone looked at Sophie, then at me, when a 7-year-old labeled me a whore in front of my family. Why? I had no idea. My voice trembled as I murmured to Sophie, "Why are you saying that to me?" Sophie didn't respond. She looked at me with a petulant smile and crossed her arms across her chest. My sister Emma and her husband Ryan stormed across the yard. Emma was the dramatic one in the family, slamming doors and yelling during disagreements while I sat quietly and waited. This much hatred had never crossed her face before. She treated me like rotten trash. "Get away from my daughter." Emma snatched Sophie and slammed her behind her back. "Emma, what is happening right now?" I asked. "What did I do?" my father said. "Girls, let's take this inside and talk about it calmly." Emma didn't listen. She was intended to destroy me. "You know exactly what you did," Emma said. "I celebrated my birthday last month. You followed my spouse into the kitchen after I extinguished my candles." "That is not true straight away." "Shut up," Emma yelled. "You pressed yourself against him. You whispered in his ear that you wanted him. You tried to shove your tongue down his throat. And when he pushed you off, you grabbed his belt and told him I would never have to know." My mother said, "Oh my God, Megan," behind me. The swarm of family members watching my life unravel muttered. "None of that happened," I said. "Emma, I swear to you, none of that happened." "So my husband is a liar?" she said. "Is that what you're saying right now? That Ryan just made all of this up for fun?" Ryan gripped Emma's shoulder. "Babe, don't hurt yourself," he murmured. "She won't admit it." "No," Emma said. Ryan stood behind my sister, his mouth rigid and gaze fixed on the ground. "I want to hear her say it. I want to hear her stand there and call my husband a liar to his face." He shook his head slowly. He seemed traumatized. He appeared to be talking about something that didn't happen. "Ryan is lying," I said, my voice cracking. "I would never do that to my sister Emma. I'd never thought about Ryan in that manner." "Don't mention his name," Emma shouted. "The texts, Megan. The pictures you've been sending him for months, begging him to meet up with you behind my back. When he kept saying no, you cornered him at my party and tried to force yourself on him. He showed me everything." "What texts?" I couldn't stop crying. "What pictures, Emma? There are no texts. There are no pictures. None of this ever happened." "I saw them with my own eyes," Emma explained. "I saw what you wrote to him. I saw what you sent him. So don't stand there and lie to my face." I felt I was going crazy. There were no texts. There were no pictures. Ryan had never received anything from me. "Emma, please," Ryan is the one who came on to me that night. He followed me into the kitchen and put his hands on my waist. He said you didn't appreciate him. I shoved him off and told him I would tell you everything. And he grabbed my wrist and said, "No one would ever believe me." Ryan's eyes welled up with tears as he sighed deeply. "This is exactly what I was afraid of, babe," he said. "Emma, I told you she would flip everything around. I told you she would try to make me the bad guy. I didn't want to say anything because I knew it would tear your family apart. But I couldn't keep lying to you anymore." Emma and my mother were sobbing. I saw my life deteriorate from the center out. I screamed out, "Mom," then turned to see her behind the broken glass. "Mom, please. You know me. You know I would never do something like this." My mother's disapproval in her eyes made me feel it in my heart. "I think you need to leave Megan," she said quietly. I attempted to approach Dad, but he was already heading toward the house, suspicious. I stood there, surrounded by people who should admire me, yet no one glanced at me. Ryan noticed me, and as Emma moved to bury her face in his chest, he winked at me swiftly and quietly, letting me know he had won. He had not. I would not ask my family to trust me over a man who had assaulted me first. He just feels that he won since he lied before I did. He is unaware that I aim to expose him. His present level of confidence will lead to his doom. He'll destroy his story with words before the end of the week. I will provide an update. Sophie, my niece, approached me as I reached for a burger from the grill during my parents' backyard BBQ and hit me across the face, ringing my ear. I stumbled backward and grabbed the picnic table edge to keep from collapsing. Sophie scowled at me and added, "Mommy says you deserve it because you're a whore." My cousin yelled, "What the hell?" as my mother dropped her lemonade on the patio, breaking it. Everyone looked at Sophie, then at me, when a 7-year-old labeled me a whore in front of my family. Why? I had no idea. My voice trembled as I murmured to Sophie, "Why are you saying that to me?" Sophie didn't respond. She looked at me with a petulant smile and crossed her arms across her chest. My sister Emma and her husband Ryan stormed across the yard. Emma was the dramatic one in the family, slamming doors and yelling during disagreements while I sat quietly and waited. This much hatred had never crossed her face before. She treated me like rotten trash. "Get away from my daughter." Emma snatched Sophie and slammed her behind her back. "Emma, what is happening right now?" I asked. "What did I do?" my father said. "Girls, let's take this inside and talk about it calmly." Emma didn't listen. She was intended to destroy me. "You know exactly what you did," Emma said. "My birthday party last month. You waited until I was blowing out my candles and then you followed my husband into the kitchen." "Not true," I replied promptly. Emma yelled, "Be quiet." They pressed against him. "You muttered your longing into his ear, trying to drive your tongue into his throat. After he shoved you away, you grabbed his belt and told him I'd never know." My mother said, "Oh my God, Megan," behind me. I heard murmuring among the family members watching my life fall apart. "None of that happened," I said. "Emma, I swear to you, none of that happened." "So my husband is a liar?" she said. "Are you saying this now? Ryan made up everything just for fun, right?" Ryan approached Emma, grabbing her shoulder. "Babe, don't hurt yourself," he murmured. "She won't admit it." "No," Emma said. Ryan stood behind my sister, his mouth rigid and gaze fixed on the ground. "I want to hear her say it. I want to hear her stand there and call my husband a liar to his face." He shook his head slowly. He seemed traumatized. He appeared to be talking about something that didn't happen. "Ryan is lying," I said, my voice cracking. "I would never do that to my sister Emma. I'd never thought about Ryan in that manner." "Don't mention his name," Emma shouted. "The texts, Megan. The pictures you've been sending him for months, begging him to meet up with you behind my back. When he kept saying no, you cornered him at my party and tried to force yourself on him. He showed me everything." "What texts?" I couldn't stop crying. "What pictures, Emma? There are no texts. There are no pictures. None of this ever happened." "I saw them with my own eyes," Emma explained. "I saw what you wrote to him. I saw what you sent him, so don't stand there and lie to my face." I felt I was going crazy. There were no texts. There were no pictures. Ryan had never received anything from me. "Emma, please." Ryan is the one who came onto me that night. He followed me into the kitchen and put his hands on my waist. He said you didn't appreciate him. I shoved him off and told him I would tell you everything. And he grabbed my wrist and said, "No one would ever believe me." Ryan's eyes welled up with tears as he sighed deeply. "This is exactly what I was afraid of, babe," he said. "Emma, I told you she would flip everything around. I told you she would try to make me the bad guy. I didn't want to say anything because I knew it would tear your family apart. But I couldn't keep lying to you anymore." Emma and my mother were sobbing. I saw my life deteriorate from the center out. I screamed out, "Mom," then turned to see her behind the broken glass. "Mom, please. You know me. You know I would never do something like this." My mother's disapproval in her eyes made me feel it in my heart. "I think you need to leave, Megan," she said quietly. I attempted to approach Dad, but he was already heading toward the house, suspicious. I stood there, surrounded by people who should admire me, yet no one glanced at me. Ryan noticed me, and as Emma moved to bury her face in his chest, he winked at me swiftly and quietly, letting me know he had won. He had not. I would not ask my family to trust me over a man who had assaulted me first. He just feels that he won since he lied before I did. He is unaware that I aim to expose him. His present level of confidence will lead to his doom. He'll destroy his story with words before the end of the week. I will provide an update. My hands were trembling so violently that I had to stop twice on the way home from the BBQ. I wept at a grocery store parking lot while driving. Emma made an accusation against me. That night was so vivid that I felt dreadful. It was her birthday party. She rented the back room of her favorite Italian restaurant and invited everyone she knew. My attire was green since Emma always said green was my color, and I wanted to look lovely on her special night. Ryan welcomed me immediately as I walked in. He said I was beautiful and kissed my cheek. My brothers-in-law do it, so I said thank you without thinking. They laud the wives' sisters. It does not need to mean anything. But then I saw he was looking at me over meals, not my face. Lower. Despite the fact that I had done nothing wrong, his stare made me feel vulnerable, so I tugged on the collar of my dress. Ryan whispered, "That dress is doing things to me, Megan." I chuckled uncomfortably and walked to speak with my cousin across the room as Emma stood up to go to the toilet. I said I misheard him. I told myself he was strange and charming, like some men who have had too much alcohol. The alternative was too terrifying, so I told myself numerous things that night. Everyone went to the main room for dessert after dinner. Emma hoped with her eyes closed and hands clasped at the head of the table. I saw her happy and thought how fortunate she was to have found love. Maybe I'll discover it too. I slipped into the kitchen to get some water since the booze was making my head hurt. I stood at the sink in the quiet room, pouring a glass and stroking the chilly edge against my forehead. Then I heard footfall behind me. I turned to see Ryan standing in the doorway. His usual grin was gone. He glanced at me with a different expression. Hungry. There's just one term to describe it. He seemed starving. "There you are," he said. "I've been trying to get you alone all night." I laughed for no reason. "What are you talking about? Come on, Megan." He pushed off the door frame and walked toward me. "Don't play dumb with me. I see the way you look at me when you think nobody's watching. I see the way you dress when you know I'll be around that green dress tonight." That was for me, wasn't it? I backed up to the sink's edge. The counter was frigid despite my light attire. I remember thinking it couldn't happen. This must be a joke. "Ryan, whatever you're thinking, you should stop right now." He proceeded. He continued going till he was in front of me. I could smell champagne on his breath and see his pupils expand in the dim kitchen light from so close. Then he grasped my waistline. When his fingers brushed my hips through my dress, I froze because my brain couldn't process it fast enough to react. "Emma doesn't appreciate me," he said, almost kissing my ear. "She does not look at me the same way that you do. Megan, we could be awesome together. Only once. She doesn't need to know." I shoved. He lurched backward and almost collapsed as I shoved him hard. I yelled, "Get off me," loud enough to startle someone but not enough to fill the entire room. "What is wrong with you? Emma is my sister. I would never do that to her." Ryan's expression became sour as his charm disappeared. His jaw clenched and his gaze froze. He scared me briefly. "You're making a mistake," he whispered. "I was trying to be pleasant about it. I was giving you an opportunity. But if you want to play that way, that's okay." The way he fixed his shirt and looked at me made my skin crawl. "Just so you know," he said. "Megan, if you tell Emma about this chat, I'll tell her you came on to me. You've been messaging me for months, and you flung yourself at me tonight and I turned you down because I love my wife. She'll believe me. I'm her husband, and you're her jealous single sister who has never had a boyfriend, so she'll believe me." I gasped. "You're insane," I gasped. "I'm going to tell her everything." He grabbed my wrist as I attempted to flee outside. He grabbed my arm and squeezed so hard that I gasped. He said, "No," in a menacingly cold tone. "You're not. Because if you do, I will destroy you. I will turn your whole family against you. Your mom, your dad, your cousins, everyone. By the time I'm done, they'll all think you're the whore who tried to break up your sister's marriage. Is that what you want, Megan? Is that the hill you want to die on?" I grabbed his arm and ran out the door. His fingers left red lines on my wrist, which was painful. I almost told Emma everything when I saw her in the main room with her family singing happy birthday. I almost grabbed her arm and led her aside to show her my wrist markings and persuade her to trust me. Ryan followed me out of the kitchen and stood across the room, gazing at me with a "I dare you" expression. I was terrified. He expressed everything in a bad sense, which scared me. She would trust her husband over her unmarried sister. My parents trusted their loyal son-in-law more than their daughter, with whom they had never been compatible. Because Ryan was charming and affluent, and I was Megan, everyone would support him. I hugged my sister and wished her a happy birthday before going home and not talking. I figured keeping away from him would be excellent. I figured skipping family gatherings would help him forget and move on, allowing us to pretend it never occurred. Ryan did not forget. Ryan stayed. While I remained mute to save the peace, he lied to Emma about texts and images that did not exist. He was arguing his case against me in whispers. He was becoming the victim, and I was the villain. It was too late when I uncovered his hidden activities. He had won, or believed he had. In the grocery store parking lot, weeping, I realized my worst mistake. Allow him time. I let him poison my family against me for a month while I sat silently, hoping it would go away. I handed him the knife he used to attack me in the back because I wanted to avoid conflict. Ryan continuously underestimates the people he damages. He thought I was broken. He expected me to disappear. He had no idea what I could achieve without fear. I needed to know how deep the harm was. I called my mother. On the fourth ring, she responded. Megan. I'd never heard her voice so cold. Not angry. Exactly. Even worse. Disappointment. I don't think we should be talking right now. Please, Mom, I implored. Just let me explain. Everything Emma said at the barbecue was a lie. Ryan made it all up. He's the one who came on to me at the party. And when I rejected him, he threatened to turn everyone against me. The other side was quiet. I heard her breathing. A calm television was playing in the background. Every year I saw her sitting on the living room couch, where I first began to walk, unwrapping Christmas presents. Where I cried on her shoulder after my first boyfriend broke my heart. My mother eventually said, Ryan showed Emma the text messages. Her tone was low and heavy. He showed her the pictures you sent him. I saw them, Megan. I saw them with my own eyes. It broke my heart. What? The texts. The pictures. I saw what you wrote to him. I saw what you sent him. Emma showed me on her phone. I clenched my steering wheel. Mom, there are no texts. There are no pictures. I have never sent Ryan anything in my entire life. Whatever he showed Emma was fake. He made it up. He fabricated evidence because he knew nobody would believe me otherwise. My mother sighed heavily. Megan, honey, I want to believe you. I do. But I saw those messages. The things you wrote were so explicit, so desperate. I didn't even know you were capable of that kind of language. Because I'm not, I said, sobbing again because I hadn't written them. Mom, please, you have to listen to me. Ryan is lying. He created fake text to make himself look like the victim. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. And you're all falling for it. My mother responded, why would he do that? Why would Ryan go through all that trouble? What would he have to gain from framing you? Because I rejected him, I said. Because he tried to kiss me in the kitchen at Emma's party and I shoved him away and told him I was going to tell her. He threatened me, Mom. He grabbed my wrist and squeezed it so hard there were marks. He told me if I said anything he would destroy me. Another extended pause. My mother spoke again, tired. I don't know what to believe anymore, Megan. I really don't. But I do know that Ryan has always been good to your sister. He's always been good to this family. And those messages I saw looked very real. The timestamps, the phone number, everything matched up. Then let me show you my phone, I implored. Let me come over right now and show you my actual texts. You can look through everything. You can see that I never sent him anything. Please, Mom. Please just give me a chance to prove it. I heard my mother stir on the couch. I can't do that, she whimpered. Emma made me promise not to have any contact with you until you admit what you did and apologize. And honestly, Megan, after everything I saw, I think she's right. I think you need to take some time to think about what you've done. She hung up before I could finish. Sitting there, staring at my phone, I felt as if the ground had swallowed me. Ryan didn't lie. He supplied proof. He established a parallel universe with forged words and images that duped my mother. Attempting to contact Dad. He stayed mute. He responded with, "Give your sister some space." After hours after receiving my text message. Sophie smacked me, and my cousin said, "What the hell?" I called him. My call went to voicemail. 3 days passed without a response. Sitting at my workstation at work, I looked at my computer screen but saw nothing. I cooked and watched television. I did not dine at home. I checked my phone every 5 minutes, hoping that someone would answer and believe me, but all I got were garbage emails and app updates. On the 4th day, I left my apartment to get food since I'd run out of everything and couldn't justify starving myself. While walking to my car, I noticed Ryan's SUV parked across the street, with him in the driver's seat, observing my building. When I recognized him, he grinned and waved as if we were old friends who had crossed paths by happenstance. He stepped out of his door and approached me. Every instinct in my body urged me to run, lock my car, and go. I was so fatigued, enraged and afraid of this man that I simply stood on the sidewalk and watched him approach. "Hey Megan," he began, pausing a few feet away from her. He was grinning, hands in his pockets, deceiving my family with his stunning smile. "How are you holding up?" "What do you want, Ryan?" He tilted his head and appeared worried. "I just wanted to check in on you. Make sure you're doing okay. I know this whole situation has been really hard and I feel bad about how everything went down." I observed him. "You feel bad?" "I do. I never wanted things to get this ugly. I was hoping you would just let it go and we could all move on. But you had to threaten me. You had to make me feel like a criminal for finding you attractive. So, what happened after that is kind of on you when you think about it." This man's bravado and shamelessness in front of me, accusing me of his activities. "Those texts are fake," I said. "Those pictures are fake. You know they're fake because you made them. You fabricated evidence to destroy my life because your ego couldn't handle being rejected." Ryan's smile lingered. "See, that's the thing, Megan. It doesn't really matter what I know. It only matters what everyone else believes. And right now everyone believes that you're a desperate woman who tried to steal her sister's husband. Your mom believes it. Your dad believes it. Emma definitely believes it. And nothing you say is going to change that because I was very thorough." I didn't back away when he approached. "You should have just kept quiet," he said. "That night in the kitchen you should have just kept your mouth shut and none of this would have happened. But you had to threaten me. You had to act like I was some kind of predator for wanting you. So now you get to live with the consequences." He brushed my face with a finger. I slammed his palm so hard that it echoed throughout the buildings. "Don't touch me." Ryan gave a gentle laugh. "There's that fire. I always like that about you, Megan. And Emma just goes along with everything I say. But you actually have some fight in you. It's a shame things had to go this way. We could have been great together." "You're delusional," I said. "I would rather die than let you touch me." He said, "That can be arranged." So nonchalantly that I didn't notice the risk. "I'm kidding. Mostly, but you should know that I told Emma." I restrained my rage at the idea of Ryan being the victim at home. "Please," I said again. "I know I don't deserve it, but I need closure. Just this one chance, and then I'll leave you both alone forever. If that's what you want. I just need to apologize properly face to face so I can start to heal." I heard Emma sigh. "Let me talk to Ryan." "I'll call you back," she said, hanging up. I gazed at my phone on the couch. 20 minutes later she called. "Okay," she said. "Sunday dinner at Mom and Dad's house. 6 o'clock. But Megan, I swear to God, if you try anything or cause any drama, I will never speak to you again. This is your one chance. Don't waste it." "I won't," I said. "Thank you, Emma. Thank you so much. I love you." "I love you too," she said. "That's why this has been so hard." Sunday morning preparations took 2 hours. I applied makeup with care to appear put together without looking too hard. Ryan complimented my curls and flowing hair over my shoulders over a family dinner 2 years ago. I put on a shirt that I knew would draw him. Low cut but not too low, fitted but not too tight, just enough to make him look and wonder if I wore it for him. I arrived at my parents' house at 6. I couldn't read my mother's face as she opened the door. "Megan," joked. "I'm glad you decided to do the right thing." "Me too, Mom," I murmured. She parted to allow me in. When I entered the dining room, everyone was already seated. My father seemed uncomfortable at the head of the table. Sophie stands between Emma and Ryan. The unoccupied chair opposite from them was plainly intended for me. The shame chair. This chair would be used by the accused to ask pardon. I sat and observed the table. It seemed like everyone was watching. Ryan seemed to be paying close attention to me. I soon looked up and noticed him staring at my top. On my chest, not my face. After a time he realized I was looking at him and quickly glanced at his plate. Good. I sparked his curiosity. Dinner was odd. My mother talked about the weather. I addressed my father's job concerns in straightforward language. Emma hardly noticed me. Sophie continued in inquiring why everyone was so silent. During lunch I apologized 3 times. I revealed my shame. My claim was to get professional aid. I can understand if they never trust me again. I kept an eye on Ryan throughout. When I gazed at him, he always returned my gaze. He stopped hiding it when my mother served dessert. Emma told my father about Sophie's school, and he glanced at me. He proceeded to glance at my top, then my face. I kept his gaze for longer than necessary each time I caught him. Not long enough for others to notice, but enough to make you wonder. I rose to the podium and requested, "Emma, can I talk to you and Ryan privately for a minute? I want to apologize to both of you properly away from everyone else." Emma looked at Ryan. Still staring at me, he slowly nodded. "Fine," Emma said. "Let's go to the living room." The 3 of us exited the table and I stood in front of them. "Ryan," I said quietly, approaching him. "I'm so sorry for the way I behaved. I was confused and lonely, and I misread your kindness as something more. That was my mistake. My sickness. You've always been a good husband to my sister and a good father to Sophie, and I never should have put you in that position. I hope someday you can forgive me." Ryan looked at me closely. I could see him trying to figure out whether this was real, whether I had given up, and if his strategy had worked as well as he had hoped. "I appreciate that, Megan," he said. "I know this wasn't easy for you to say, and I want you to know that I forgive you. I just want us all to move forward as a family." His arm encircled Emma. "See, babe, I told you she would come around. She just needed some time to process everything." Emma nodded and wiped her eyes. "Thank you, Megan," she responded. "This means a lot to me. I've missed you so much." I hugged my sister and told her I miss her. Over her shoulder, I noticed Ryan. He grinned. That arrogant smirk he had threatened me with in my flat. His arrogant claim that he had won. I smiled when we met again. Something changed in his face. I was perplexed, curious, and optimistic that I had finally come to my senses. He felt my grin to be important. He felt my outfit noteworthy. He thought I knew what I was missing when I turned him away from the kitchen that night. I'd let him think that till his death. Trap set. Ryan looked at me during dinner. I noticed his eyes constantly searching for reasons to dip to my chest. His smile drew my attention while Emma was not looking. He wanted me. Regardless, he wanted me. He questioned whether I wanted him back. Good. He should believe it. Allow him to get overconfident and stop thinking. Allow him to become so immersed in imagination that he forgets to protect himself. The following family lunch was 2 weeks away. I had 14 days to make Ryan desire me so badly that he'd say anything. I would ask him to say it to his wife. I texted him the next day. Nothing offensive that might hurt me. Simple family greetings that convey affection. "Hey Ryan, do you have the recipe for that pasta Emma made last week? I want to try it. What time is Sophie's dance recital? I want to send her flowers. Thanks for being so understanding at dinner. It meant more than you know." He responded to every communication within minutes. His first answers were guarded. "Sure, here's the recipe. Recital is Saturday at 3. Of course, family is everything." Midway through the first week, the tone shifted. One message had a smiley face, another a wink. He began texting me first at the end of the week. "Been thinking about you today. Hope everything's going okay. You looked really nice on Sunday. Green is definitely your color. Emma's taking Sophie to her mom's this weekend. Going to be pretty lonely around here." I disregarded the messages. I kept them set to red and watched the little message that showed he was typing. Not typing, then typing again. He was puzzled and wanted to know where we stood. Desperation was just what I needed. I dressed even more precisely for the second family dinner. The same technique applies. Low but not too low, fitted but not too tight. I sat across from Ryan at the table, keeping his gaze when Emma turned away. Sometimes I grinned. I occasionally looked down at the table in embarrassment. Sometimes I bit my lip and saw his pupils dilate across the table. He was drowning, and the only thing I could do was throw him a rope. He did not realize the rope was anchored. My mother asked for help with the dishes after supper. I eagerly volunteered and Ryan said, "I'll help too, babe. You stay and relax." Emma was taken aback. "That's sweet of you." Ryan and I entered the kitchen together, and he came to a halt because he was too near. I felt his heat behind me as I rinsed a plate. "You've changed lately," he said quietly. "What do you mean?" I said, looking at the dishes. "The way you've been texting me. The way you keep looking at me at dinner." He approached and grabbed my neck. "The way you've been dressing." I switched off the water and gently wiped my hands. I turned around and leaned on the countertop. Ryan stood inches away, his eyes dark with need. "I've been thinking about that night," I confessed. "In the kitchen at Emma's party," he said. "Yeah, I was scared," I said. "I was so scared of how much I wanted to say yes. So I pushed you away and tried to pretend I didn't feel anything, but I haven't been able to stop thinking about it, Ryan. About what could have happened. About what I missed." His fingers massaged my arm. I tried not to flinch. "I knew it," he said. "I knew you felt it too." I caught his look through my eyelashes. I was hoped we could speak alone. Ryan moved his hand from my arm to my waist, where he held me that night. "When?" "Next Sunday," I announced. "Same thing. You help with dishes, but this time I'll make sure we have more privacy." A wide smile seemed dreadful. "You're serious right now?" "I'm serious," I explained. "I can't stop thinking about you, Ryan. I haven't been able to since that night. I was just too scared to admit it." I heard footsteps and walked away as my mother entered the doorway. "How are those dishes coming along?" "Almost done, Mom?" I brightened. Ryan looked at me as if I had handed him the moon. 1 week. The final section of my strategy was due in 1 week. I only had to get her close enough to hear it without his noticing. I spent 3 days mentally touring Emma's house, memorizing every room, closet, and hiding place. The master bedroom walk-in closet with the slatted doors that lead into the room sprang to mind. Emma could see and hear everything in the bedroom from the closet. The closet would seem dark and empty from the outside. I called Emma Wednesday. "Hey," I said, sounding sisterly. "I was wondering if I could come over early on Sunday before the family dinner. Help you set up and spend some time together. Just the two of us. That would be really nice." She went on. "I've missed our sister time." "Me too. Oh, and hey, Ryan has been so sweet lately. He keeps texting to check in on me. Make sure I'm doing okay. You're really lucky to have him, Emma." I heard a beat of silence when the seed was planted. "He texts you. Just supportive stuff. Nothing weird. He's just being a good brother-in-law, you know, making sure I'm handling everything okay." "Right," Emma said. But her voice changed. "A modest foundation fracture. Good. I wanted her to keep an eye on her marriage. I wanted her to pay closer attention to him than she had previously." I arrived at Emma's apartment 2 hours early on Sunday. Not Ryan's car in the driveway. Emma informed me that he had taken Sophie to get ice cream before letting me in. Wanted to give us some girl time. During the first hour of cooking, I planted small seeds of mistrust. "Ryan seems stressed lately. Is everything okay with you guys? He's been texting me a lot. I hope you don't think that's weird. I feel like he's trying really hard to make things right between all of us. It's sweet, actually." Emma was supposed to ask why her husband was so worried about my well-being with each comment. To sow the smallest seed of doubt that would blossom when she discovered his genuine feelings for her. Emma said she'd take a short shower after we finished cooking. "Make yourself at home," she said. "Ryan should be back soon." This was my opportunity. "Actually," I follow up. "Would you mind if I use the bathroom in your bedroom? The one down here is out of soap." "Sure, go ahead." I entered the master bedroom upstairs. My closet looked just as I remembered it. The door opened, and I looked inside. Perfect room-wide visibility, dark enough to be unnoticed from outside. Ryan's driveway car could be heard. Sophie remarked, "Mommy, we got sprinkles." Emma walked down the stairs to welcome them. Ryan then said, "Where's Megan?" "Upstairs," Emma left the bedroom and down the stairs. Ryan at the bottom looked at me, famished. As I approached him, he said, "Hey," softly. "Hey." We went into the kitchen and he entered my space when we were alone. "So tonight," he mumbled. "We're still on, right?" "Actually, I was thinking," I explained gently. "Maybe we shouldn't do it here. Too risky. What if someone walks in?" His expression indicated disappointment. "Then when?" "After dinner, when everyone leaves. Tell Emma you're tired and want to go lie down, then text me. I'll tell my parents I forgot something and come back." Ryan's eyes widened. "You want to come back here? To my house? To your bedroom?" I said, "I want to do this right, Ryan. I want it to be perfect." It appears like he will faint. "Are you serious?" "I've been thinking about it for 2 weeks. I need to know what it would have been like if I hadn't pushed you away. I need to feel what I was missing." He grabbed my hand. "I'll text you the second she falls asleep." "Don't wait that long," I advised. "Just tell her you need to rest." "I don't think I can wait." After the family arrived, supper was pain. Every minute seemed like an hour. My job was wonderful. The remorseful sister is grateful for the welcome. Beautiful daughter helps the mother. Sophie's nice aunt was playing with her in the living room. I examined the clock on the wall, counting down the minutes till I could murder Ryan, who stared at me with greedy eyes. After supper and everyone had departed, I pulled Emma aside. "Hey, I think I left an earring in your bathroom earlier. Can I run up and check?" "Sure," Emma said. "Do you want help looking?" "No, it's fine. I know exactly where I was standing." I walked upstairs to her bedroom and checked the closet again. I texted Emma from my phone. "Actually, I can't find it. Can you come help me look? I think it might have rolled into your closet." She entered the doorway a minute later. "Where do you think it fell?" "Somewhere in the closet. I opened it looking for extra towels and I think it slipped off when I bent down." Emma went into the closet and checked the floor. "I don't see anything." "Keep looking," I said. "It's a tiny silver hoop. Could be in the corner." Then I messaged Ryan. "Come upstairs bedroom now. Emma's in the shower. I can't wait anymore." His staircase steps were rapid. He entered the doorway, breathing heavily, and lit up as he saw me. "Where is she?" he mumbled, nodding towards the bathroom door. "Shower. We have a few minutes." He entered the room and shut the door. "I cannot believe this is finally happening," my husband said to me. "I've been thinking about you all day, all week. Ever since that night in the kitchen, I haven't been able to get you out of my head." "Tell me," I said, approaching him. "Tell me what you've been thinking about." My waist was once again in his hands. Same grip, possessive clasp. "I've been thinking about what would have happened if you hadn't pushed me away. If you had just let me kiss you. Let me show you what you were missing." I asked. "What would have happened?" "I would have taken you right there in my wife's kitchen," he said desperately. "Emma has no idea what I'm capable of. She's so boring in bed, so predictable. But you, Megan, I could tell from the moment I met you that you were different. That you needed someone who could actually handle you." A gentle sound emanated from the closet. Emma adjusts weight and listens. I asked. "What else?" "Tell me everything." Ryan sketched me. "I wanted to push you up against that counter and show you what a real man feels like. And I wanted to hear you scream my name while my wife was in the next room blowing out her birthday candles. I wanted you to know that you were always the one I really wanted, not Emma. You. And when I said no, when I pushed you away," the man said, "that made me furious. I spent weeks being nice to you, complimenting you, making you feel special, and you rejected me like I was nothing, like I was disgusting. So, I decided if I couldn't have you, I would destroy you instead." I asked. "How?" "Tell me how you did it." Ryan gave a gentle laugh. "It was easy. I made up the texts on a fake messaging app. Made up the pictures too. Spent a whole month telling Emma what a desperate whore you are. Watching your entire family turn against you one by one." He grins. "And the best part, you came crawling back anyway. You apologized. You begged for forgiveness. And now here you are in my bedroom about to give me exactly what I wanted in the first place." "Say it again," I replied. "Say what you did. I want to hear it." "I made it all up," Ryan claimed. "Every single text. Every single picture. You never sent me anything. I fabricated everything and watched your whole family hate you for it. Nobody believed you, Megan. Nobody will ever believe you because I'm the devoted husband and you're just the crazy jealous sister who couldn't handle rejection. The closet door burst open. Emma's expression as she gazed at her hubby in the doorway was memorable. Her face had lost all of its color. Her hands trembled. Tears flooded her eyes. When Ryan turned around, he saw his wife and became paper white. She was aware of every confession, criticism of her dullness, and every detail of how he had gradually destroyed me in order to conceal his betrayal. He had nowhere to hide. "Emma," Ryan sputtered. "Babe, this isn't what it seems." "I heard everything." Emma's voice trembled, making it difficult to talk. "I heard every single word you just said. You made it all up. The texts, the pictures. You made my family hate Megan because she wouldn't sleep with you." Ryan raised his hands. "Okay. Wait. Just listen to me. Megan set this up. She tricked me into coming up here. She made me say those things. None of it was real. I was just telling her what she wanted to hear." Emma screamed and laughed. "I just heard you say it with your own mouth. You said you fabricated the texts. You said you made up the pictures. You said nobody would ever believe her over you. How exactly is that Megan tricking you?" Ryan's expressions changed. Fear, fury, despair, and calculating. He tried to find an angle to twist this, but there was none. His own words doomed him. "Emma, baby, I love you," he said. "Everything I did was to protect our family. Megan was a threat. She was trying to tear us apart. I was just defending what we have." "By framing my sister," Emma said. "By making my daughter call her aunt a whore in front of our entire family. By making me believe my own blood tried to assault my husband." Her tears were falling. "Do you have any idea what I said to her? What I did to her? Our mother won't even look at her anymore because of you. You destroyed her life, Ryan. You destroyed my relationship with my sister. All because your ego couldn't handle her telling you no." "I did it for us," Ryan begged. "Everything I did was for us." "You did it because you're a coward," Emma said. "You did it because the thought of a woman rejecting you was so unbearable that you had to turn yourself into the victim. And instead of dealing with that like a grown man, you decided to ruin an innocent person's life." She moved past him and joined me. She grabbed my hand. "Get out," she murmured. "Emma, come on. Let's just talk about this. Let's go downstairs and work through this together." "Get out of my house," she yelled. "I don't want to look at you. I don't want to hear your voice. I don't want you anywhere near me or my daughter ever again." Ryan's desperation became nasty. "This is my house too. You can't just kick me out." Emma dialed 911 from her phone. She said, "My husband is refusing to leave and I feel unsafe. He's also been stalking and harassing my sister, and I have evidence." Ryan's eyes opened. "Emma, hang up the phone right now." "You're being hysterical, sir," Emma said, breathing steadily as tears flowed. "If you're still here, I'll tell them about how you harassed my sister, grabbed her hard enough to leave marks and faked evidence to harm her reputation. How you revealed everything, assuming no one was listening. My phone recorded it." Her phone's voice memo app was running while she taped from the closet. Ryan's confidence crumbled in real time. His shoulders sank, his face became gray, and he snatched his keys from the drawer, glaring at us with hate. "This isn't over," he commented. "I promise that both of you will regret this." After rushing out of the bedroom, the front door slammed so hard that the house rocked. His car began and sped out of the driveway so rapidly that I heard the tires screech. Emma trembled as she looked in the direction her husband had gone. "I'm so sorry that I believed him," she wailed in my arms while I held her. "You didn't know he manipulated you." Her apologies continued as I held her, experiencing the healing power of sisterhood over years. "My sister told my mom she was dying, but her lies were unraveled when I exposed her fake illness to secure all the inheritance for herself. She said it like she wanted me to buy milk while holding the gift I spent 3 months making for her. I made a photo album with photos from her entire life from relatives across the country. Perhaps mishearing, I asked, "What do you mean don't come? It's your 58th birthday. I've been planning my speech for weeks." My mother sighed in frustration. "Samantha feels uneasy around you. Her day to bond with me without competition is needed." Samantha, 30, had been my stepsister for 10 months since my mother married her father. "Competition? Mom? Daughter of yours. Your daughter. Attending every birthday for 32 years. The other end was silent. She said something to make me queasy. The issue is that. Have 32 years. Samantha needs time to catch up. I drove to her house immediately. It was 9 p.m., but the lights were on and people were decorating. The driveway held my Aunt Lisa's car. My cousin Chris's truck was too. There they prepared for tomorrow. My stepfather David answered, embarrassed, when I knocked. Maybe you should return. He tried to close the door, but I saw my mom hanging streamers with Samantha in the living room. I shouted Mom, and she froze. My mother nodded when Samantha whispered. She went to the door but didn't invite me. This was discussed. Tomorrow is Samantha's big day. I ignored her to look at the Happy 65th Birthday Mom banner with my mother and Samantha. Just two. The photo displays around the room made me wonder, where are the pictures of me? Everyone showed my mom with Samantha or David. I lost 32 years. Samantha made them. They're kind. My mom smiled like nothing was wrong. She labored over them. Aunt Lisa arrived at the door. What's happening? Why is Rachel outside? She appeared confused. My mother straightened. Rachel won't arrive tomorrow. She agreed it's best after discussing it. I agreed to nothing. Lisa looked between us. Are you crazy? Yes, your daughter. Samantha appeared with a cake decorator. She triggers me. Her presence brings back childhood trauma. Everyone stopped. Trauma? What? I requested. We only met last year. Samantha cried on command. You resemble my childhood bully. Not your fault, but you prevent me from healing. It was my first time hearing about this. Samantha was held by my mother. She requires assistance. Genuine family support. Lisa laughed but wasn't amused. Emma, you've gone insane. Your real family is Rachel. Mom's face changed. Now David and Samantha are my family. I chose family. Some ties are stronger than blood. Chris emerged from the kitchen. Dear Aunt Emma, the restaurant needs a final count tomorrow. Number of people? My mother stared at me. 40. Everyone but Rachel. Chris was dumbfounded. You're excluding your daughter? David then advanced. It benefits everyone. I didn't understand, but Rachel did. Mom, what's happening? Did Samantha talk to you? Was she threatening? Samantha cried harder. See? Again, she attacks me. This is my point. My mother ran inside after her. David was at the door. You should. You upset them. Lisa grabbed my arm. Come to my car now. Sitting in her driveway, she pulled out her phone. Last week your mother changed her will. Samantha gets everything. The house, savings, and grandmother's jewelry. When my grandmother died, she left me certain pieces. My mother kept them until my wedding. You know this how? I requested. Just because she asked me to watch. I told her she was wrong and refused. She then announced Samantha's terminal diagnosis. Blood chilled. Terminal. She has what? Lisa shrugged. She wouldn't say. But Samantha needed motherly love before dying. You had decades, but Samantha had months or weeks. Felt sick. As she dies, she wants my mom to herself. Shaking her head, Lisa. I doubt she's dying. Your mother believes her, even though I think she's lying. To my cousin Lisa's house we drove. Samantha supposedly received treatment from her. Get her medical records. Spotify now has requested reads. Check the description or comments link. Laptops were brought closer. Lisa tapped the keyboard as we watched the screen load in her kitchen. The hospital database took forever to find Samantha's file. Lisa's expression changed when it appeared. She scrolled through empty pages. No chemotherapy records, oncology appointments, or treatments. Only 2 visits were listed. 2 years ago for a sprained wrist and last March for the flu. Lisa gave me a stack of Samantha's hospital medical history and printed everything she could without breaking privacy laws. Every page showed she was alive. We drove back to Lisa's house after midnight with the evidence on my lap like it weighed 100 pounds. While waiting for us, Chris became angry and punched the wall when we showed him the printouts. Lisa made coffee we didn't drink while we pondered our next steps at her kitchen table. Chris suggested hiring someone to investigate Samantha's past because if she lied about being terminal, she probably lied about other things. Diane knew fraud-fighting private investigator Dylan Paday from her courthouse job. Even though it was almost 12:30 a.m., he answered on the 3rd ring when she called. Diane explained the situation while Chris and I listened. Dylan offered to meet us the next day and investigate Samantha's background immediately. We kept making lists of Samantha's suspicious features and story because we couldn't sleep. The terminal illness that changed depending on who she talked to, how she isolated my mother from anyone who questioned her, and how quickly everything happened after my mother married David. We had 2 pages of red flags that should have been obvious by sunrise. Diane called Sarah Nelson 9 a.m. Sarah, a family lawyer who handled elder manipulation cases, helped Diane's friend's father change his will suspiciously last year. Sarah agreed to review our data and meet with us that afternoon. The hospital records, timeline, and Samantha's behavior concerns were brought to her office. Sarah spent 2 hours reviewing every document and asking about my mother's relationship with David and Samantha's quick takeover. She said proving undue influence in court was difficult but possible. The rapid will change helped us. The fact that my mother had abandoned me after 32 years helped us. Samantha's history of health deception helped us. Sarah said we needed more evidence before suing, but we had enough to start. Now we must document every interaction with my mother and Samantha, she said. Record calls if possible. Save text messages. Keep a record of Samantha's growing control over my mother's finances and decisions. Sarah warned us that manipulators like Samantha doubled down when threatened, making cases like this worse. I called my mother 3 times the following week, but she never answered. Left messages saying I loved her and wanted to talk. I texted to check on her. Nothing. On the 8th day, David finally picked up when I called. He told me Samantha had a health crisis after the party and my mother was too stressed to deal with me right now. I asked what kind of health crisis and David got vague. Something about her heart, or maybe her lungs. He wasn't sure, but it was serious, and seeing me would make it worse. I asked to speak with my mother directly, but David said she was resting. He hung up before I could say anything else. I called Diane immediately and told her about the conversation. She added it to our timeline showing how Samantha used fake medical emergencies to keep my mother isolated. Dylan called 2 days later with information that made my hands shake. Samantha's supposed terminal illness changed depending on who she was talking to. He'd interviewed 3 of my mother's neighbors and 1 of my cousins who'd spoken to Samantha at the party. She told my mother it was cancer. She told my cousin Olivia it was a rare heart condition. She told the neighbor across the street it was a blood disorder that doctors couldn't treat. Dylan said the inconsistencies were obvious once you started looking for them. A real dying person would have a consistent diagnosis and treatment plan. Samantha's story shifted to match whatever got her the most sympathy from each person. Dylan was still digging into her background, but already he'd found gaps in her employment history and addresses that didn't match what she'd told David. He said he'd have more information in a few days. Lisa contacted Mia Matthews at the hospital. Mia was an administrator Lisa trusted who'd worked there for 15 years. Lisa explained the situation carefully, staying within privacy regulations while asking Mia to verify whether Samantha had been treated for any serious conditions. Mia spent 3 days checking records across their hospital network. She found nothing. No cancer treatment at any of their facilities, no heart condition monitoring, no blood disorder diagnosis. Mia provided official documentation that we could use legally showing Samantha had never been a patient for any of the terminal illnesses she claimed. The documents were stamped and signed and completely legitimate. Mia told Lisa she'd seen cases like this before where people faked illnesses to manipulate family members. She said the hospital took fraud seriously, and if Samantha had used fake medical documents to deceive anyone, we should report it. Chris went to my mother's house to check on her because she still wasn't answering my calls. He found her in the backyard pulling weeds while Samantha sat on the porch drinking lemonade. Chris said my mother looked thin and tired, but she smiled when she saw him. He tried to ask how she was doing, but Samantha interrupted constantly. Every time Chris mentioned me, Samantha would say something about her health or her stress levels. My mother seemed completely under Samantha's spell. She kept talking about making every moment count because Samantha didn't have much time left. She said Samantha needed her full attention and support. David stood in the doorway looking uncomfortable, but he didn't contradict anything Samantha said. Chris tried 3 times to ask questions about Samantha's diagnosis or treatment plan. Each time, both my mother and David shut him down immediately. My mother said it was private. David said it wasn't his place to share. Samantha just smiled and changed the subject. Chris felt worse after leaving. I drove to my mother's the next morning. I knocked and waited. Samantha answered in my mother's robe. She treated me like a stranger selling something. Whether my mother was home. Sam leaned against the doorframe, clutching her chest. She said seeing me stressed her out and could cause a health emergency. She gasped for air while saying it. It looked staged as her hand pressed against her heart. Then I realized I was watching a performance she'd done many times. The staged illness, dramatic symptoms, and convenient timing. Samantha learned this routine to look natural. Samantha saw David behind her, looking guilty but silent. I requested direct communication with my mother. David entered, blocking the doorway. He said my mother was sleeping and couldn't be disturbed. I tried to pass him but failed. My stomach turned as Samantha watched with a slight smile. Her health was fine, she lived. She was having fun. Samantha's smile grew as David closed the door in my face. I waited 8 minutes on the porch for my mother. She never did. Lisa and I discussed legal options with Sarah again at her office. We brought everything from the past 2 weeks. Hospital records, inconsistent illness stories, Chris's claims about my mother's behavior, Mia's documentation. Sarah carefully reviewed everything before suggesting options. She said we needed more proof before acting. Right now we had enough to raise questions but not prove undue influence in court. She suggested documenting every interaction, including dates, times, and witnesses, to show Samantha's growing control over my mother's decisions and finances. Sarah said cases like this required patience because we needed to prove a pattern of manipulation, not isolated incidents. She warned us that confronting my mother now would likely backfire because Samantha had her convinced. Dylan called that night with Phyllis Hamilton News. Samantha worked with her at a downtown insurance company 5 years ago. Dylan found her through employment records, and she met with us. Phyllis promised to bring her daughter Danielle, who went to high school with Samantha and had important stories. A coffee shop near Lisa's house was our meeting spot the next day. I couldn't sleep that night, wondering what they would say and if it would save my mother from Samantha's plans. I met Phyllis and Danielle at the coffee shop the next morning. In her 50s, Phyllis had tired eyes from too much workplace drama. Danielle sat with her mother holding a paper folder. We got drinks in a quiet corner booth. Phyllis showed me photos of Samantha from their insurance company 5 years ago on her phone. Although she was younger, her smile was the same as at my mother's. Samantha joined their team to pay for cancer treatments, according to Phyllis. Everyone felt sorry for her and donated when she mentioned medical bills. Fundraisers and bake sales were held by the company to cover her expenses. Samantha raised over $14,000 from co-workers who believed they were saving her life over 5 months. Then, a hospital employee's husband said he'd never seen Samantha for treatment. Samantha was never sick, according to a quiet company investigation. She planned doctor appointments and treatments while spending money on vacations and shopping. Management offered her a choice: return the money and leave quietly, or face charges. Samantha returned most of it and vanished a week later. Phyllis felt stupid for believing the lies, but Samantha's stories of pain, fear, and gratitude were so convincing. Danielle pulled out old social media screenshots from her folder. She showed high school photos of Samantha with different groups of students. Danielle said Samantha targeted lonely or troubled kids. She'd quickly become their best friend and discover their weaknesses. Samantha would then cause a crisis to gain attention. She sometimes accused family of abuse. She sometimes lied about illness or threats. She lied and slandered friends until they fought. Samantha then joined a new group and started over. Danielle showed me a photo of Olivia, who resembled me. Similar features and hair color. Samantha's junior year target was Olivia until she discovered the manipulation and alerted others. Samantha claimed Olivia had bullied her for months and ruined her life. Samantha cried convincingly, so most people believed her. Olivia switched schools to avoid harassment. Danielle thought the story about me looking like Samantha's childhood bully was fabricated. Samantha needed a reason to kick me out so she could have my mother. It made me sick to listen. Samantha didn't just appear in my mother's life. She'd planned and calculated how to steal everything from me. Dylan leaned forward and said, Samantha probably watched my mother and David for weeks before David introduced her. She would have known their habits and emotional weaknesses. She'd know my mother was vulnerable after her divorce and eager to please her new husband. She would have noticed David's guilt or desire to be a good father. Samantha studied them like a predator before attacking. They gave us everything, including contact information for former co-workers who remembered Samantha's scam. Chris commented during lunch on how Samantha had manipulated the office. He said she played people against each other while posing as an innocent victim in need of protection. Pattern was constant. Gain trust by being vulnerable. Use manufactured crisis to extract resources. Disappear before people comprehend. I was overwhelmed with evidence when we left the coffee shop. After Diane drove us home, we categorized everything: financial scams, fake illnesses, emotional manipulation, multi-victim behavior. My mother believed every lie about Samantha despite the growing case. My Uncle James called that night to say he'd tried to talk to David at the downtown hardware store. James went there because David shopped there every Saturday morning. He asked David for a private conversation in the lumber section. David was pale and wouldn't talk about Samantha or my mother. James said David looked scared and trapped, not angry or defiant. When James mentioned Samantha, his hands shook. David kept looking around as if someone was watching. He almost fled when James demanded answers. James thought Samantha might control David too. She may have threatened or blackmailed him. David's fear wasn't for his daughter. He looked like a man who'd made a big mistake and couldn't fix it. Diane contacted the lawyer who observed my mother's will change. She called his office after finding him in county records after she refused. Diane carefully explained the situation to the lawyer, who was reluctant to discuss client matters. She cited fraud and elder abuse. My lawyer finally admitted that my mother seemed anxious and rushed during the appointment. She kept checking her phone and window. He asked if she was sure about the changes, and she said yes, but her voice wavered. The lawyer saw a car outside his office all along. A driver watching the building. He'd thought it odd but didn't question it. Now he realized Samantha probably made sure my mother changed her will. A statement from the lawyer was offered if we sued. I spent the weekend going through boxes of old photos and documents in my apartment closet. My mother sent me personalized birthday cards every year. Photos from my high school graduation showing her pride. Photos from 30 years of family vacations. She wrote me letters about missing me in college. A relationship timeline was created by chronologically organizing everything. 32 years of proof I wasn't Samantha's problem. My mother loved and was proud in every photo. Every card confirmed our deep bond. Samantha wanted to erase everything and replace it with her story. I made copies of the most important items and presented our actual history. Chris found something disturbing on social media that weekend. Samantha posted about her dying mother on multiple platforms. She detailed how she was cherishing every moment with my mother in her final months in her emotional posts. She described their special relationship. She posted photos of them looking like the perfect mother-daughter pair. No mention of me in the post. Samantha believed my mother had one loving daughter. Random strangers who didn't know they were reading fiction offered sympathy and support. Samantha even started a fundraising page for my mother's medical bills. Even though my mother was healthy, Dylan received Chris's screenshots and added them to our growing evidence. The news Dylan gave me on Monday made my hands shake. He found Samantha's 10-year-old ex-husband. Noah divorced Samantha after discovering she'd faked a pregnancy and miscarriage to manipulate him. Noah told Dylan Samantha claimed to be pregnant early in their marriage. She showed him fake ultrasound photos and talked about their baby often. Noah enthusiastically bought baby furniture and prepared a nursery. Samantha announced she'd miscarried and needed time to grieve. She used the fabricated tragedy to manipulate Noah and demand money for medical bills and therapy. Noah found the fake ultrasound photos online and discovered the truth. Samantha downloaded and printed stock photos. He confronted her, and she confessed without remorse. She laughed and called him stupid for believing her. Noah divorced her immediately and offered to detail her deception. He wanted to prevent Samantha from hurting others like she did him. We took everything we'd collected over the past 2 weeks to Sarah on Tuesday. Hospital records, witness statements from Phyllis and Danielle, Samantha's scams on previous families, Noah's statement about the fake pregnancy, Chris's social media posts, and my mother's relationship timeline. Sarah meticulously took notes and asked questions. She said we had a strong case for will undue influence. The rapid change and Samantha's history of manipulation established a pattern. Depending on Samantha and my mother's financial transactions, we could also charge fraud. Sarah suggested we try to reach my mother again before filing a lawsuit. She suggested a letter that presented all the evidence in a clear, factual manner, which my mother couldn't ignore like a phone call or visit. Diane offered to write the letter that night. Her hours of drafting and revising ensured every point was clear and supported by evidence. We revealed Samantha's history in the letter. Phyllis, Noah, and other willing victims' contact information was included. It described fake terminal illnesses, fake pregnancies, and targeting vulnerable people. Financial fraud and social media deception were described. Diane copied the most crucial evidence and sent it with the letter. She sent everything certified mail the next morning to prove my mother received it. We had to see if my mother would finally see Samantha for who she was. My mother didn't reply for 3 days. Chris called me the third night to say he saw Emma at the grocery store that afternoon. She looked terrible. Thin, like she'd lost weight quickly, and pale and drawn. Chris tried to talk to her, but she saw him coming and ran out of the store, leaving her cart half full in the aisle. She didn't look back when he called her. That image haunted me all night. My mother fleeing her nephew in a grocery store. Samantha twisted her up so much she couldn't face family. The next morning Diane's phone rang while we had coffee at her kitchen table. Her face changed immediately when she answered. Her phone was on speaker and she shouted, "James." James Turner advised my mother financially for 20 years. His services included retirement account management, tax planning, and investment advice. They had volunteered together years earlier, so Diane knew him. James sounded worried. I'd been trying to reach Emma for 2 weeks about some unusual account activity, but she wouldn't answer my calls or emails. Large withdrawals and transfers to unfamiliar accounts. Everything since she married David. He was worried enough to contact family because something felt wrong. Diane requested that he meet with us to explain everything. James agreed immediately and offered to visit Diane that afternoon. He arrived with a briefcase full of papers at 2 o'clock. He spread account statements and transaction records at Diane's dining room table. I was sickened by the numbers. The past 5 months, Emma withdrew over $37,000. Start with a few hundred, then $4,500, $7,500, $10,500. James cited a statement showing Emma and Samantha opened a joint account 2 weeks ago. He wasn't informed and didn't know about it until the transfer records. Money was transferred from Emma's retirement account to this joint account and then disappeared. James said he'd advised Emma since her 30s. He knew her spending and financial goals. This behavior was uncharacteristic. She always handled money carefully and consulted him before big purchases. Now she was draining accounts without telling him and ignoring his concerns. He asked us if we knew because it looked like someone was systematically stealing from her financially. I showed James Samantha's hospital records, victim statements, and the multi-family fraud pattern. He reclined and shook his head. He had seen con artists drain older people's accounts before. Romance or investment scams were typical. He'd never seen it with a relative, but the pattern was the same. Trust, urgency, isolate victim from advisors, extract money, disappear. Diane called Dylan to come over immediately. He arrived 30 minutes later and James showed him the financial records. Dylan said he could legally get bank records now that we had fraud evidence. He made some calls at the table and subpoenaed Emma's account and transaction histories by day's end. The bank records arrived 2 days later. Dylan spread them on Diane's dining room table and we read them all. The pattern was worse than James said. Emma's funds were transferred to Samantha's 3 accounts. James found a joint account. Samantha opened 2 personal accounts with Emma's address. Samantha transferred families like Dylan had found before. She started with small amounts to avoid suspicion, then increased them as she gained control. Samantha convinced an elderly man to take out a second mortgage and send her the money. Everything was gone. It was strange to be right and horrified. We were right about Samantha all along. She stole from my mother and others. However, seeing the numbers and knowing how much damage she'd done made me vomit. $37,000 gone. Samantha just received my mother's 30-year-old retirement savings. James came that night after Diane called. He meticulously took notes and asked about dates and amounts. He said we had enough evidence to sue to protect Emma's assets. We could get a restraining order to freeze accounts and stop transfers. We could ask the court to overturn the will change for undue influence. We may be able to charge fraud and theft. James said it would take time and court proceedings and humiliate my mother in public. Diane suggested trying another method first. Bring everything to David privately to see if hard evidence will break Samantha's hold on him. David's honesty could help us stop Samantha without dragging my mother into a public legal battle. It was risky, but we tried. We discovered David's workplace, Chris, a supply company manager in Industrial Town. Diane and I drove there Tuesday during his lunch break. He emerged from the building after we waited in the parking lot. I exited the car and called him. David paled at me. He turned and walked toward the building. I ran after him and grabbed his arm. I told him we had proof Samantha had stolen from multiple families and was stealing from Emma. David stopped walking. In the parking lot, he stared at the ground. Diane stopped us and suggested we talk privately in David's car. David walked to his car and unlocked it without speaking. We all entered. David drives. I sit in the passenger seat. Diane in the back. I took out the folder with our collected items. previous victim statements, bank records showing transfers, hospital documentation proving Samantha had never been treated for a terminal illness, and her behavior timeline. While reading each page, David's hands shook. Diane identified each person and explained Samantha's actions. The fake pregnancy, cancer diagnosis, stolen money, and broken relationships. David cried with his head in his hands. His body shook with deep sobs. He felt trapped despite knowing something was wrong for weeks. Samantha threatened him. She warned him that she would tell Emma that he had hit her, threatened her, and tried to control her if he didn't support her story about being his daughter and terminally ill. David feared divorce and being accused of something he never did. How to fight someone who lied so easily was beyond him. David's next statement made everything worse. He was approached by Samantha before meeting Emma. She found him and claimed to be his long-lost daughter from a brief relationship decades earlier. She had plausible info about his past. She knew his residence and workplace. She knew his dates' names. David wanted to believe her because he regretted never having kids. For confirmation, he tested paternity. Results were negative. Samantha wasn't his biological daughter, but she'd already gained his trust. She knew everything about him, met his friends and lived in his apartment. David questioned her paternity test. Samantha didn't act surprised or upset. She smiled and said she never thought he was her father. He seemed lonely, and she needed a place to stay. Then she told him she found Emma online and thought she'd be a good target. She threatened to ruin David's reputation if he didn't help her get close to Emma. She recorded private conversations. She accessed his email and bank accounts. She implied he was dangerous and would be arrested. David tried to leave her, but she followed. Samantha entered the relationship when he started dating Emma. She convinced Emma she was David's daughter and wanted to join their new family. Emma was with Samantha when David realized what was happening. Samantha isolated Emma from me and other family members, leaving David helpless. He watched Emma change her will and withdraw money. He knew it was wrong, but Samantha had warned him she would destroy him if he exposed her. I wanted to scream at David for allowing this. To watch my mother be manipulated and do nothing while Samantha destroyed our family. He was just another person Samantha had trapped, as I saw him crying in his car with shaking hands. Diane must have seen my face because she put her hand on my arm and whispered to David about what to do. She said the only solution was to tell Emma the truth together. Everyone, with all our evidence. David wiped his face and nodded, but his voice was rough when he spoke. Samantha was getting worse, so we had to be careful. She was acting strangely, more angry, and less careful about hiding her true self as money ran out. David thought she was planning something big before she disappeared. Maybe getting Emma to sign over the house or take out a huge loan. He heard Samantha on the phone twice this week discussing property values and equity loans. Diane took out her phone and called immediately. She contacted Emma's 30-year neighbors, the Hendersons. They saw me mature. Diane quickly explained everything to Mrs. Henderson. So Emma was in trouble. We needed her alone without Samantha to tell her the truth. Mrs. Henderson noted Emma's changes. She looked skinny. How she only went outside with Samantha anymore. Her guard dog-like watch over Emma. They offered immediate assistance. The plan was simple. Mrs. Henderson called Emma the next morning to invite her to coffee. Short visit between old friends. David said Samantha went to the bank on Wednesday mornings instead of doctor appointments. We might have an hour. Diane and I waited in the Hendersons' living room the next morning. My stomach ached and hands shook. Mr. Henderson watched the window and reported Emma walking up the walk alone at 10:15. Mrs. Henderson welcomed Emma in for coffee as promised with a big smile. My mother entered and said she couldn't stay long. Then she saw Diane and me on the couch. Her entire face changed. As she turned back toward the door, Mr. Henderson was there, not blocking her but present. Mrs. Henderson gently touched Emma's arm and asked her to listen for 8 minutes. Only that was needed. 8 minutes. Emma, looking trapped and scared, sat across from us in the chair. I spoke before she left. I told her I loved her, was scared for her, and wasn't angry despite having every right to be. I kept going despite my broken voice. Diane spread papers on the coffee table between us from the folder we brought. She presented each piece methodically like a court case. Previous families of Samantha. The fake terminal illness with hospital records showing she was never treated. Emma's bank statements show $37,000 transferred out. Dave's admission that Samantha wasn't his daughter after the paternity test. Samantha had also threatened and manipulated him. Emma's face changed so much I couldn't keep up. First shock. then denial as she shook her head like we were wrong. She became angry when she said Samantha was sick and we were attacking a dying woman. Diane kept presenting proof. Former Samantha victims' statements. Following timelines show the same pattern. Finally, my mother's expression changed. A horrible realization spread across her face like a nightmare. She kept saying it. But she's dying. But she's dying. Until Diane gave her the hospital records. Official proof Samantha had never been treated for a terminal illness. No heart disease, cancer, rare blood disorder, nothing. My mother cried then. She sobbed, shaking her body. She kept going. Between sobs, she said she'd felt something was wrong for weeks but couldn't see it. Because seeing it would mean facing her crime against me. How poorly she treated her daughter. She was foolish to trust a stranger over her family. Mrs. Henderson rubbed Emma's back with tissues. My mother's red, swollen eyes filled me with horror. Horror at herself, her actions, and what she almost lost. The phone rang in Emma's purse. She disregarded it. It rang repeatedly. It then buzzed with texts. David showed us Samantha's messages on his phone. They weren't like the sweet dying daughter act we'd seen. These messages were cruel, asking where Emma was, why she wasn't answering, telling her not to be with that ungrateful daughter, and threatening another health crisis if she didn't come home. Each message became more aggressive and controlling, revealing a side of Samantha Emma had never seen before. My mother gasped when another text called her stupid and said she was wasting Samantha's time. As Emma read each message, her hand shook. She wasn't sick and worried about her mother. He was upset about losing control. Emma answered when the phone rang again. She spoke calmly when she said she was with friends and would return later. Samantha's response was loud enough to hear without speakerphone. The voice was not Samantha's sweet, weak one. It was cruel and enraged. She called Emma ungrateful and stupid. Said she deserved to die alone because she wasted Samantha's time. She no longer played the sweet dying daughter. Emma's face turned white as Samantha yelled on the phone. Emma then surprised us all. She turned on the speaker and placed the phone on the coffee table for everyone to hear. Samantha's real voice filled the Hendersons' living room as she removed her mask. She shouted how easy Emma was to manipulate. She was pitiful to trust a stranger over her daughter. How she should have made more money before Emma's family interfered. Samantha's hateful words increased with each sentence. She boasted about faking terminal illness. About her past mistreatment of stupid, lonely, love-hungry women. About how she almost signed over the house before we ruined it. She said Emma deserved everything bad because she was weak and worthless. Mom was frozen, listening to everything. Listening to her choice over me revealed her true self. Hearing our proof that everything we told her was true. Samantha shouted, threatened, and revealed her plans. How she first targeted David. How she'd researched Emma online and knew what to press. How she'd leave with everything after draining the accounts and refinancing the house. She couldn't stop talking from anger. Keep confessing everything she did. David took his phone from his pocket and recorded silently. Holding it up allowed the microphone to catch every word spoken. Samantha raged about the fake diagnosis and researching Emma's finances online before David introduced them. She described the other families she'd scammed and their payouts. She said Emma was the easiest target because she needed love after her divorce. After copying Emma's bank account information, she boasted about how easy money transfers were. David held the phone steady while recording through his shaking hand and let Samantha confess everything. She confessed her entire plan because she was so angry. Samantha hung up after calling Emma one last time after almost 8 minutes of recording. Mother froze on couch, staring at nothing. Her face looked empty, like something inside her had broken. She slowly turned to me with tears in her eyes, but they were clear now. I let her take my hand. She apologized repeatedly, even though I wanted to leave. She said she understood if I could never forgive her, but she needed me to know that Samantha had manipulated her, and she was sorry for choosing someone else over her daughter. She cried while speaking, releasing broken, painful words. She believed Samantha's stories because she was lonely after the divorce and wanted to feel needed. She apologized for the will, party, and terrible words she said to me. Diane held Emma and let her cry. While Diane called Sarah, I called the police. I told the operator we had a recorded fraud and elder abuse confession. I played part of the recording over the phone, and the operator's voice changed immediately. She requested Emma's address and dispatched officers immediately. After Diane finished talking to Sarah, she said she was driving to the police station to meet us. I was instructed to save and not delete the recording. She said officers would arrive at Emma's house in minutes to stop Samantha from leaving or destroying evidence. David gave them his house key and said Samantha was probably alone. The operator said 2 units were coming and advised us not to go to the house. At the neighbor's house, we awaited updates. Emma stood shaking and apologized to everyone. She got water and tissues from her neighbors while we stared at our phones in their living room. A police officer called David 30 minutes later. They arrived home to find Samantha packing suitcases in the bedroom. Her bed was covered in my grandmother's jewelry. Her purse contained Emma's checkbook, credit cards, and cash. The officer said Samantha claimed she lived there and was organizing her things, but they found Emma's financial documents and notebooks with account numbers and passwords in her bag. She was arrested immediately for theft and fraud. David was summoned to the station to give a statement and secure the house. Diane was called by the DA 2 days later. She reviewed the case and wanted to prosecute because Samantha's multi-state fraud made it federal. The recorded confession, physical evidence, and Samantha's history with other families supported their case. The district attorney said Samantha's former victims were being contacted for testimony. For court, 2 families agreed to share their experiences. She said such cases were hard to prove without solid evidence, but we had everything. Samantha had high bail due to flight risk. Samantha would remain in jail until the trial, which the district attorney estimated would take 5 months. Emma couldn't stay in Samantha's house after almost a year of manipulation. She took a bag to Diane's guest room. David handled police visits and evidence collection alone at home. He saw a therapist twice a week to deal with his guilt over Samantha hurting Emma and enabling her. Emma initially refused to talk to him, but after a week, she agreed to have coffee with him somewhere neutral. They spent 2 hours discussing Samantha's deception in a diner. David described the fake paternity test and Samantha's threats. Emma cried and said she knew he was trapped. They agreed to marriage counseling, but Emma wasn't ready to return home. Emma and Sarah met to reverse the will change. Emma appeared anxious and rushed during the signing, according to the lawyer who witnessed the coerced document. He said Samantha waited in the car outside his office the whole time and Emma nervously checked her phone. Sarah filed paperwork to restore the original will that left everything to me with provisions for future grandchildren. She said it would take weeks, but the change made reversal easy. Emma signed all the documents and told Sarah she wanted to protect me no matter what happened in our relationship. I visited my mother at Diane's the following week. We discussed everything for an hour in the backyard. Emma explained how Samantha cut her off from her loved ones. She said Samantha would cry when Emma visited me or other family members. She claimed an urgent health crisis requiring Emma's attention. She doubted my motives and suggested I only wanted the inheritance. Emma realized how stupid she was, but Samantha's manipulation felt real. My anger and hurt made me say it would take a long time to trust her again. Nodding, she said she understood. We agreed to meet weekly to fix our relationship. Emma and Lauren Lockwood began working 2 weeks after Samantha's arrest. Lauren specialized in family manipulation and had seen dozens like ours. She told Emma in their first session that Samantha was likely a skilled con artist who targeted people going through major life changes. New marriages made people vulnerable because they wanted blended families to work. Lauren believed Samantha had examined Emma's social media and public records before. David introduced them. She'd researched the divorce and my mother's loneliness and tailored her approach. Emma learned from Lauren that manipulation didn't make her stupid or weak. Samantha intentionally exploited her humanity and trust. Emma asked me to join her in therapy during one of our visits. I thought about it for a few days before saying yes, but she needed to understand first. I said rebuilding trust would take months or years and our relationship might never be the same again after she chose Samantha. I said I'd been erased from her life like I didn't matter, which hurt a lot. She sobbed and promised to prove her sorry as long as it took. I agreed to joint sessions after she worked with Lauren individually. I needed to see real change before sitting with her and a therapist to repair our damage. The district attorney charged Samantha 2 days after her arrest. Major fraud, theft by deception, elderly financial exploitation. The list was 2 pages long. Samantha faced serious prison time if convicted on each count, according to the prosecutor. Bail hearings were quick. Samantha appeared before the judge in an orange jumpsuit instead of her usual clothes. She tried crying, but the judge ignored her. Bail was $180,000. Samantha's public defender said it was too high, but the judge noted her history of fleeing victims. When people asked questions, she vanished from 3 states. Bail stood. Samantha returned to county jail for trial. Dr. Anderson treated couples with manipulation and abuse, including Emma and David. David drove to the first appointment alone because Emma wasn't ready to be with him. Emma joined him after a month of weekly visits. Dr. Anderson explained how Samantha targeted their new marriage's weaknesses. She exploited David's guilt over not knowing his daughter. She took advantage of Emma's post-divorce loneliness and need for attention. Diane said the sessions hurt. Emma and David realized how easily Samantha had divided them from those who cared about them. David requested a return home after 5 weeks. Emma agreed, but they kept separate bedrooms and went to therapy twice a week. Samantha opened accounts worth $28,000 that the bank's fraud investigation recovered. Another $9,500 vanished. It went to clothes, trips, and expensive dinners instead of Emma's retirement savings. The bank manager called Emma to explain what they found and what was lost forever. Emma visited Diane's house the next day and offered to split the recovered money, my half and hers. I declined immediately. She needed her money after Samantha stole everything. Emma insisted. She said it was the least she could do after dumping me from her will and life. Diane later told me to take it. Not because I needed the money, but because Emma needed to take action to fix things. The following week, I took $14,000. 2 weeks later, Diane hosted a small party, just close relatives. I recognized Emma's wooden box from my grandmother's dresser. On Diane's dining room table, she opened the lid. Wrapped in tissue paper was my grandmother's jewelry. The pearl necklace my grandfather gave her at their wedding. Her gold bracelet with tiny charms for each child. Every important family event she wore diamond earrings. Mother's sapphire ring. Emma removed each piece slowly. She explained each item as she handed it over. Her voice broke at the charm bracelet. She nearly let Samantha sell these pieces. Almost let her destroy her mother's physical memories. Chris, Diane, and others watched her cry. I repacked the jewelry and hugged my mother after months. It fixed something, but not everything. Samantha's trial was 4 months away. After 2 months, her lawyer offered a plea deal to the prosecutor. Samantha would confess to all charges for a proposed sentence. The prosecutor called Emma and me to discuss. We could request a jury trial, but there was risk. Samantha may get a sympathetic juror who believed her victimhood. Plea deal guarantees consequences. 5 years in state prison and restitution to Emma and the other scammed families. We accepted it together. Samantha testified 5 weeks later and confessed. The judge accepted the plea and sentenced to 5 years. It wasn't enough. 5 years couldn't fix her damage to my mother-daughter relationship. It was close to closure to see her handcuffed and taken away after she stopped pretending to be innocent. Emma planned nothing until Samantha was sentenced. She called everyone from the original party and invited them to her house for a small dinner. No party, just family. She wanted to celebrate her 58th birthday with her loved ones. 20 people, including me, attended. The air was heavy at first. Everyone knew what happened and had no idea what to do. Emma spoke briefly before we ate. She apologized to everyone for her behavior. The lonely woman said she let herself be manipulated because she wanted to be needed. It was no excuse to choose a stranger over her family, she said. She stared at me when she apologized for erasing me from her life, and promised to earn my trust. After she finished, people clapped quietly. Our dinner conversation avoided the elephant in the room. Unplanned, it felt real in a way the original party never would. The following Tuesday, my mother and I had coffee halfway between our houses. We sat outside despite the cold because public conversation was easier. I told her we needed boundaries to rebuild. Our weekly meeting was just the two of us. No David until I'm ready. No big family gatherings where I had to perform as okay. No pressure to forgive her faster than I could. Emma accepted everything. She said she knew our relationship might never be the same. I told her that was true and needed her to agree. We met weekly after that. Sometimes for coffee, lunch, or a park walk near her house. Our conversation focused on her garden, my job, and the weather. We were learning to be together again without the baggage that had broken us. 2 months have passed since I stood on my mother's doorstep and was told not to attend her party. More careful, honest, and less automatic, my relationship with Emma changed. I learned that being someone's daughter didn't guarantee a choice when it mattered. I learned that family was about who showed up in hard times, not blood. Diane called me frequently. She'd become much more maternal than aunt. Chris and I had weekly dinners. Lisa and I saw movies. In unexpected ways, Samantha brought us together with cousins I barely knew. My mother worked to regain my trust. Whether she'd get there was uncertain, but I was better off than I thought when it started. People around me had proven they'd fight for me. That mattered. Maybe everything. You were always sensitive, my father laughed, and my brother mocked me at dinner. That night I walked out, then find 15 missed calls. I'm Ethan, I am 28 years old. And for the majority of my life, I've been a supporting figure in my own family. I'm not the golden kid or the favorite, I'm simply there, quietly doing the right thing and keeping my head down. I was the kid who got all B's and never asked for anything. The one who did not ruin anything, yell at the dinner table, wreck the car, or sneak off to parties. I assumed that would be sufficient. It was not. My elder brother Liam is the golden one. He always was. He's 30, and he goes through life as if it owes him something. My parents, particularly my father, regard him as an unstoppable force. The one who will carry the family name forward, whatever that means. Liam played varsity football, even though he mostly sat on the sideline, and it garnered him years of adulation. Meanwhile, I was discreetly teaching myself how to make websites, edit movies, and even write some code. I got my first freelancing employment when I was 19. Nobody said anything. Mom used to call me the silent achiever, but things changed when Liam dropped out of college and chose to establish his own business. They hailed him courageous for it. Dad co-signed the loan. When I sought to start my own side hustle, a true LLC with a few respectable clients, Dad advised me to wait until I had more experience. I moved away as soon as I could afford to. I wasn't rushing away. Not really. I simply needed space. I continued to return for birthdays, holidays, and other occasions. Even when it felt awkward, Liam found new ways to tease me, calling me the intern, laughing at my attire, and asking if I was still making money on YouTube. It wasn't just him though. My parents never intervened. They always let things slip. This year, things started to grow worse. I'm not sure why precisely. Maybe the tension was mounting. Perhaps something snapped in Liam. Or maybe I simply quit brushing things off. It began with small things. When I arrived at the residence, I'd find my seat at the table already taken. Nobody would ask whether I wanted coffee or assistance with the dishes. If Liam needed assistance moving a couch or putting up his new computer, I was suddenly essential again. Then I'd return to being invisible. The tipping point began a few weeks ago. It was Dad's birthday. Big backyard party, steaks on the grill, and the typical booze and bravado routine. I showed up with a kind present, custom-engraved cufflinks with his initials and a phrase from his favorite book. I figured maybe this time it will work. Maybe he'd see I cared in my own way. However, when he opened it, all he said was, "Huh, that's different," before placing them on the table and going on. Meanwhile, Liam arrived 45 minutes late with a box of Cuban cigars and received a standing ovation. That was nothing new to me, but what came next hurt much more. I was assisting Mom in bringing out dessert when Liam began relating a tale about how I sobbed in gym class back in middle school. Complete falsehood. Everyone laughed, including my parents. Nobody glanced at me. I stood there holding a platter of lemon squares like an idiot, cheeks flushed and jaw clenched. When I eventually set them down, Dad just chuckled and remarked, "You were always sensitive, Ethan." After that night, I determined to put some space between us. I ignored a couple of texts. I skipped one of the Friday meals. I needed air, I needed perspective, but it simply made everything worse. Mom called 3 days ago to guilt trip me. She inquired if I had forgotten I was a member of the family. She stated Liam was worried about me, which was ridiculous. When I didn't bite, she asked if I could come over for supper Friday night. Only the four of us. "It would be good to catch up," she remarked. Reset. Against my better judgment, I agreed. I figured they might have missed me. Maybe things would be different. It was not. Dinner was awkward from the beginning. The meal was fine. Mom always prepared a good roast, but no one was talking. Liam was on his phone half the time, and Dad simply continued drinking his beer, looking between us like he was waiting for a performance to begin. I tried to keep things light, asking about Mom's garden and discussing a project I was working on. Blank gaze and groans. Liam responded, "Sounds like a lot of time to waste on something no one's ever going to see." I gently reminded him that I had a few clients who enjoyed my work, that I'd developed a fairly consistent income, and that I was even considering getting a larger space next year. That's when Dad smiled and asked, "So are you finally going to get a real job?" Something shattered in me. Then a faint crack, nothing too loud or spectacular. I set down my fork, moved my plate forward and asked, "Why do you even invite me if everything I do is just a joke to you?" Liam leaned in, his voice rising. "Because you need to hear the truth for once. You're the reason this family's falling apart." His words resonated across the dining room. Mom looked down at her plate. Dad did not skip a beat. He nodded slowly and continued. "He's right. We'd all be better off without you." I didn't disagree. I did not weep. I just rose up, grabbed my coat, and went out. It was dark when I returned to my flat. I didn't get much sleep. I kept reliving their remarks, wondering how we got here and how I ever thought I was a member of that family. I ignored every phone call and text message that night. Then arrived this morning. I awoke to 15 missed calls, all from the hospital. And now I'm torn between picking up the phone and letting them experience what it's like to walk away. I looked at my phone for a long time. Just gazed. 15 missed calls, all from the hospital. No names. The same generic caller ID kept repeating itself, like an alert I had missed. I did not feel afraid at first. It's just confusion. Dull bewilderment. The type you get when your body awakens before your intellect. I crawled out of bed, legs weary. My mind still repeating the night before. Mason's voice echoed, and Dad's words felt like cold in my chest. Then followed the texts from Mom, one after another. Ethan, please call me. Something has happened. It's your dad. That one landed differently. I did not react. Not straight away. I simply sat on the side of my bed, the sunshine streaming in through the blinds as if nothing had happened. But everything did. Because the fact is that I did not feel panicked. I felt nothing. That's when I understood how far they had pushed me. I'd always thought that no matter how awful things went, some basic part of me would still care and need them. But when I stared at my phone, all I felt was frigid remoteness. As if I were seeing a stranger's situation develop on someone else's television. I eventually made a call. Not because I wanted to, but because I had to know. A nurse responded, polite, professional, and detached. She said that my father had been in with chest discomfort and a suspected heart attack, stable presently, but under watch. They were attempting to contact family members in case something changed. I thanked her and hung up, but no part of me wanted to rush over. Instead, I sat in solitude, allowing the weight of it all to settle and the irony to flourish. We'd all be better off without you, he stated. His heart stopped beating less than 14 hours later when he was sleeping. I don't say this with animosity, but more as an observation, as if the cosmos has been listening. An hour later, another call. This time it was Liam. I let it go to voicemail. His message was brief, clipped, and almost robotic. You should come. Dad is begging for you. That was new. Dad never asked for me. He never made it plain to me as an adult that he wanted me around. Not after I moved out. Not when I graduated. Not when I landed my first large customer and emailed him a film I was pleased with. But now when he's afraid and hooked up to a monitor, he recognizes my name. I did not go. Not that day. Instead, I cleaned my flat, washed the kitchen countertops, vacuumed under the sofa, and reorganized the wires behind my desk. I needed control over something. I needed to anchor myself in an environment where I wasn't invisible. By nightfall, Liam had made 4 more calls. Mom, twice. I did not respond to any of them. I turned off the phone and went for a stroll. Cold wind, deserted streets, my footfall reverberating through the silence. I reflected on how many years I'd spent bending myself to fit into a mold that they never made place for. How many holidays had I shown up out of guilt, only to leave feeling smaller than when I arrived. I recalled the platter of lemon squares I'd held as a peace offering, the laughing, the expression on Dad's face when he uttered it. We'd all do better without you. I'm not sure when it became typical for me to accept so little. The next morning I surrendered and went to the hospital. Not because I forgive him or miss them, but because I needed to see him. See, the man felt chopping me down would make him taller. I entered the clean white room expecting to feel anything. Rage, despair, and relief. But all I saw was a tired guy hooked up to machines, his eyes closed, and the lines around his lips tighter than I had recalled. Mom sat next to him, mascara streaked and hands gripped together as if a prayer had gone unanswered. Liam stood in the corner, arms folded and avoiding eye contact. When I entered, they both glanced up. Mom talked first. Thank you, Ethan, for coming. Liam didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. I did not sit down. I stood near the entrance, heart steady. After a lengthy silence, Dad opened his eyes, sluggish and unfocused. Then they landed on me. You came, Ethan, he croaked, his voice thin as smoke. I waited for something. An apology. A trace of regret. But all he said next was, I did not intend what I said. I wanted to believe it. I actually did. But after a lifetime of being second best, You begin to recognize hollow words before they touch the floor. I believe you did, I responded gently. You just didn't think it would echo back. He flinched slightly, but he didn't deny it. Mom stepped in. He wasn't thinking properly. Ethan, he was unhappy. Tired. You know how he gets when... I've known how he gets since I was 10 years old. And I interrupted him. No one talked after that. The heart monitor kept beeping steadily and slowly. I stayed 6 more minutes, maybe 7, before turning and leaving. That should have been the end of it, me walking out again, this time for good. But that night, something changed. It was late when I got home, nearly midnight, and I'd barely kicked off my shoes when I got a text from my cousin Olivia. We're not particularly close, but she's one of the few relatives who's always regarded me like a real human being, not just Liam's uncomfortable shadow. The text merely stated, "Hey, wanted to check on you. Heard what Liam did? That's screwed up." I blinked and reread it. What Liam did? I responded, "What do you mean?" 3 dots emerged and then disappeared. Then came the bomb. You didn't hear? He told people you refused to come to the hospital unless Dad promised to include you in the will. My stomach dropped, so I called her right away. She picked up quickly, her voice hushed but urgent. I was at Aunt Caroline's, and she said Liam was there, telling everyone you were blackmailing your way back into the family. He made it sound like he was threatening them, and he said you were only visiting Dad for money. I couldn't breathe, not because I was surprised Liam lied, but because everyone believed it so easily. I hadn't said anything about money, and I didn't want anything from them, but Liam knew exactly how to twist the knife. He knew I wasn't there to defend myself, and he knew how to turn my silence into a motive. Olivia kept talking, and he said, "You've always been jealous that you resented him for being successful." I laughed bitterly. Successful? He's living off loans Dad co-signed, whereas I have a business, clients, and my own bills. I know, she said. But you know how it is. They all eat up whatever Liam says. He's the good one. Always has been. My hands were shaking. Not from fear, but from fury. A slow, cold kind of fury. The kind that creeps into your spine and whispers, "Enough is enough." That night, I didn't sleep. I pulled out my old hard drive, the one I hadn't touched in months, and started organizing files, contracts, invoices, screenshots, video backups, every bit of proof I had that I built Eva. He didn't realize I'd been documenting things for years. Old texts, passive-aggressive emails, voice memos from phone calls I'd recorded when I suspected he'd twist my words. I wasn't paranoid. I was prepared because people like Liam don't stop unless someone makes them. By sunrise I had everything in order, but the real twist came that afternoon. I received another call from the hospital, this time from the billing department. "Hello, is this Ethan Reynolds?" the voice inquired. "Yes. This is merely a courtesy call about the card you gave for your father's operation. We needed to check the allegations before proceeding." My thoughts blanked. "I didn't submit a card." The lady stopped. "It's listed under your name. The same address as the one we have on file for the emergency contact." I asked her to read it out. It was my old address, where I used to live before Liam moved in after I left. My jaw clenched. "Don't process anything," I whispered. "That card is not authorized." I hung up, and I knew he used my name, my identity, to pay for Dad's hospital bills, probably to look like a hero, and maybe even to make me look guilty if it came out later. I sat there, heart pounding, as the pieces fell into place. The lie about the will, the smear campaign, the fraudulent charge. This wasn't just family drama anymore. This was war, and Liam had just made the biggest mistake of his life. I don't remember the exact moment I hit rock bottom. It wasn't a dramatic collapse. No shouting, no tears, but rather a slow, silent sinking, like waking up underwater, realizing you'd been drowning for a while, and wondering if swimming was even worth it anymore. After that call from the hospital billing department, I didn't yell or punch a wall. Instead, I sat in my chair, staring at nothing as the weight of it all settled in. Liam had used my name, my identity to cover a hospital bill, and he'd done so casually, as if it were just another tool in his arsenal. The betrayal hit me differently this time. It wasn't just words or cold shoulders over dinner. It was calculated, personal, a theft of both money and narrative, and it hurt. He'd twist the story later, perhaps to say I offered to pay, or that I tried to buy my way back into the family. Not because I needed their approval anymore, but because it confirmed something I tried so hard not to believe. They didn't just fail to see me. They chose not to. When I called the hospital back and told them the charge was unauthorized, they were polite but unhelpful, saying I'd have to file a fraud claim with my bank and that they couldn't remove the card unless someone else took financial responsibility. I asked who added my card in the first place, and they said it had been provided during intake, and the form was signed by an Ethan Reynolds. I asked for a copy and they said they'd send it by mail. I could already see it in my head, Liam's handwriting or a sloppy attempt at copying mine. But seeing it wasn't what scared me. What scared me was how normal it all felt, as if I was used to being violated by my own family. That night, I walked, just walked, with no destination in mind, my legs moving block after block as if trying to outrun the thoughts in my head. The sky was overcast. I didn't cry, I didn't scream, but I felt hollow, absolutely gutted. The next few days passed in a fog. I didn't work, I didn't sleep, and I ignored texts and phone calls. Liam had messaged me once with a smug line like, "Just cleaning up your mess, little bro. You're welcome." I couldn't respond. I didn't trust myself to say something I wouldn't regret. Mom texted as well, saying they were worried about me, that Dad was home now recovering and that we should put things behind us and come together. I almost laughed when I read that, as if we were a sitcom family arguing over Thanksgiving turkey, not a broken house held together by manipulation and selective memory. Then came the mail. The hospital's intake form. The signature wasn't even near to mine. It was hilarious, with big looping letters attempting to resemble my writing but full of irregularities, sloppy, hasty, and apparent. Liam didn't even bother to conceal it, he expected me to roll over as he usually did. I opened a new folder on my desktop labeled Truth and began building every email, voicemail, screenshot of Liam's texts, receipt showing my real address, actual bank information, and business activity. I pulled copies of my LLC filings from years ago, proof that I wasn't freeloading, jealous, or still figuring things out. For the first time in my life, I stopped editing myself for them, stopped shrinking to fit into the version of myself that made them comfortable, and began writing my story, not a Reddit post or a letter. I found old photos from family dinners where Liam would crop me out before posting them online, from parties where I was always behind the camera, never in front of it. I wrote down everything. The comments, the lies, the quiet betrayals, the gaslighting. I didn't intend to share it. I just needed to see it to remind myself that I wasn't crazy, that I had lived through it and survived. Somewhere in the middle of that process, I began to remember who I was before all of this. Before Liam's voice became the one that rewrote every room we entered. Before Dad's silence swallowed every opportunity to speak up. I remembered being proud of myself when I landed my first client. When I finished a 3-month video project that helped a small business triple their traffic, I remembered waking up excited to work rather than drained from carrying invisible wounds. I contacted an old client whom I had assisted in rebranding their company last year. We hadn't spoken in months, so I asked if they needed any video work done. They said yes, and within a day I was back in the zone, editing clips, selecting music and syncing transitions. My mind felt clear for the first time in weeks. I worked late into the night, not because I had to, but because I wanted to. One gig turned into 2, then a referral, then another. I didn't advertise or post anything online, but something had changed. The more I focused on myself, on building rather than reacting, the more momentum I gathered. And the more I worked, the more I realized how much my family had shrunk me. I started going to the gym again, nothing fancy, just a few light sessions a week to get my body moving. I used to second-guess myself, worried that I was being overly sensitive or making things about me, but the truth was that they made it about me when it was convenient, when they needed someone to blame, or when they needed someone to pay the bill. I changed my diet, started sleeping better, cleared out my apartment, donated old clothes, rearranged furniture, and threw out junk I didn't even remember owning. It felt symbolic, like shedding skin. I even booked a weekend trip to a small cabin upstate with no Wi-Fi or noise. I brought books, not screens. I hiked, journaled, sat in silence and listened to the wind, and somewhere out there, surrounded by trees and sky, I realized something important. I don't need them. I don't need their validation, permission, or even their love, at least not the kind they're capable of giving. What I needed was myself, my voice, my story, my strength. When I returned from that trip, I realized that Liam wasn't just a bully. He was a coward in a loud costume, a fragile ego dressed in bravado. Dad wasn't a patriarch. He was a man who picked favorites and called it discipline. Mom wasn't innocent. Her silence was a choice, and her refusal to stand up for me had consequences, whether she admitted it or not. But I wasn't going to chase an apology anymore. Instead, I was going to show them who they were attempting to erase. I started small, updating my portfolio, rebranding my website, polishing my client testimonials, adding new services, and then launching a YouTube channel, not for fame, but as a creative outlet, with tutorials, breakdowns of editing techniques, and behind-the-scenes project commentary. Within a week, a few videos began to gain traction. Comments began to trickle in, then more. One video reached 12,000 views, then 60,000 views. Emails followed. New clients, collaborations. I was creating something real, something mine. But here's the thing. I didn't tell anyone, not even Olivia. I wanted this to grow in silence, free of their reach, untouched by their narratives. But the universe has a funny way of delivering news. One night, about a month after that hospital incident, I received another message from Liam, short, smug. Heard you're doing YouTube now. Cute. No congratulations. No curiosity, just condescension. But here's what he didn't know. I'd trademarked my brand and secured contracts. I'd filed paperwork. I'd grown stronger in the silence. And he still thought I was the same person who would shrink when challenged. He didn't realize I was no longer playing defense. I was building an offense. And if he tried to interfere, I'd be ready, because rebuilding is quiet. It's quiet, intentional, relentless, and eventually unstoppable. I didn't set out to get revenge. For weeks after I started rebuilding my business and re-entering myself, all I wanted was peace and silence. A life where my name wasn't dragged into lies. Where my accomplishments weren't used as punchlines. And where I could wake up every day knowing no one could take credit for what I'd built. But sometimes, especially when you've been used and discarded for years, peace can only come after justice, and justice doesn't show up by accident. It began with the credit fraud, which Liam used my name and old address to slap on Dad's hospital bills. I'd already filed a report with my bank and was working with them to investigate the charge, but I needed more. That's when I remembered something. A year ago, before Liam moved in, I installed a small security camera above the door. It wasn't a high-end system, just a basic motion-activated camera that uploaded footage to a cloud account I hadn't accessed in months. I'd installed it after someone stole a package, but when I moved out I forgot to take it down. It wasn't connected to Wi-Fi anymore, but I remembered that it had an SD card, and I knew Liam didn't notice things that weren't about him, so the camera was probably still there, dead and dusty but still storing data. The next morning I drove by the old place, parked across the street and just watched for a while. Liam's truck was there, with the same vanity plate. M4 Son, as subtle as ever, and there was no sign he was home. I waited until he left, probably to the gym or to brag somewhere, and then I made my move. The camera was still there, hidden in the porch light housing, exactly where I'd left it. I popped it open, yanked the SD card, and dashed away. When I got home, I dug out an old adapter and plugged the card into my laptop. The majority of the footage was old, with me grabbing takeout, the landlord fixing a leak, and a raccoon doing unspeakable things to a trash can. But then I came across the one. It was 4 weeks ago, and the timestamp was 2 hours after Dad was admitted to the hospital. I saved the video, backed it up 5 times, and uploaded it to my truth folder. It didn't show Liam signing the form, but it did place him at the address associated with the fraudulent hospital charge, and most importantly, it proved I wasn't there. After completing step 1, I contacted Olivia. I hadn't told her much since the last time she messaged me about Liam's smear campaign, but I figured if anyone in the family would be open to hearing the truth, it would be her. I sent her the video and asked, "Do you think anyone in the family would believe this matters?" She immediately phoned me. "Oh my goodness, Ethan," she replied. This confirms he's lying." I described everything: the charge, the signature, the voicemail, Liam's text, and the video evidence. Her voice was low and weak. "I knew he was evil," she murmured. "But this is next level. This is criminal." The word hung in the air. Criminal. It was no longer simply family turmoil. It was legal. Olivia didn't hesitate. "You need to do something with this. Expose him. Go public. Inform the family. Call the police. Whatever it takes." I wasn't ready to go full nuclear yet, not until I had everything in order, but I assured her I had a plan, which I did, since Liam's most powerful weapon was story. Before I could burn his bridge, I had to rebuild mine. I began by writing a letter. Not a rant, not a revenge post, but a letter to every extended family member who had been fed Liam's lies. I told Aunt Caroline, Uncle Thomas, Cousin Olivia, and even Grandma Helen everything calmly, clearly, and factually, including screenshots, timelines, camera footage, proof of the forged signature, and the fraudulent hospital charge. I explained how Liam used my name and framed it as if I demanded inheritance money. And I didn't beg for sympathy. I just laid out the facts, and then I asked one simple question. If someone can lie so easily about their own brother, what else have they lied about? Olivia assisted me in sending it, some via email, others printed and mailed, and then we waited. For a few days, nothing happened. Radio silence. I figured most of them had either ignored it or sided with Liam as they always did. But then Grandma Helen called, which might not seem like a big deal, but in our family, it was. Grandma Helen was the matriarch, the spine, the only person Dad still listened to. She'd never been warm toward me, more polite than loving, but she was sharp, observant, and had always believed Liam's stories until now. Her voice on the phone was low and forceful. I read your letter, Ethan. I didn't know what to say. I believe you, she said, which nearly shocked me. I don't know what happened to your brother, she continued. It's spiteful, and I will not accept it. She didn't say anything further, but it was sufficient. Aunt Caroline messaged me, saying she'd always suspected Liam had twisted tendencies and that my letter just confirmed it. Uncle Thomas texted, asking for copies of the hospital documents. And Olivia, who used to call me boring Ethan, sent a DM that said, "Wow, I had no idea. I'm sorry for laughing at such jokes. I didn't know it was like this." I didn't need their sympathy, but I did need their eyes. And now that they were open, I took the next step. I set up a private Zoom call, not for drama or argument, but to let the truth be seen. I invited everyone who had responded positively, and I walked them through the evidence calmly and professionally, like a client pitch. I showed the video, the text messages, the hospital invoice, and even the voicemail Liam left me, where he said, "Just cleaning up your mess, little bro." When the call ended, there was silence, and then Grandma Helen said, "This family deserves better." I didn't say it out loud, but I thought I do too. Olivia contacted me after the call. "You're scaring him," she said. I stared. "What, Liam?" she continued. "He's messaging people, freaking out, claiming you're trying to ruin his life, that you're obsessed with him." I nearly laughed. Of course he was playing the victim, but I wasn't finished because Liam hadn't just lied. He tried to call me once and I let it ring. I had already spoken with a detective, shared the documents, footage, and timeline, and they were looking into it. I didn't know how far it would go, but I knew it wasn't going away, and that scared Liam more than anything. Then another message appeared. "Please don't do this." I stared at it for a long time, the irony not lost on me. Please don't do this. As if I hadn't spent my entire life begging them to stop. But the real turning point came a week later when Dad called. Not Mom. Not Olivia. "Dad." I didn't answer, and he left a voicemail. "Ethan, I'm not sure what's going on between you and Liam. Your mother claims it's gotten out of hand. I'd love a chance to discuss face to face." I didn't call back. Instead I turned there, not out of compliance but out of strength, because I wanted him to see me. Not the picture Liam painted. Not the quiet achiever. Not the scapegoat. Me. And as I pulled up to that house, his house, I knew this wasn't the end of the story, but the beginning of the reckoning, and I had all the pieces in place. When I pulled into my parents' driveway that afternoon, I didn't feel nervous, which surprised me because this house had always made my stomach knot before I even stepped out of the car. Today, there was no fear, no anger, just a steady calm, as if I'd already crossed some invisible line and there was no going back. Dad opened the door himself and he looked smaller than I remembered, thinner, older. The hospital scare had taken something out of him that pride couldn't fully mask. For a brief moment, I almost felt bad. Then I remembered his voice at the dinner table, how he'd said we'd all be better off without me, and the feeling passed. "Ethan," he said, clearing his throat. "Come in." Liam was already there, pacing the living room like a caged animal. He stopped when he saw me. His face hardened, then shifted into something defensive, almost desperate. "So this is it," he snapped. "Are you going to flaunt your little slideshow for Dad too?" I didn't answer. I dropped my laptop bag down on the dining table and sat quietly, methodically. The way people do when they know they have an advantage. Mom remained near the kitchen, eyes darting between us, hands wringing the edge of her sweater. She appeared exhausted and guilty, as if she had waited too long to choose a side and realized too late that neutrality was a decision in and of itself. Dad motioned for Liam to sit, and he didn't say anything. Explain why the family is being dragged into this, Dad said to me. I nodded, opened my laptop and turned it so everyone could see. But first, I want to be clear. I did not bring the family into anything. Liam did. I'm just finished covering for that, Liam scoffed. Unbelievable. You've always been theatrical. I pushed play, and the surveillance tape filled the screen, showing Liam in a hoodie walking out of the old home with the clipboard, the timestamp and address obvious. Dad leaned closer. Mom covered her lips. What is this? Dad asked slowly. This, I said. Is Liam leaving the address associated with the hospital intake form? The same address used when my name and card were fraudulently attached to your medical bills. Liam laughed, sharp and forced. That doesn't prove anything. I clicked to the next file, the intake form, the signature enlarged side by side with my genuine one. Forgery, I continued. Ask any handwriting analyzer. Liam's chuckle faded. I then played the voicemail. Just cleaning up your mess, little bro. You're welcome. Silence filled the room and Mom sat down hard on a chair. Dad's face turned pale, then hot, and then pale again. Liam opened his mouth, then closed it. I didn't, he began. I raised my hand. I'm not done. I showed them the text messages in which Liam told people I'd demanded money. The screenshots Olivia had forwarded of family group chats in which my name was dragged through the dirt while I remained silent. The bank correspondence, the fraud report, and the detective's email confirming the investigation. When I finally closed the laptop, the house felt different, heavier, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Dad stared at Liam, not with pride or indulgence, but with amazement. You used your brother's identity, he said quietly. You committed fraud. Liam shouted. I was assisting, you were at the hospital. Someone needed to take care of it. Ethan never does anything for this family. That was it, his final card. And I stood up. I've spent my whole life doing things for this family, I said, my voice steady. I simply didn't do them loudly enough for you. I didn't lie, steal, or step on others to be important, and you despise me for it. I looked to Dad. You taught him that. I said. Every time you laughed at his jokes about me. You didn't merely select a favorite when you dubbed my work a pastime or remained silent while he tormented me. You built a monster and called it leadership. Dad was unable to answer, and Mom began silently weeping. I didn't know, she muttered. I glanced at her. You knew enough. Liam took a step toward me. Do you believe you've won? He hissed. You think this would make you better? I met his eyes. No. It makes me free. 3 days later, the police arrived at the house, not for me, but for Liam. Fraud charges, identity theft, and document falsification. The detective was polite but firm. Liam tried to argue, spin, and blame me, but it didn't work. Evidence doesn't care about charm. The family fallout was immediate and brutal. Aunt Caroline stopped answering Liam's calls, and Uncle Thomas demanded repayment for money Liam borrowed years ago under false pretenses. Grandma Helen rewrote her will, but not dramatically. She simply removed Liam as executive and reassigned responsibilities to a neutral third party. Dad didn't speak to Liam for weeks, and when he did, he offered disappointment rather than forgiveness, which hurt Liam more than any punishment could. As for me, I walked away with closure, not anger or silence. I refused to be the glue that held together a structure built on lies, so I kept my distance and focused on my work. My channel grew, my business doubled, and I moved into a new place that was bigger, brighter, and entirely mine. Months later, Dad called to apologize. I accepted it without reopening the door. Mom sends occasional messages. They're careful now, measured, respectful. Liam, last I heard, is still telling people his brother ruined his life. Perhaps he believes that. But here's the truth. I didn't ruin anything. I simply stopped allowing myself to be the family's scapegoat. And when I ultimately walked away, I didn't retaliate with yelling or harshness, but with the truth, which strangely enough, doesn't need to raise its voice to be heard. My sister offered me $60,000 to donate my eye. When I refused, she called me manipulative. I took revenge by revealing her career lies to her manager. In February, my sister Samantha demanded I donate my cornea to her daughter Ella, who required a transplant after an illness. I was sorry to learn about Ella's health and inquired why Samantha wasn't giving, considering she was the mother and greatest match. Samantha chuckled and explained she was a professional model who needed both eyes while I programmed from home. Lost vision in one eye wouldn't affect my income. Me being the donor made sense since she stated my appearance didn't matter for my profession, but her face was her livelihood. I told her it was absurd and she couldn't ask me to give up my cornea because her eyes were more precious. She claimed I was selfish since Ella was young and had her whole life ahead, while I was 40 and unmarried and didn't need flawless vision to attract anybody. She claimed one eye would be enough for my lifestyle as I looked at computer displays all day. Samantha called me daily to argue why I should give instead of her after I declined. She stated photo shoots required depth awareness, while coders could use one eye. She said she had contracts requiring her to look well, but I did not. She stated her spouse would leave her if she had face operations, but I had no audience. She stated losing one eye wouldn't matter because people knew I used glasses and my eyes weren't flawless. Samantha persuaded our mother to pressure me by March. Mom called to tell Samantha's modeling business supported her family, while I simply had myself to worry about. Ella would be heartbroken to witness her mother's profession end when there was an easy remedy. She told me to consider what was best for the family rather than being adamant about something unimportant. Mom stated she was too old to donate her cornea then and might not be a suitable match. Next, our father joined the effort, stating I needed to stand up as an aunt as Samantha had sacrificed so much as a mother. Samantha's nanny housekeeper and limited time with Ella between modeling assignments made me wonder what sacrifices she made. He said I was being tough to upset Samantha, who had always envied me. He indicated guys weren't good fits for little girls when I inquired if he'd donate his cornea. Samantha's husband James texted me headlines about one-eyed persons living regular lives. He stated hundreds survived and I was overreacting. He offered me $60,000 for my cornea as a company. When I replied no amount of money would make me give up my body parts for someone who wouldn't, he called me greedy and claimed I was pricing Ella's vision. I told him Samantha was pricing it by not donating. The persecution escalated when Samantha informed Ella Aunt Rachel wouldn't help her sight again. Ella sent me tearful voicemails wondering why I didn't assist her. Samantha advised her to claim mother needed her eyes for work, but Aunt Rachel worked on computers all day. An 8-year-old was guilt-tripping me because her mother was too vain to give her cornea. My patience ran out, so I showed everyone how selfish Samantha was. I phoned Samantha's modeling agency to talk to her manager. I explained and asked if Samantha would lose contracts for donating a cornea to her kid. The manager said, "Of course not. That would be discrimination, and no client would punish a mother for helping her sick child." In fact, she said it would probably generate positive publicity and show Samantha as a devoted mother. She was appalled that Samantha was using her career to pressure others. The manager phoned Samantha immediately to say the agency approved her giving to Ella and would accommodate any recuperation time. She was also unhappy that Samantha lied about job concerns to avoid aiding her daughter. Samantha yelled at me for ruining everything. I hung up on Samantha and remained shocked for many minutes. My hands shook as I placed the phone on my desk. My suspicions were validated by the modeling agency manager. Samantha lied about professional concerns to avoid cornea donation. Instead of being embarrassed of herself, she was upset at me for exposing her selfishness. I looked at my PC without noticing my pre-call code. I had trouble breathing and my chest was constricted. She believed my phoning her agency wrecked everything. Not that she wrecked everything by not helping her daughter. Not that she spent weeks manipulating and pressing me, but that I was the problem for discovering the truth. My phone buzzed non-stop 20 minutes later. Samantha's texts flooded my screen. She called me spiteful and accused me of undermining her agency connection. She stated I ruined her career behind her back instead of donating discreetly like a sister. As each message arrived, my rage grew. Her priorities were clear in every communication. Only Ella's job, attractiveness and reputation, not her vision or motherhood. I screenshotted every communication. Her wrath revealed her true self to everyone. She sent 12 furious SMS in the first hour. "I've always envied her success," she remarked. She stated I couldn't tolerate that she was gorgeous and renowned and I was a nothing coder. She stated I wanted to injure her because I was annoyed by my monotonous existence. That night at 7 o'clock my phone rang. The screen displayed James's name. Something compelled me to answer. The tone of his voice was very different from his commercial proposals. He sounded worn out. Before the manager phoned Samantha, he didn't know she lied about the agency's stance. It was his belief that career repercussions existed. He inquired whether I was satisfied after embarrassing his wife. I assured him Ella may receive the cornea from her mother. His silence was lengthy. He then reported Samantha had closed herself in their bedroom and refused to communicate. Not my problem to repair. He groaned and hung up without saying goodbye. I phoned Olivia after speaking with James. Second ring, she took up. I recounted the past month to her. Samantha calls regularly with fresh donation motives. Father and mother joining pressure campaign. James offers $60,000 for cornea. Ella's Samantha coached weeping voicemails, calling the modeling agency and discovering Samantha lied the whole time. Olivia was quiet as I spoke. She was shocked when I finished that they tried to tell me my eyes were less useful since I'm a coder. She said I need flawless eyesight for coding as much as Samantha does for modeling. Maybe more considering I deal with tiny writing on screens all day. She called the family pressure campaign insane and wrong. Olivia asked Samantha why she was so hesitant to donate if the organization guaranteed no professional penalties. I realized I didn't know Samantha's underlying issue beyond vanity and face surgery concern. Olivia said Samantha may have underlying worries about medical procedures and was hiding behind career justifications, or that she used modeling as a barrier. After hanging up, I contemplated that. Samantha seemed less like a monster, but that didn't justify manipulating me into surgery. My mom contacted 4 days after the agency confrontation. Her voice was hesitant and distinct from her earlier pressure. She confirmed the incident with Samantha's manager. She regretted pushing me so hard when Samantha lied to us. She apologized for not believing me about Samantha being selfish. Her apologies sounded more like she regretted backing the wrong horse. Not sorry she pressured me to donate a bodily part. Not sad she valued Samantha's profession and attractiveness above mine. Sorry Samantha lied and embarrassed her. I informed my mom her apologies didn't fix the issue. She believed she could pressure me to donate despite Samantha's falsehoods. She thought Samantha's profession and attractiveness mattered more. She considered my physiological autonomy optional for familial convenience. Mom on the other line fell silent. She said to consider what I said. She hung up without saying goodbye. Sitting with my phone, I felt empty. Part of me wanted her to comprehend. I suspected she would never. Dad phoned the next day. His tone was defensive from the outset. He felt I was too hard on my mom, who was helping Ella. Samantha's job explanation deceived the family, he said. I punished them for trusting her. I explained that they trusted her because it matched their vision. My needs are less important than Samantha's. Her career matters more than mine. That her looks trumps mine. Dad became mad and said I was distorting things. He stated they wanted Ella's finest. How come I had to decide what was best for Ella instead of her mother? That stumped him. Samantha didn't call me for a week after the agency incident. James occasionally texted updates. Samantha met with the transplant coordinator to evaluate donors. Her medical exams were underway. She discussed the operation with the surgical team. He never faulted Samantha. I never received an apology for his pressure. He apologized for the issue getting out of hand in his messages. Like this was an accident rather than a plan to force me into surgery. Thomas Clark of the transplant facility called me Thursday morning. He asked whether I would be considered as a backup donor if Samantha wasn't right for Ella. They astonished me by contacting me. I asked Samantha if wanted it. Thomas said identifying backup donors was normal. Before the pressure campaign, Samantha submitted documents with my name weeks before asking me. She thought I'd agree if she pressed hard enough. She listed my name like my body belonged to the family. I asked Thomas to give me time to consider the backup donor. I could take as long as I needed to feel comfortable with my choice, he added. I liked his calm, professional voice throughout the interview after weeks of family members yelling at me. Long after we hung up, I stared at my phone. The realization hit me hard. Samantha put my name on the forms weeks ago when she launched her pressure campaign. She never requested a backup donor evaluation. She thought I'd cave if she pressed hard enough. She regarded my body like family property she could claim anytime she needed. Despite being enraged for weeks, the assumption made me furious again. She filled up formal medical documents with my details before talking to me since she was so confident in her abilities to deceive me. Olivia brought neighborhood bakery coffee and cakes Saturday afternoon. I told her everything about Thomas's call and the backup donor on my couch. I told her my conflicting feelings and she listened quietly. I wanted to assist Ella. a youngster stuck in adult troubles. But I worried that being backup would show my family's influence succeeded. Olivia suggested something I hadn't considered. Only if Samantha couldn't contribute medically would I donate. It wasn't like being first or having my family force me to get surgery. I wouldn't have to give if Samantha donated properly. Though that made logic, I felt odd about the circumstance. Olivia stated that was usual considering my family's treatment for 3 months. She advised me to see a professional therapist about processing everything since family manipulation campaigns weren't typical life experiences that friends could help with. I looked for family dynamics and boundary therapists online on Sunday. Most of the websites were generic and useless, however Miriam Shepard's description addressed helping with individuals struggling with familial pressure and guilt. Her office was 20 minutes from my flat. I briefly told her I needed aid with a delicate family matter with medical pressure Monday morning. She was available the following Thursday, so I scheduled it. I'd never been to therapy. My family always thought therapy was for others. However, this terrible issue made me rethink every familial bond, and I wanted someone impartial to assist me deal through it. I drove to Miriam's office Thursday afternoon, worried about therapy. Her waiting room included nice music and comfy chairs. When she summoned me back to her office, she appeared normal, not frightening. She asked me what brought me in, so I explained cornea donation demand. When I started talking, everything came out. Samantha's first call, the daily pressure campaign, my mother's calls about family commitments, my father's jealously charges, James's $60,000 offer, Ella's coached guilt messages, the modeling agency showdown, and now the backup donor dilemma. Miriam probed my childhood and Samantha connection. I noticed trends I hadn't seen before answering. Samantha was always attractive and started modeling at 12. Our parents protected her modeling career like a treasure. I was brilliant, received high marks, and studied computer science in college. Everyone expected me to be independent and prioritize Samantha's needs. I was supposed to comprehend why Samantha robbed my education cash for modeling portfolios. I wasn't allowed to protest when Samantha wanted our parents' attention for auditions and photo shoots. I accepted the pattern as regular family relations for decades. Miriam utilized parentification in reverse, a new phrase. Parentification usually requires older kids to care for younger siblings. However, my family asked me to suffer for my younger sister since her needs were prioritized above mine. I was responsible and didn't need anything, but Samantha was exceptional and required everything. Miriam noted my refusal of the contribution requirement was healthy self-preservation, not greed like my family alleged. She emphasized that I'd always accepted Samantha's needs over mine. Finally saying no helped me appreciate myself. I startled myself by sobbing in her office. Despite the pressure and manipulation, I didn't cry. Sitting there hearing someone support my sentiments and limits cracked something loose. I realized I'd spent 40 years thinking being a good sister and daughter meant shrinking to make Samantha bigger. Miriam gave me Kleenex and said we had a lot to go through, but she was delighted I came in. We made another appointment next week. James began contacting me regarding Samantha's transplant center exam 2 weeks after the modeling agency fight. He stated the day-long assessment included various scans and procedures. Samantha was nervous about all the medical things and kept asking how long it would take. The tone of his communication suggested I should reply with pity or encouragement. Each text was read and I put my phone down without responding. I wasn't ready to comfort someone who'd spent a month manipulating me into surgery. Samantha chose to give and now faced the medical process. My sympathies was exhausted after what she'd done. James sent another text that evening claiming Samantha was fatigued from testing. I remained silent. He could reassure his wife about her choices. Thomas Clark contacted me Tuesday morning with Samantha's assessment findings. Unlike our previous talk, his voice was more guarded. Samantha's examination showed early-stage keratoconus in her other eye. I asked what that meant because I didn't know anything about eye issues. He explained keratoconus as corneal thinness and bulging. Samantha's early-stage mild illness making her a less appropriate donor than predicted. She could donate to Ella, but surgery and post-op problems were increased. The transplant team wanted to evaluate me as a backup after this discovery. They needed a robust backup donor in case Samantha's operation or recuperation went poorly. Hearing the news caused a complex combination of emotions. I felt justified that Samantha wasn't the wonderful donor she thought she was when she said her eyes were better than mine. But worry returned that I might get involved. I had worked hard to keep my boundaries, but now I might need to contribute for medical reasons. I informed Thomas I needed 48 hours to decide on backup assessment. That was good, and I could call him when I was ready. After we hung up, I contacted Miriam's office to request an emergency phone session. Her receptionist suggested Miriam call that afternoon. I conveyed the change to Miriam at 3 using Samantha's evaluation scores. She asked me how I felt about being a backup donor now that there was a medical purpose rather than family pressure. Yes, I was puzzled and guilty. Miriam helped me separate Ella's medical requirements from my family's manipulation throughout the last months. She said I could assist Ella without believing my family's tale that I had to be the first donor. I would choose backup evaluation for my own reasons, not under compulsion. That distinction seemed crucial. I didn't give in to familial pressure. I was deciding whether to help my niece. I recapped everything with Olivia that night. She inquired about my intentions. Leave family conflict and strain behind. After thinking about it, I wanted to help Ella if Samantha couldn't give properly. Ella was innocent and deserved her eyesight restored, but I had to do it on my own, not because my family pressured me. Olivia thought it was a good idea and asked for my terms. I deliberated. I stressed that I was doing this for Ella, not because I agreed with my family that my body parts were negotiable. I wanted everyone to realize that giving was my decision, not something I should have done sooner. Olivia thought those were appropriate limits. She noted that I'd previously shown I could resist family pressure by refusing for 2 months. Accepting backup assessment didn't remove or invalidate that boundary setting. I phoned Thomas Wednesday morning to say I'd proceed with backup donor evaluation, but I stressed that I was doing it for Ella, not my family. I also mentioned that if I had to contribute, it would be my decision, and I wouldn't let people say I was finally coming around or doing what I should have done. Thomas Clark stated he understood and will register my complaints. He set my evaluation sessions for the next week and provided me testing instructions. After hanging up, I felt weirdly peaceful about the decision. I chose based on my ideals and reasons, not familial pressure. That felt distinct from anything else. Evening call from Mom. She seemed relieved when I replied. She thanked me for being reasonable after James informed her I'd back up donor assessment. I interrupted her story. I clearly said that I wasn't being rational or agreeing with them. Choosing to aid my niece was different than giving in to familial pressure. I assured her that I would donate because I wanted to help Ella, not because the family manipulation campaign worked. My mother grew silent on the other end. She responded quietly that she recognized my difference. She seemed saddened, but maybe she understood this time. She was delighted I was willing to be examined as backup and hoped Samantha's donation went well so I wouldn't have to. I felt exhausted but stronger when we hung up without family chit-chat. Despite helping, I kept my limits, felt progress. I checked in at the main desk the next week at the medical center. My receptionist gave me a clipboard with medical history and health status paperwork. I answered dozens of questions on surgeries, meds, family health, and smoking drinking. After submitting the papers, a nurse phoned me and brought me through a maze of halls to the ophthalmology department. After checking my blood pressure and temperature, she led me to the first testing room. The eye exams were different from my normal vision checks. The technician put my head in a tunnel-like contraption. Lighting flashed and equipment made frightening noises. She said they mapped my corneas to look for anomalies. Next was a contraption that captured back-of-eye photos using drops that blurred everything for 20 minutes. The technician specifically inquired about my computer use and headaches and eye strain. Even though no one was scrutinizing me, I felt unusually protective about my screen time as I detailed my dual-monitor work setup and regular breaks. Blood testing in the lab down the hall followed, where the phlebotomist filled a dozen vials for compatibility screens and health indicators. The ophthalmologist saw me after testing. In her computer review, she indicated my corneal thickness was great. For someone who spent so much time on screens, my eye health was excellent, and I would be a good donor. She stressed the if, saying Samantha was still the main donor and I was backup. After weeks of my family saying Samantha's eyesight was more essential, seeing her say my eyes were great made me feel weirdly validated. I was warned of infection, eyesight abnormalities, and healing issues if I donated. She said cornea donation was safe, but I needed to know what I was signing up for. I signed permission documents recognizing hazards and left the hospital fatigued after hours of testing. I got more blood tests and a surgical team consultation the following week. I signed in at the front desk and read an eye health magazine in the waiting area. Samantha was heading through the entryway with James behind her when I looked up. Her face tightened as she looked down at her phone as we met across the room. James offered an uneasy nod, like he wanted to recognize me but wasn't sure whether he could. Neither came over to greet me or inquire about my evaluation. Samantha took a seat across the waiting area from me with her back to me. James glanced over to approach, but Samantha grabbed his arm and muttered something to keep him still. A sense of anxiety permeated the room. Other patients may be curious about our drama. I rose up and crossed the corridor when the nurse called my name. James offered another awkward nod as Samantha stared at her phone. Without speaking to them, I followed the nurse to my appointment, leaving them in that horrible stillness. Tom phoned me at work the next week. He read my test findings with a professional yet kind voice. He said my corneal thickness was perfect. My blood testing was flawless for transplant compatibility and my eyes were okay. He thought I was a better fit for Ella than Samantha because of my eye health and lack of corneal indicators. He swiftly emphasized that Samantha was still a good donor and the medical team was proceeding with her. The family and medical team would decide which donor to employ based on medical criteria and family choices. He inquired whether I had any findings or procedural queries. Asked why I was a better fit than Samantha, he said my corneas were thicker and healthier, which improved results. He said Samantha may donate well, but if we were comparing the two alternatives medically, I would be better. After we hung up, I stared at my computer screen without seeing the code. Samantha called me 2 days later. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity won. Before I finished greeting her, her voice was tight and aggressive. She stated Thomas Clark told her I was a better fit than her and asked whether I was delighted. I told her I didn't like this predicament she created, but I was glad Ella had good transplant possibilities. Samantha stated the doctors were still utilizing her cornea and she was having surgery in 4 weeks, daring me to fight. I liked that, and Ella was blessed to have her mother support her. Samantha's respiration was audible as the connection fell quiet. Her tone changed totally, bleeding fury into sheer fear. She said she was afraid about the surgery since she had never had surgery before and thought someone cutting into her eye made her sick. Over the previous week she experienced panic attacks about it, waking up gasping in the night. She couldn't sleep and had dreams of the procedure going wrong. She spoke like a real person for the first time in months, not the manipulative person who had harassed me since February. Despite all, I felt small pity. Recognizing medical procedure fear was real. I assured Samantha her concern was reasonable and understandable. Many individuals are afraid of surgery, especially eye surgery, which requires awareness. I advised she discuss anxiety treatment with the surgical team, such as pre-procedure medicine or relaxation exercises. Her silence was followed by a whispered request to be the donor as I was a better match. My number was solid. After refusing to contribute, she spent weeks attempting to get me to have surgery. Now she had to live with her choices. I wasn't going to save her from a predicament she made because she was terrified. Her dread was real, but it didn't modify her actions or require me to have surgery. Again, Samantha's voice strained. She felt I punished her by forcing surgery when there was a better choice. She accused me of being vengeful and exploiting the circumstance to get back at her for everything. I patiently stated that I wasn't forcing her. Ella's mother had caused this predicament by valuing her appearance over her daughter's health. She would give since the doctor said she could. She was afraid, but weeks of harassment and manipulation remained. My phone died after she hung up. I put my phone on the kitchen counter and felt exhausted, like the chat had drained me. Dad phoned the next day. He spoke in such tone when he was going to lecture me on family responsibilities. He stated Samantha was having a breakdown about the procedure and I should give. He repeated his points from weeks earlier about me being unmarried with no one to impress and my career not dependent on my beauty. He stated programmers didn't require flawless eyesight like models and losing one eye wouldn't harm my lifestyle. I stopped him off and informed him his arguments were insulting the first time and didn't improve by repeating them. Despite being unmarried and working from home, my body wasn't negotiable. I told my dad Samantha spent weeks saying the procedure would ruin her modeling career. After the agency determined that was a fraud, she said she was too terrified to proceed. I acknowledged her medical procedure phobia. Her worry didn't force me to get surgery. Like Ella's mother, moms have to do terrifying things for their kids. He said I had changed since this began and was harsh and cold-hearted. He stated I used to be understanding and eager to help family when I inquired what changed. Now I prioritized my comfort over my niece and sister. I informed him I was prioritizing my body autonomy over my family's demand to get surgery, which was different. After much argument, he hung up in frustration. I scheduled a week later meeting with Miriam. In her office, I informed her my father's assertion that I had changed. I worried he was correct when she asked me what I thought. I may have been cold-hearted by not helping when I was the better donor. Miriam leaned forward and said something that solidified everything. She said I hadn't changed. I stopped putting others' comfort above mine. This boundary setting upset my family's routine of prioritizing Samantha's needs. Because I usually did what they asked, people saw my self-protection as being tough or frigid. While pondering her statements, I realized she was accurate. My family's discomfort with my boundaries didn't mean the boundaries were wrong. It meant the old dynamic was unhealthy and they didn't like having to adjust. Maintaining these limits means admitting that some family ties may not return. My father may always remember me as the unpleasant daughter who rejected help. Samantha may never forgive me for not saving her from her decisions, but protecting myself was worth it. James texted me a week before Samantha's surgery to meet for coffee. I gazed at the message for a few minutes, uncertain if I wanted to sit down with someone who'd tried to buy my cornea like a used car part. Yet his tone was different from his forceful messages weeks before. I suggested we meet in a coffee shop between our neighborhoods. He looked unfamiliar when I entered and saw him at a corner table. With black bags under his eyes and unkempt hair, James looked like he hadn't slept in days. I noticed him standing with a weary smile that didn't reach his eyes. After ordering beverages, we sat awkwardly before he started chatting. He said the preceding 2 months had been awful at home. Ella continued asking questions they couldn't answer, worsening Samantha's concern before the procedure. The 8-year-old didn't understand why the adults fought when they tried to help her see better. James took 2 hands to his face and claimed he was fatigued from handling Samantha's panic attacks and keeping Ella from feeling guilty for the family quarrel. I was surprised by his next move. He apologized for pressing me, noting the $60,000 offer. He took the issue like a business discussion where money could repair everything, thinking like a problem solver to find a solution everyone could accept. He was visibly uneasy as he realized he'd been wrong to sell my body. His apology was more sincere than my parents' since he took responsibility for specific acts rather than making general, "sorry you feel that way" comments. I thanked him for his apologies and said it indicated he recognized his mistake. While drinking coffee, I wondered about something upsetting me. I asked James why Samantha was so opposed to the operation beyond fear given the medical risks were low and recovery was expected to be short. He paused, peering into his coffee cup as if the solution was there. Then he said something unexpected. Samantha had always feared altering her look, even momentarily. Not only modeling career worried, but horribly afraid he didn't understand. Since she started modeling at 12, she'd defined herself as gorgeous. He couldn't see how face surgery, especially little eye surgery without scars, damaged her sense of self. James tried to talk to her about it, but she became defensive and stated it was about her profession, which was easier to fight about than admitting she was afraid of losing her only asset. His answer clarified Samantha's psychology without condoning her conduct. I informed James that Samantha's identity troubles and worries didn't excuse family pressure, and Ella guilt-tripping me into surgery. He nodded and agreed that Samantha's motivation didn't excuse her actions. I suggested that this event may help Samantha appreciate her worth beyond her beauty. James nodded regretfully and hoped so. But he didn't think Samantha would learn anything. He stated his wife blamed others when things went wrong, instead of evaluating her own conduct, and today was no different. After coffee, James thanked me for meeting him. I understood the whole problem better as we exited the coffee shop, but I was still irritated about how it happened. Mom phoned 3 days before Samantha's operation to ask me to family dinner at her place. I rejected quickly, not wanting to eat awkwardly with everyone like the last months hadn't happened. However, my mother stated Ella would be there and wanted to see me. She stated my niece constantly requesting Aunt Rachel to visit again. Lacking the will to punish Ella for her mother's actions bound me. This was for Ella, so I came. I knew it would be awkward, but I wanted to stay in touch with my niece throughout this adult struggle. I could almost taste the tension when I arrived at my folks' place that evening. Nobody mentioned corneas, surgeries, or the months-long family battle because everyone was too polite. Ella came up and grabbed me when I entered, placing her little arms around my waist. With her impaired vision, she inquired whether I was still furious with Mommy. I crouched beside her and informed her that grown-ups often disagree on important matters. But I loved her. And none of this was her fault. That explanation satisfied her, so she drew me into the living room to show me a new toy. Dinner and everyone's phony friendliness were awful. My father inquired about my work in a really inquisitive manner, as if to show he cared about my profession. Mom continued offering me more food and asking whether I was comfortable. Samantha pushed food about her plate and answered questions in small phrases across from me without looking at me. James attempted to keep the subject safe with weather and local news. Ella spoke enthusiastically about school, unaware of the stress. Ella invited me into her room after supper to see her artwork. We were sitting on her bedroom floor when she begged me in a whisper if I would give her my eye because Mother was worried. I was surprised she knew these information and wondered what she overheard or Samantha told her. I gently emphasized that Mother would be courageous and help her, and that being brave sometimes includes doing things when we're terrified. Ella nodded genuinely and stated she was frightened about surgery. I told her it's normal to be afraid of things we don't comprehend. She appeared happy and showed me sketches of her returning vision following surgery. The photographs showed her seeing brightly colored flowers, butterflies, and family faces. Looking at these optimistic drawings from a youngster manipulated by adults broke my heart. Samantha quickly caught me as I pulled on my jacket near the front entrance after the family supper. She apologized for everything. Her apology was hasty and awkward, with words falling over each other like she'd prepared them but didn't mean them. I could see she was told to apologize rather than comprehending her mistake. Like a performer, she kept looking toward the living room where everyone was. I thanked her for apologizing but didn't say I forgave her, and her expression clenched in disappointment. She expected me to accept and return to our typical family dynamic quickly. She left without saying a word when I didn't satisfy her. James contacted me the day before Samantha's surgery that she was at the hospital for pre-op appointments and instructed him to inform me of the 8:00 a.m. operation. I thanked you for the update and wished Ella a smooth ride. No personal well wishes for Samantha were intentional, and James wasn't shocked. He replied with a thumbs up and promised to inform me after surgery. I couldn't focus on my coding the day Samantha had surgery. I checked my phone every few minutes for updates, even though I told myself I didn't care about Samantha. James texted around midday that Samantha was recovering after surgery. Once Ella was ready and the cornea was viable, the operation would happen tomorrow. I was relieved for Ella and confused about Samantha. I was delighted she did it so Ella could obtain medical attention. However, the months of manipulation, familial pressure, and guilt for preserving my body left me enraged. Samantha did what she should have done from the start, yet she still inflicted harm by avoiding it. James sent me Ella's transplant operation updates the next morning. The surgical team appeared optimistic when they returned her to the operating room at 8:30. I looked at my phone for a moment before saying I hoped things went well. Another SMS arrived at 10 o'clock saying the procedure was going well and the surgeons liked the cornea. Despite trying to concentrate, I checked my phone every few minutes. James updated at 11:30 that they were completing, and the surgical team said everything went well. Knowing Ella will finally have her vision repair made me feel relieved. Just before midday, Ella received the last SMS confirming her recovery and good visual prognosis. The transplant worked, although she needed weeks of special eye medications and limited exercise. I instantly replied that I was delighted she was okay and hoped her rehabilitation went well. James thanked me and promised to update me on her development. 3 days later, my mother called with that tone that signaled she wanted something from me. She asked how I was doing and spoke about the weather before explaining why she was calling. She stated Samantha's recuperation was harder than planned, with pain and concern about mending. Samantha is emotionally struggling and needs family support, she said. The inference was clear without her saying so. Her voice indicated that she expected me to volunteer to visit or contact Samantha to check on her. I inhaled and informed my mother that Samantha had James, the babysitter, and both her parents close. I said she had enough of recovery support. My mother paused before stating that family support was different, and Samantha was struggling. I told her I wouldn't console someone who hadn't recognized her months of harm. My mother groaned and said she understood, but she disagreed with me. After that, she awkwardly hung up. 2 weeks following both procedures, my mother called again to arrange lunch. Her request was for just us and no relatives. She claimed she'd been thinking about my response to her apologies and wanted to talk about our family dynamics. My mother never had long emotional talks about family dynamics, so I was suspicious. However, her voice was less defensive and more hesitant this time. I agreed to meet her at a nearby restaurant the following Saturday. The week before lunch, I questioned if she was ready to confront the problematic habits or just trying to smooth things up without meaningful change. I went to the restaurant first on Saturday and secured a peaceful table in the rear. My mother entered nervously and smiled tentatively as she sat down. We ordered dinner and awkwardly discussed work and weather till it arrived. After setting down her fork, my mother glanced at me with an unusual expression. She said she'd always seen Samantha as more delicate and in need of protection due to her modeling profession and beauty obsession. She realized she'd ignored my wants and feelings throughout the years after seeing me stand up to the whole family. She constantly expected me to be reasonable and satisfy Samantha's needs. As she admitted to making me feel less important than my sister, her voice shook. Her prior apologies seemed more about resolving dispute than understanding. As she talked, my wrath toward her softened. My mother inquired how to fix our relationship. I liked that she asked instead of expecting everything would return to normal. I told her honestly that she shouldn't expect me to sacrifice for Samantha in the future. I requested that she prioritize both girls' needs rather than Samantha to repair our friendship. I demanded that she obey my boundaries, even if it upset Samantha or complicated family matters. My mother cried and squeezed my hand across the table. She agreed and claimed she wanted to do better, that she hadn't understood how much partiality had hurt until the situation forced her to see it. I was cautiously optimistic for the first time in months that our relationship may mend with true effort from both of us. James sent me Ella's progress images 3 weeks after the procedures. The first batch depicted her happy visage with a protective eye covering and joyful notes about her improved vision. He reported her visual progress every several days. Ella's doctor said her graft was mending well and she could see better than before her illness. Ella sent a snapshot of her elaborate drawings of flowers and butterflies, which she couldn't see previously. James's text claimed she was happy to see her mother's face again and was pointing out features she'd missed. I was thrilled for my niece when I saw their drawings. Ella's excitement and satisfaction that the medical procedure was favorable made all my conflicted feelings regarding Samantha and my family worthwhile. Samantha didn't contact me for a month following surgery. In his Ella updates, James periodically noted that Samantha had healed physically from the treatment but was struggling with her emotions. He stated she was irritated that the procedure was tougher and more painful than predicted. He said Samantha was upset I never thanked her for giving to Ella. I let James know that Samantha doing what moms do for their kids wasn't a sacrifice I needed to appreciate. She'd spent months lying about job implications and encouraging Ella to guilt-trip me into surgery. Going through with what she should have agreed to instantly didn't impress me. After that, James said nothing but acknowledged that he understood my position. My father contacted 6 weeks after both surgery with his usual direct family conflict style. He claimed enough time had gone and the family needed to move on from turmoil. He wanted to have a party to put this behind us and resume family life. I told him I was willing to attend family occasions, but that normal needed to mean something different from it did before. I stated that going ahead required healthy boundaries and mutual respect rather than just pretending the preceding months hadn't happened. My father seemed upset and suggested I was making things more complex than they needed to be. He stated everyone had apologized and Samantha had done the right thing in the end, so we should all just get past it. I pointed out that apologies without altered conduct didn't mean much, and that I wasn't going to return to a dynamic where my needs were immediately neglected. He complained about my being stubborn, but ultimately agreed that he'd host a family cookout and I could come if I wanted to. 2 months after surgery, I headed to my parents' place for my father's cookout. Coming into their driveway and seeing Samantha's vehicle parked made me apprehensive. After entering the garden, I noted the uneasy atmosphere of everyone being extremely nice and careful with their words. Samantha was talking to James near the grill when I arrived and hardly looked at me. Mama hugged me and whispered she was delighted I arrived. Ella called my name and ran across the yard toward me. Ella slammed into me with an embrace and showed me her improved vision. She correctly read yard signs and detailed microscopic details on flowers and foliage she couldn't see before the transplant. Her joy and excitement were contagious. Watching her point out everything she could now see made the difficult family dynamics worth it. Later that afternoon, Samantha and I were alone on my parents' back porch. When I stepped outside to get away from the crowd, she followed. We were uneasy for a minute before she said quietly. Her modeling agency included her gift in a promotion promoting loving moms. Several clients had praised her, and the tale had garnered exposure for her and the agency. She softly acknowledged that I was right about the career implications being overblown. She was afraid about the procedure, not the career repercussions. She lowered her voice as she said that she'd never had surgery and that the thought of having her eye operated on had caused weeks of panic episodes. It was her closest to taking responsibility for her actions. She wasn't apologetic, but she said her anxieties were about the procedure, not her career. While I didn't declare I'd forgiven her, I nodded to acknowledge her. We waited there for another time before returning inside to the family. I told Samantha I understood being terrified of medical issues, but she shouldn't rush me into surgery or guilt-trip me. Moving her weight, she peered down at the porch planks. She regretted her actions, especially including Ella in adult issues. I nodded to acknowledge her but didn't forgive her. We returned inside where everyone was eating and feigning calm. I avoided Samantha for a few months and spent more time with my mother and Ella. Dad stopped calling my looks or career worthless. He nevertheless reacted defensively to pressure campaign mentions. James texted me sometimes to check in and apologize for his role in things, which I liked since he appeared to understand why they did wrong. I started visiting Miriam every other week to maintain healthy family boundaries and stay in touch with loved ones. She showed me I could love my family without being hurt. I practiced identifying manipulation so I could stop it before it got out of hand, as with the cornea scenario. James reported that Samantha signed multiple modeling contracts 4 months after the procedures, including one that portrayed her as a dedicated mother who gave to her kid. She had battled so hard against contributing, so it was ludicrous. But now she was earning money by being unselfish. James claimed Samantha seldom mentioned the operation and didn't realize how close she came to refusing to help Ella. In one therapy session, I told Miriam I was frustrated that Samantha would never comprehend her injury. Miriam asked me what I could manage. I couldn't make Samantha learn from what occurred, only how I treated her. I choose to focus on Ella rather than Samantha and keep things distant but courteous with my sister. At Ella's 6-month visit, the doctor remarked her recovery was fantastic, better than expected. Now that she could see the school board, she took art courses and sketched these intricate images. Watching her point out minor things in her paintings she never seen before made me thrilled the medical portion went well. Despite the familial chaos, my mother hosted Thanksgiving dinner and I didn't feel apprehensive traveling there like I used to. I stated my disapproval of some issues and practices. My mother respected such limits. My mother interrupted my father's joking about me being the troublesome daughter and stated I was right to defend myself. Her defense of me nearly knocked my fork over. Samantha and I became cordial at family gatherings but didn't hang together or communicate on the phone. She never thanked me for being a backup donor or acknowledged her unreasonable expectations. I understood that this was probably our best relationship and was okay with it. Olivia and I had coffee one day and she stated I seemed more confident than previously. I reconsidered and agreed with her. Standing up to my family when they pressured me and preserving my limits when things became heated made me trust myself more. It was inspiring to understand I could withstand family disapproval and come out all right. One evening 6 months after the operations, I sat at my desk thinking about how the event affected my concept of family and body autonomy. I was delighted Ella got medical treatment and Samantha did what a mother should. Teaching my family that my limits mattered was worth the brief friction and unpleasantness, so I was pleased I didn't let them manipulate me into contributing. Mom started contacting me every Sunday afternoon to ask about my week and listen to my work assignment. She asked me about the coding and the difficulties I was solving instead of waiting to chat about Samantha's recent picture session. She told me she'd been researching computer languages online to better understand my profession one Sunday. I almost dropped my phone hearing that. She stopped making remarks about my attire or inquiring when I was meeting someone, making family calls much less unpleasant. James emailed me photographs of Ella reading chapter books and drawing intricately, demonstrating her eyesight recovery. He wrote letters moaning about Samantha taking 2 hours to get dressed for grocery store visits or sweating out about a mirror wrinkle. I generally complimented Ella's growth or said something neutral about Samantha's conduct in my quick comments. I suggested he should see a therapist for his marriage issues when he asked for advice on Samantha's vanity. We both liked it more when he stopped and only sent Ella updates. Students covered every wall and table in the primary school cafeteria art display. Ella grabbed my hand when I entered and hurried me to her part, excitedly pointing off her drawings. She had this amazing butterfly sketch with tiny wing patterns that she couldn't create before the surgery because she couldn't see them. Samantha was always shooting photographs and videos and sharing them on social media with remarks praising her amazing kid. I disliked the paperwork since Samantha made everything about her internet image. At least she showed there and looked interested in Ella's work. Dad phoned to offer lunch 8 months after Samantha wanted my cornea. He spent the first 10 minutes in this cafe near my place awkwardly talking about weather and traffic. He then laid down his menu and stated he owed me a serious apology for his behavior during the transplant. He said he was incorrect to think my profession and appearance were less significant than Samantha's because I worked from home. He reflected on how he always anticipated me to be the easy kid who didn't need attention while Samantha was treated better since she was more frail. He said he was proud of how I stood up for myself despite family opposition. That required courage he didn't realize. I could tell he meant it because his voice broke. Since I accepted his apologies, I wanted to improve our relationship. Samantha had numerous more modeling jobs in the following months, and her agent promoted her contribution story. She told parenting publications that giving her cornea was the most important thing she'd ever done and about Mom's sacrifices. Given her initial opposition to contributing, the web stories seemed ludicrous. The great exposure made her kinder during family gatherings. Because she was high on attention and praise, she smiled more and made less harsh remarks about others. I never mentioned how phony the loving mother image was compared to her actions during those months of pressure and manipulation. While sitting at my computer one evening, I noticed I didn't feel that searing fury anymore when I thought about February and March. The experience and family conduct were awful, but I learned vital lessons about setting boundaries and trusting my own judgment when others disagreed. With more confidence in my choices, I was less inclined to second-guess myself when someone pressured me into something I didn't want to do. Miriam's treatment helped me see manipulative methods and stop them before they got out of hand. I could be appreciative for what I learned without pretending the incident was acceptable or my family handled it nicely. A few weeks later, Samantha, James, and Ella joined us for supper at Mom's. Ella questioned me across the table why I didn't give her my eye like Mommy did halfway through the dinner. Everyone stopped eating to hear my response. I emphasized that mommies and daddies care for their kids differently than aunts and uncles. Some family members don't have the same responsibility to support their children as parents. Ella hesitated, then nodded and said she was grateful Mommy was bold enough to let her see again. Her mother did the right thing, I agreed. Samantha stared at her dish silently. At Olivia's apartment on New Year's Eve, I reflected on how much had changed since February. With meaningful interactions and mutual respect, my connection with Mom was improving instead of being rejected. Dad apologized and appeared to grasp his mistake. Ella and I had a good connection, so I could be in her life without pressure or manipulation. Samantha and I would certainly never be close sisters who phoned each other for advice or hung out, but we could be together without friction, which was plenty. I defended my right to make bodily decisions, made sure Ella had the best medical care, and educated my family to accept my limitations. Despite my fear, standing up for myself while everyone was against me was one of the finest things I ever did. My brother-in-law bragged, "I'm flipping the family beach house, easy profit." He didn't know I'd quietly bought it, and the contractor waiting outside was furious. I was watching my brother-in-law stand in my father's living room, clutching a glass of champagne as if he had just concluded the transaction of the century, when I knew he was going to pull it off. He was about to lie to everyone again. "Big announcement, everyone," Jackson remarked with a forced smile growing over his face. The room became silent. My sister Sophie clutched his arm, grinning as if he had just proposed for the second time. "I am flipping the family beach house. The permits have been issued, and the renovations are almost complete. Should turn a good profit by spring." The room exploded. My father tapped him on the shoulder. My Uncle John, the different John, raised his glass. My cousins flocked around, inquiring about square footage, contractor fees, and if he had used the original hardwood. I drank my wine and said nothing, because what they didn't know, and Jackson evidently didn't know I knew, was that I had purchased that beach property 5 years prior. There was no family announcement, no group text, just myself, a real estate attorney called Luke Marshall, and county records that plainly indicated my name on the deed. Jackson had never owned it. He merely lied, like he usually did. The deck renovation was the most costly part. Jackson persisted, gesticulating with his champagne flute, but I talked the contractor down. The man demanded $25,000. I convinced him to pay $20,000. My cousin Emma leaned in. "Is it still the blue shutters or did you repaint?" "Keeping the blue," Jackson stated calmly. "Classic coastal charm. Buyers eat that up." I nearly laughed. The shutters were green. Had been green since 1987. My sister pinched his arm. "He's been working so hard on this weekends evenings. I barely see him." "Investment requires sacrifice," my father replied, approvingly. "Good man, Jackson. Someone needed to do something with that place." I'd been doing something with that place, renting it out seasonally via a property management business, generating a solid peaceful income while living my life 3 hours away in the city. The seaside home had belonged to my grandma. My siblings refused to deal with her death. Too much upkeep, too many memories, and too distant from their suburban lifestyle. I had offered to purchase it from the estate. My siblings had been relieved. "Take it," my brother Aaron had instructed. "One less thing to worry about," I said. I recruited Luke Marshall, paid the estate at fair market value and handled all of the paperwork. The entire purchase took 6 weeks. I didn't make a big deal out of it since that is not how I operate. I simply did it. Apparently, Jackson sensed an opportunity in my quiet. "When do you list it?" my uncle inquired. March, Jackson said firmly. Spring market is killer for beach properties. I'm thinking we list at $700. See what happens. We assumed he had partners and had some sort of claim. My phone vibrated. I received an SMS from an unfamiliar phone number. Is this Michael Morrison, the owner of 847 Seabsy Lane? I entered the kitchen, away from the party. Yes, who's this? James Carter. We need to talk about Jackson Foster. My stomach sank. What about him? He hired me to remodel your property, claiming he owned it. I've been working for 4 weeks. He owes me $18,000, and he won't return my calls. I gazed at the message, reading it twice and 3 times. Are you at the property now? No, but I can meet you tomorrow morning. I'm in the city. Can you send me photos of the work and any contracts you signed? 3 dots emerged, stopped, and reappeared. He said this was his family's beach house that he was handling the flip personally. Are you telling me he doesn't own it? He's never owned it. Send me everything you have. The images started to arrive. Half of the new deck rails are installed. Bathroom fixtures are torn out and sitting in cartons. The walls are covered in fresh drywall compound. I had not authorized the work or approved the adjustments. Then came the contract. It had Jackson's signature, my property address, and fake permission numbers from the county. I knew they were fabricated because I had reviewed the county record system 2 months prior for my yearly property tax review. There had been no permits submitted. No improvements were approved. Jackson had used phony papers to engage a contractor to work on a residence he did not own, and now the contractor was 4 weeks into labor and supplies with no method of getting paid. I returned to the living room where Jackson was still holding court, lying and convincing my family that he was a real estate expert. Mr. Carter, I typed cautiously. I'm the legal owner. I have the deed and county records to prove it. Jackson has defrauded you. I think you should contact the police. Are you serious? Completely. I'm sorry this happened to you, but I never authorized any renovations, never hired you, and never agreed to pay for anything. This is fraud. Jesus, do you have his address? I have the address where I'm supposed to send the invoice, someplace in Riverside County. That was where Jackson and my sister lived. 20 minutes from here. Send me copies of everything I wrote, every text, every email, every photo. I'll forward it to my attorney and we'll figure out next steps. He said the permits were approved. He showed me paperwork. It was forged. There was a prolonged pause. I've been in construction for 12 years. I've seen some shady stuff. But this? Yeah. What do you want me to do? I considered that. Jackson is in the next room enjoying my father's champagne, accepting congrats on a project that did not exist. About my sister, who had no idea she was married to a con artist. My family has always preferred Jackson to me since he is charming and I am quiet. For now. Document everything. I'll call you tomorrow. We'll figure this out. Okay. I walked back into the living room. Jackson was discussing his remodeling timeline to my cousin Marcus, who worked in commercial real estate and should have known better than to believe him at face value. The bathroom is the key, Jackson said. Buyers will pay premium for a good bathroom. I'm going luxury fixtures, heated floors, the works, heated floors and a beach house that would be used 3 months a year. My father drew my attention. Michael, come tell Jackson about that investment property you looked at in Portland. I'd mentioned it at another family meal 7 months earlier. I was astonished that my father remembered. I stepped up, stood next to Jackson, and looked him in the eyes. How's the renovation going? I inquired politely. Great, he said without hesitation. Contractor's solid, works ahead of schedule. That's unusual. I know, right? Got lucky with this guy. What's his name? Jackson blinked. Who? Your contractor. Oh, James Carter. And he has taken responsibility. Yeah, why? I grinned. Just curious. Contractors can be tough to manage. Not this one. Professional operation. I nodded slowly. Good to hear. My sister joined us and slipped her arm in Jackson's. He's being modest. He's been so stressed about the permits and the timeline and making sure everything's up to code. The permits came through. Okay, I asked. Finally, Jackson stated. County took forever, but yeah, everyone approved. That's great. Which permits did you file? He stared at me like I was speaking a different language. The standard ones. Building permit, electrical, plumbing, no structural. The deck's not structural. It's a replacement. County usually requires structural review for deck replacements, weight load calculations. Jackson's smile tightened. My contractor handled it. Huh? Good contractor. My sister looked at me curiously. Why all the questions? I'm just interested, I said. Real estate stuff. You know me. She didn't recognize me. Neither of them did. They knew Quiet Michael, a software developer who rarely spoke at family gatherings. They were unaware of the rental income I had been quietly producing over the past 5 years. They had no idea I had been studying property law in my free time following several tenant issues. They had no idea I had a real estate attorney on retainer. They had absolutely no idea I was witnessing my brother-in-law conduct fraud in real time. I excused myself and proceeded to the restroom. I locked the door, called Luke Marshall. He answered the second ring. Michael, it's Saturday night, this better be good. My brother-in-law is renovating my beach house without my permission using forged permits. Silence. Say that again. I detailed everything. The announcement, the contractor, the images, and the bogus permission numbers. Luke whistled softly. That's fraud, like actual criminal fraud. I know. Have you contacted the police? Not yet. I wanted to talk to you first. You need to file a report tonight, and you need to document everything. Every conversation, every text, every photo that contractor sends you. What about my family? What about them? They think he's legitimate. My sister's married to him, Michael. Luke's voice became serious. He's committing fraud using your property. He's lying to a contractor. He's forging government documents. This isn't a family dispute. This is a crime. I know. So what do you want to do? I glanced at myself in the mirror. Michael, be quiet. Michael was overlooked. Michael was a quiet person. I want to let him hang himself, I said. Luke was quiet for a minute. Meaning he's announced the flip publicly to my entire family. He's committed. He can't back out now without admitting he lied. Okay, I'm going to capture everything. Let him continue talking. And when the time is right, I'm going to show everyone exactly who he is. That is hazardous. What if he does more damage to your property? The contractor is legitimate. He isn't going to ruin the place. In all honesty, the job probably needed to be done anyhow. I'll just make sure Jackson pays for it through legal means. Through legal means, Luke groaned. You are my client, therefore I will assist you. But Michael, take care. Family stuff becomes ugly and this guy sounds anxious to pull off something this large. I'll be careful. I hung up and returned to the party where Jackson was showing someone images from his phone. Before shots, he explained. The place was a wreck. Has not been updated since the 1990s. In 2021, I plan to remodel the kitchen with new appliances, worktops, and backsplash. The photographs he showed were from an internet real estate ad for an entirely different house. This was not simply fraud, it was complex, intentional deception. I remained for an additional hour. My father patted Jackson on the back and said things like, "Always knew you had it in you, and that's how you build wealth." My sister glowed with reflected joy as I watched Jackson accumulate accolades like cash. Nobody asked me how I was doing, about my job, my life, or if I had lately visited the beach home. I was invisible as usual, which turned out to be just where I needed to be. 2 days later, I saw James Carter in a coffee shop in Riverside County. He was in his mid-40s, with aged hands and sad eyes, and he had a 6-inch thick file folder. I've been doing this for 12 years, he explained, laying paperwork across the table. I have dealt with homeowners, investors and flippers. I thought I had seen everything. Tell me how he approached you. The job board advertising stated that he had inherited a family beach house and wanted to remodel it for sales. He showed me images, gave me the address, and stated he had the permits ready to go. I quoted him $25,000 for the deck, bathroom and interior painting. He settled for $18,000. We shook hands. Did he show you the proof of ownership? He said his name wasn't on the deed yet since it was still in his grandmother's estate. Said the family was handling the paperwork. My grandmother, he had exploited my grandmother's death to justify his deception. When did you begin working? 4 weeks ago. I've put in around 40 hours of effort, plus supplies. I'm in for $18,000 already. I took out my phone and showed him my act. This is the county record, with my name and property. I purchased it from my grandmother's estate 5 years ago. James gazed at the document. He said his grandmother just passed. She died 6 years ago. Jesus. Have you got the permits he showed you? James took out photocopies. I opened my laptop and logged into the county permit system, checking each number. These are bogus, I continued. And the permission numbers do not exist in the county database. How did he forge them? Probably got a template online, modified the numbers, and printed them. Most contractors do not check every permit number unless they have a cause to be suspicious. I verified the address, James responded defensively. And I confirmed the property exists. I didn't thought to check the permission numbers since why would someone go to such pains to falsify them? Because he's desperate, I said. Or compulsive, or both. I dug out further county documents and property tax payments, all of which were current and paid by me. I need to file a police report, James stated. You should. I'm going to file one too. After I spoke with my sister, James stared at me. She doesn't know. I do not think so. She appears genuinely pleased for him. Are you going to inform her that her spouse is a fraud? I'm going to show her the evidence and let her draw her own conclusions. James slumped back in his chair. You are a better guy than me. I would burn him down right away. Oh, I'm going to burn him down, I claimed. I'm just going to do it thoroughly. That night I called my sister. Hey, she said cheerfully. What's up? Can we have coffee? Just you and I. Sure. Is everything all right? I just need to talk to you about something. Pause. About Jackson. Yeah, Michael. If this is about the beach house, I know you're probably hurt that he didn't ask your opinion, but it's been sitting there for years. And Sophie, please just have coffee with me. Another pause, longer this time. Okay, tomorrow. Tomorrow. We met in a cafe halfway between her house and the city. She was dressed in athleisure and sunglasses, as if she had just finished yoga. You look stressed, she commented as she sat down. I am. What's happening? I took out my laptop. I need to show you something. I gave her the deed, county papers, tax payments, and 5 years of proof that I owned the beach house. She gazed at the screen. I do not comprehend. I purchased it from Grandma's estate 5 years ago. I have been renting it out seasonally. It's been generating revenue, but Jackson stated. Jackson lied. Her face turned pale. No, he said the family was handling the estate transfer, that it was complicated. There was no transfer. I purchased it outright in 2019. The estate was closed 7 months later. Everything has been settled for years. So why would he? I showed her the contractor's texts, photographs, and falsified permits. He used bogus papers to pay someone to refurbish a house he did not own. That contractor is 4 weeks into the project and Jackson owes him $18,000. Lauren's hands began trembling. This was a mistake. He probably just. Lauren, check the permission numbers. I examined them on the county's database. They do not exist. She glanced, and I saw her expression shift as realization sank in. How long did you know? She whispered. Since Dad's birthday party. The contractor phoned me that night, and you did not notify me. I needed proof first. I wanted to make sure I wasn't mistaken. Are you wrong? No. She rested her head on her hands. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Don't. Do not apologize. You did not do anything wrong. She glanced up, her eyes watering. What are you planning to do? I need to fill out a police report. The contractor has previously spoken to a detective. Lauren, this is fraud. It is a crime. He's my husband. I understand. We have 2 children. I know. She was weeping now, real tears. How could he do this? I do not know. Was it simply the beach home, or did he lie about other things? I hadn't considered that. I don't know. She took out her phone and looked through stuff. He stated he earned a promotion and his income was going up 6 months ago, but we never received the increased money. He stated that it was going into investments. What type of investments? He wouldn't offer me any specifics. Said it was complicated. Said I should trust him. Red flag. Big red flag. Lauren, you should speak with a lawyer, not necessary for divorce, but to protect yourself and your children financially. I can't believe this is happening. We sat there in quiet while she processed. Other customers came and went, the barista called out names, and life carried on around us while my sister's world fell apart. What will happen next? She finally asked. I'm going to submit a police report tonight. The detective will undoubtedly want to speak with Jackson. And the contractor will likely sue for payment. Can he go to jail? Possibly. Fraud, forgery, and stealing via deceit. It depends on how the DA intends to charge it. She wiped her eyes. Our kids. I know. Everyone's going to find out. Yeah. Dad will be devastated. Dad trusted Jackson's lies. That's not on you. She stared at me. Really? Really? Why didn't you speak out at the party when he was lying to everyone? Because I needed to be sure and because I wanted to give you a chance to hear it from me first. Thank you. You are my sister. She began weeping again. I really apologize for everything. For not inquiring about the house. For not checking with you. For simply presuming. You didn't know. But she should have. They all should have. They should have asked me, the quiet son and neglected sibling, if I had done anything with Grandma's house. They should have inquired who had been maintaining it and paying the taxes. They should have listened, but they didn't because Jackson was charming and confident, and he knew precisely what to say. And I was only Michael. I submitted the police report that night and Detective Sophie Hayes of the Property Fraud Section phoned me the next morning. Mr. Morrison, I studied your report and the supporting evidence you supplied. This is very obvious fraud. I'll need to interview Mr. Foster. He doesn't know I reported it yet. That is probably better. Can you come to the station this afternoon? I'd want to get your entire statement recorded. I spent 2 hours in the Riverside County Sheriff's Station going over everything with Detective Hayes, who was in his mid-50s and had been on the police for 22 years. He was patient and meticulous. Has Mr. Foster tried to contact you directly? She inquired. No, he does not know. I understand. And your sister? I told her 2 days ago. She's trying to process it. Has she confronted him? I do not know. I urged her to see a lawyer first. Detective Hayes made notes. We're going to execute a search warrant at his home, look for indications of fraudulent paperwork, communicate with the contractor, anything that demonstrates intent. When? Perhaps next week. I need to cooperate with the district attorney's office. How about the contractor, James Carter? He is pursuing a separate civil claim, but his evidence supports the criminal case. Forged permits alone are enough to warrant prosecution. I exited the station feeling odd, as if I had started something that I couldn't stop, which is precisely what I had done. 3 days later, my father phoned. Michael, what the heck is happening? What do you mean? Sophie called me, weeping, said something about Jackson, fraud, and the beach home. She was not making sense. I took a breath. Dad, I own the beachfront house. I purchased it from Grandma's estate 5 years ago. Jackson does not own it. He never did. Silence. He hired a contractor to renovate it with forged permits. The contractor is 4 weeks into the project, and Jackson has yet to pay him. I submitted a police report. There is an active inquiry. More silence. Dad, are you telling me Jackson lied at my birthday celebration in front of the entire family? Yes, and did you know? I found out that night. The contractor texted me during the party, and you didn't respond. I wanted to know all the facts first. I wanted to speak to Sophie quietly. I wanted to handle this properly. The proper approach would have been to expose him immediately, so that everyone could witness Sophie's humiliation in real time. That halted him. She's your daughter, I murmured gently. I protected her as much as I could. Another prolonged stillness. I can't believe this, he eventually said. Neither can I. What happens now? Police are conducting an investigation. The DA determines whether to file charges. The contractor sues. Jackson has to face the consequences. Number 4. Sophie is speaking with a lawyer about financial protection for herself and the children. Jesus Christ. Yeah. He hung up without saying goodbye. The search warrant was issued on a Tuesday morning, and Detective Hayes phoned me at 9:47 a.m. We carried out the warrant to Mr. Foster's house. He discovered the fake permission templates on his PC. Several drafts, email discussions with the contractor in which he expressly claimed ownership of the property. Mr. Morrison undoubtedly felt flipping the property would solve his money issues, but he doesn't own it, so it's fraud, not simply bad business. According to his financial records, he's $50,000 in debt on his credit cards. Is he under arrest? Not yet. We're putting together the case for the DA, but it's coming. I sat at my desk, phone glued to my ear, attempting to digest the number. $50,000 in debt. My sister had no idea, since her husband had been lying to her about everything. There's something else, Detective Hayes explained. What? We discovered evidence that he planned to take out a home equity loan against your house. He had loan applications filled up, falsified signatures, the full works. My stomach sank. He was going to take out a loan against a house he didn't own using forged documentation. Yes, that is felony fraud. There are multiple counts. When are you going to arrest him? DA is currently evaluating the case, probably by the end of the week. Lauren phoned me that night. They searched my house today. Her voice was flat and dead. I understand. Detective Hayes informed me. I discovered a whole folder on Jackson's PC. Plans, budgets, loan applications. All for your home. I'm sorry. Do not be. You did not do this. He did. She hesitated. Then the detective presented me the credit card statements, totaling $50,000. I had no idea. I thought we were okay. I thought we were saving for the children's college. What are you planning to do? I've already filed for legal separation. My lawyer advises I must protect myself and the children from his obligations. That's smart. Smart? She laughed cruelly. I married a con artist and didn't notice for 6 years. How is that smart? You're not responsible for his lies. Everyone thinks I knew. Dad, Mom, Uncle John, they all think I was in on it. Then they're idiots. She laughed again. This time it's genuine. Thanks. Do you need anything? No, I wanted you to know I'm handling it. I'm not going to fall apart. I know you won't. And Michael. Yeah? I'm sorry for not asking about the house, for not paying attention, for letting Jackson make you invisible. My throat clenched. You didn't. I did. We all did. And I'm sorry. The arrest happened on Friday. Detective Hayes phoned me at 2:13 p.m. Jackson Foster is in custody, multiple counts of fraud, forgery, attempted theft. DA's office is pretty confident about prosecution. Bail set at $55,000. His lawyers arguing for reduction. I considered the credit card debt, the falsehoods, and the desperate plot to seize my house. He won't make bail, I said. Probably not. The hearing occurred 3 weeks later. I sat at the rear of the courtroom and watched Jackson enter in an orange jumpsuit. He appeared smaller and deflated. The DA presented the case systematically, citing the fake permits, contractor fraud, attempted home equity fraud, and bank records indicating purpose. Jackson's public lawyer attempted to emphasize financial desperation, mitigating circumstances, and first-time offender status. The judge was not interested. Mr. Foster, you did not simply conduct fraud. You committed intricate planned fraud that included falsification of government papers, defrauding a contractor, and attempting to take property via false methods. This shows a pattern of deception. Bail was rejected. The trial date has been scheduled roughly 3 months out. I exited the courthouse and saw my sister waiting by my car. You came. I said I had to see it. She seemed weary. Is it wrong that I feel relieved? No. The kids asked where Daddy is. I told them he made some bad choices and has to deal with the consequences. That's honest. They're 8 and 6. They don't really understand. We stood in the courthouse parking lot. 2 people are attempting to figure out how to go forward. What about the beach house? She inquired. What about it? The contractor. Did he get paid? I settled with him, agreed to pay for the work since it needed to be done anyway. He's finishing the deck and bathroom at cost. That's generous. He was a victim too. She nodded. Are you going to sell it? No, I'm going to keep renting it. It's good income. Jackson said you'd been wasting it, that it was just sitting there. Jackson lied about everything. Yeah. She stared at me. I'm going to tell Dad the truth about how you bought it years ago. About how you've been managing it. About how you handled this whole thing to protect me. You don't have to. Yes, I do. Because you're not invisible, Michael. And I'm done letting our family treat you like you are. The trial was swift. The evidence was overwhelming. Jackson accepted a plea agreement, 4 years of minimum security, compensation to James Carter, and a permanent restraining order from my property. My father phoned me the night the plea was revealed. I owe you an apology, he stated without explanation. Okay. I believed Jackson because he was loud and confident. I ignored you because you were quiet. That was wrong. Yeah. Your grandmother would have been proud of you for buying the house, for managing it well, for handling this situation with integrity. Thanks, Dad. I'm proud of you too. I should have said that years ago. I didn't know what to say to that. Anyway, he said hesitantly. Your mother and I want to have you over for dinner. Just you. Not a big family thing. Just us. I'd like that. I drove to the beach home 7 months after Jackson was sentenced. James Carter had completed the improvements. Beautiful job. Just what the place needed. New deck, new bathroom, and freshly painted throughout. I stood on the balcony, watching the sunset turn the water orange and gold, reflecting on all that had transpired. Jackson had interpreted my quiet as weakness. My family had interpreted my silence as absence. They had all been mistaken. I acquired this house to preserve part of my grandmother's legacy. Because I realized that worth was not always obvious, and riches was not always spectacular. Jackson attempted to take it since he believed no one would notice. He'd also been mistaken about that. My phone vibrated. Sophie sent an SMS. The divorce is final. Kids are doing okay. Starting therapy next week. Thank you for everything. I typed back. You're going to be fine. I know because I have you. I put away my phone and gazed out at the lake. The house stood solidly behind me. Grandmother's residence. This is my house currently. Jackson intended to flip it for a quick profit to demonstrate his intelligence. Instead, he had shown his true self to everyone. And I'd accomplished it by just expressing the truth. There was no drama or spectacle, only paperwork and patience, and he let his own falsehoods ruin him. The sun slipped below the horizon. I shut the door and drove home, knowing that often the smallest triumphs are the most meaningful. James Carter, we need to talk about Jackson Foster. My stomach sank. What about him? He hired me to remodel your property, claiming he owned it. I've been working for 4 weeks. He owes me $18,000, and he won't return my calls. I gazed at the message, reading it twice and 3 times. Are you at the property now? No, but I can meet you tomorrow morning. I'm in the city. Can you send me photos of the work and any contracts you signed? 3 dots emerged, stopped, and reappeared. He said this was his family's beach house that he was handling the flip personally. Are you telling me he doesn't own it? He's never owned it. Send me everything you have. The images started to arrive. Half of the new deck rails are installed. Bathroom fixtures are torn out and sitting in cartons. The walls are covered in fresh drywall compound. I had not authorized the work or approved the adjustments. Then came the contract. It had Jackson's signature, my property address, and fake permission numbers from the county. I knew they were fabricated because I had reviewed the county record system 2 months prior for my yearly property tax review. There had been no permits submitted. No improvements were approved. Jackson had used phony papers to engage a contractor to work on a residence he did not own, and now the contractor was 4 weeks into labor and supplies with no method of getting paid. I returned to the living room where Jackson was still holding court, lying, and convincing my family that he was a real estate expert. Mr. Carter, I typed cautiously. I'm the legal owner. I have the deed and county records to prove it. Jackson has defrauded you. I think you should contact the police. Are you serious? Completely. I'm sorry this happened to you, but I never authorized any renovations, never hired you, and never agreed to pay for anything. This is fraud. Jesus, do you have his address? I have the address where I'm supposed to send the invoice. Someplace in Riverside County. That was where Jackson and my sister lived. 20 minutes from here. Send me copies of everything I wrote. Every text, every email, every photo. I'll forward it to my attorney and we'll figure out next steps. He said the permits were approved. He showed me paperwork. It was forged. There was a prolonged pause. I've been in construction for 12 years. I've seen some shady stuff. But this? Yeah. What do you want me to do? I considered that. Jackson is in the next room, enjoying my father's champagne, accepting congrats on a project that did not exist. About my sister who had no idea she was married to a con artist. My family has always preferred Jackson to me since he is charming and I am quiet. For now, document everything. I'll call you tomorrow. We'll figure this out. Okay. I walked back into the living room. Jackson was discussing his remodeling timeline to my cousin Marcus, who worked in commercial real estate and should have known better than to believe him at face value. The bathroom is the key, Jackson said. Buyers will pay premium for a good bathroom. I'm going luxury fixtures, heated floors, the works, heated floors in a beach house that would be used 3 months a year. My father drew my attention. Michael, come tell Jackson about that investment property you looked at in Portland. I'd mentioned it at another family meal 7 months earlier. I was astonished that my father remembered. I stepped up, stood next to Jackson, and looked him in the eyes. How's the renovation going? I inquired politely. Great, he said without hesitation. Contractor's solid, works ahead of schedule. That's unusual. I know, right? Got lucky with this guy. What's his name? Jackson blinked. Who? Your contractor. Oh, James. James Carter. And he has taken responsibility. Yeah, why? I grinned. Just curious. Contractors can be tough to manage. Not this one. Professional operation. I nodded slowly. Good to hear. My sister joined us and slipped her arm in Jackson's. He's being modest. He's been so stressed about the permits and the timeline and making sure everything's up to code. The permits came through. Okay, I asked. Finally, Jackson stated, county took forever, but yeah, everyone approved. That's great. Which permits did you file? He stared at me like I was speaking a different language. The standard ones. Building permit, electrical, plumbing, no structural. The deck's not structural. It's a replacement. County usually requires structural review for deck replacements, weight load calculations. Jackson's smile tightened. My contractor handled it. Huh, good contractor. My sister looked at me curiously. Why all the questions? I'm just interested, I said. Real estate stuff. You know me. She didn't recognize me. Neither of them did. They knew Quiet Michael, a software developer who rarely spoke at family gatherings. They were unaware of the rental income I had been quietly producing over the past 5 years. They had no idea I had been studying property law in my free time following several tenant issues. They had no idea I had a real estate attorney on retainer. They had absolutely no idea I was witnessing my brother-in-law conduct fraud in real time. I excused myself and proceeded to the restroom. I locked the door. Called Luke Marshall. He answered the second ring. Michael, it's Saturday night, this better be good. My brother-in-law is renovating my beach house without my permission using forged permits. Silence. Say that again. I detailed everything. The announcement, the contractor, the images, and the bogus permission numbers. Luke whistled softly. That's fraud, like actual criminal fraud. I know. Have you contacted the police? Not yet. I wanted to talk to you first. You need to file a report tonight, and you need to document everything, every conversation, every text, every photo that contractor sends you. What about my family? What about them? They think he's legitimate. My sister's married to him, Michael. Luke's voice became serious. He's committing fraud using your property. He's lying to a contractor. He's forging government documents. This isn't a family dispute. This is a crime. I know. So, what do you want to do? I glanced at myself in the mirror. Michael, be quiet. Michael was overlooked. Michael was a quiet person. I want to let him hang himself, I said. Luke was quiet for a minute. Meaning he's announced the flip publicly to my entire family. He's committed. He can't back out now without admitting he lied. Okay, I'm going to capture everything, let him continue talking. And when the time is right, I'm going to show everyone exactly who he is. That is hazardous. What if he does more damage to your property? The contractor is legitimate, he isn't going to ruin the place. In all honesty, the job probably needed to be done anyhow. I'll just make sure Jackson pays for it through legal means. Through legal means, Luke groaned. You are my client, therefore I will assist you. But Michael, take care. Family stuff becomes ugly, and this guy sounds anxious to pull off something this large. I'll be careful. I hung up and returned to the party where Jackson was showing someone images from his phone. Before shots, he explained. The place was a wreck. Has not been updated since the 1990s. In 2021, I plan to remodel the kitchen with new appliances, worktops, and backsplash. The photographs he showed were from an internet real estate ad for an entirely different house. This was not simply fraud, it was complex, intentional deception. I remained for an additional hour. My father patted Jackson on the back and said things like, always knew you had it in you, and that's how you build wealth. My sister glowed with reflected joy as I watched Jackson accumulate accolades like cash. Nobody asked me how I was doing, about my job, my life, or if I had lately visited the beach home. I was invisible as usual, which turned out to be just where I needed to be. 2 days later, I saw James Carter in a coffee shop in Riverside County. He was in his mid-40s, with aged hands and sad eyes, and he had a 6-inch thick file folder. I've been doing this for 12 years, he explained, laying paperwork across the table. I have dealt with homeowners, investors, and flippers. I thought I had seen everything. Tell me how he approached you. The job board advertising stated that he had inherited a family beach house and wanted to remodel it for sales. He showed me images, gave me the address, and stated he had the permits ready to go. I quoted him $25,000 for the deck, bathroom, and interior painting. He settled for $18,000. We shook hands. Did he show you the proof of ownership? He said his name wasn't on the deed yet since it was still in his grandmother's estate. Said the family was handling the paperwork. My grandmother. He had exploited my grandmother's death to justify his deception. When did you begin working? 4 weeks ago. I've put in around 40 hours of effort, plus supplies. I'm in for $18,000 already. I took out my phone and showed him my act. This is the county record with my name and property. I purchased it from my grandmother's estate 5 years ago. James gazed at the document. He said his grandmother just passed. She died 6 years ago. Jesus. Have you got the permits he showed you? James took out photocopies. I opened my laptop and logged into the county permit system, checking each number. These are bogus, I continued, and the permission numbers do not exist in the county database. How did he forge them? Probably got a template online, modified the numbers and printed them. Most contractors do not check every permit number unless they have a cause to be suspicious. I verified the address, James responded defensively, and I confirmed the property exists. I didn't thought to check the permission numbers since why would someone go to such pains to falsify them? Because he's desperate, I said. Or compulsive, or both. I dug out further county documents and property tax payments, all of which were current and paid by me. I need to file a police report, James stated. You should. I'm going to file one too. After I spoke with my sister, James stared at me. She doesn't know. I do not think so. She appears genuinely pleased for him. Are you going to inform her that her spouse is a fraud? I'm going to show her the evidence and let her draw her own conclusions. James slumped back in his chair. You are a better guy than me. I would burn him down right away. Oh, I'm going to burn him down, I claimed. I'm just going to do it thoroughly. That night I called my sister. Hey, she said cheerfully. What's up? Can we have coffee? Just you and I. Sure. Is everything all right? I just need to talk to you about something. Pause. About Jackson. Yeah, Michael. If this is about the beach house, I know you're probably hurt that he didn't ask your opinion, but it's been sitting there for years. And Sophie, please just have coffee with me. Another pause, longer this time. Okay, tomorrow. Tomorrow. We met in a cafe halfway between her house and the city. She was dressed in athleisure and sunglasses, as if she had just finished yoga. You look stressed, she commented as she sat down. I am. What's happening? I took out my laptop. I need to show you something. I gave her the deed, county papers, tax payments, and 5 years of proof that I owned the beach house. She gazed at the screen. I do not comprehend. I purchased it from Grandma's estate 5 years ago. I have been renting it out seasonally. It's been generating revenue, but Jackson stated. Jackson lied. Her face turned pale. No. He said the family was handling the estate transfer. That it was complicated. There was no transfer. I purchased it outright in 2019. The estate was closed 7 months later. Everything has been settled for years. So why would he? I showed her the contractor's texts, photographs, and falsified permits. He used bogus papers to pay someone to refurbish a house he did not own. That contractor is 4 weeks into the project and Jackson owes him $18,000. Lauren's hands began trembling. This was a mistake. He probably just. Lauren, check the permission numbers. I examined them on the county's database. They do not exist. She glanced and I saw her expression shift as realization sank in. How long did you know? She whispered. Since Dad's birthday party. The contractor phoned me that night, and you did not notify me. I needed proof first. I wanted to make sure I wasn't mistaken. Are you wrong? No. She rested her head on her hands. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Do not apologize. You did not do anything wrong. She glanced up, her eyes watering. What are you planning to do? I need to fill out a police report. The contractor has previously spoken to a detective. Lauren, this is fraud. It is a crime. He's my husband. I understand. We have 2 children. I know. She was weeping now, real tears. How could he do this? I do not know. Was it simply the beach home, or did he lie about other things? I hadn't considered that. I don't know. She took out her phone and looked through stuff. He stated he earned a promotion and his income was going up 6 months ago, but we never received the increased money. He stated that it was going into investments. What type of investments? He wouldn't offer me any specifics, said it was complicated, said I should trust him. Red flag. Big red flag. Lauren, you should speak with a lawyer, not necessary for divorce, but to protect yourself and your children financially. I can't believe this is happening. We sat there in quiet while she processed, other customers came and went, the barista called out names, and life carried on around us while my sister's world fell apart. What will happen next? She finally asked. I'm going to submit a police report tonight. The detective will undoubtedly want to speak with Jackson. And the contractor will likely sue for payment. Can he go to jail? Possibly. Fraud, forgery, and stealing via deceit. It depends on how the DA intends to charge it. She wiped her eyes. Our kids. I know. Everyone's gonna find out. Yeah. Dad will be devastated. Dad trusted Jackson's lies. That's not on you. She stared at me. Really? Really? Why didn't you speak out at the party when he was lying to everyone? Because I needed to be sure, and because I wanted to give you a chance to hear it from me first. Thank you. You are my sister. She began weeping again. I really apologize for everything. For not inquiring about the house. For not checking with you. For simply presuming. You didn't know. But she should have. They all should have. They should have asked me, the quiet son and neglected sibling, if I had done anything with Grandma's house. They should have inquired who had been maintaining it and paying the taxes. They should have listened, but they didn't because Jackson was charming and confident, and he knew precisely what to say. And I was only Michael. I submitted the police report that night, and Detective Sophie Hayes of the Property Fraud Section phoned me the next morning. Mr. Morrison, I studied your report and the supporting evidence you supplied. This is very obvious fraud. I'll need to interview Mr. Foster. He doesn't know I reported it yet. That is probably better. Can you come to the station this afternoon? I'd want to get your entire statement recorded. I spent 2 hours in the Riverside County Sheriff's Station going over everything with Detective Hayes, who was in his mid-50s and had been on the police for 22 years. He was patient and meticulous. Has Mr. Foster tried to contact you directly? She inquired. No, he does not know. I understand. And your sister? I told her 2 days ago. She's trying to process it. Has she confronted him? I do not know. I urged her to see a lawyer first. Detective Hayes made notes. We're going to execute a search warrant at his home, look for indications of fraudulent paperwork, communicate with the contractor, anything that demonstrates intent. When? Perhaps next week. I need to cooperate with the district attorney's office. How about the contractor, James Carter? He is pursuing a separate civil claim, but his evidence supports the criminal case. Forged permits alone are enough to warrant prosecution. I exited the station feeling odd, as if I had started something that I couldn't stop, which is precisely what I had done. 3 days later my father phoned. Michael, what the heck is happening? What do you mean? Sophie called me weeping, said something about Jackson, fraud, and the beach home. She was not making sense. I took a breath. Dad, I own the beachfront house. I purchased it from Grandma's estate 5 years ago. Jackson does not own it. He never did. Silence. He hired a contractor to renovate it with forged permits. The contractor is 4 weeks into the project, and Jackson has yet to pay him. I submitted a police report. There is an active inquiry. More silence. Dad, are you telling me Jackson lied at my birthday celebration in front of the entire family? Yes. And did you know? I found out that night. The contractor texted me during the party, and you didn't respond. I wanted to know all the facts first. I wanted to speak to Sophie quietly. I wanted to handle this properly. The proper approach would have been to expose him immediately so that everyone could witness Sophie's humiliation in real time. That halted him. "She's your daughter," I murmured gently. I protected her as much as I could. Another prolonged stillness. "I can't believe this," he eventually said. "Neither can I." What happens now? Police are conducting an investigation. The DA determines whether to file charges. The contractor sues. Jackson has to face the consequences. Number 4. Sophie is speaking with a lawyer about financial protection for herself and the children. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he hung up without saying goodbye. The search warrant was issued on a Tuesday morning, and Detective Hayes phoned me at 9:47 a.m. We carried out the warrant to Mr. Foster's house. He discovered the fake permission templates on his PC, several drafts, email discussions with the contractor in which he expressly claimed ownership of the property. Mr. Morrison undoubtedly felt flipping the property would solve his money issues, but he doesn't own it, so it's fraud, not simply bad business. According to his financial records, he's $50,000 in debt on his credit cards. Is he under arrest? Not yet. We're putting together the case for the DA, but it's coming. I sat at my desk, phone glued to my ear, attempting to digest the number. $50,000 in debt. My sister had no idea, since her husband had been lying to her about everything. "There's something else," Detective Hayes explained. "What?" "We discovered evidence that he planned to take out a home equity loan against your house. He had loan applications filled up, falsified signatures, the full works." My stomach sank. He was going to take out a loan against a house he didn't own using forged documentation. Yes, that is felony fraud. There are multiple counts. When are you going to arrest him? DA is currently evaluating the case, probably by the end of the week. Lauren phoned me that night. "They searched my house today." Her voice was flat and dead. "I understand." Detective Hayes informed me. "I discovered a whole folder on Jackson's PC. Plans, budgets, loan applications, all for your home." "I'm sorry. Do not be. You did not do this." "He did." She hesitated. Then the detective presented me the credit card statements, totaling $50,000. "I had no idea. I thought we were okay. I thought we were saving for the children's college." "What are you planning to do?" "I've already filed for legal separation. My lawyer advises I must protect myself and the children from his obligations." "That's smart." "Smart." She laughed cruelly. "I married a con artist and didn't notice for 6 years. How is that smart?" "You're not responsible for his lies. Everyone thinks I knew. Dad, Mom, Uncle John, they all think I was in on it." "Then they're idiots." She laughed again. "This time it's genuine." "Thanks. Do you need anything?" "No, I wanted you to know I'm handling it. I'm not going to fall apart." "I know you won't." "And Michael?" "Yeah?" "I'm sorry for not asking about the house, for not paying attention, for letting Jackson make you invisible." My throat clenched. "You didn't. I did. We all did. And I'm sorry." The arrest happened on Friday. Detective Hayes phoned me at 2:13 p.m. "Jackson Foster is in custody. Multiple counts of fraud, forgery, attempted theft. DA's office is pretty confident about prosecution. Bail set at $55,000. His lawyers arguing for reduction. I considered the credit card debt, the falsehoods, and the desperate plot to seize my house." "He won't make bail," I said. "Probably not." The hearing occurred 3 weeks later. I sat at the rear of the courtroom and watched Jackson enter in an orange jumpsuit. He appeared smaller and deflated. The DA presented the case systematically, citing the fake permits, contractor fraud, attempted home equity fraud, and bank records indicating purpose. Jackson's public lawyer attempted to emphasize financial desperation, mitigating circumstances, and first-time offender status. The judge was not interested. "Mr. Foster, you did not simply conduct fraud. You committed intricate planned fraud that included falsification of government papers, defrauding a contractor, and attempting to take property via false methods. This shows a pattern of deception." Bail was rejected. The trial date has been scheduled roughly 3 months out. I exited the courthouse and saw my sister waiting by my car. "You came?" I said I had to see it. She seemed weary. "Is it wrong that I feel relieved?" "No. The kids asked where Daddy is. I told them he made some bad choices and has to deal with the consequences." "That's honest." They're 8 and 6. They don't really understand. We stood in the courthouse parking lot. Two people are attempting to figure out how to go forward. What about the beach house? She inquired. What about it? The contractor, did he get paid? I settled with him, agreed to pay for the work since it needed to be done anyway. He's finishing the deck and bathroom at cost. That's generous. He was a victim too. She nodded. Are you going to sell it? No, I'm going to keep renting it. It's good income. Jackson said you'd been wasting it, that it was just sitting there. Jackson lied about everything. Yeah. She stared at me. I'm going to tell Dad the truth about how you bought it years ago. About how you've been managing it. About how you handled this whole thing to protect me. You don't have to. Yes, I do. Because you're not invisible, Michael. And I'm done letting our family treat you like you are. The trial was swift. The evidence was overwhelming. Jackson accepted a plea agreement. 4 years of minimum security, compensation to James Carter, and a permanent restraining order from my property. My father phoned me the night the plea was revealed. I owe you an apology, he stated without explanation. Okay. I believed Jackson because he was loud and confident. I ignored you because you were quiet. That was wrong. Yeah, your grandmother would have been proud of you for buying the house, for managing it well, for handling this situation with integrity. Thanks, Dad. I'm proud of you too. I should have said that years ago. I didn't know what to say to that. Anyway, he said hesitantly. Your mother and I want to have you over for dinner. Just you, not a big family thing. Just us. I'd like that. I drove to the beach home 7 months after Jackson was sentenced. James Carter had completed the improvements. Beautiful job. Just what the place needed. New deck, new bathroom, and freshly painted throughout. I stood on the balcony, watching the sunset turn the water orange and gold, reflecting on all that had transpired. Jackson had interpreted my quiet as weakness. My family had interpreted my silence as absence. They had all been mistaken. I acquired this house to preserve part of my grandmother's legacy. Because I realized that worth was not always obvious, and riches was not always spectacular. Jackson attempted to take it since he believed no one would notice. He'd also been mistaken about that. My phone vibrated. Sophie sent an SMS. The divorce is final. Kids are doing okay. Starting therapy next week. Thank you for everything. I typed back. You're going to be fine. I know because I have you. I put away my phone and gazed out at the lake. The house stood solidly behind me. Grandmother's residence. This is my house currently. Jackson intended to flip it for a quick profit to demonstrate his intelligence. Instead, he had shown his true self to everyone, and I'd accomplished it by just expressing the truth. There was no drama or spectacle, only paperwork and patience, and he let his own falsehoods ruin him. The sun slipped below the horizon. I shut the door and drove home, knowing that often the smallest triumphs are the most meaningful. You're a disappointment, my dad smirked at me. I just smiled, activated a secret $22.4 million trust fund, and let the SEC raid his entire company. It was from the ground up that my father, Richard Vance, established a commercial real estate empire in Chicago that is worth $520 million. He is the kind of man who does not simply enter a room, rather, he purchases the building, fires the management, and renames the room after himself, since he is so successful. Indeed, he is clever, cruel, and absolutely devoid of any empathy whatsoever. From the beginning of my life to the end of it, he had one and only one plan for me. I was going to duplicate him. Initially, I intended to seize control of Vance Properties. Rather than that, I decided to become an English teacher at a high school in Logan Square, where I earned $62,000 annually. His 65th birthday extravaganza, which took place at the Drake Hotel, was the event that brought him to the breaking point exactly 1 week ago. An extravagant and enormous event was held. A total of 80 individuals were there in the private dining room, including 2 state senators, a few judges, a dozen CEOs from Fortune 500 companies, and our entire extended family along with them. I was 28 years old at the time, and I was sitting near the end of the table, drinking a club soda while wearing a suit that I had purchased off the rack. Through the entire night, Dad had been consuming Macallan 25. He took his place at the head of the table when it was time for the toast to be made. He expressed his gratitude to his business associates, investors, and sycophants. After that, his gaze became fixed on me. It was completely silence in the room. He continued, and then there is my son, Julian, as his voice reverberated off of the crystal chandeliers inside the room. A man who has chosen to squander his potential, his education, and the Vance legacy to babysit teenagers for pennies. I have given him every opportunity. I have tried to guide him, but as of tonight, I am done. After taking a swig of his scotch, he looked at me with a look of complete and utter disdain. Julian, you are a disappointment to the family name. I am cutting you off completely. No more safety net. No more inheritance. No more using the Vance name to open doors. Effective immediately, you are entirely on your own. Let's see how long your idealistic little teaching career lasts when you have to actually survive in the real world. Despite the fact that he had just finished executing our relationship in front of a public audience, he sat back down and began cutting into his prime rib. I was the focus of 80 different sets of eyes. In utter disbelief, my cousin Sarah appeared. The gaze of my uncle David deviated. On the other hand, a handful of Dad's business partners genuinely smirked. It seemed as if they were waiting for me to succumb. It was as if they were waiting for me to scream, yell, raise a scene, or beg, or cause a scene. For Dad, a power battle was a must. He found great satisfaction in bringing individuals to their knees until they gave in. The stability of my hands was impeccable. Then, after gently placing my napkin on the table, I stood up, looked him in the eye, and gave him a single, curt nod. Understood, they responded. It was not a tremor in my voice. I did not turn around to look back. Following my departure from the dining room, I went out of the Drake Hotel, hailed a taxi in the icy wind of Chicago, and then I made my way back to my cramped, rent-controlled apartment. No, I did not cry. I had just experienced this icy, unmistakable clarity. My father was under the impression that he was cutting off my lifeline. He was under the impression that I was some kind of spoilt, privileged kid who would be begging for an entry-level acquisitions job at his corner office within a month's time by crawling back there. A fact that he was unaware of, and that no one else in the room was aware of, was that I had not touched a single penny of his money since I was 22 years old. I was the one who paid for my own meal. On my own, I paid the rent. On the other hand, the most significant thing is that my father was unaware of the truth that my mother shared with me on her deathbed 10 years ago. At the age of 18, my mother, Clara, passed away from breast cancer at the stage 4 stage. The kind of quiet, understated riches that my showy, newly rich father always disliked but badly wanted to marry into was the kind of wealth that she was born into. She was born into old-school money in Boston. This marriage was a living hell for them. She was bullied by my father, who also disregarded her enthusiasm for art history and treated her as if she were a trophy that had lost its luster. 2 days before Mom died away, she drew me closer to her on the hospice bed that she was using. It was so weak that her voice was hardly audible above a whisper. A thick business card with an embossed design was put into my palm by her. She uttered in a shock, "Julian, pay close attention to what I have to say. Your grandmother Beatrice, she never trusted your father. She knew what he was. When you were born, she set up a trust fund. It's entirely in your name. Your father doesn't know. He can never know, or he will find a way to bleed it dry. Only when I was ready to be entirely independent, or when I was 29, did she make me promise that I would get in touch with the attorney who was listed on the card. His name is Marcus Vance, and there is no connection between two of them. However, either came first. Over the course of 10 years, I had kept that card in my wallet. Some of the margins were ragged. There was a peeling of the gold foil. Due to the fact that I wanted to demonstrate that I could succeed as a teacher on my own, I refrained from calling. Before I had any contact with grandmother Beatrice's wealth, I desired to construct a life that was wholly and completely mine. I guessed that it was somewhere around a couple $100,000, which would be sufficient for a great down payment on a house at some point in the future. On the other hand, I pulled out the card as I was sitting in my dark apartment that night. I was still wearing the inexpensive suit that my father had just criticized in front of the finest people in the city. I was exactly 3 weeks away from celebrating my 29th birthday. There was a Saturday, and it was 11:30 p.m. The first thing I did was open my laptop and start typing an email to Marcus Vance. Greetings, Mr. Vance. The name I go by is Julian Vance. Clara Vance, whose maiden name was Sterling, was my mother. Approximately 10 years ago, she presented me with your card in relation to a trust that was formed by my grandmother, Elizabeth. This evening, my father made it known that he was cutting all relations with me. In 3 weeks, I will be turning 29 years old. It is time for me to put the trust into action. Kindly inform me of a time when we can get together. When I pushed the send button, I was anticipating a response sometime on Tuesday. Following a period of 12 minutes, my phone rang. Julian. For a decade, I had been anticipating the arrival of this email. Please report to my workplace at 8 o'clock on Monday morning. Keep it a secret. Update 1. The event that took place and the disclosure of $22. Cat million. That weekend, I didn't get a single wink of sleep. I phoned in a substitute for my advanced placement English sessions on Monday morning and then took the L train to the downtown area. In contrast to my father's office, Marcus Vance's office was not located in a glitzy glass skyscraper. It was located in a limestone building that was on the Loop's historic list. Dark wood, leather, and complete discretion were the material choices for the inside. Marcus was in his late 60s, looking as sharp as a tack, and he was dressed in a suit from a tailor. To which I said, "Julian," he firmly shook my hand. "You have your mother's eyes, and your grandmother's chin. Please, sit." He effortlessly moved a big portfolio that was encased in leather across the wood desk. The first thing that Marcus said was, "Your grandmother Beatrice was a financial savant. She saw right through Richard's charm. When your mother married him, Beatrice immediately moved to protect her assets. She set up an irrevocable trust for you the week you were born. She funded it with $2.5 million of her own separate inheritance." I blinked my eyes. $2.5 million? That's incredible. Marcus flashed a very slight and arid smile. "Julian, that was 28 years ago. Your grandmother stipulated that the money be aggressively but intelligently invested in Vanguard index funds, prime commercial real estate, REITs, and tech startups, before they went public. She managed it until she died. Then I took over as the sole trustee." After opening the portfolio, he proceeded to the last page of the document. He touched the bottom line with a finger that had been manicured. As of Friday's market close, the total liquid value of the Beatrice Sterling Trust is $22,460,000, and upon your 29th birthday in 3 weeks, you are the sole beneficiary. You have absolute, uncontested control. My lungs were emptied of air. Literally, the room began to spin. The armrests of the leather chair were the ones I grabbed onto. $22.4 million? Are you insane? Is this real? Very real. Marcus added in a soft voice. And legally ironclad. Your father has no claim to it. He has no visibility into it. If he tries to sue for it, I will personally bury him in so much litigation he'll be reading legal briefs until he's 90. As I sat there, my eyes were fixed on the number. $22 million in dollars. Just now, my father had made an attempt to ruin my life by starving me to death and forcing me to get down on my knees. In addition, my deceased grandmother had made me wealthier than my father was when he was my age. This was accomplished in a single stroke. I want to activate it early, I added, eventually bringing my voice back to its normal level. Can we do that? Given your father's public disavowal, yes. There is a hardship clause I can trigger. But Julian, you need a wealth manager immediately. You cannot just dump $22 million into a Chase checking account. In the film captured by the helicopter, dozens of federal agents were seen leaving the building where my father worked while carrying boxes of documents and hard drives. It was claimed by the anchor that Vance Properties was being investigated for significant corporate fraud, misrepresenting asset valuations in order to secure hundreds of millions of dollars in unlawful loans, and cheating investors. It rang on my phone. My Aunt Helen was the one. She had a fit of outbursts. She wept. "Julian, it's bad. It's so bad." As she cried out, Richard leveraged everything. He even used my retirement accounts as collateral for a commercial build in Navy Pier that went belly up. If the company folds, I lose everything. I had a queasy feeling in my stomach. It wasn't only that my father had ruined himself, he had also brought the rest of the family down with him. After waiting for 3 hours, my phone rang once more. Caller ID identifies Richard Vance. Prior to picking up the phone, I let it to ring 4 times. "Hello?" His voice was completely shattered on the word Julian. Once again, the haughty and booming baritone was absent. It sounded like he was an elderly man who was afraid and feeble. "Please don't hang up. I have 2 minutes before my next class, Dad. What do you want?" "You saw the news. Hard to miss it. Looks like the chickens came home to roost." He coughed out. "Julian, they froze my assets," and then continued. "The SEC froze all my personal and corporate accounts. The board of directors is holding an emergency vote tomorrow to remove me as CEO and liquidate the company to pay off the feds. If they liquidate, the company is dead. I lose everything. Helen loses her retirement. David loses his pension. Sounds like a problem for your $50 million war chest," I stated with a stern tone. There was a crack in his voice as he cried out, "I don't have it. It's all tied up in leveraged equity. Julian, please. I need a bridge loan. I need liquid cash to buy out the 3 dissenting board members and post the SEC compliance bond. If I can do that, I can keep control of the company and restructure the debt. I can save Helen's money." In my recliner, I sat back and relaxed. The individual who had humiliated me in front of 80 people was the speaker. Whoever it was that had called my school in an attempt to get me fired, whoever it was that turned my mother's life into a living hell, he was pleading with me to save him from debt. It was my question, "How much?" Without a sound on the line. After then, there was a hushed whisper. $6 million. That accounted for 1/4 of my overall net worth. I said, "I'll call you back," and then I hung up the phone. Without delay, I dialed the numbers for Marcus Vance and David Sterling. A Zoom meeting was called for in an emergency. "Do not give him a dime, Julian," Marcus cautioned. "He cannot be trusted. He is a sinking ship." "But Aunt Helen's money is tied up in his collateral," I said to myself. "If he goes bankrupt, she loses her house. Uncle David loses his pension. I can't let the family be collateral damage for his ego." My wealth manager, David Sterling, jumped in on the conversation. "If you do this, Julian, we structure it as a senior secured loan. You don't just hand him cash. You become his primary creditor. You put a lien on his personal assets, his penthouse, his cars, his private accounts. If he defaults, you own him." I cracked a grin. "Draft the paperwork. The terms and the reversal are discussed in the 4th update." My father did not receive a call from me. I sent him a text message with the address of Marcus Vance's office, and instructed him to report there at 8 o'clock on Wednesday morning. When my father entered the room, he appeared to have aged 10 years in just 2 days without even trying. Wrinkles appeared on his clothing. The bags that were under his eyes were dark. He gazed at me with a glance that conveyed a sense of both desperation and a profound, smoldering resentment. At that moment, I was seated behind Marcus's desk. In order to meet him, I did not stand up. My response to his pitiful attempt at making small talk was, "I will give you the $6 million, and I ended the conversation. "But it is not a gift. It is a loan. And here are my terms." There was a contract that I slid across the desk. Term 1. The loan carries a 12% interest rate, payable over 5 years. Term 2. I am placing a first priority lien on your Gold Coast penthouse, and your summer home in Martha's Vineyard. If you miss a single payment by so much as 24 hours, I foreclose on both properties and evict you. My father fixated his gaze on the agreement. His jaw became more tense. "Julian, that is extortion." I responded by saying, "No, Richard, it's business." Which was a clever way of putting his favorite word back in his face. Term 3. You will immediately release Aunt Helen and Uncle David's assets from your collateral pool. You will sign over their retirement accounts to their independent control today. On the other hand, he protested, "I need that collateral to satisfy the SEC." I yelled out, "Figure it out, quickly. Or I walk out that door, and you go to federal prison, your choice." His eyes fell to the desk as he took a deep breath and swallowed hard. Under my breath, I whispered, "And the final term," as I leaned forward. "You will write a formal, public apology to me. You will send it to every single person who was at your 65th birthday dinner. You will admit that you were wrong, that I am not a disappointment, and that you are only surviving this crisis because the son you disowned decided to show you mercy." My father's head suddenly became rigid. In his eyes, a blazing hatred could be seen. "I will not humiliate myself like that." I responded by saying, "Then you can enjoy your bankruptcy." Then I got to my feet, buttoned my jacket, and started walking in the direction of the entrance. "Wait." I halted this. There was no reversal for me. "Wait," he repeated for the second time, his voice cracking. "I'll do it. I'll sign it. All of it." I went in the opposite direction. The pen was in his hand, and his hand was shaking violently. Within the dotted lines, he signed his name, thereby committing himself to me in a legal sense. From a legal standpoint, he gave up his power. As soon as he was finished, he moved the paperwork to the opposite side of the desk. It appeared as though he had been broken, not victorious. He inquired with a disdainful tone, "Are you happy now, Julian? You finally beat me." My voice was soft as I whispered, "Dad, I never intended to beat you. I just wanted you to let me be myself. You brought this entirely on yourself." Update 5. The consequences of the event. Over the course of the past 4 months, that day in the attorney's office has passed. Despite the fact that the investigation by the SEC is still ongoing, my father was able to post bond, buy out the board members who were upset, and keep Vance Properties afloat while they restructure its operations thanks to my injection of $6 million. In accordance with the terms of the contract, Aunt Helen and Uncle David's retirement funds were separated from the family business. That is not a risk. I received the email from my father. Be sure to copy me on it. Each of the 80 guests who attended the birthday dinner received a copy of it. However, despite being a formal apology that was required by law, it admitted without reservation. It recognized that he was in error. It gave me credit for saving him. After the event, a number of his business partners sent me a private email, in which they expressed their regret for the fact that they had failed to advocate for me during the dinner. My father always makes his payments on his loans on the 1st of each month, and he never misses a single payment. I am aware that it is extremely difficult for him to send tens of thousands of dollars to a son whom he has referred to as a failure. During the previous week, an unexpected event took place. I was staying late at school to assist a young man named Leo with the essays he was filling out for his college application. The home life of Leo is difficult because he has a father who constantly criticizes him and tells him that he is stupid. In order to ensure that he is aware of his value, I have been spending additional time with him. I was in the classroom when I heard a knock on the door. I raised my head. My father was located in the entranceway of the room. He appeared to be older and more reserved, and he was dressed in a modest trench coat. "Can I come in?" he asked. Then I gave Leo a nod. "Give me 5 minutes, Leo. Go grab a snack from the vending machine." Leo left. My father walked slowly into the classroom. He looked at the posters of Shakespeare and Maya Angelou on the walls. He looked at the stacks of graded papers on my desk. "I've been going to therapy," he said abruptly. "Court mandated, at first, because of the SEC stress. But I kept going. I didn't say anything. I just watched him. My therapist asked me why I hated your mother so much," he continued, his voice tight. "And I realized. I didn't hate her. I was terrified of her. She was so comfortable with herself. She didn't need money to validate her existence. And you're exactly like her. You never needed my money. You never needed my approval. And that made me feel powerless." He looked at me, and for the first time in my entire life, I didn't see the ruthless real estate mogul. I saw a deeply insecure, flawed human being. "I'm sorry, Julian," he said. The words sounded foreign in his mouth, clumsy and awkward. Not the legally binding apology, a real one. "I was a terrible father. I was a monster to your mother, and I'm sorry." I felt a tight knot in my chest loosen, just a little bit. I thought about the 10 years of carrying that secret trust fund card. I thought about the humiliation at the dinner. I thought about the threats to my school. "I appreciate the apology, Dad," I said slowly. "But forgiveness isn't a real estate deal. You can't just close it in one meeting. It's going to take a long time." He nodded slowly. "I know. I'm not asking for forgiveness today. I wanted to see where you worked. I wanted to see the life you chose." He looked around the classroom one last time. "You're a good teacher, Julian. Your mother would be incredibly proud of you." He turned and walked out of the classroom. I sat there for a long time after he left. I looked at my bank app on my phone. The $22 million trust was sitting there, quietly generating wealth. But honestly, the money wasn't the victory. The victory was the fact that I was sitting in a public high school classroom, getting ready to help a kid named Leo realize his own potential. The victory was that my father finally saw me for who I really was, and he realized he couldn't break me. I put my phone away as Leo walked back into the room. "Everything okay, Mr. Vance?" Leo asked, looking concerned. I cracked a grin. "Everything is perfect, Leo. Let's get back to your essay."